A History of Philosophy. Volume 2. Medieval Philosophy. Frederick Golston, S.J. Chapter I. Introduction. In this second volume of my History of Philosophy I had originally hoped to give an account of the development of philosophy throughout the whole period of the Middle Ages, understanding by medieval philosophy the philosophic thought and systems which were elaborated between the Carolingian Renaissance in the last part of the 8th century AD. John Scotus Eriugena, the first outstanding medieval philosopher, was born about 810, and the end of the 14th century. Reflection has convinced me, however, of the advisability of devoting 2 volumes to medieval philosophy. As my first volume 1 ended with an account of Neoplatonism and contained no treatment of the philosophic ideas to be found in the early Christian writers, I considered it desirable to say something of these ideas in the present volume. It is true that men like Saint Gregory of Nyssa and Saint Augustine belonged to the period of the Roman Empire, that their philosophic affiliations were with Platonism, understood in the widest sense, and that they cannot be termed medievals, but the fact remains that they were Christian thinkers and exercised a great influence on the Middle Ages. One could hardly understand Saint Anselm or Saint Bonaventure without knowing something of Saint Augustine, nor could one understand the thought of John Scotus Eriugena without knowing something of the thought of Saint Gregory of Nyssa and of the Pseudo-Dionysius. There is scarcely any need, then, to apologize for beginning a history of medieval philosophy with a consideration of thinkers who belong, so far as chronology is concerned, to the period of the Roman Empire. The present volume, then, begins with the early Christian period and carries the histoi of medieval philosophy up to the end of the 13th century, including Duns Scotus, about 1265 to 1308. In my third volume I propose to treat of the philosophy of the 14th century, laying special emphasis on achamism. In that volume I shall also include a treatment of the philosophies of the Renaissance, of the 15th and 16th centuries, and of the Silver Age of scholastic thought, even though Francis Suarez did not die until the year 1617, 21 years after the birth of Descartes. This arrangement may appear to be an arbitrary one, and to some extent it is. But it is extremely doubtful if it is possible to make any hard and fast dividing line between medieval and modern philosophy, and a good case could be made out for including Descartes with the later scholastics, contrary to tradition as this would be. I do not propose, however, to adopt this course, and if I include in the next volume, the third, some philosophers who might seem to belong properly to the modern period, my reason is largely one of convenience, to clear the decks, so that in the fourth volume I may develop in a systematic manner the interconnection between the leading philosophical systems from Francis Bacon in England and Descartes in France up to and including Kant. Nevertheless, whatever method of division be adopted, one has to remember that the compartments into which one divides the history of philosophic thought are not watertight, that transitions are gradual, not abrupt, that there is overlapping and interconnection, that succeeding systems are not cut off from one another with a hatchet. 2. There was a time when medieval philosophy was considered as unworthy of serious study, when it was taken for granted that the philosophy of the Middle Ages was so subservient to theology that it was practically indistinguishable therefrom, and that, in so far as it was distinguishable, it amounted to little more than a barren logic chopping and wordplay. In other words, it was taken for granted that European philosophy contained 2 main periods, the ancient period, which to all intents and purposes meant the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, and the modern period, when the speculative reason once more began to enjoy freedom after the dark night of the Middle Ages, when ecclesiastical authority reigned supreme and the human reason, chained by heavy fetters, was compelled to confine itself to the useless and fanciful study of theology, until a thinker like Descartes at length broke the chains and gave reason its freedom. In the ancient period and the modern period philosophy may be considered a free man, whereas in the medieval period it was a slave. Apart from the fact that medieval philosophy naturally shared in the disesteem with which the Middle Ages in general were commonly regarded, One factor which was partly responsible for the attitude adopted towards medieval thinkers was doubtless the language used concerning scholasticism by men like Francis Bacon and René Descartes. Just as Aristotelians are prone to evaluate Platonism in terms of Aristotle's criticism, so admirers of the movement apparently initiated by Bacon and Descartes were prone to look on medieval philosophy through their eyes, unaware of the fact that much of what Francis Bacon, for instance, has to say against the scholastics could not legitimately be applied to the great figures of medieval thought, however applicable it may have been to later and decadent scholastics, who worshipped the letter at the expense of the spirit. Looking on medieval philosophy from the very start in this light, historians could perhaps scarcely be expected to seek a closer and first-hand acquaintance with it. They condemned it unseen and unheard, without knowledge either of the rich variety of medieval thought or of its profundity. To them it was all of a piece, an arid playing with words and a slavish dependence on theologians. Moreover, insufficiently critical, they failed to realize the fact that, if medieval philosophers were influenced by an external factor, theology, modern philosophers were also influenced by external factors, even if by other external factors than theology. It would have seemed to most of these historians a nonsensical proposition were one to suggest to them that Duns Scotus, for example, had a claim to be considered as a great British philosopher, at least as great as John Locke, while in their praise of the acumen of David Hume they were unaware that certain thinkers of the late Middle Ages had already anticipated a great deal of the criticism which used to be considered the peculiar contribution to philosophy of the eminent Scotsman. I shall cite one example, the treatment accorded to medieval philosophy and philosophers by a man who was himself a great philosopher, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. It is an interesting example, since Hegel's dialectical idea of the history of philosophy obviously demanded that medieval philosophy should be portrayed as making an essential contribution to the development of philosophic thought, while Hegel personally was no mere vulgar antagonist of medieval philosophy. Now, Hegel does indeed admit that medieval philosophy performed one useful function, that of expressing in philosophic terms the absolute content of Christianity, but he insists that it is only formalistic repetition of the content of faith, in which God is represented as something external, and if one remembers that for Hegel faith is the mode of religious consciousness and is definitely inferior to the philosophic or speculative standpoint, the standpoint of pure reason, it is clear that in his eyes medieval philosophy can be philosophy only in name. Accordingly he declares that scholastic philosophy is really theology. By this Hegel does not mean that God is not the object of philosophy as well as of theology, he means that medieval philosophy considered the same object as is considered by philosophy proper, but that it treated that object according to the categories of theology instead of substituting for the external connections of theology, for example, the relation of the world to God as external effect to free creative cause, the systematic, scientific, rational, and necessary categories and connections of philosophy. Medieval philosophy was thus philosophy according to content, but theology according to form, and in Hegel's eyes the history of medieval philosophy is a monotonous one, in which men have tried in vain to discern any distinct stages of real progress and development of thought. In so far as Hegel's view of medieval philosophy is dependent on his own particular system, on his view of the relation of religion to philosophy, of faith to reason, of immediacy to mediacy, I cannot discuss it in this volume, but I wish to point out how Hegel's treatment of medieval philosophy is accompanied by a very real ignorance of the course of its history. It would be possible no doubt for an Hegelian to have a real knowledge of the development of medieval philosophy and yet to adopt, precisely because he was an Hegelian, Hegel's general standpoint in regard to it, but there can be no shadow of doubt, even allowing for the fact that the philosopher did not himself edit and publish his lectures on the history of philosophy, that Hegel did not possess the real knowledge in question. How could one, for instance, attribute a real knowledge of medieval philosophy to a writer who includes Roger Bacon under the heading Mystics and simply remarks Roger Bacon treated more especially of physics, but remained without influence? He invented gunpowder, mirrors, telescopes, and died in 1297? The fact of the matter is that Hegel relied on authors like Tennemann and Brucker for his information concerning medieval philosophy, whereas the first valuable studies on medieval philosophy do not antedate the middle of the 19th century. In adducing the instance of Hegel, I am not, of course, concerned to blame the philosopher. I am rather trying to throw into relief the great change that has taken place in our knowledge of medieval philosophy through the work of modern scholars since about 1880. Whereas one can easily understand and pardon the misrepresentations of which a man like Hegel was unconsciously guilty, one would have little patience with similar misrepresentations today, after the work of scholars like Biemker, Eyre, Grabmann, de Wulf, Pelster, Geyer, Mandonnet, Pelzer, etc. After the light that has been thrown on medieval philosophy by the publication of texts and the critical editing of already published works, after the splendid volumes brought out by the Franciscan Fathers of Quaracke, after the publications of so many numbers of the Beiträge series, after the production of histories like that of Maurice de Wulf, after the lucid studies of Etienne Gilson, after the patient work done by the Medieval Academy of America, it should no longer be possible to think that medieval philosophers were all of a piece, that medieval philosophy lacked richness and variety, that medieval thinkers were uniformly men of low stature and of mean attainments. Moreover, writers like Gilson have helped us to realize the continuity between medieval and modern philosophy. Gilson has shown how Cartesianism was more dependent on medieval thought than was formerly supposed. A good deal still remains to be done in the way of addition and interpretation of texts. One needs only to mention William of Ockham's commentary on the sentences, but it has now become possible to see the currents and development, the pattern and texture, the highlights and lowlights of medieval philosophy with a synoptic eye. 3. But even if medieval philosophy was in fact richer and more varied than has been sometimes supposed, is it not true to say that it stood in such a close relation to theology that it is practically indistinguishable therefrom? Is it not, for example, a fact that the great majority of medieval philosophers were priests and theologians, pursuing philosophic studies in the spirit of a theologian or even an apologist? In the first place, it is necessary to point out that the relation of theology to philosophy was itself an important theme of medieval thought, and that different thinkers adopted different attitudes in regard to this question. Starting with the endeavor to understand the data of revelation, so far as this is possible to human reason. Early medievals, in accordance with the maxim Credo, ut intelligam, applied rational dialectic to the mysteries of faith in an attempt to understand them. In this way they laid the foundations of scholastic theology, since the application of reason to theological data, in the sense of the data of revelation, is and remains theology, it does not become philosophy. Some thinkers indeed, in their enthusiastic desire to penetrate mysteries by reason to the utmost degree possible, appear at first sight to be rationalists, to be what one might call Hegelians before Hegel. Yet it is really an anachronism to regard such men as rationalists in the modern sense, since when Saint Anselm, for example, or Richard of Saint Victor, attempted to prove the mystery of the Blessed Trinity by necessary reasons, they had no intention of acquiescing in any reduction of the dogma or of impairing the integrity of divine revelation. To this subject I shall return in the course of the work. So far they were certainly acting as theologians, but such men, who did not make, it is true, any very clear delimitation of the spheres of philosophy and theology, certainly pursued philosophical themes and developed philosophical arguments. For instance, even if Saint Anselm is primarily important as one of the founders of scholastic theology, he also contributed to the growth of scholastic philosophy, for example, by his rational proofs of God's existence. It would be inadequate to dub Abelard a philosopher and Saint Anselm a theologian without qualification. In any case, in the 13th century we find a clear distinction made by Saint Thomas Aquinas between theology, which takes as its premises the data of revelation, and philosophy, including, of course, what we call natural theology, which is the work of the human reason unaided positively by revelation. It is true that in the same century Saint Bonaventure was a conscious and determined upholder of what one might call the integralist, Augustinian view, but, though the Franciscan doctor may have believed that a purely philosophical knowledge of God is vitiated by its very incompleteness, he was perfectly well aware that there are philosophical truths which are ascertainable by reason alone. The difference between him and St. Thomas has been stated thus. 1. St. Thomas held that it would be possible, in principle, to excogitate a satisfactory philosophical system, which, in respect of knowledge of God for instance, would be incomplete but not false. Whereas St. Bonaventure maintained that this very incompleteness or inadequacy has the character of a falsification, so that, though a true natural philosophy would be possible without the light of faith, a true metaphysic would not be possible. If a philosopher, thought St. Bonaventure, proves by reason and maintains the unity of God, without at the same time knowing that God is three persons in one nature, he is attributing to God a unity which is not the divine unity. In the second place, St. Thomas was perfectly serious when he gave philosophy its charter. To a superficial observer it might appear that when St. Thomas asserted a clear distinction between dogmatic theology and philosophy, he was merely asserting a formalistic distinction, which had no influence on his thought and which he did not take seriously in practice, but such a view would be far from the truth, as can be seen by one example. St. Thomas believed that revelation teaches the creation of the world in time, the world's non-eternity, but he maintained and argued stoutly that the philosopher as such can prove neither that the world was created from eternity nor that it was created in time, although he can show that it depends on God as creator. In holding to this point of view he was at variance with, for example, St. Bonaventure, and the fact that he maintained the point of view in question shows clearly that he seriously accepted in practice his theoretical delimitation of the provinces of philosophy and dogmatic theology. In the third place, if it were really true to say that medieval philosophy was no more than theology, we should expect to find that thinkers who accepted the same faith would accept the same philosophy, or that the differences between them would be confined to differences in the way in which they applied dialectic to the data of revelation. In point of fact, however, this is very far from being the case. Saint Bonaventure, Saint Thomas Aquinas, and Duns Scotus, Giles of Rome, and, one may pretty safely say, William of Ockham accepted the same faith, but their philosophical ideas were by no means the same on all points. Whether or not their philosophies were equally compatible with the exigencies of theology is, of course, another question. William of Ockham's philosophy could scarcely be considered as altogether compatible with these exigencies, but that question is irrelevant to the point at issue, since, whether they were all compatible with orthodox theology or not, these philosophies existed and were not the same. The historian can trace the lines of development and divergence in medieval philosophy, and, if he can do this, there must clearly be such a thing as medieval philosophy. Without existence it could not have a history. We shall have to consider different views on the relation between philosophy and theology in the course of this work, and I do not want to dwell any more on the matter at present, but it may be as well to admit from the very start that, owing to the common background of the Christian faith, the world presented itself for interpretation to the medieval thinker more or less in a common light. Whether a thinker held or denied a clear distinction between the provinces of theology and philosophy, in either case he looked on the world as a Christian and could hardly avoid doing so. In his philosophic arguments he might prescind from Christian revelation, but the Christian outlook and faith were none the less there at the back of his mind. Yet that does not mean that his philosophic arguments were not philosophic arguments or that his rational proofs were not rational proofs. One would have to take each argument or proof on its own merits or demerits and not dismiss them as concealed theology on the ground that the writer was a Christian. 4. Having argued that there really was such a thing as medieval philosophy, or at any rate that there could be such a thing, even if the great majority of medieval philosophers were Christians and most of them theologians into the bargain, I want finally to say something about the aim of this book, and of the succeeding volume, and the way in which it treats its subject. I certainly do not intend to attempt the task of narrating all the known opinions of all known medieval philosophers. In other words, the second and third volumes of my history are not designed to constitute an encyclopedia of medieval philosophy. On the other hand, it is not my intention to give simply a sketch or series of impressions of medieval philosophy. I have endeavored to give an intelligible and coherent account of the development of medieval philosophy and of the phases through which it passed, omitting many names altogether and choosing out for consideration those thinkers who are of special importance and interest for the content of their thought or who represent and illustrate some particular type of philosophy or stage of development. To certain of these thinkers I have devoted a considerable amount of space, discussing their opinions at some length. This fact may possibly tend to obscure the general lines of connection and development, but, as I have said, it was not my intention to provide simply a sketch of medieval philosophy, and it is probably only through a somewhat detailed treatment of the leading philosophical systems that one can bring out the rich variety of medieval thought. To place in clear relief the main lines of connection and development and at the same time to develop at some length the ideas of selected philosophers is certainly not an easy task, and it would be foolish to suppose that my inclusions and omissions or proportional allotment of space will be acceptable to everybody. To miss the trees for the wood or the wood for the trees is easy enough, but to see both clearly at the same time is not so easy. However, I consider it a task worth attempting, and while I have not hesitated to consider at some length the philosophies of Saint Bonaventure, Saint Thomas, Duns Scotus, and Occam, I have tried to make intelligible the general development of medieval philosophy from its early struggles, through its splendid maturity, to its eventual decline. If one speaks of a decline, it may be objected that one is speaking as philosopher and not as historian. True enough, but if one is to discern an intelligible pattern in medieval philosophy, one must have a principle of selection, and to that extent at least one must be a philosopher. The word decline has indeed a valuational coloring and flavor, so that to use such a word may seem to constitute an overstepping of the legitimate territory of the historian. Possibly it is, in a sense, but what historian of philosophy was or is merely an historian in the narrowest meaning of the term. No Hegelian, no Marxist, no positivist, no Kantian writes history without a philosophic viewpoint, and is the Thomist alone to be condemned for a practice which is really necessary, unless the history of philosophy is to be rendered unintelligible by being made a mere string of opinions. By decline, then, I mean decline, since I frankly regard medieval philosophy as falling into three main phases. First comes the preparatory phase, up to and including the 12th century, then comes the period of constructive synthesis, the 13th century, and finally, in the 14th century, the period of destructive criticism, undermining and decline. Yet from another point of view I should not hesitate to admit that the last phase was an inevitable phase and, in the long run, may be of benefit, as stimulating scholastic philosophers to develop and establish their principles more firmly in face of criticism and, moreover, to utilize all that subsequent philosophy may have to offer of positive value. From one point of view the sophistic phase in ancient philosophy, using the term sophist in more or less the Platonic sense, constituted a decline, since it was characterized by, among other things, a flagging of constructive thought, but it was none the less an inevitable phase in Greek philosophy, and, in the long run, may be regarded as having produced results of positive value. No one at least who values the thought of Plato and Aristotle can regard the activity and criticism of the sophists as an unmitigated disaster for philosophy. The general plan of this volume and of its successor is thus the exhibition of the main phases and lines of development in medieval philosophy. First of all I treat briefly of the patristic period, going on to speak of those Christian thinkers who had a real influence on the Middle Ages, Boethius, the Pseudo-Dionysius and, above all, Saint Augustine of Hippo. After this more or less introductory part of the volume I proceed to the preparatory phase of medieval thought proper, the Carolingian Renaissance, the establishment of the schools, the controversy concerning universal concepts and the growing use of dialectic, the positive work of Saint Anselm in the 11th century, the schools of the 12th century, particularly those of Chartres and Saint Victor. It is then necessary to say something of Arabian and Jewish philosophy, not so much for its own sake, since I am primarily concerned with the philosophy of medieval Christendom, as for the fact that the Arabs and Jews constituted an important channel whereby the Aristotelian system in its fullness became known to the Christian West. The second phase is that of the great syntheses of the 13th century, the philosophies of Saint Bonaventure, Saint Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus in particular. The succeeding phase, that of the 14th century, contains the new directions and the destructive criticism of the Achamist school in a wide sense. Finally, I have given a treatment of the thought which belongs to the period of transition between medieval and modern philosophy. The way will then be clear to start a consideration of what is generally called modern philosophy in the fourth volume of this history. In conclusion, it may be as well to mention 2 points. The first is that I do not conceive it to be the task of the historian of philosophy to substitute his own ideas or those of recent or contemporary philosophers for the ideas of past thinkers, as though the thinkers in question did not know what they meant. When Plato stated the doctrine of reminiscence, he was not asserting Neo-Kantianism, and though St. Augustine anticipated Descartes by saying si faller, sum, it would be a great mistake to try to force his philosophy into the Cartesian mold. On the other hand, some problems which have been raised by modern philosophers were also raised in the Middle Ages, even if in a different setting, and it is legitimate to draw attention to similarity of question or answer. Again, it is not illegitimate to ask if a given medieval philosopher could, out of the resources of his own system, meet this or that difficulty which a later philosopher has raised. Therefore, although I have tried to avoid the multiplication of references to modern philosophy, I have on occasion permitted myself to make comparisons with later philosophies and to discuss the ability of a medieval system of philosophy to meet a difficulty which is likely to occur to a student of modern thought. But I have strictly rationed my indulgence in such comparisons and discussions, not only out of considerations of space but also out of regard for historical propriety. The second point to be mentioned is this. Largely owing to the influence of Marxism, there is a certain demand that an historian of philosophy should draw attention to the social and political background of his period and throw light on the influence of social and political factors on philosophic development and thought. But apart from the fact that to keep one's history within a reasonable compass one must concentrate on philosophy itself and not on social and political events and developments, it is ridiculous to suppose that all philosophies or all parts of any given philosophy are equally influenced by the social and political milieu. To understand a philosopher's political thought, it is obviously desirable to have some knowledge of the actual political background, but in order to discuss St. Thomas's doctrine on the relation of essence to existence or Scotus's theory of the univocal character of the concept of being, there is no need at all to introduce references to the political or economic background. Moreover, philosophy is influenced by other factors as well as politics and economics. Plato was influenced by the advance of Greek mathematics. Medieval philosophy, though distinguishable from theology, was certainly influenced by it. Consideration of the development of physics is relevant to Descartes' view of the material world. Biology was not without influence on Bergson, and so on. I regard it, therefore, as a great mistake to dwell so exclusively on economics and political development, and to explain the advance of other sciences ultimately by economic history, that one implies the truth of the Marxist theory of philosophy. Apart, then, from the fact that considerations of space have not permitted me to say much of the political, social, and economic background of medieval philosophy, I have deliberately disregarded the unjustifiable demand that one should interpret the ideological superstructure in terms of the economic situation. This book is a history of a certain period of medieval philosophy. It is not a political history nor a history of medieval economics. Christianity and Greek philosophy. Greek apologists. Art slides, Saint Justin Martyr, Tatian, Athenagoras, Theophilus, Gnosticism and writers against Gnosticism. Saint Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Latin apologists. Minucius Felix, Tertullian, Arnobius, Lactantius, Catechetical School of Alexandria. Clement, Origen, Greek Fathers. Saint Basil, Eusebius, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Latin Fathers, S. Ambrose, Saint John Damascene. Summary. Christianity came into the world as a revealed religion, it was given to the world by Christ as a doctrine of redemption and salvation and love, not as an abstract and theoretical system, and he sent his apostles to preach, not to occupy professors' chairs. Christianity was the way, a road to God to be trodden in practice, not one more philosophical system added to the systems and schools of antiquity. The apostles and their successors were bent on converting the world, not on excogitating a philosophical system. Moreover, so far as their message was directed to the Jews, the apostles had to meet theological rather than philosophical attacks, while, in regard to the non-Jews, we are not told, apart from the account of St. Paul's famous sermon at Athens, of their being confronted with, or of their approaching, Greek philosophers in the academic sense. However, as Christianity made fast its roots and grew, it aroused the suspicion and hostility, not merely of the Jews and the political authorities, but also of pagan intellectuals and writers. Some of the attacks leveled against Christianity were due simply to ignorance, credulous suspicion, fear of what was unknown, misrepresentation, but other attacks were delivered on the theoretical plane, on philosophical grounds, and these attacks had to be met. This meant that philosophical as well as theological arguments had to be used. There are, then, philosophical elements in the writings of early Christian apologists and fathers, but it would obviously be idle to look for a philosophical system, since the interest of these writers was primarily theological, to defend the faith. Yet, as Christianity became more firmly established and better known, and as it became possible for Christian scholars to develop thought and learning, the philosophical element tended to become more strongly marked, especially when there was question of meeting the attacks of pagan professional philosophers. The influence of apologetic on the growth of Christian philosophy was clearly due primarily to a cause external to Christianity, namely hostile attack, but there was also another reason for this growth which was internal, independent of attacks from outside. The more intellectual Christians naturally felt the desire to penetrate, as far as it was open to them to do so, the data of revelation, and also to form a comprehensive view of the world and human life in the light of faith. This last reason operated in a systematic way perhaps later than the first and, so far as the Fathers are concerned, reached the zenith of its influence in the thought of St. Augustine, but the first reason, the desire to penetrate the dogmas of the faith, an anticipation of the credo, ut intelligam attitude, was operative in some way from the beginning. Partly through a simple desire to understand and appreciate, partly through the need of further clearer definition of dogma in face of heresy, the original data of revelation were rendered more explicit, developed, in the sense of the implicit being made explicit. From the beginning, for instance, Christians accepted the fact that Christ was both God and man, but it was only in the course of time that the implications of this fact were made clear and were enshrined in theological definitions, for example, that the perfect human nature of Christ implied his possession of a human will. Now, these definitions were of course theological, and the advance from the implicit to the explicit was an advance in theological science, but in the process of argument and definition concepts and categories were employed which were borrowed from philosophy. Moreover, as the Christians had no philosophy of their own to start with, i.e. in the academic sense of philosophy, they very naturally turned to the prevailing philosophy, which was derived from Platonism but was strongly impregnated with other elements. As a rough generalization, therefore, one may say that the philosophic ideas of the early Christian writers were Platonic or Neoplatonic in character, with an admixture of Stoicism, and that the Platonic tradition continued for long to dominate Christian thought from the philosophic viewpoint. In saying this, however, one must remember that the Christian writers did not make any clear distinction between theology and philosophy. They aimed rather at presenting the Christian wisdom or philosophy in a very wide sense, which was primarily theological, though it contained philosophical elements in the strict sense. The task of the historian of philosophy is to isolate these philosophic elements. He cannot reasonably be expected to present an adequate picture of early Christian thought, for the very good reason that he is not, ex hypothesi, an historian of dogmatic theology or of exegesis. Since on the one hand pagan philosophers were inclined to attack the Church and her doctrine, while on the other hand Christian apologists and theologians were inclined to borrow the weapons of their adversaries when they thought that these weapons could serve their purpose, it is only to be expected that the Christian writers should show a divergence of attitude in regard to ancient philosophy, according as they chose to regard it as a foe and rival of Christianity or as a useful arsenal and storehouse or even as a providential preparation for Christianity. Thus while in Tertullian's eyes pagan philosophy was little more than the foolishness of this world, Clement of Alexandria regarded philosophy as a gift of God, a means of educating the pagan world for Christ, as the Jews' means of education had been the law. He thought indeed, as Justin thought before him, that Plato had borrowed his wisdom from Moses and the prophets, a Philonic contention, but just as Philo had tried to reconcile Greek philosophy with the Old Testament, so Clement tried to reconcile Greek philosophy with the Christian religion. In the end, of course, it was the attitude of Clement, not that of Tertullian, which triumphed, since St. Augustine made abundant use of Neoplator.ic ideas when presenting the Christian Weltanschauung. 2. As the first group of those Christian writers whose works contain philosophic elements, one can count the early apologists who were particularly concerned to defend the Christian faith against pagan attack, or rather to show to the imperial authorities that Christianity had a right to exist, men like Aristides, Justin, Melito, Tatian, Athenagoras and Theophilus of Antioch. In a brief sketch of patristic philosophy, a sketch which is admittedly only included by way of preparation for the main theme of the book, one can treat neither of all the apologists nor of any one of them fully. My intention is rather to indicate the sort of philosophical elements which their works contain. Marcianus Aristides, styled a philosopher of Athens, wrote an apology, which is to be dated about AD 140 and is addressed to the Emperor Antoninus Pius. A good deal of this work is devoted to an attack on the pagan deities of Greece and Egypt, with some animadversions on the morals of the Greeks, but at the beginning Aristides declares that amazed at the arrangement of the world, and understanding that the world and all that is therein are moved by the impulse of another, and seeing that that which moveth is more powerful than that which is moved, he concludes that the mover of the world is God of all, who made all for the sake of man. Aristides thus gives in a very compendious form arguments drawn from the design and order in the world and from the fact of motion, and identifies the designer and mover with the Christian God, of whom he proceeds to predicate the attributes of eternity, perfection, incomprehensibility, wisdom, goodness. We have here, then, a very rudimentary natural theology presented, not for purely philosophic reasons, but in defense of the Christian religion. 2. A much more explicit attitude towards philosophy is to be found in the writings of Flavianus Justinus, Saint Justin Martyr, who was born at Neapolis, Nablus, of pagan parents about AD 100, became a Christian, and was martyred at Rome about 164. In his dialogue with Trypho he declares that philosophy is a most precious gift of God, designed to lead man to God, though its true nature and its unity have not been recognized by most people, as is clear from the existence of so many philosophical schools. 2. As to himself, he went first for instruction to a Stoic, but, finding the Stoic doctrine of God unsatisfactory, betook himself to a Peripatetic, whose company he soon forsook, as he turned out to be a grasping fellow. 3. From the Peripatetic he went, with zeal still unabated, to a Pythagorean of repute, but his own lack of acquaintance with music, geometry, and astronomy unfit him for philosophy in his prospective teacher's eyes, and as he did not wish to spend a lot of time in acquiring knowledge of these sciences, he turned to the Platonists and was so delighted with the doctrine of the immaterial ideas that he began to expect a clear vision of God, which, says Justin, is the aim of Plato's philosophy. 4. Shortly afterwards, however, he fell in with a Christian, who showed him the insufficiency of pagan philosophy, even of that of Plato. 1. Justin is thus an example of the cultured convert from paganism, who, feeling his conversion as the term of a process, could not adopt a merely negative and hostile attitude to Greek philosophy. Justin's words concerning Platonism in the dialogue show clearly enough the esteem in which he held the Platonic philosophy. He prized its doctrine of the immaterial world and of the being beyond essence, which he identified with God, though he became convinced that the sure and safe and certain knowledge of God, the true philosophy, is to be attained only through the acceptance of revelation. In his two apologies he makes frequent use of Platonic terms, as when he speaks of God as the demiurge. 2. I am not suggesting that when Justin makes use of Platonic or Neoplatonic words and phrases he is understanding the words in precisely the Platonic sense. The use of them is rather the effect of his philosophic training and of the sympathy which he retained for Platonism. Thus he does not hesitate on occasion to point out analogies between Christian and Platonic doctrine, in regard, for example, to reward and punishment after death. 3. And his admiration for Socrates is evident. When Socrates, in the power of Logos, or as its instrument, tried to lead men away from falsehood into truth, evil men put him to death as an impious atheist. So Christians, who follow and obey the incarnate Logos itself and who denounce the false gods, are termed atheists. 4. In other words, just as the work of Socrates, which was a service of truth, was a preparation for the complete work of Christ, so the condemnation of Socrates was, as it were, a rehearsal or anticipation of the condemnation of Christ and his followers. Again, the actions of men are not determined, as the Stoics thought, but they act rightly or wrongly according to their free choice, while it is owing to the activity of the evil demons that Socrates and those like him are persecuted, while Epicurus and those like him are held in honor. 6. Justin thus made no clear distinction between theology and philosophy in the strict sense. There is one wisdom, one philosophy, which is revealed fully in and through Christ, but for which the best elements in pagan philosophy, especially Platonism, were a preparation. In so far as the pagan philosophers divined the truth, they did so only in the power of Logos. Christ, however, is the Logos itself, incarnate. This view of Greek philosophy and of its relation to Christianity was of considerable influence on later writers. 3. According to Irenaeus, one Tatian was a pupil of Justin. He was of Syrian nationality, was educated in Greek literature and philosophy, and became a Christian. There is no real reason for doubting the truth of the statement that Tatian was in some sense a pupil of Justin Martyr, but it is quite clear from his address to the Greeks that he did not share Justin's sympathy for Greek philosophy in its more spiritual aspects. Tatian declares that we know God from his works, he has a doctrine of the Logos, distinguishes soul from spirit, m/eoisa, teaches creation in time and insists on free will, but all these points he could have got from the scriptures and Christian teaching. He had little use for Greek learning and Greek thought, though he can hardly have escaped its influence altogether. He was in fact inclined to excessive rigorism, and we learn from Saint Irenaeus and Saint Jerome too that after Justin's martyrdom Tatian fell away from the church into Valentinian Gnosticism, subsequently founding the sect of the Encratites, denouncing not only the drinking of wine and the use of ornaments by women but even marriage as such, which he said was defilement and fornication. 3. Tatian certainly recognized the human mind's ability to prove God's existence from creatures, and he made use of philosophical notions and categories in the development of theology, as when he maintains that the Word, proceeding from the simple essence of God, does not fall into the void, as human words do, but remains in its subsistence and is the divine instrument of creation. He thus uses the analogy of the formation of human thought and speech to illustrate the procession of the Word, and, while holding to the doctrine of creation, he uses language reminiscent of the Titanias in respect of the demiurge. But, if he made use of terms and ideas taken from pagan philosophy, he did not do so in any spirit of sympathy, but rather with the notion that the Greek philosophers had taken from the scriptures whatever truth they possessed and that whatever they added thereto was nothing but falsity and perversion. The Stoics, for instance, perverted the doctrine of providence by the diabolic theory of fatalistic determinism. It is indeed something of an historical irony that a writer who betrayed so pronounced an hostility towards Greek thought and who drew so sharp a distinction between pagan sophistry and Christian wisdom should himself end in heresy. 4. A more tactful approach to the Greeks, and one in harmony with that of Justin Martyr, was the approach of Athenagoras, who addressed to the emperors Marcus Aurelius and Commodus, conquerors of Armenia and Sarmatia, and above all philosophers, a plea for the Christians, Repiopkla neplxp above, about the year AD 177. In this book the author is concerned to defend the Christians against the three accusations of atheism, cannibalistic feasts and incest, and in answering the first accusation he gives a reasoned defense of the Christian belief in one eternal and spiritual God. First of all he cites various Greek philosophers themselves, for instance Philolaus, Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics. He quotes Plato in the Timaeus to the effect that it is difficult to find the maker and father of the universe and impossible, even when he is found, to declare him to all, and asks why Christians, believing in one God, should be called atheists, when Plato is not so called because of his doctrine of the demiurge. The poets and philosophers, moved by a divine impulse, have striven to find God, and men pay heed to their conclusions. How foolish it would be, then, to refuse to listen to the very Spirit of God, speaking through the mouths of the prophets. Athenagoras then goes on to show that there cannot be a multitude of material gods, that God, who forms matter, must transcend matter, though he scarcely succeeds in conceiving God without relation to space, that the cause of perishable things must be imperishable and spiritual, and he appeals especially to the testimony of Plato. He thus adopts the same attitude as that of Justin Martyr. There is one true philosophy or wisdom, which is attained adequately only through the Christian revelation, though Greek philosophers divined something of the truth. In other words, their very respect for the Greek thinkers and poets should lead thoughtful men like Marcus Aurelius to appreciate and esteem, even if not to embrace, Christianity. His primary purpose is theological and apologetic, but he utilizes philosophic arguments and themes in his pursuit of that purpose. For instance, in his attempt to prove the reasonable character of the doctrine of the resurrection of the body, he makes clear his conviction, as against the Platonic view, that the body belongs to the integral man, that man is not simply a soul using a body. 1. V. A similar appeal to the intelligent pagan was made by Theophilus of Antioch in his Ad Autolicum, written about AD 180. After emphasizing the fact that moral purity is necessary for anyone who would know God, he proceeds to speak of the divine attributes, God's incomprehensibility, power, wisdom, eternity, immutability. As the soul of man, itself invisible, is perceived through the movements of the body, so God, himself invisible, is known through his providence and works. He is not always accurate in his account of the opinions of Greek philosophers, but he clearly had some esteem for Plato, whom he considered the most respectable philosopher among them, one though Plato erred in not teaching creation out of nothing, which Theophilus clearly affirms, and in his doctrine concerning marriage, which Theophilus does not give correctly. 3. The foregoing apologists, who wrote in Greek, were mainly concerned with answering pagan attacks on Christianity. We can now consider briefly the great opponent of Gnosticism, Saint Irenaeus, to whom we add, for the sake of convenience, Hippolytus. Both men wrote in Greek and both combated the Gnosticism which flourished in the 2nd century AD, though Hippolytus's work has a wider interest, containing, as it does, many references to Greek philosophy and philosophers. Of Gnosticism suffice it to say here that, in general, it was a monstrous conflation of scriptural and Christian, Greek and Oriental elements, which, professing to substitute knowledge, gnosis, for faith, offered a doctrine of God, creation, the origin of evil, salvation, to those who like to look upon themselves as superior persons in comparison with the ordinary run of Christians. There was a Jewish Gnosticism before the Christian form, and the latter itself can be looked on as a Christian heresy only in so far as the Gnostics borrowed certain specifically Christian themes. The Oriental and Hellenic elements are far too conspicuous for it to be possible to call Gnosticism a Christian heresy in the ordinary sense, although it was a real danger in the 2nd century and seduced those Christians who were attracted by the bizarre theosophical speculations which the Gnostics offered as knowledge. As a matter of fact, there were a number of Gnostic systems, such as those of Cerinthus, Marcion, the Ophites, Basilides, Valentinus. We know that Marcion was a Christian who suffered excommunication, but the Ophites were probably of Jewish Alexandrian origin, while in regard to famous Gnostics like Basilides and Valentinus, 2nd century, we do not know that they were ever Christians. Characteristic of Gnosticism in general was a dualism between God and matter, which, though not absolute, approached that of the later Manichaean system. The resulting gulf between God and matter was filled up by the Gnostics with a series of emanations or intermediary beings in which Christ found a place. The complement of the process of emanation was the return to God by way of salvation. In the system of Marcion, as one would expect, the Christian element was to the fore. The God of the Old Testament, the demiurge, is inferior to the God of the New Testament, who remained unknown until he revealed himself in Jesus Christ. In the systems of Basilides and Valentinus, however, the Christian element is less important. Christ is depicted as an inferior being, an aeon, in a fantastic hierarchy of divine and semi-divine emanations, and his mission is simply that of transmitting to man the salvific knowledge or gnosis. As matter is evil, it cannot be the work of the supreme God, but it is due to the great Archon, who was worshipped by the Jews and who gave himself out as the one supreme God. The Gnostic systems were thus not dualistic in the full Manichaean sense, since the demiurge, identified with the God of the Old Testament, was not made an independent and original principle of evil. The Neoplatonic element was too prominent to admit of absolute dualism, and their main common characteristic was not so much the tendency to dualism as the insistence on gnosis as the means of salvation. The adoption of Christian elements was largely due to the desire to absorb Christianity, to substitute gnosis for faith. To enter further upon the differentiating features of the various Gnostic systems and to detail the series of emanations would be a tiresome and profitless task. It is enough to point out that the general framework was a mixture of Oriental and Greek, e.g. Neo-Pythagorean and Neoplatonic, themes, with a varying dosage of Christian elements, taken both from Christianity proper and from apocryphal and spurious documents. To us today it is difficult to understand how Gnosticism could ever have been a danger to the Church or an attraction to any sane mind, but we have to remember that it arose at a time when a welter of philosophical schools and mystery religions was seeking to cater for the spiritual needs of men. Moreover, esoteric and theosophical systems, surrounded with the pseudo-glamour of Eastern wisdom, have not entirely lost their attraction for some minds even in much more recent times. Saint Irenaeus, born about AD 137 or 140, writing against the Gnostics in his Adversus Haer essays, affirms that there is one God, who made all things, creator of heaven and earth. He appeals, for example, to the argument from design and to that from universal consent, observing that the very heathen have learned from creation itself, by the use of reason, the existence of God as creator. One God created the world freely, and not by necessity. 2. Moreover, he created the world out of nothing and not out of previously existing matter, as the Gnostics pretend, relying on Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Plato. 3. But, though the human mind can come to know God through reason and revelation, it cannot comprehend God, whose essence transcends the human intelligence. To pretend to know the ineffable mysteries of God and to go beyond humble faith and love, as the Gnostics do, is mere conceit and pride. The doctrine of reincarnation is false, while the revealed moral law does not abrogate, but fulfills and extends, the natural law. In fine, the teaching of the apostles is the true gnosis, for according to Irenaeus the Gnostics borrowed most of their notions from Greek philosophers. Thus he accuses them of borrowing their morals from Epicurus and the Cynics, their doctrine of reincarnation from Plato. In this tendency to attach Gnostic theories to Greek philosophies, Irenaeus was closely followed by, 2. Hippolytus, died probably about AD 236, who was a disciple of Irenaeus, according to Photius, 5, and certainly utilized his teaching and writing. In the Proemium to his Philosophumena, now generally attributed to Hippolytus, he declares his intention, only imperfectly fulfilled, of exposing the plagiarism of the Gnostics by showing how their various opinions were taken from Greek philosophers, though they were made worse by the Gnostics, and, in order to do this more easily, he first recounts the opinions of the philosophers, relying for his information mainly, if not entirely, on the doxography of Theophrastus. The information, however, is not always accurate. His main accusation against the Greeks is that they glorified the parts of the creation with dainty phrases, but were ignorant of the Creator of all things, who made them freely out of nothing according to his wisdom and foreknowledge. For the foregoing authors wrote in Greek, but there was also a group of Latin apologists, Minosius Felix, Tertullian, Arnobius, and Lactantius, of whom the most important is Tertullian. It is uncertain whether Minosius Felix wrote before or after Tertullian, but in any case his attitude towards Greek philosophy, as shown in his Octavius, was more favorable than Tertullian's. Arguing that God's existence can be known with certainty from the order of nature and the design involved in the organism, particularly in the human body, and that the unity of God can be inferred from the unity of the cosmic order, he affirmed that Greek philosophers, too, recognized these truths. Thus Aristotle recognized one Godhead and the Stoics had a doctrine of divine providence, while Plato speaks in almost Christian terms when he talks in the Timaeus of the Maker and Father of the universe. 2. Tertullian, however, speaks in a rather different way of Greek philosophy. Born about AD 160 of pagan parents and educated as a jurist, he practiced in Rome. He became a Christian, only to fall into the Montanist heresy, a form of rigorous and excessive Puritanism. He was the first outstanding Christian Latin writer, and in his works his contempt for paganism and pagan learning is made clear and explicit. What have the philosopher and the Christian in common, the disciple of Greece, the friend of error, and the pupil of heaven, the foe of error and friend of truth? 1. Even Socrates' wisdom did not amount to much, since no one can really know God apart from Christ, nor Christ apart from the Holy Spirit. Moreover, Socrates was, self-confessedly, guided by a demon. As to Plato, he said that it was hard to find the Maker and Father of the universe, whereas the simplest Christian has already found him. 3. Moreover, the Greek philosophers are the patriarchs of the heretics, for inasmuch as Valentinus borrowed from the Platonists, Marcion from the Stoics, while the philosophers themselves borrowed ideas from the Old Testament and then distorted them and claimed them as their own. 6. However, in spite of the antithesis he makes between Christian wisdom and Greek philosophy, Tertullian himself developed philosophical themes and was influenced by the Stoics. He affirms that the existence of God is known with certainty from his works. 8. And also that from the uncreatedness of God we can argue to his perfection imper/ectum non potest esse, nisi quod factum, est, 1. But he makes the astounding statement that everything, including God, is corporeal, bodily. Everything which exists is a bodily existence sui generis. Nothing lacks bodily existence but that which is non-existent. 1. For who will deny that God is a body, although God is a spirit? For spirit has a bodily substance of its own kind, in its own form. 8. Many writers have concluded from these statements that Tertullian maintained a materialistic doctrine and held God to be really a material being, just as the Stoics considered God to be material. Some, however, have suggested that by body Tertullian often meant simply substance, and that when he attributes materiality to God, he is really simply attributing substantiality to God. On this explanation, when Tertullian says that God is a corpus sui generis, that he is corpus and yet spiritus, he would mean that God is a spiritual substance. His language would be at fault, while his thought would be acceptable. One is certainly not entitled to exclude this explanation as impossible, but it is true that Tertullian, speaking of the human soul, says that it must be a bodily substance since it can suffer. 3. However, he speaks ambiguously even on the nature of the soul, and in his Apology 4 he gives as a reason for the resurrection of the bodies of the wicked that the soul is not capable of suffering without the solid substance, that is, the flesh. It is probably best to say, then, that, while Tertullian's language often implies materialism of a rather crass sort, his meaning may not have been that which his language would often imply. When he teaches that the soul of the infant is derived from the father's seed like a kind of sprout, circulus, tradux, he would seem to be teaching a clearly materialistic doctrine, but this traducianism was adopted partly for a theological reason, to explain the transmission of original sin, and some later writers who inclined to the same view, did so for the same theological reason, without apparently realizing the materialistic implications of the doctrine. This does not show, of course, that Tertullian was not a materialist, but it should at least lead one to hesitate before forming the conviction that his general meaning always coincided with the words he used. His assertion of the freedom of the will and of the natural immortality of the soul will scarcely fit in, from the logical viewpoint, with sheer materialism, but that again would not justify one in flatly denying that he was a materialist, since he may have held a materialistic theory without realizing the fact that some of the attributes he ascribed to the soul were incompatible with a fully materialist position. One of the great services rendered by Tertullian to Christian thought was his development of theological and, to some extent, of philosophical terminology in the Latin language. Thus the technical use of the word persona is found for the first time in his writings. The divine persons are distinct as personae, but they are not different, divided, substantia. 1. In his doctrine of the word 2 he appeals explicitly to the Stoics, to Zeno and Cleanthes. 3. However, of Tertullian's theological developments and of his orthodoxy or unorthodoxy it is not our concern to speak. 3. In his Adversus Gentes, about 303, Arnobius makes some curious observations concerning the soul. Thus, although he affirms creationism, as against the Platonic doctrine of pre-existence, he makes the creating agent a being inferior to God, and he also asserts the gratuitous character of the soul's immortality, denying a natural immortality. One motive was evidently that of using the gratuitous character of immortality as an argument for becoming a Christian and leading a moral life. Again, while combating the Platonic theory of reminiscence, he asserts the experiential origin of all our ideas with one exception, the idea of God. He depicts a child brought up in solitude, silence, and ignorance throughout his youth and declares that, as a result, he would know nothing, he would certainly not have any knowledge by reminiscence. Plato's proof for his doctrine in the Meno is not cogent. 4. The origin of the soul by God's direct creation, in opposition to any form of traducianism, was clearly affirmed by Lactantius, about 250 to about 325, in his De Opificio Dei. 11.5. Gnosticism, as combated by Saint Irenaeus and Hippolytus, was, so far as it can reasonably be connected with Christianity, an heretical speculative system, or, more accurately, set of systems, which, in addition to Oriental and Christian elements, incorporated elements of Hellenic thought. One of its effects, therefore, was to arouse a determined opposition to Hellenic philosophy on the part of those Christian writers who exaggerated the connections between Gnosticism and Greek philosophy, which they considered to be the seed ground of heresy, but another effect was to contribute to the effort to construct a non-heretical gnosis, a Christian theologico-philosophical system. This effort was characteristic of the catechetical school at Alexandria, of which the two most famous names are Clement and Origen. Titus Flavius Clemens, Clement of Alexandria, was born about 150, perhaps at Athens, came to Alexandria in 202 or 203 and died there about 219. Animated by the attitude which was later summed up in the formula, Credo, uti anti-eoigam, he sought to develop the systematic presentation of the Christian wisdom in a true, as opposed to a false gnosis. In the process he followed the spirit of Justin Martyr's treatment of the Greek philosophers, looking on their work rather as a preparation for Christianity, an education of the Hellenic world for the revealed religion, then as a folly and delusion. The divine Logos has always illumined souls, but whereas the Jews were enlightened by Moses and the prophets, the Greeks had their wise men, their philosophers, so that philosophy was to the Greeks what the law was to the Hebrews. 1. It is true that Clement thought, following Justin again, that the Greeks borrowed from the Old Testament and distorted, from vainglorious motives, what they borrowed, but he was also firmly convinced that the light of the Logos enabled the Greek philosophers to attain many truths, and that philosophy is in reality simply that body of truths which are not the prerogative of any one Greek school but are found, in different measure and degree, in different schools, though Plato was indeed the greatest of all the philosophers. 2. But not only was philosophy a preparation for Christianity, it is also an aid in understanding Christianity. Indeed, the person who merely believes and makes no effort to understand is like a child in comparison with a man. Blind faith, passive acceptance, is not the ideal, though science, speculation, reasoning, cannot be true if they do not harmonize with revelation. In other words, Clement of Alexandria, as the first Christian man of learning, wanted to see Christianity in its relation to philosophy and to use the speculative reason in the systematization and development of theology. Incidentally, it is interesting to note that he rejects any real positive knowledge of God. We know in truth only what God is not, for example, that he is not a genus, not a species, that he is beyond anything of which we have had experience or which we can conceive. We are justified in predicating perfections of God, but at the same time we must remember that all names we apply to God are inadequate and so, in another sense, inapplicable. Independence, then, on some remarks of Plato in the Republic concerning the good and independence on Philo, Clement asserted the via negativa, so dear to the mystics, which reached its classical expression in the writings of the Pseudo-Dionysius. 2. Origen, foremost member of the catechetical school at Alexandria, was born in AD 185 or 186. He studied the works of Greek philosophers and is said to have attended the lectures of Ammonius Saccas, teacher of Plotinus. He had to abandon the headship of the Alexandrian school because of a synodical process, 231 and 232, directed against certain features of his doctrine and also against his ordination. He had, it was said, been ordained priest in Palestine in spite of his act of self-mutilation, and subsequently founded a school at Caesarea in Palestine, where Saint Gregory Thaumaturge was one of his pupils. He died in 254 or 255, his death being the consequence of the torture he had had to endure in the persecution of Decius. Origen was the most prolific and learned of all Christian writers before the Council of Nicaea, and there is no doubt that he had every intention of being and remaining an orthodox Christian, but his desire to reconcile the Platonic philosophy with Christianity and his enthusiasm for the allegorical interpretation of the scriptures led him into some heterodox opinions. Thus, under the influence of Platonism or rather of Neoplatonism, he held that God, who is purely spiritual, the IOFK, or TVA, one and who transcends truth and reason, essence and being. In his book Against the Pagan Philosopher Celsus 8 he says, following the mind of Plato, that God is inelstivavuzalula, created the world from eternity and by a necessity of his nature. God, who is goodness, could never have been inactive, since goodness always tends to self-communication, self-diffusion. Moreover, if God had created the world in time, if there was ever a time when the world was not, God's immutability would be impaired, which is an impossibility. 8. Both these reasons are conceived in dependence on Neoplatonism. God is indeed the creator of matter and is thus creator in the strict and Christian sense, but there is an infinity of worlds, one succeeding the other and all different from one another. 5. As evil is privation, and not something positive, God cannot be accused of being the author of evil. 6. The Logos or Word is the exemplar of creation, the ISIAT 1 and by the Logos all things are created, the Logos acting as mediator of God and creatures. 2. The final procession within the Godhead is the Holy Spirit, and immediately below the Holy Spirit are the created spirits, who, through the power of the Holy Spirit, are lifted up to become sons of God, in union with the Son, and are finally participants in the divine life of the Father. 3 souls were created by God exactly like to one another in quality, but sin in a state of pre-existence led to their being clothed with bodies, and the qualitative difference between souls is thus due to their behavior before their entry into this world. They enjoy freedom of will on earth, but their acts depend not merely on their free choice but also on the grace of God, which is apportioned according to their conduct in the pre-embodied state. Nevertheless, all souls, and even the devil and demons, too, will at length, through purificatory suffering, arrive at union with God. This is the doctrine of the restoration of all things, iroxapexum, vnoxitiodaui, tav-tuv, whereby all things will return to their ultimate principle and God will be all in all. For this involves, of course, a denial of the orthodox doctrine of hell. From even the little which has been said concerning Origen's thought, it should be clear that he attempted a fusion of Christian doctrine with Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy. The Son and the Holy Ghost in the Blessed Trinity, though within the Godhead, are spoken of in a manner which indicates the influence of the emanationism of Philonic and Neoplatonic thought. The theory of the Logos as idea of ideas and that of eternal and necessary creation come from the same source, while the theory of pre-existence is Platonic. Of course, the philosophical ideas which Origen adopted were incorporated by him in a Christian setting and framework, so that he may rightly be considered the first great synthetic thinker of Christianity, but although he attached them to scriptural passages freely interpreted, his enthusiasm for Greek thought led him sometimes into heterodoxy. 6. The Greek fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries were occupied mainly with theological questions. Thus Saint Athanasius, who died in 373, was the great foe of Arianism. Saint Gregory Nazianzen, who died in 390 and was known as the theologian, is particularly remarkable for his work on Trinitarian and Christological theology. Saint John Chrysostom, died 406, is celebrated as one of the greatest orators of the Church and for his work on the Scriptures. In treating of dogmas like those of the Blessed Trinity and the hypostatic union, the Fathers naturally made use of philosophical terms and expressions, but their application of reasoning in theology does not make them philosophers in the strict sense, and we must pass them over here. One may point out, however, that Saint Basil, died 379, studied in the University of Athens, together with Saint Gregory Nazianzen, and that in his Ad Adolescence he recommends a study of the Greek poets, orators, historians, and philosophers, though a selection should be made from their writings which would exclude immoral passages. Greek literature and learning are a potent instrument of education, but moral education is more important than literary and philosophic formation. Saint Basil himself in his descriptions of animals apparently depended almost entirely on the relevant works of Aristotle. But, though we cannot consider here the theological speculations of the Greek fathers, something must be said of 2 eminent figures of the period, the historian Eusebius and Saint Gregory of Nyssa. Eusebius of Caesarea was born in Palestine about 265, became bishop of Caesarea, his birthplace, in 313, and died there in 339 or 340. Best known as a great church historian, he is also of importance for his Christian apologetic, and under this heading conies his attitude towards Greek philosophy, since, in general, he regarded Greek philosophy, especially Platonism, as a preparation of the heathen world for Christianity, though he was fully alive to the errors of Greek philosophers and to the contradictions between the many philosophical schools. Yet, though he speaks sharply on occasion, his general attitude is sympathetic and appreciative, an attitude which comes out most clearly in his Preparatio Evangelica in 15 books. It is greatly to be regretted that we have not got the 25 books of the work which Eusebius wrote in answer to Porphyry's attack on Christianity, as his reply to the eminent Neoplatonist and pupil of Plotinus would doubtless throw much light on his philosophical ideas, but the Preparatio Evangelica is sufficient to show, not only that Eusebius shared the general outlook of Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria and Origen, but also that he had read widely in the literature of the Greeks. He was in fact an extremely learned man, and his work is one of the sources for our knowledge of the philosophy of those thinkers whose works have perished. One would probably only expect, given the attitude of his predecessors, to find Eusebius especially appreciative of Plato. In fact, he devotes to Platonism 3 books, and 13, of the Preparatio. Clement had spoken of Plato as Moses writing in Greek, and Eusebius, agreeing with Clement, considered that Plato and Moses were in agreement, one that Plato may be called a prophet of the economy of salvation. 2. Like Clement and Origen, and like Philo also, Eusebius thought that Plato had borrowed the truths he exposes from the Old Testament. 3. But at the same time he is willing to admit the possibility of Plato having discovered the truth for himself or of his having been enlightened by God. 4. In any case, not only does Plato agree with the sacred literature of the Hebrews in his idea of God, but he also suggests, in his letters, the idea of the Blessed Trinity. On this point Eusebius is, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense and is referring to the three principles of the one or good, the nous or mind, and the world soul. 8. The ideas are the ideas of God, of the Logos, the exemplar patterns of creation, and the picture of creation in the Timaeus is similar to that contained in Genesis. 9. Again, Plato agrees with the scriptures in his doctrine of immortality. 7. While the moral teaching of the Phaedrus reminds Eusebius of St. Paul. 8. Even Plato's political ideal found its realization in the Jewish theocracy. 9. Nevertheless, it remains true that Plato did not affirm these truths without an admixture of error. 10. His doctrine of God and of creation is contaminated by his doctrine of emanation and by his acceptance of the eternity of matter, his doctrine of the soul and of immortality by his theory of pre-existence and of reincarnation, and so on. Thus Plato, even if he was a prophet, was no more than a prophet. He did not himself enter into the promised land of truth, though he approached near to it. It is Christianity alone which is the true philosophy. Moreover, Plato's philosophy was highly intellectualist, caviar for the multitude, whereas Christianity is for all, so that men and women, rich and poor, learned and unlearned, can be philosophers. To discuss Eusebius's interpretation of Plato would be out of place here. It is sufficient to note that he, in common with most other Christian Greek writers, gives the palm to Plato among Hellenic thinkers, and that, in common with all the early Christian writers, he makes no real distinction between theology in a strict sense and philosophy in a strict sense. There is one wisdom, which is found adequately and completely only in Christianity. Greek thinkers attained to true philosophy or wisdom in so far as they anticipated Christianity. Among those who anticipated the true philosophy, Plato is the most outstanding, but even he stood only on the threshold of truth. Naturally, the notion that Plato and other Hellenic thinkers borrowed from the Old Testament, although itself partly a consequence of their understanding of philosophy, helped also to confirm Christian writers like Eusebius in their very wide interpretation of philosophy, as including not only the result of human speculation but also the data of revelation. In fact, in spite of his very favorable judgment on Plato, the logical conclusion from Eusebius's and others' conviction that the Greek philosophers borrowed from the Old Testament would inevitably be that human speculation unaided by direct illumination from God is not of any great avail in the attainment of truth. For what are the errors with which even Plato contaminated the truth but the result of human speculation? If you say that the truth contained in Greek philosophy came from the Old Testament, that is to say, from revelation, you can hardly avoid the conclusion that the errors in Greek philosophy came from human speculation, with a consequently unfavorable judgment as to the power of that speculation. This attitude was very common among the Fathers and, in the Middle Ages, it was to be clearly expressed by Saint Bonaventure in the 13th century, though it was not to be the view that ultimately prevailed in scholasticism, the view of Saint Thomas Aquinas and of Duns Scotus. 2. One of the most learned of the Greek Fathers and one of the most interesting from the philosophic standpoint was the brother of Saint Basil, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, who was born in Caesarea, in Cappadocia, not Palestine, about AD 335 and, after having been a teacher of rhetoric, became Bishop of Nyssa, dying about the year 395. Gregory of Nyssa realized clearly that the data of revelation are accepted on faith and are not the result of a logical process of reasoning, that the mysteries of faith are not philosophical and scientific conclusions. If they were, then supernatural faith, as exercised by Christians, and Hellenic philosophizing would be indistinguishable. On the other hand, the faith has a rational basis, in that, logically speaking, the acceptance of mysteries on authority presupposes the ascertainability by natural reasoning of certain preliminary truths, especially the existence of God, which are capable of philosophic demonstration. Accordingly, though the superiority of faith must be maintained, it is only right to invoke the aid of philosophy. Ethics, natural philosophy, logic, mathematics, are not only ornaments in the temple of truth but may also contribute to the life of wisdom and virtue. They are, therefore, not to be despised or rejected, though divine revelation must be accepted as a touchstone and criterion of truth, since human reasoning must be judged by the Word of God, not the Word of God by human reasoning. 2. Again, it is right to employ human speculation and human reasoning in regard to dogma, but the conclusions will not be valid unless they agree with the Scriptures. 3. The cosmic order proves the existence of God, and from the necessary perfection of God we can argue to his unity, that there is one God. Gregory went on to attempt to give reasons for the Trinity of persons in the one Godhead. For instance, God must have a logos, a word, a reason. He cannot be less than man, who also has a reason, a word. But the divine logos cannot be something of fleeting duration, it must be eternal, just as it must be living. The internal word in man is a fleeting accident, but in God there can be no such thing. The logos is one in nature with the Father, for there is but one God, the distinction between the logos and the Father, the Word and the Speaker, being a distinction of relation. To enter into Gregory's Trinitarian doctrine as such is not our concern here, but the fact that he tries, in some sense, to prove the doctrine is of interest, since it afforded a precedent for the later attempts of Saint Anselm and Richard of Saint Victor to deduce the Trinity, to prove it rationibus necessarius. Obviously, however, Saint Gregory's intention, like that of Saint Anselm, was to render the mystery more intelligible by the application of dialectic, not to rationalize the mystery in the sense of departing from dogmatic orthodoxy. Similarly, his theory that the word man is primarily applicable to the universal and only secondarily to the individual man was an attempt to render the mystery more intelligible, the application of the illustration being this, that the word God refers primarily to the divine essence, which is one, and only secondarily to the divine persons, who are three, so that the Christian cannot be rightly accused of tritheism. But, though the illustration was introduced to defeat the charge of tritheism and make the mystery more intelligible, it was an unfortunate illustration, since it implied a hyper-realist view of universals. Saint Gregory's Platonism in regard to universals comes out clearly in his De Hominis Epiphytio, where he distinguishes the heavenly man, the ideal man, the universal, from the earthly man, the object of experience. The former, the ideal man or rather ideal human being, exists only in the divine idea and is without sexual determination, being neither male nor female. The latter, the human being of experience, is an expression of the ideal and is sexually determined, the ideal being, as it were, splintered or partially expressed in many single individuals. Thus, according to Gregory, individual creatures proceed by creation, not by emanation, from the ideal in the divine logos. This theory clearly goes back to Neoplatonism and to Philonism, and it was adopted by the first outstanding philosopher of the Middle Ages, John Scotus Eriugena, who was much influenced by the writings of Saint Gregory of Nyssa. It must be remembered, however, that Gregory never meant to imply that there was ever an historic ideal man, sexually undetermined, God's idea of man will be realized only eschatologically, when, according to St. Paul's words as interpreted by Gregory, there will be neither male nor female, since in heaven there will be no marriage. God created the world out of an abundance of goodness and love, in order that there might be creatures who could participate in the divine goodness, but though God is goodness and created the world out of goodness, he did not create the world from necessity, but freely. A share in this freedom God has given to man, and God respects this freedom, permitting man to choose evil if he so wills. Evil is the result of man's free choice. God is not responsible. It is true that God foresaw evil and that he permits it, but in spite of this foreknowledge he created man, for he knew also that he would in the end bring all men to himself. Gregory thus accepted the Origenist theory of the restoration of all things. Every human being, even Satan and the fallen angels, will at length turn to God, at least through the purifying sufferings of the hereafter. In a sense, then, every human being will at length return to the ideal and be therein contained, though Gregory certainly accepted individual immortality. This notion of the return of all things to God, to the principle from whom they sprang, and of the attainment of a state in which God is all in all, was also borrowed by John Scotus Eriugena from St. Gregory, and in interpreting the somewhat ambiguous language of John Scotus one should at least bear in mind the thought of St. Gregory, even while admitting the possibility of John Scotus having attached a different meaning to similar words. But, though St. Gregory of Nyssa shared Origen's theory of the restoration of all things, he did not share Origen's acceptance of the Platonic notion of pre-existence, and in the De Hominis Epiphysico 1 he says that the author of the De Principiis was led astray by Hellenic theories. The soul, which is not confined to any one portion of the body, is a created essence, ouoia iswit, a living essence, intellectual, with an organic and sensitive body, an essence that has the power of giving life and perceiving sensible objects, so long as the bodily instruments endure. 2. As simple and uncompounded, itra xtj vizeld verove, the soul has the power of surviving the body. 3. With which, however, it will in the end be reunited. The soul is thus spiritual and incorporeal, but how is it different from body? For body, i.e. a concrete material object, is composed, according to Gregory, of qualities which in themselves are incorporeal. In the De Hominis Epiphysico 4 he says that the union of qualities like color, solidity, quantity, weight, results in body, whereas their dissolution spells the perishing of the body. In the preceding chapter he has proposed a dilemma: either material things proceed from God, in which case God, as their source, would contain matter in himself, would be material, or, if God is not material, then material things do not proceed from him and matter is eternal. Gregory, however, rejects both the materiality of God and dualism, and the natural conclusion of this would be that the qualities of which bodily things are composed are not material. It is true that, while asserting creation ex nihilo, Gregory asserts that we cannot comprehend how God creates the qualities out of nothing, but it is reasonable to suppose that in his eyes the qualities which form body are not themselves bodies. In feet they could not be, since there is no concrete body at all except in and through their union. Presumably he was influenced by Plato's doctrine of the qualities in the Timaeus. How, then, are they not spiritual? And, if they are spiritual, how does soul differ essentially from body? The reply would doubtless be that, though the qualities unite to form body and cannot, considered in abstraction, be called bodies, yet they have an essential relation to matter, since it is their function to form matter. An analogous difficulty recurs in regard to the Aristotelian Thomistic doctrine of matter and form. Prime matter is not in itself body, but it is one of the principles of body. How, then, considered in itself, does it differ from the immaterial and spiritual? Thomistic philosophers answer that prime matter never exists by itself alone and that it has an exigency for quantity, an essential ordination to concrete body, and presumably Gregory of Nyssa would have to say something of the same sort in regard to his primary qualities. In passing, one may note that similar difficulties might be raised in regard to certain modern theories concerning the constitution of matter. Plato, one might reasonably suppose, would welcome these theories, were he alive today, and it is not improbable that Saint Gregory of Nyssa would follow suit. From what has been said, it is clear that Gregory of Nyssa was much influenced by Platonism, Neoplatonism, and the writings of Philo. He speaks, for example, of the Vusji, $0 as being the purpose of man, of the flight of the alone to the alone, of justicane itself, of Eros and the ascent to the ideal beauty, but it must be emphasized that, although Gregory undeniably employed Platonian themes and expressions, as also to a less extent those of Philo, he did not by any means always understand them in a Platonian or Philonic sense. On the contrary, he utilized expressions of Plotinus or Plato to expose and state Christian doctrines. For example, the likeness to God is the work of grace, a development under the activity of God, with man's free cooperation, of the image or ebov of God implanted in the soul at baptism. Again, justice in itself is not an abstract virtue nor even an idea in nous, it is the logos indwelling in the soul, the effect of this inhabitation being the participated virtue. This logos, moreover, is not the nous of Plotinus, nor is it the logos of Philo, it is the second person of the Blessed Trinity, and between God and creatures there is no intermediary procession of subordinate hypostases. Finally, it is noteworthy that Saint Gregory of Nyssa was the first real founder of systematic mystical theology. Here again he utilized Platonian and Philonic themes, but he employed them in a Christian sense and within a Christocentric framework of thought. Naturally speaking, man's mind is fitted to know sensible objects, and contemplating these objects the mind can come to know something of God and his attributes, symbolic theology, which is partly equivalent to natural theology in the modern sense. On the other hand, though man by nature has as his proper object of knowledge sensible things, these things are not fully real, they are mirage and illusion except as symbols or manifestations of immaterial reality, that reality towards which man is spiritually drawn. The consequent tension in the soul leads to a state of Ivexterlot or despair, which is the birth of mysticism, since the soul, drawn by God, leaves its natural object of knowledge, without, however, being able to see the God to whom it is drawn by love, it enters into the darkness, what the medieval treatise calls the cloud of unknowing. To this stage corresponds the negative theology, which so influenced the pseudo-Dionysius. In the soul's advance there are, as it were, two movements, that of the indwelling of the triune God and that of the soul's reaching out beyond itself, culminating in ecstasy. Origen had interpreted the Philonic ecstasy intellectually, as any other form of ecstasy was then suspect, owing to Montanist extravagances, but Gregory set ecstasy at the summit of the soul's endeavor, interpreting it first and foremost as ecstatic love. The darkness which envelopes God is due primarily to the utter transcendence of the divine essence, and Gregory drew the conclusion that even in heaven the soul is always pressing forward, drawn by love, to penetrate further into God. A static condition would mean either satiety or death. Spiritual life demands constant progress, and the nature of the divine transcendence involves the same progress, since the human mind can never comprehend God. In a sense, then, the divine darkness always persists, and it is true to say that Gregory gave to this knowledge in darkness a priority over intellectual knowledge, not because he despised the human intellect but because he realized the transcendence of God. Saint Gregory's scheme of the soul's ascent certainly bears some resemblance to that of Plotinus, but at the same time it is thoroughly Christocentric. The advance of the soul is the work of the divine Logos, Christ. Moreover, his ideal is not that of a solitary union with God, but rather of a realization of the pleroma of Christ. The advance of one soul brings grace and blessing to others, and the indwelling of God in the individual affects the whole body. His mysticism is also thoroughly sacramental in character. The tsiv is restored by baptism, union with God is fostered by the Eucharist. In fine, the writings of Saint Gregory of Nyssa are the source from which not only the pseudo-Dionysius and mystics down to Saint John of the Cross drew, directly or indirectly, much of their inspiration, but they are also the fountainhead of those Christian philosophical systems which trace out the soul's advance through different stages of knowledge and love up to the mystical life and the beatific vision. If a purely spiritual writer like St. John of the Cross stands in the line that goes back to Gregory, so does the mystical philosopher St. Bonaventure. 7. Of the Latin Fathers the greatest, without a shadow of doubt, is St. Augustine of Hippo, but, because of the importance of his thought for the Middle Ages, I shall consider his philosophy separately and rather more at length. In this section it is sufficient to mention very briefly St. Ambrose, about 333 to 397, Bishop of Milan. Saint Ambrose shared the typically Roman attitude towards philosophy, i.e. an interest in practical and ethical matters, coupled with little facility or taste for metaphysical speculation. In his dogmatic and scriptural work he depended mainly on the Greek fathers, but in ethics he was influenced by Cicero, and in his De Officiis Ministrorum, composed about 391 and addressed to the clergy of Milan, he provided a Christian counterpart to the De Officiis of the great Roman orator. In his book the saint follows Cicero closely in his divisions and treatment of the virtues, but the whole treatment is naturally infused with the Christian ethos, and the Stoic ideal of happiness, found in the possession of virtue, is complemented by the final ideal of eternal happiness in God. It is not that St. Ambrose makes any particularly new contributions to Christian ethic, the importance of his work lies rather in its influence on succeeding thought, in the use made of it by later writers on ethics. 8. The Greek Fathers, as has been seen, were mainly influenced by the Platonic tradition, but one of the factors which helped to prepare the way for the favorable reception eventually accorded to Aristotelianism in the Latin West was the /T fork of the last of the Greek Fathers, St. John Damascene. St. John Damascene, who died probably at the end of the year AD 749, was not only a resolute opponent of the iconoclasts but also a great systematizer in the field of theology, so that he can be looked on as the scholastic of the Orient. He explicitly says that he does not intend to give new and personal opinions, but to preserve and hand on the thoughts of holy and learned men, so that it would be useless to seek in his writings for novelty of content, yet in his systematic and ordered presentation of the ideas of his predecessors a certain originality may be ascribed to him. His chief work is the Fount of Wisdom, in the first part of which he gives a sketch of the Aristotelian logic and ontology, though he draws on other writers besides Aristotle, e.g. Porphyry. In this first part, the Dialectica, he makes clear his opinion that philosophy and profane science are the instruments or handmaids of theology, adopting the view of Clement of Alexandria and the two Gregories, a view which goes back to Philo the Alexandrian Jew and was often repeated in the Middle Ages. In the second part of his great work he gives a history of heresies, using material supplied by former writers, and in the third part, the De Fide Orthodoxa, he gives, in 4 books, an orderly treatment of orthodox patristic theology. This third part was translated into Latin by Burgundius of Pisa in 1151 and was used by, among others, Peter Lombard, Saint Albert the Great and Saint Thomas Aquinas. In the East, Saint John Damascene enjoys almost as much esteem as Saint Thomas Aquinas in the West. 9. From even the brief survey given above it is evident that one would look in vain for a systematic philosophical synthesis in the works of any of the Greek Fathers or indeed in any of the Latin Fathers save Augustine. The Greek Fathers, making no very clear distinction between the provinces of philosophy and theology, regarded Christianity as the one true wisdom or philosophy. Hellenic philosophy they tended to regard as a propedeutic to Christianity, so that their main interest in treating of it was to point out the anticipation of Christian truth which they saw therein contained and the aberrations from truth which were also clear to them. The former they frequently attributed to borrowing from the Old Testament, the latter to the weakness of human speculation and to the perverse desire of originality, the vainglory, of the philosophers themselves. When they adopted ideas from Hellenic philosophy they generally accepted them because they thought that they would help in the exposition and presentation of the Christian wisdom, not in order to incorporate them in a philosophic system in the strict sense. Nevertheless, there are, as we have seen, philosophic elements in the writings of the Fathers. For instance, they make use of rational arguments for God's existence, particularly the argument from order and design. They speculate about the origin and nature of the soul. Saint Gregory of Nyssa even had some ideas which fall under the heading of philosophy of nature or cosmology. Still, since their arguments, the arguments for God's existence, for example, are not really worked out in any developed, systematic and strict manner, it may appear out of place to have considered them at all. I think, however, that this would be a mistake, as even a brief treatment of patristic thought is sufficient to bring out one point which may tend to be forgotten by those who know little of Christian philosophic thought. Owing to the fact that St. Thomas Aquinas, who has in recent times been accorded a peculiar status among Catholic philosophers, adopted a great deal of the Aristotelian system, and owing to the fact that early thinkers of the modern era, e.g. Descartes and Francis Bacon, fulminate against scholastic Aristotelianism, it is sometimes taken for granted that Christian philosophy, or at least Catholic philosophy, means Aristotelianism and nothing else. Yet, leaving out of account for the present later centuries, a survey of patristic thought is sufficient to show that Plato, and not Aristotle, was the Greek thinker who won the greatest esteem from the Fathers of the Church. This may have been due in great part to the fact that Neoplatonism was the dominant and vigorous contemporary philosophy, and to the fact that the Fathers not only saw Plato more or less in the light of Neoplatonic interpretation and development, but also knew comparatively little about Aristotle, in most cases at least. But it also remains true that, whatever may have been the cause or causes, the Fathers tended to see in Plato a forerunner of Christianity, and that the philosophic elements they adopted were adopted, for the most part, from the Platonic tradition. If one adds to this the further consideration that patristic thought, especially that of Augustine, profoundly influenced, not only the early Middle Ages, not only such eminent thinkers as Saint Anselm and Saint Bonaventure, but even Saint Thomas Aquinas himself, it will be seen that, from the historical viewpoint at least, some knowledge of patristic thought is both desirable and valuable. In Latin Christendom the name of Augustine stands out as that of the greatest of the Fathers, both from a literary and from a theological standpoint, a name that dominated Western thought until the 13th century and which can never lose its luster, notwithstanding the Aristotelianism of Saint Thomas Aquinas and his school, especially as this Aristotelianism was very far from disregarding and still further from belittling the great African doctor. Indeed, in order to understand the currents of thought in the Middle Ages, a knowledge of Augustinianism is essential. In the present work the thought of Augustine cannot be treated with the fullness which it merits, but treated it must be, even if summarily. Born at Tagaste in the province of Numidia on November 13, AD 354, Augustine came of a pagan father, Patricius, and a Christian mother, Saint Monica. His mother brought up her child as a Christian, but Augustine's baptism was deferred, in accordance with a common, if undesirable, custom of the time. The child learned the rudiments of Latin and arithmetic from a schoolmaster of Tagaste, but play, at which he wished always to be the winner, was more attractive to him than study, and Greek, which he began after a time, he hated, though he was attracted by the Homeric poems considered as a story. That Augustine knew practically no Greek is untrue, but he never learned to read the language with ease. In about AD 365 Augustine went to the town of Madura, where he laid the foundation of his knowledge of Latin literature and grammar. Madura was still largely a pagan place, and the effect of the general atmosphere and of his study of the Latin classics was evidently to detach the boy from the faith of his mother, a detachment which his year of idleness at Tagaste, 369–70, did nothing to mitigate. In 370, the year in which his father died after having become a Catholic, Augustine began the study of rhetoric at Carthage, the largest city he had yet seen. The licentious ways of the great port and center of government, the sight of the obscene rites connected with cults imported from the East, combined with the fact that Augustine, the southerner, was already a man, with passions alive and vehement, led to his practical break with the moral ideals of Christianity, and before long he took a mistress, with whom he lived for over 10 years and by whom he had a son in his second year at Carthage. In spite, however, of his irregular life, Augustine was a very successful student of rhetoric and by no means neglected his studies. It was soon after reading the Hortensius of Cicero, which turned the youth's mind to the search for truth, that Augustine accepted the teaching of the Manichaeans, one which seemed to offer him a rational presentation of truth, in distinction from the barbaric ideas and illogical doctrines of Christianity. Thus Christians maintained that God created the whole world and that God is good. How, then, could they explain the existence of evil and suffering? The Manichaeans, however, maintained a dualistic theory, according to which there are two ultimate principles, a good principle, that of light, God, or Ormuzd, and an evil principle, that of darkness, Ahriman. These principles are both eternal and their strife is eternal, a strife reflected in the world which is the production of the two principles in mutual conflict. In man the soul, composed of light, is the work of the good principle, while the body, composed of grosser matter, is the work of the evil principle. This system commended itself in Augustine's eyes because it seemed to explain the problem of evil and because of its fundamental materialism, for he could not yet conceive how there could be an immaterial reality, imperceptible to the senses. Conscious of his own passions and sensual desires, he felt that he could now attribute them to an evil cause outside himself. Moreover, although the Manichaeans condemned sexual intercourse and the eating of flesh meat and prescribed ascetic practices such as fasting, these practices obliged only the elect, not the hearers, to which level Augustine belonged. Augustine, now detached from Christianity both morally and intellectually, returned to Tagaste in 374 and there taught grammar and Latin literature for a year, after which he opened a school of rhetoric at Carthage in the autumn of 374. He lived with his mistress and their child, Adeodatus, and it was during this period that he won a prize for poetry, a dramatic piece, not now extant. 1. And published his first prose work, De Pulchro et Apto. The sojourn at Carthage lasted until 383 and it was shortly before Augustine's departure for Rome that an event of some importance occurred. Augustine had been troubled by difficulties and problems which the Manichaeans could not answer, for example, the problem of the source of certitude in human thought, the reason why the two principles were in eternal conflict, etc. It happened that a noted Manichaean bishop, Faustus by name, came to Carthage, and Augustine resolved to seek from him a satisfactory solution of his difficulties, but, though he found Faustus agreeable and friendly, he did not find in his words the intellectual satisfaction which he sought. It was, therefore, with his faith in Manichaeism already somewhat shaken that he set out for Rome. He made the journey partly because the students at Carthage were ill-mannered and difficult to control, whereas he had heard good reports of the students' behavior at Rome, partly because he hoped for greater success in his career in the imperial metropolis. Arrived at Rome, Augustine opened a school in rhetoric, but, though the students were well behaved in class, they had the inconvenient habit of changing their school just before the payment of fees was due. He accordingly sought for and obtained a position at Milan as municipal professor of rhetoric in 384, but he did not leave Rome without having lost most of his belief in Manichaeanism and having been consequently attracted towards academic scepticism, though he retained a nominal adherence to Manichaeanism and still accepted some of the Manichaean positions, for example their materialism. At Milan, Augustine came to think a little better of Christianity owing to the sermons on the scriptures delivered by Saint Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, but though he was ready to become a catechumen again, he was not yet convinced of the truth of Christianity. Moreover, his passions were still too strong for him. His mother wished him to marry a certain girl, hoping that marriage would help to reform his life, but, being unable to wait the necessary time for the girl in question, he took another mistress in place of the mother of Adeodatus, from whom he had parted in sorrow in view of the proposed marriage. At this time Augustine read certain Platonic treatises in the Latin translation of Victor Enus, these treatises being most probably the Enneads of Plotinus. The effect of Neoplatonism was to free him from the shackles of materialism and to facilitate his acceptance of the idea of immaterial reality. In addition, the Plotinian conception of evil as privation rather than as something positive showed him how the problem of evil could be met without having to have recourse to the dualism of the Manichaeans. In other words, the function of Neoplatonism at this period was to render it possible for Augustine to see the reasonableness of Christianity, and he began to read the New Testament again, particularly the writings of St. Paul. If Neoplatonism suggested to him the idea of the contemplation of spiritual things, of wisdom in the intellectual sense, the New Testament showed him that it was also necessary to lead a life in accordance with wisdom. These impressions were confirmed by his meeting with two men, Simplicianus and Pontianus. The former, an old priest, gave Augustine an account of the conversion of Victorinus, the Neoplatonist, to Christianity, with the result that the young man burned with the desire to do likewise, while the latter spoke of the life of Saint Anthony of Egypt, which made Augustine disgusted with his own moral state. 2. There followed that intense moral struggle, which culminated in the famous scene enacted in the garden of his house, when Augustine, hearing a child's voice over a wall crying repeatedly the refrain "Tall leg, tall leg," opened the New Testament at random and lighted on the words of St. Paul in the Epistle to the Romans, 3, which sealed his moral conversion. For it is perfectly clear that the conversion which then took place was a moral conversion, a conversion of will, a conversion which followed the intellectual conversion. His reading of Neoplatonic works was an instrument in the intellectual conversion of Augustine, while his moral conversion, from the human viewpoint, was prepared by the sermons of Ambrose and the words of Simplicianus and Pontianus, and confirmed and sealed by the New Testament. The agony of his second or moral conversion was intensified by the fact that he already knew what he ought to do, though on the other hand he felt himself without the power to accomplish it. To the words of St. Paul, however, which he read in the garden, he gave, under the impulse of grace, a real assent, and his life was changed. This conversion occurred in the summer of 386. A lung ailment from which he was suffering gave Augustine the excuse he wanted to retire from his professorship, and at Cassisiacum, through reading and reflection and discussions with friends, he endeavored to obtain a better understanding of the Christian religion, using as an instrument concepts and themes taken from Neoplatonic philosophy, his idea of Christianity being still very incomplete and tinctured, more than it was to be later, by Neoplatonism. From this period of retirement date his works Contra Academicos, De Beata Vita and De Ordine. Returning to Milan, Augustine wrote the De Immortalitate Animi. The Soliloquia were also written about this time, and began the De Musica. On Holy Saturday of 387 Augustine was baptized by Saint Ambrose, soon after which event he set out to return to Africa. His mother, who had come over to Italy, died at Ostia, while they were waiting for a boat. It was at Ostia that there occurred the celebrated scene described in the Confessions. 1. Augustine delayed his return to Africa, and while residing at Rome wrote the De Libero Arbitrario, the De Quantitate Animi and the De Moribus Ecclesiae Catholici et De Moribus Manichaeorum. In the autumn of 388 he set sail for Africa. Back at Tagaste, Augustine established a small monastic community. From this period, 388-91, date his De Genesi contra Manichaeos, De Magistro and De Vera Religione, while he completed the De Musica. It is probable that he also polished up or completed the De Moribus, mentioned above. At Cassisiacum Augustine had resolved never to marry, but he did not apparently intend to seek ordination, for it was contrary to his own wishes that the Bishop of Hippo ordained him priest in 391, when he was on a visit to that seaport town, about 150 miles due west of Carthage. The bishop desired Augustine's help, and the latter settled down at Hippo and established a monastery. Engaged in controversy with the Manichaeans, he composed the De Utilitate Credendi, the De Duibus Animibus, the Disputio contra Fortunatum, the De Fide et Symbolo, a lecture on the creed delivered before a synod of African bishops, and, against the Donatists, the Summus contra partem donati. He started a literal commentary on Genesis, but, as its name implies, De Genesi ad litteram liber imperfectus, left it unfinished. The De diversis questionibus, 389-96, the Contra Adamantum Manichaeum. De Sermone Domini in Monte, the De Mendatio and De Continentia, as well as various commentaries, on Romans and Galatians, also date from the early period of Augustine's priestly life. In the year 395-6 Augustine was consecrated auxiliary bishop of Hippo, setting up another monastic establishment within his residence very shortly after his consecration. When Valerius, bishop of Hippo, died in 396, within a year of Augustine's consecration, he became ruling bishop of Hippo in Valerius's place, and remained in that post until his death. This meant that he had to face the task of governing a diocese in which the Donatist schism was well entrenched instead of being able to devote himself to a life of quiet prayer and study. However, whatever his personal inclinations, Augustine threw himself into the anti-Donatist struggle with ardor, preaching, disputing, publishing anti-Donatist controversy. Nevertheless, in spite of this activity, he found time for composing such works as the De Diversis Questionibus ad Simplicianum, 397, part of the De Doctrina Christiana, the fourth book being added in 426, part of the Confessions, the whole work being published by 400, and the annotations in Job. Augustine also exchanged controversial letters with the great scholar Saint Jerome, on scriptural matters. In the year 400 Saint Augustine started on one of his greatest treatises, the 15 books De Trinitate, which were completed in 417, and in 401 began the 12 books of the De Genesi ad litteram, completed in 415. In the same year, 400, appeared the De Catechizandis Rudibus, the De Consensu Evangelistarum, the De Opera Monachorum, the Contra Faustum Manichaeum, 33 books, the first book of the Contra Liter Espediliani, Donatist Bishop of Cirta, the second book dating from 401 to 2 and the third from 402 to 3. These were followed by other anti-Donatist works, such as the Contra Cresconium Grammaticum Partis Donati, 402, though various publications have not been preserved, and several writings against the Manichaeans. In addition to this controversial activity, Augustine was constantly preaching and writing letters, thus the letter to Dioscorus, one in which, in answer to certain questions about Cicero, Augustine develops his views on pagan philosophy, still showing a strong predilection for Neoplatonism, dates from 410. Imperial edicts were issued in the course of time against the Donatists, and about the year 411, after the conference that then took place, Augustine was able to turn his attention to another set of opponents, the Pelagians. Pelagius, who exaggerated the role of human volition in man's salvation and minimized that of grace, denying original sin, visited Carthage in 410 accompanied by Coelestius. In 411, after Pelagius had left for the east, Coelestius was excommunicated by a council at Carthage. Pelagius had tried to use texts from Augustine's De Libero Arbitrio in support of his own heresy, but the bishop made his position quite clear in his De Peccatorum Meritus et Remissione, et De Baptismo Parvulorum, ad Marcellinum, following it up in the same year, 412, by the De Spiritu et Littera, and later by the De Fide et Operibus, 413, the De Natura et Gratia contra Pelagium, 415, and the De Perfectione Iustitii Hominis, 415. However, not content with his anti-Pelagian polemic, Augustine began, in 413, the 22 books of the De Civitate Dei, completed in 426, one of his greatest and most famous works, written against the background of the barbarian invasion of the empire, and prepared many of his Enarrationes in Samos. In addition he published, 415, the Ad Orogium, contra Priscillianistas et Origenistas, a book against the heresy started by the Spanish bishop, Precilian, and in the course of further anti-Pelagian polemic the De Gestis Pelagii, 417, and the De Gratia Christi et Peccato originally, 418. As if all this were not enough, Augustine finished the De Trinitate, and wrote his Injones Evangelium, 416-17, and in Epistolas Jones ad Parthos, 416, not to speak of numerous letters and sermons. In 418 Pelagianism was condemned, first by a council of African bishops, then by the Emperor Honorius, and finally by Pope Zosimus, but the controversy was not yet over, and when Augustine was accused by Julian, heretical bishop of Eclanum, of having invented the concept of original sin, the saint replied in the work De Nuptiis et Concupiscentia, 419-20, while in 420 he addressed two books, Contra duas Epistolas Pelagianorum ad Bonifacium Papam, to the Pope, and followed them up by his Contra Iulianum Harasis Pelagiani Defensor M, 6 books, in 421. The De Anima et Eius Origini, 419, the Contra Mendacium ad Consentium, 420, the Contra Adversarium Legis et Profitarum, 420, the Enchiridion ad Laurentium, De Fide, Spe, Caritate, 421, the De Cura pro Mortuis Gerenda, ad Paulinum Nolinum, 420-1, also date from this period. In 426 Augustine, feeling that he would not live very much longer, provided for the future of his diocese by nominating his successor, the priest Heraclius, the nomination being acclaimed by the people, but the saint's literary activity by no means over, and in 426-7 he published the De Gratia et Libero Arbitrio ad Valentinum, the De Corruption et Gratia and the two books of retractions, which contain a critical survey of his works and are of great value for establishing their chronology. All this time the situation of the empire was going from bad to worse, and in 429, Genseric led the Vandals from Spain into Africa, but Augustine continued writing. In 427 he published the Speculum de Scriptura Sacra, a selection of texts from the Bible, and in 428 his De Harisibus ad Quodvultium, followed by the De Predestinatione Sanctorum ad Prosperum and the De Dono Perseverantii ad Prosperum in 428-9. In addition, Augustine began the Opus Imperfectum contra Julianum in 429, a refutation of an anti-Augustinian treatise by the Pelagian Julian which had been written some time previously but had come into the saint's hands only in 428, but he did not live to finish the work, hence its name. Augustine also came into contact with Arianism, and in 428 appeared his Collatio cum Maximino Arianorum Episcopo and his Contra Maximinum Hereticum. In the late spring or early summer of 430 the Vandals laid siege to Hippo, and it was during the siege that Augustine died on August 28, 430, as he was reciting the penitential psalms. Posidius remarks that he left no will, since, as one of God's paupers, he had nothing to leave. The Vandals subsequently burnt the city, though the cathedral and the library of Augustine were left intact. Posidius wrote the Life of Augustine, which is to be found in the Latin Pudrologi. Those who read what he, Augustine, has written on divine things can profit much, but I think that they would profit more were they able to hear and see him preaching in the church, and especially those who were privileged to enjoy intimate conversation with him 1-2. It may perhaps seem strange that I have spoken of St. Augustine's theological controversies and listed a large number of theological treatises, but a sketch of his life and activity will suffice to make it plain that, with a few exceptions, Augustine did not compose purely philosophical works in our sense. In a book like this, one does not, of course, intend to treat of Augustine's purely theological doctrine, but, in order to elicit his philosophical teaching one has to have frequent recourse to what are primarily theological treatises. Thus, in order to obtain light on Augustine's theory of knowledge, it is necessary to consult the relevant texts of the De Trinitate, while the De Genesi ad Litteram expounds the theory of earthy one seminals and the Confessions contain a treatment of time. This mingling of theological and philosophical themes may appear odd and unmethodical to us today, used as we are to a clear distinction between the provinces of dogmatic theology and philosophy, but one must remember that Augustine, in common with other fathers and early Christian writers, made no such clear distinction. It is not that Augustine failed to recognize, still less that he denied, the intellect's power of attaining truth without revelation. It is rather that he regarded the Christian wisdom as one whole, that he tried to penetrate by his understanding the Christian faith and to see the world and human life in the light of the Christian wisdom. He knew quite well that rational arguments can be adduced for God's existence, for example, but it was not so much the mere intellectual assent to God's existence that interested him as the real assent, the positive adhesion of the will to God, and he knew that in the concrete such an adhesion to God requires divine grace. In short, Augustine did not play two parts, the part of the theologian and the part of the philosopher who considers the natural man. He thought rather of man as he is in the concrete, fallen and redeemed mankind, man who is able indeed to attain truth but who is constantly solicited by God's grace and who requires grace in order to appropriate the truth that saves. If there was question of convincing someone that God exists, Augustine would see the proof as a stage or as an instrument in the total process of the man's conversion and salvation. He would recognize the proof as in itself rational, but he would be acutely conscious, not only of the moral preparation necessary to give a real and living assent to the proof, but also of the fact that, according to God's intention for man in the concrete, recognition of God's existence is not enough, but should lead on, under the impulse of grace, to supernatural faith in God's revelation and to a life in accordance with Christ's teaching. Reason has its part to play in bringing a man to faith, and, once a man has the faith, reason has its part to play in penetrating the data of faith, but it is the total relation of the soul to God which primarily interests Augustine. Reason, as we have seen, had its part to play in the intellectual stage of his own conversion, and reason had its part to play after his conversion, generalizing his own experience. Then, he would consider the fullness of wisdom to consist in a penetration of what is believed, though in the approach to wisdom reason helps to prepare a man for faith. The medicine for the soul, which is effected by the divine providence and ineffable beneficence, is perfectly beautiful in degree and distinction. For it is divided between authority and reason. Authority demands of us faith, and prepares man for reason. Reason leads to perception and cognition, although authority also does not leave reason wholly out of sight. When the question of who may be believed is being considered one, this attitude was characteristic of the Augustinian tradition. Saint Anselm's aim is expressed in his words Credo ut intelligam, while Saint Bonaventure, in the 13th century, explicitly rejected the sharp delimitation of the spheres of theology and philosophy. The Thomist distinction between the sciences of dogmatic theology and philosophy, with the accompanying distinction of the modes of procedure to be employed in the two sciences, no doubt evolved inevitably out of the earlier attitude, though, quite apart from that consideration, it obviously enjoys this very great advantage that it corresponds to an actual and real distinction between revelation and the data of the unaided reason, between the supernatural and natural spheres. It is at once a safeguard of the doctrine of the supernatural and also of the powers of man in the natural order. Yet the Augustinian attitude on the other hand enjoys this advantage, that it contemplates always man as he is, man in the concrete, for de facto man has only one final end, a supernatural end, and, as far as actual existence is concerned, there is but man fallen and redeemed. There never has been, is not, and never will be a purely natural man without a supernatural vocation and end. If Thomism, without of course neglecting the fact that man in the concrete has but a supernatural end, places emphasis on the distinction between the supernatural and the natural, between faith and reason, Augustinianism, without in the least neglecting the gratuitous character of supernatural faith and grace, always envisages man in the concrete and is primarily interested in his actual relation to God. This being so, it is only natural that we should have to unravel Augustine's purely philosophical ideas from the total fabric of his thought. To do this is, of course, to survey Augustinianism more or less from a Thomist viewpoint, but that does not mean that it is an illegitimate approach. It means that one is asking what ideas of Augustine are philosophical in the academic understanding of the term. It does indeed mean tearing his ideas from their full context, but in a history of philosophy, which presupposes a certain idea of what philosophy is, one can do nothing else. It must, however, be admitted that a concentration of this sort on Augustine's philosophical ideas, using the word in the Thomist sense, tends to give a rather poor idea of the saint's intellectual achievement, at least to one who is trained in the academic and objective atmosphere of Thomism, since he never elaborated a philosophical system as such, nor did he develop, define, and substantiate his philosophical ideas in the manner to which a Thomist is accustomed. The result is that it is not infrequently difficult to say precisely what Augustine meant by this or that idea or statement, how precisely he understood it. There is often an aura of vagueness, illusion, lack of definition about his ideas which leaves one dissatisfied, perplexed, and curious. The rigid type of Thomist would, I suppose, maintain that Augustine's philosophy contains nothing of value, which was not much better said by St. Thomas, more clearly delineated and defined, but the fact remains that the Augustinian tradition is not dead even today, and it may be that the very incompleteness and lack of systematization in Augustine's thought, its very suggestiveness, is a positive help towards the longevity of his tradition, for the Augustinian is not faced by a complete system to be accepted, rejected, or mutilated. He is faced by an approach, an inspiration, certain basic ideas which are capable of considerable development, so that he can remain perfectly faithful to the Augustinian spirit even though he departs from what the historic Augustine actually said. Knowledge with a view to beatitude against scepticism, experiential knowledge, nature of sensation, divine ideas, illumination and abstraction. To start with the epistemology of St. Augustine is perhaps to give the impression that Augustine was concerned with elaborating a theory of knowledge for its own sake or as a methodological propedeutic to metaphysics. This would be a wrong impression, however, since Augustine never sat down, as it were, to develop a theory of knowledge and then, on the basis of a realist theory of knowledge, to construct a systematic metaphysic. If Spinoza, according to his own words, one aimed at developing the philosophy of God or substance because it is only contemplation of an infinite and eternal object which can fully satisfy mind and heart and bring happiness to the soul, far more could an analogous statement be made of Augustine, who emphasized the fact that knowledge of the truth is to be sought, not for purely academic purposes, but as bringing true happiness, true beatitude. Man feels his insufficiency, he reaches out to an object greater than himself, an object which can bring peace and happiness, and knowledge of that object is an essential condition of its attainment, but he sees knowledge in function of an end, beatitude. Only the wise man can be happy, and wisdom postulates knowledge of the truth, but there is no question in Augustine's thought of speculation as an end in itself. When the young man Licentius, in the Contra Academicos, maintains that wisdom consists in seeking for the truth and declares, like Lessing, that happiness is to be found rather in the pursuit of truth than in the actual attainment and possession of truth, Augustine retorts that it is absurd to predicate wisdom of a man who has no knowledge of truth. In the De Beata Vita 2 he says that no one is happy who does not possess what he strives to possess, so that the man who is seeking for truth but has not yet found it, cannot be said to be truly happy. Augustine himself sought for truth because he felt a need for it, and looking back on his development in the light of attainment, he interpreted this as a search for Christ and Christian wisdom, as the attraction of the divine beauty, and this experience he universalist. This universalization of his own experience, however, does not mean that his ideas were purely subjective. His psychological introspection enabled him to lay bare the dynamism of the human soul. Yet to say that Augustine was not an intellectualist in an academic sense and that his philosophy is eudaimonistic is not to say that he was not acutely conscious of the problem of certitude. It would, however, be a mistake to think that Augustine was preoccupied with the question, can we attain certainty? As we shall see shortly, he did answer this question, but the question that occupied his attention in the mature period of his thought was rather this: how is it that we can attain certainty? That we do attain certainty being assumed as a datum, the problem remains: how does the finite, changing human mind attain certain knowledge of eternal truths, truths which rule and govern the mind and so transcend it? After the breakdown of his faith in Manichaeism, Augustine was tempted to relapse into academic scepticism. His victory over this temptation he expressed in the Contra Academicos, where he shows that we indubitably do attain certainty of some facts at least. This granted, his reading of Platonic works suggested to him the problem: how it is that we are able not only to know with certainty eternal and necessary truths, but also to know them as eternal and necessary truths. Plato explained this fact by the theory of reminiscence. How was Augustine to explain it? The discussion of the problem no doubt interested him in itself, for its own sake, but he also saw in what he considered to be the right answer a clear proof of God's existence and operation. The knowledge of eternal truth should thus bring the soul, by reflection on that knowledge, to knowledge of God himself and God's activity. 2. As I have already said, in the Contra Academicos Augustine is primarily concerned to show that wisdom pertains to happiness, and knowledge of truth to wisdom, but he also makes it clear that even the skeptics are certain of some truths, for example, that of two disjunctive propositions one is true and the other false. I am certain that there is either one world or more than one world, and, if more than one, then that there is either a finite or an infinite number of worlds. Similarly, I know that the world either has no beginning or end, or has a beginning but no end, or had no beginning but will have an end, or has both a beginning and an end. In other words, I am at least certain of the principle of contradiction. 1 Again, even if I am sometimes deceived in thinking that appearance and reality always correspond, I am at least certain of my subjective impression. I have no complaint to make of the senses, for it is unjust to demand of them more than they can give. Whatever the eyes can see they see truly. Then is that true which they see in the case of the oar in the water? Quite true. 4. Granted the cause why it appears in that way, i.e. bent, if the oar, when plunged into the water, appeared straight, I should rather accuse my eyes of playing me false. For they would not see what, granted the circumstances, they ought to see. But I am deceived, if I give my assent, someone will say. Then don't give assent to more than the fact of appearance, and you won't be deceived. For I do not see how the skeptic can refute the man who says, I know that this object seems white to me, I know that this sound gives me pleasure, I know this smell is pleasant to me, I know that this tastes sweet to me, I know that this feels cold to my touch. A Saint Augustine refers in the above passage to the Epicureans, and it is clear that what he means is that the senses as such never lie or deceive us, even if we may deceive ourselves in judging that things exist objectively in the same way that they appear. The mere appearance of the bent oar is not deception, for there would be something wrong with my eyes were it to appear straight. If I go on to judge that the oar is really bent in itself, I am wrong, but as long as I simply say, it appears to me bent, I am speaking the truth and I know that I am speaking the truth. Similarly, if I come out of a hot room and put my hand in tepid water, it may seem to me cold, but as long as I merely say, this water seems cold to me, I am saying something the truth of which I am certain of, and no skeptic can refute me. Again, everyone who doubts knows that he is doubting, so that he is certain of this truth at least, namely the fact that he doubts. Thus everyone who doubts whether there is such a thing as truth, knows at least one truth, so that his very capacity to doubt should convince him that there is such a thing as truth. As we are certain, too, of mathematical truths. When anyone says that 7 and 3 make 10, he does not say that they ought to make 10, but knows that they do make 10. 4. 3. But what of real existences? Are we certain of the existence of any real object, or are we confined to certain knowledge of abstract principles and mathematical truths? Augustine answers that a man is at least certain of his existence. Even supposing that he doubts of the existence of other created objects or of God, the very fact of his doubt shows that he exists, for he could not doubt, did he not exist. Nor is it of any use to suggest that one might be deceived into thinking that one exists, for if you did not exist, you could not be deceived in anything. One in this way St. Augustine anticipates Descartes' si faller, sum. With existence Augustine couples life and understanding. In the De Liber Zero Arbitrio 2, he points out that it is clear to a man that he exists, and that this fact would not and could not be clear, unless he were alive. Moreover, it is clear to him that he understands both the fact of his existence and the fact that he is living. Accordingly he is certain of three things: that he exists, that he lives, and that he understands. Similarly, in the De Trinitate 3 he observes that it is useless for the sceptic to insinuate that the man is asleep and sees these things in his dreams, for the man is affirming not that he is awake but that he lives, whether he be asleep or awake he lives. Even if he were mad, he would still be alive. Again, a man is certainly conscious of what he wills. If someone says that he wills to be happy, it is mere impudence to suggest to him that he is deceived. Sceptical philosophers may babble about the bodily senses and the way in which they deceive us, but they cannot invalidate that certain knowledge which the mind has by itself, without the intervention of the sense. For we exist and we know that we exist and we love that fact, and our knowledge of it, in these three things which I have enumerated, no fear of deception disturbs us, for we do not attain them by any bodily sense, as we do external objects. 5 Augustine thus claims certainty for what we know by inner experience, by self-consciousness. What does he think of our knowledge of external objects, the things we know by the senses? Have we certainty in their regard? That we can deceive ourselves in our judgments concerning the objects of the senses Augustine was well aware, and some of his remarks show that he was conscious of the relativity of sense impressions, in the sense that a judgment as to hot or cold, for example, depends to a certain extent on the condition of the sense organs. Moreover, he did not consider that the objects apprehensible by the senses constitute the proper object of the human intellect. Being chiefly interested in the soul's orientation to God, corporeal objects appeared to him as a starting point in the mind's ascent to God, though even in this respect the soul itself is a more adequate starting point. We should return within ourselves, where truth abides, and use the soul, the image of God, as a stepping stone to him. 1 Nevertheless, even if corporeal things, the objects of the senses, are essentially mutable and are far less adequate manifestations of God than is the soul, even if it is through concentration on the things of sense that the most harmful errors arise, we are dependent on the senses for a great deal of our knowledge, and Augustine had no intention of maintaining a purely sceptical attitude in regard to the objects of the senses. It is one thing to admit the possibility of error in sense knowledge and quite another to refuse any credence at all to the senses. 1 Thus, after saying that philosophers may speak against the senses but cannot refute the consciousness of self-existence, Augustine goes on at once to say, far be it from us to doubt the truth of what we have learned by the bodily senses, since by them we have learned to know the heaven and the earth. We learn much on the testimony of others, and the fact that we are sometimes deceived is no warrant for disbelieving all testimony, so the fact that we are sometimes deceived in regard to the objects of our senses is no warrant for complete scepticism. We must acknowledge that not only our own senses, but those of other persons too, have added very much to our knowledge too. For practical life it is necessary to give credence to the senses. 3 And the man who thinks that we should never believe the senses falls into a worse error than any error he may fall into through believing them. Augustine thus says that we believe the senses, that we give credence to them, as we give credence to the testimony of others, but he often uses the word believe in opposition to direct inner knowledge, without meaning to imply that such belief is void of adequate motive. Thus when someone tells me a fact about his own mental state, for example, that he understands or wishes this or that, I believe, when he says something that is true of the human mind itself, not simply of his own mind in particular, I recognize and give my assent, for I know by self-consciousness and introspection that what he says is true. For in fine, Augustine may have anticipated Descartes by his Si fallere, sum, but he was not occupied with the question whether the external world really exists or not. That it exists, he felt no doubt, though he saw clearly enough that we sometimes make erroneous judgments about it and that testimony is not always reliable, whether it be testimony of our own senses or of other people. As he was especially interested in the knowledge of eternal truths and in the relation of that knowledge to God, it would hardly occur to him to devote very much time to a consideration of our knowledge of the mutable things of sense. The fact of the matter is that his Platonism, coupled with his spiritual interest and outlook, led him to look on corporeal objects as not being the proper object of knowledge, owing to their mutability and to the fact that our knowledge of them is dependent on bodily organs of sense which are no more always in the same state than the objects themselves. If we have not got true knowledge of sense objects, that is due, not merely to any deficiency in the subject but also to a radical deficiency in the object. In other words, Augustine's attitude to sense knowledge is much more Platonic than Cartesian. 1.4. The lowest level of knowledge is, therefore, that of sense knowledge, dependent on sensation, sensation being regarded by Augustine, in accordance with his Platonic psychology, as an act of the soul using the organs of sense as its instruments. Sentire non est corpora sed animi per corpus. The soul animates the whole body, but when it increases or intensifies its activity in a particular part, i.e. in a particular sense organ, it exercises the power of sensation. 2. From this theory it would seem to follow that any deficiency in sense knowledge must proceed from the mutability both of the instrument of sensation, the sense organ, and of the object of sensation, and this is indeed what Augustine thought. The rational soul of man exercises true knowledge and attains true certainty when it contemplates eternal truths in and through itself. When it turns towards the material world and uses corporeal instruments it cannot attain true knowledge. Augustine assumed, with Plato, that the objects of true knowledge are unchanging, from which it necessarily follows that knowledge of changing objects is not true knowledge. It is a type of knowledge or grade of knowledge which is indispensable for practical life, but the man who concentrates on the sphere of the mutable thereby neglects the sphere of the immutable, which is the correlative object of the human soul in regard to knowledge in the full sense. Sensation in the strict sense is common, of course, to men and brutes, but men can have and do have a rational knowledge of corporeal things. In the De Trinitate 1 St. Augustine points out that the beasts are able to sense corporeal things and remember them and to seek after what is helpful, avoiding what is harmful, but that they cannot commit things to memory deliberately nor recall them at will nor perform any other operation which involves the use of reason, so that, in regard to knowledge of sense objects, human knowledge is essentially superior to that of the brute. Moreover, man is able to make rational judgments concerning corporeal things and to perceive them as approximations to eternal standards. For instance, if a man judges that one object is more beautiful than another, his comparative judgment, granted the objective character of the beautiful, implies a reference to an eternal standard of beauty, while a judgment that this or that line is more or less straight, that this figure is a well-drawn circle, implies a reference to ideal straightness and the perfect geometrical circle. In other words, such comparative judgments involve a reference to ideas, not to be understood as purely subjective. It is the part of the higher reason to judge of these corporeal things according to incorporeal and eternal considerations, which, if they were not above the human mind, would certainly not be immutable. And yet, unless something of our own were subjoined to them, we should not be able to employ them as standards by which to judge of corporeal things. But that faculty of our own which is thus concerned with the treatment of corporeal and temporal things, is indeed rational, in that it is not common to us and the beasts, but is drawn, as it were, out of the rational substance of our mind, by which we depend upon and adhere to the intelligible and immutable truth and which is deputed to handle and direct the inferior things. To what St. Augustine means is this. The lowest level of knowledge, so far as it can be called knowledge, is sensation, which is common to men and brutes, and the highest level of knowledge, peculiar to man, is the contemplation of eternal things, wisdom, by the mind alone, without the intervention of sensation, but between these two levels is a kind of halfway house, in which mind judges of corporeal objects according to eternal and incorporeal standards. This level of knowledge is a rational level, so that it is peculiar to man and is not shared by brutes, but it involves the use of the senses and concerns sensible objects, so that it is a lower level than that of direct contemplation of eternal and incorporeal objects. Moreover, this lower use of reason is directed towards action, whereas wisdom is contemplative, not practical. The action by which we make good use of temporal things differs from the contemplation of eternal things, and the former is classed as knowledge, the latter as wisdom. In this distinction it must be understood that wisdom pertains to contemplation, knowledge to action. The ideal is that contemplative wisdom should increase, but at the same time our reason has to be partly directed to the good use of mutable and corporeal things, without which this life does not go on, provided that in our attention to temporal things we make it subserve the attainment of eternal things, passing lightly over the former, but cleaving to the latter. This outlook is markedly Platonic in character. There is the same depreciation of sense objects in comparison with eternal and immaterial realities, the same almost grudging admission of practical knowledge as a necessity of life, the same insistence on theoretic contemplation, the same insistence on increasing purification of soul and liberation from the slavery of the senses to accompany the epistemological assent. Yet it would be a mistake to see in Augustine's attitude a mere adoption of Platonism and nothing more. Platonic and Neoplatonic themes are certainly utilized, but Augustine's interest is always first and foremost that of the attainment of man's supernatural end, beatitude, in the possession and vision of God, and in spite of the intellectualist way of speaking which he sometimes uses and which he adopted from the Platonic tradition, in the total scheme of his thought the primacy is always given to love, pondus meum, amor meus. 3. It is true that even this has its analogy in Platonism, but it must be remembered that for Augustine the goal is the attainment, not of an impersonal good but of a personal God. The truth of the matter is that he found in Platonism doctrines which he considered admirably adapted for the exposition of a fundamentally Christian philosophy of life. 5. The objects of sense, corporeal things, are inferior to the human intellect, which judges of them in relation to a standard in reference to which they fall short, but there are other objects of knowledge which are above the human mind, in the sense that they are discovered by the mind, which necessarily assents to them and does not think of amending them or judging that they should be otherwise than they are. For example, I see some work of art and I judge it to be more or less beautiful, a judgment which implies not only the existence of a standard of beauty, an objective standard, but also my knowledge of the standard, for how could I judge that this arch or that picture is imperfect, deficient in beauty, unless I had some knowledge of the standard of beauty itself, the idea of beauty? How could my supposedly objective judgment be justified unless there were an objective standard, not mutable and imperfect, like beautiful things, but immutable, constant, perfect and eternal? Again, the geometer considers perfect circles and lines, and judges of the approximate circles and lines according to that perfect standard. Circular things are temporal and pass away, but the nature of circularity in itself, the idea of the circle, its essence, does not change. Again, we may add 7 apples and 3 apples and make 10 apples, and the apples which we count are sensible and mutable objects, are temporal and pass away, but the numbers 7 and 3 considered in themselves and apart from things are discerned by the arithmetician to make 10 by addition, a truth which he discovers to be necessary and eternal, not dependent on the sensible world or on the human mind. 2. These eternal truths are common to all. Whereas sensations are private, in the sense that, example, what seems cold to one man does not necessarily seem cold to another, mathematical truths are common to all and the individual mind has to accept them and recognize their possession of an absolute truth and validity which is independent of its own reactions. Augustine's attitude in this matter is obviously Platonic. The standards of goodness and beauty, for example, correspond to Plato's first principles or 4px*, the exemplary ideas, while the ideal geometrical figures correspond to Plato's mathematical objects, RIT, Jalad 7, IXT the objects of 8 Vivoya. The same question which could be raised in regard to the Platonic theory recurs again, therefore, in regard to the Augustinian theory, namely, where are these ideas? Of course, one must remember, in regard to both thinkers, that the ideas in question are not subjective ideas but objective essences, and that the query where does not refer to locality, since the ideas are ex hypothesi immaterial, but rather to what one might call ontological situation or status. Neoplatonists, seeing the difficulty in accepting a sphere of impersonal immaterial essences, i.e. the condition apparently at least assigned to the essences in Plato's published works, interpreted the Platonic ideas as thoughts of God and placed them in nous, the divine mind, which emanates from the one as the first preceding hypostasis. Compare Philo's theory of the ideas as contained within the Logos. We may say that Augustine accepted this position, if we allow for the fact that he did not accept the emanation theory of Neoplatonism. The exemplar ideas and eternal truths are in God. The ideas are certain archetypal forms or stable and immutable essences of things, which have not themselves been formed but, existing eternally and without change, are contained in the divine intelligence. This theory must be accepted if one wishes to avoid having to say that God created the world unintelligently. *6. A difficulty, however, immediately arises. If the human mind beholds the exemplar ideas and eternal truths, and if these ideas and truths are in the mind of God, does it not follow that the human mind beholds the essence of God, since the divine mind, with all that it contains, is ontologically identical with the divine essence? Some writers have believed that Augustine actually meant this. Among philosophers, Malebranche claimed the support of Augustine for his theory that the mind beholds the eternal ideas in God, and he tried to escape from the seemingly logical conclusion that in this case the human mind beholds the essence of God, by saying that the mind sees, not the divine essence as it is in itself, the supernatural vision of the blessed, but the divine essence as participable ad extra, as exemplar of creation. The ontologists too claim the support of Augustine for their theory of the soul's immediate intuition of God. Now, it is impossible to deny that some texts of Augustine taken by themselves favor such an interpretation. But, granting that Augustine seems on occasion to teach ontologism, it seems clear to me that, if one takes into account the totality of his thought, such an interpretation is inadmissible. I should certainly not be so bold as to suggest that Augustine was never inconsistent, but what I do believe is that the ontologistic interpretation of Augustine fits in so badly with his spiritual doctrine that, if there are other texts which favor a non-ontologistic interpretation, and there are such texts, one should attribute a secondary position and a subordinate value to the apparently ontologistic texts. Augustine was perfectly well aware that a man may discern eternal and necessary truths, mathematical principles, for example, without being a good man at all. Such a man may not see these truths in their ultimate ground, but he undoubtedly discerns the truths. Now, how can Augustine possibly have supposed that such a man beholds the essence of God, when in his spiritual doctrine he insists so much on the need of moral purification in order to draw near to God and is well aware that the vision of God is reserved to the saved in the next life? Again, a man who is spiritually and morally far from God can quite well appreciate the fact that Canterbury Cathedral is more beautiful than a Nisan hut, just as St. Augustine himself could discern degrees of sensible beauty before his conversion. In a famous passage of the Confessions he exclaims, "Too late am I come to love thee, zero thou beauty, so ancient and withal so new, too late am I come to love thee. In a deformed manner I cast myself upon the things of thy creation, which yet thou hadst made fair." Similarly, in the De Quantitate Animi 2 he clearly affirms that the contemplation of beauty comes at the end of the soul's ascent. In view of this teaching, then, it seems to me inconceivable that Augustine thought that the soul, in apprehending eternal and necessary truths, actually apprehends the very content of the divine mind. The passages which appear to show that he did so think can be explained as due to his adoption of Platonic or Neoplatonic expressions which do not, literally taken, fit in with the general direction of his thought. It does not seem possible to state exactly how Augustine conceived of the status of the eternal truths as apprehended by the human mind. The ontological side of the question he probably never worked out, but, rather than accept a purely Neoplatonic or an ontologistic interpretation, it seems to me preferable to suppose that the eternal truths and ideas, as they are in God, perform an idiogenetic function, that it is rather that the light which comes from God to the human mind enables the mind to see the characteristics of changelessness and necessity in the eternal truths. One may add, however, a further consideration against an ontologistic interpretation of Augustine. The saint utilized the apprehension of eternal and necessary truths as a proof for the existence of God, arguing that these truths require an immutable and eternal ground. Without going any further into this argument at the moment, it is worth pointing out that, if the argument is to have any sense, it clearly presupposes the possibility of the mind's perceiving these truths without at the same time perceiving God, perhaps while doubting or even denying God's existence. If Augustine is prepared to say to a man, "You doubt or deny God's existence, but you must admit that you recognize absolute truths, and I shall prove to you that the recognition of such truths implies God's existence," he can scarcely have supposed that the doubter or atheist had any vision of God or of the actual contents of the divine mind. This consideration seems to me to rule out the ontologistic interpretation. But before pursuing this subject any further, it is necessary to say something of Augustine's theory of illumination, as this may make it easier to understand his position, though it must be admitted that the interpretation of this theory is itself somewhat uncertain. 7. We cannot, says Augustine, perceive the immutable truth of things unless they are illuminated as by a Sunday one. This divine light which illumines the mind, comes from God, who is the intelligible light, in whom and by whom and through whom all those things which are luminous to the intellect become luminous. 2. In this doctrine of light, common to the Augustinian school, Augustine makes use of a Neoplatonic theme which goes back to Plato's comparison of the idea of the good with the sun. 3. The idea of the good irradiating the subordinate intelligible objects or ideas. 4. Plotinus, the one or God is the sun, the transcendent light. The use of the light metaphor, however, does not by itself tell us very clearly what Augustine meant. Happily we have to help us such texts as the passage of the De Trinitate * where the saint says that the nature of the mind is such that, when directed to intelligible things in the natural order, according to the disposition of the Creator, it sees them in a certain incorporeal light which is sui generis, just as the corporeal eye sees adjacent objects in the corporeal light. These words seem to show that the illumination in question is a spiritual illumination which performs the same function for the objects of the mind as the sun's light performs for the objects of the eye. In other words, as the sunlight makes corporeal things visible to the eye, so the divine illumination makes the eternal truths visible to the mind. From this it would appear to follow that it is not the illumination itself which is seen by the mind, nor the intelligible sun, God, but that the characteristics of necessity and eternity in the necessary and eternal truths are made visible to the mind by the activity of God. This is certainly not an ontologistic theory. But why did St. Augustine postulate such an illumination? Why did he think it necessary? Because the human mind is changeable and temporal, so that what is unchangeable and eternal transcends it and seems to be beyond its capacity. When the human mind knows and loves itself, it does not know and love anything immutable. 1. And if truth were equal to our minds, it also would be mutable, for our minds see the truth, now more now less, and by this very fact show themselves to be mutable. In fact, truth is neither inferior nor equal to our minds, but superior and more excellent. 2. We need, therefore, a divine illumination, in order to enable us to apprehend what transcends our minds, for no creature, howsoever rational and intellectual, is lighted of itself, but is lighted by participation of eternal truth. 3. God hath created man's mind rational and intellectual, whereby he may take in his light. And he so enlighteneth it of himself, that not only those things which are displayed by the truth, but even truth itself may be perceived by the mind's eye, for this light shines upon the truths and renders visible to the mutable and temporal human mind their characteristics of changelessness and eternity. That the divine illumination is something imparted and sui generis is explicitly stated by St. Augustine, as we have seen. It hardly seems possible, therefore, to reduce the illumination theory to nothing more than a statement of the truth that God conserves and creates the human intellect, and that the natural light of the intellect is a participated light. Thomists, who wish to show St. Augustine the same reverence that St. Thomas showed him, are naturally reluctant to admit a radical difference of opinion between the two great theologians and philosophers, and are inclined to interpret St. Augustine in a way that would attenuate the difference between his thought and that of St. Thomas. But St. Augustine most emphatically did not mean by light the intellect itself or its activity, even with the ordinary concurrence of God, since it is precisely because of the deficiencies of the human intellect that he postulated the existence and activity of the divine illumination. To say that St. Augustine was wrong in postulating a special divine illumination and that St. Thomas was right in denying the necessity of such an illumination is an understandable attitude, but it seems to be carrying conciliation too far, if one attempts to maintain that both thinkers were saying the same thing, even if one affirms that St. Thomas was saying clearly and unambiguously what St. Augustine had said obscurely and with the aid of metaphor. I have already indicated that I accept the interpretation of Augustine's thought, according to which the function of the divine illumination is to render visible to the mind the element of necessity in the eternal truths, and that I reject the ontologistic interpretation in any form. This rejection obviously involves the rejection of the view that according to Augustine the mind beholds directly the idea of beauty, for example, as it is in God, but I am also unwilling to accept the view that according to Augustine God actually infuses the idea of beauty or any other normative idea, i.e. in reference to which we make comparative judgments of degree, such as that this object is more beautiful than that, this action juster than that, etc., ready-made into the mind. This extreme idiogenetic view would make the function of divine illumination that of a kind of separate active intellect. In fact, God would himself be an ontologically separate active intellect which infuses ideas into the human mind without any part being played by the human sensibility or intellect other than the mind's purely passive role. This reference to an active intellect is not, of course, meant to imply that Augustine thought or spoke in terms of the Aristotelian psychology. It does not seem to me that such an interpretation, although doubtless much can be said for it, one is altogether satisfactory. According to St. Augustine, the activity of the divine illumination in regard to the mind is analogous to the function of the sun's light in regard to vision, and though the sunlight renders corporeal objects visible, Augustine certainly did not think of it as creating images of the objects in the human subject. Again, although the divine illumination takes the place in Augustine's thought of reminiscence in the Platonic philosophy, so that the illumination would seem to fulfill some idiogenetic function, it must be remembered that Augustine's problem is one concerning certitude, not one concerning the content of our concepts or ideas. It concerns far more the form of the certain judgment and the form of the normative idea than the actual content of the judgment or the idea. In the De Trinitate 1, Augustine remarks that the mind gathers the knowledge of corporeal things through the senses of the body, and, so far as he deals at all with the formation of the concept, he would seem to consider that the human mind discerns the intelligible in the sensible, performing what is in some way at least equivalent to abstraction. But when it comes to discerning that a corporeal thing is, for example, more or less beautiful, to judging the object according to a changeless standard, the mind judges under the light of the regulative action of the eternal idea, which is not itself visible to the mind. Beauty itself illuminates the mind's activity in such a way that it can discern the greater or less approximation of the object to the standard, though the mind does not behold beauty itself directly. It is in this sense that the illumination of Augustine supplies the function of Plato's reminiscence. Again, though Augustine does not clearly indicate how we obtain the notions of 7 and 3 and 10, the function of illumination is not to infuse the notions of these numbers but so to illuminate the judgment that 7 and 3 make 10 that we discern the necessity and eternity of the judgment. From a passage already referred to, as from other passages. 3. It seems to follow that, while we obtain the concept of corporeal objects, a horse, for example, in dependence on the senses, and of an immaterial object like the soul through self-consciousness and interpretation, our certain judgments concerning these objects are made in the light of illumination under the regulative action of the eternal ideas. If the illumination has an idiogenetic function, as I believe it to have in Augustine's view, then this function has reference not to the content of the concept, as if it infused that content, but to the quality of our judgment concerning the concept or to our discernment of a character in the object, its relation to the norm or standard, which is not contained in the bare notion of the thing. If this is so, then the difference between St. Augustine and St. Thomas does not so much consist in their respective attitudes towards abstraction, since, whether Augustine explicitly says so or not, his view, as interpreted above, would at least demand abstraction in some form, as in the fact that Augustine thought it necessary to postulate a special illuminative action of God, beyond his creative and conserving activity, in the mind's realization of eternal and necessary truths, whereas St. Thomas did not. On this view of illumination one can understand how it was that St. Augustine regarded the qualities of necessity and unchangeability in the eternal truths as constituting a proof of God's existence, whereas it would be inexplicable on the ontologistic interpretation, since, if the mind perceives God or the divine ideas directly, it can need no proof of God's existence. That Augustine did not explain in detail how the content of the concept is formed, may be regrettable, but it is none the less understandable, since, though interested in psychological observation, he was interested therein, not from an academic motive, but rather from spiritual and religious motives. It was the soul's relation to God which concerned him primarily, and, while the necessity and unchangeability of the eternal truths, as contrasted with the contingency and changeability of the human mind, and the doctrine of illumination helped to set this relation in a clear light and to stimulate the soul in its Godward direction, an investigation concerning the formation of the concept as such would not have had such a clear relation to the noverum me, noverum te. To sum up, St. Augustine asks himself the question, how is it that we attain knowledge of truths which are necessary, immutable, and eternal? That we do attain such knowledge is clear to him from experience. We cannot gain such knowledge simply from sense experience, since corporeal objects are contingent, changeable and temporal. Nor can we produce the truths from our minds, which are also contingent and changeable. Moreover, such truths rule and dominate our minds, impose themselves upon our minds, and they would not do this if they depended on us. It follows that we are enabled to perceive such truths under the action of the being who alone is necessary, changeless, and eternal, God. God is like a sun which illumines our minds or a master who teaches us. At this point the difficulty in interpretation begins. The present writer inclines to the interpretation that, while the content of our concepts of corporeal objects is derived from sense experience and reflection thereon, the regulative influence of the divine ideas, which means the influence of God, enables man to see the relation of created things to eternal supersensible realities, of which there is no direct vision in this life, and that God's light enables the mind to discern the elements of necessity, immutability, and eternity in that relation between concepts which is expressed in the necessary judgment. Owing, however, to St. Augustine's use of metaphor and to the fact that he was not primarily interested in giving a systematic and carefully defined scholastic account of the process of knowledge, it does not seem possible to obtain a definitive interpretation of his thought which would adequately explain all the statements he made. Proof of God from eternal truths, proofs from creatures and from universal consent, the various proofs as stages in one process, attributes of God, exemplarism. It is probably true to say that the central and favorite proof of God's existence given by St. Augustine is that from thought, i.e. a proof from within. The starting point of this proof is the mind's apprehension of necessary and changeless truths, of a truth which thou canst not call thine, or mine, or any man's, but which is present to all and gives itself to all alike. This truth is superior to the mind, inasmuch as the mind has to bow before it and accept it, the mind did not constitute it, nor can it amend it. The mind recognizes that this truth transcends it and rules its thought rather than the other way round. If it were inferior to the mind could change it or amend it, while if it were equal to the mind, of the same character, it would itself be changeable, as the mind is changeable. The mind varies in its apprehension of truth, apprehending it now more clearly, now less clearly, whereas truth remains ever the same. Hence, if truth is neither inferior nor equal to our minds, nothing remains but that it should be superior and more excellent too. But the eternal truths must be founded on being, reflecting the ground of all truth. Just as human imaginations reflect the imperfection and changeable character of the human mind in which they are grounded, and as the impressions of sense reflect the corporeal objects in which they are grounded, so the eternal truths reveal their ground, truth itself, reflecting the necessity and immutability of God. This refers to all essential standards. If we judge of an action that it is more or less just, for example, we judge of it according to an essential and invariable standard, essence, or idea. Human actions in the concrete may vary, but the standard remains the same. It is in the light of the eternal and perfect standard that we judge of concrete acts, and this standard must be grounded in the eternal and all-perfect being. If there is an intelligible sphere of absolute truths, this cannot be conceived without a ground of truth, the truth, in whom, and by whom, and through whom those things are true which are true in every respect. This argument to God as the ground of eternal and necessary truth was not only accepted by the Augustinian school, but reappears in the thought of several eminent philosophers, like Leibniz. 2. Saint Augustine does indeed prove the existence of God from the external, corporeal world, but his words on the subject are rather of the nature of hints or reminders or summary statements than developed proofs in the academic sense. He was not so much concerned to prove to the atheist that God exists as to show how all creation proclaims the God whom the soul can experience in itself, the living God. It was the dynamic attitude of the soul towards God which interested him, not the construction of dialectical arguments with a purely theoretical conclusion. To acknowledge with a purely intellectual assent that a supreme being exists is one thing, to bring that truth home to oneself is something more. The soul seeks happiness and many are inclined to seek it outside themselves. Saint Augustine tries to show that creation cannot give the soul the perfect happiness it seeks, but points upwards to the living God who must be sought within. Its basically religious and spiritual attitude must be borne in mind, if one is to avoid first looking on Augustine's proofs as dialectical proofs in a theoretic sense and then belittling them as inadequate and trifling statements of what St. Thomas was to express much better. The purposes of the two men were not precisely the same. Thus when Augustine, commenting on Psalm 73, remarks, "How do I know that thou art alive, whose soul I see not? How do I know?" Thou wilt answer, because I speak, because I walk, because I work. Fool! By the operations of the body I know thee to be living, canst thou not by the works of creation know the Creator? He is indeed stating the proof of God's existence from his effects, but he is not setting out to develop the proof for its own sake, as it were, he brings it in by way of commentary in the course of his scriptural exegesis. Similarly, when he asserts in the De Civitate Dei 1 that the very order, disposition, beauty, change, and motion of the world and of all visible things silently proclaim that it could only have been made by God, the ineffably and invisibly great and the ineffably and invisibly beautiful, he is rather reminding Christians of a fact than attempting to give a systematic proof of God's existence. Again, when Augustine, commenting on Genesis, 1 states that the power of the Creator and his omnipotent and all-swaying strength is for each and every creature the cause of its continued existence, and if this strength were at any time to cease from directing the things which have been created, at one and the same time both their species would cease to be and their whole nature would perish. He is stating the fact and necessity of divine conservation, reminding his readers of an acknowledged fact, rather than proving it philosophically. Augustine gives, again in very brief form, what is known as the argument from universal consent. Such, he says, is the power of true Godhead that it cannot be altogether and utterly hidden from the rational creature, once it makes use of its reason. For, with the exception of a few in whom nature is excessively depraved, the whole human race confesses God to be the author of the world too. Even if a man thinks that a plurality of gods exists, he still attempts to conceive the one God of gods as something than which nothing more excellent or more sublime exists. All concur in believing God to be that which excels in dignity all other objects. 3. No doubt Saint Anselm was influenced by these words of Augustine when he took as the universal idea of God in the ontological argument that than which no greater can be conceived. 3. Professor Gilson, in his introduction à Étude de Saint Augustine, remarks that in the thought of Saint Augustine there is really one long proof of God's existence, a proof which consists of various stages. 5. Thus from the stage of initial doubt and its refutation through the syphillar, sum, which is a kind of methodical preliminary to the search for truth, assuring the mind of the attainability of truth, the soul proceeds to consider the world of sense. In this world, however, it does not discover the truth which it seeks, and so it turns inwards, where, after considering its own fallibility and changeableness, it discovers immutable truth which transcends the soul and does not depend on that soul. It is thus led to the apprehension of God as the ground of all truth. The picture of Augustine's total proof of the existence of God, given by M. Gilson, is doubtless representative of the saint's mind, and it has the great advantage not only of bringing into prominence the proof from thought, from the eternal truths, but also of linking up the proof with the soul's search for God as the source of happiness, as objective beatitude, in such a way that the proof does not remain a mere academic and theoretic string or chain of syllogisms. This picture is confirmed by a passage such as that contained in Augustine's 241st Sermon, 1, where the saint depicts the human soul questioning the things of sense and hearing them confess that the beauty of the visible world, of mutable things, is the creation and reflection of immutable beauty, after which the soul proceeds inwards, discovers itself and realizes the superiority of soul to body. Men saw these two things, pondered them, investigated both of them, and found that each is mutable in man. The mind, therefore, finding both body and soul to be mutable, goes in search of what is immutable. And thus they arrived at a knowledge of God the Creator by means of the things which He created. Saint Augustine, then, in no way denies what we call a natural or rational knowledge of God, but this rational knowledge of God is viewed in close connection with the soul's search for beatifying truth, and is seen as itself a kind of self-revelation of God to the soul, a revelation which is completed in the full revelation through Christ and confirmed in the Christian life of prayer. Augustine would thus make no sharp dichotomy between the spheres of natural and revealed theology, not because he failed to see the distinction between reason and faith, but rather because he viewed the soul's cognition of God in close connection with its spiritual search for God as the one object and source of beatitude. When Harnack reproaches Augustine with not having made clear the relation of faith to science, too, he fails to realize that the saint is primarily concerned with the spiritual experience of God, and that in his eyes faith and reason each have their part to play in an experience which is an organic unity. 4. Augustine insists that the world of creatures reflects and manifests God, even if it does so in a very inadequate manner, and that if anything worthy of praise is noticed in the nature of things, whether it be judged worthy of slight praise or of great, it must be applied to the most excellent and ineffable praise of the Creator. Creatures tend indeed to not being, but as long as they are, they possess some form, and this is a reflection of the form which can neither decline nor pass away. 1. Thus the order and unity of nature proclaims the unity of the Creator *, just as the goodness of creatures, their positive reality, reveals the goodness of God. 3. And the order and stability of the universe manifest the wisdom of God *. On the other hand, God, as the self-existent, eternal, and immutable being, is infinite, and, as infinite, incomprehensible. God is His own perfection, is simple, so that His wisdom and knowledge, His goodness and power, are His own essence, which is without accidents. 5. God, therefore, transcends spate in virtue of His spirituality and infinity and simplicity, as He transcends time in virtue of His eternity, God is himself in no interval nor extension of place, but in his immutable and preeminent might is both interior to everything because all things are in him and exterior to everything because he is above all things. So too he is in no interval nor extension of time, but in his immutable eternity is older than all things because he is before all things and younger than all things because the same he is after all things. 8:5. From all eternity God knew all things which he was to make, he does not know them because he has made them, but rather the other way round. God first knew the things of creation though they came into being only in time. The species of created things have their ideas or reienes in God, and God from all eternity saw in himself, as possible reflections of himself, the things which he could create and would create. He knew them before creation as they are in him, as exemplar, but he made them as they exist, i.e. as external and finite reflections of his divine essence. 7. God did nothing without knowledge, he foresaw all that he would make, but his knowledge is not distinct acts of knowledge, but one eternal, immutable, and ineffable vision. 8. It is in virtue of this eternal act of knowledge, of vision, to which nothing is past or future, that God sees, foresees, even the free acts of men, knowing beforehand, for example, what we should ask of him and when, and to whom he would listen or not listen, and on what subjects. Registered an adequate discussion of this last point, which would necessitate consideration of the Augustinian theory of grace, cannot be attempted here. Contemplating his own essence from eternity, God sees in himself all possible limited essences, the finite reflections of his infinite perfection, so that the essences or earthy ones of things are present in the divine mind from all eternity as the divine ideas, though, in view of Augustine's teaching on the divine simplicity previously mentioned, this should not be taken to mean that there are accidents in God, ideas which are ontologically distinct from his essence. In the Confessions 1, the saint exclaims that the eternal reasons of created things remain unchangeably in God, and in the De Ideas 2 he explains that the divine ideas are certain archetypal forms or stable and unchangeable reasons of things, which were not themselves formed but are contained in the divine mind eternally and are always the same. They neither arise nor pass away, but whatever arises and passes away is formed according to them. The corollary of this is that creatures have ontological truth in so far as they embody or exemplify the model in the divine mind, and that God himself is the standard of truth. This exemplarist doctrine was, of course, influenced by Neoplatonic theory, according to which the Platonic exemplary ideas are contained in nous, though for Augustine the ideas are contained in the Word, who is not a subordinate hypostasis, like the Neoplatonic nous, but the second person of the Blessed Trinity, consubstantial with the Father. 3. From Augustine the doctrine of exemplarism passed to the Middle Ages. It may be thought of as characteristic of the Augustinian school, but it must be remembered that St. Thomas Aquinas did not deny it, though he was careful to state it in such a way as not to imply that there are ontologically separate ideas in God, a doctrine which would impair the divine simplicity, for in God there is no real distinction save that between the three divine persons. 4. Still, though Aquinas was in this respect a follower of Augustine, it was Saint Bonaventure who most insisted in the 13th century on the doctrine of exemplarism and on the presence of the divine ideas in the Word of God, an insistence which contributed to his hostile attitude to Aristotle the metaphysician, who threw overboard the ideas of Plato. Free creation out of nothing matter. 1 Seminals numbers soul and body immortality origin of soul. One would hardly expect, once given the general attitude and complexion of Augustine's thought, to find the saint showing very much interest in the material world for its own sake. His thought centered round the soul's relation to God, but his general philosophy involved a theory of the corporeal world, a theory consisting of elements taken from former thinkers and set in a Christian framework. It would be a mistake, however, to think that Augustine drew purely mechanically on previous thinkers for his theories. He emphasized those lines which seemed to him best calculated to underline nature's relation to and dependence on God. 1. A doctrine which was not developed by pagan thinkers, but which was held by Augustine in common with other Christian writers, was that of the creation of the world out of nothing by God's free act. In the Platonian emanation theory, the world is depicted as proceeding in some way from God without God becoming in any way diminished or altered thereby, but for Plotinus God does not act freely, since such activity would, he thought, postulate change in God, but rather necessitate naturae, the good necessarily diffusing itself. The doctrine of free creation out of nothing is not to be found in Neoplatonism, if we accept one or two pagan thinkers who had most probably been influenced by Christian teaching. Augustine may have thought that Plato had taught creation out of nothing in time, but it is improbable, in spite of Aristotle's interpretation of the Timaeus, that Plato really meant to imply this. However, whatever Augustine may have thought about Plato's views on the matter, he himself clearly states the doctrine of free creation out of nothing, and it is essential to his insistence on the utter supremacy of God and the world's entire dependence on him. All things owe their being to God. 1-2. But suppose that things were made out of some formless matter? Would not this formless matter be independent of God? First of all, says Augustine, are you speaking of a matter which is absolutely formless, or of a matter which is formless only in comparison with completely formed? If the former, then you are speaking of what is equivalent to nothingness. That out of which God has created all things is what possesses neither species nor form, and this is nothing other than nothing. If, however, you are speaking of the latter, of matter which has no completed form, but which has inchoate form, in the sense of possessing the capacity to receive form, then such matter is not altogether nothing indeed, but, as something, it has what being it has only from God. Wherefore, even if the universe was created out of some formless matter, this very matter was created from something which was wholly nothing. 1 In the Confessions 2, Augustine identifies this matter with the mutability of bodies, which is equivalent to saying that it is the potential element, and observes that if he could call it nothing or assert that it does not exist, he would do so, but if it is the capacity of receiving forms, it cannot be called absolutely nothing. Again, he remarks in the De Vera Religione 3 that not only the possession of form but even the capacity to receive form is a good, and what is a good cannot be absolute nothing. Yet this matter, which is not absolutely nothing, is itself the creation of God, not preceding formed things in time but concreated with form. 4 And he identified the unformed matter which God made out of nothing with the heaven and earth mentioned in the first verse of the first chapter of Genesis as the primary creation of God. 6 In other words, Saint Augustine is stating in rudimentary form the scholastic doctrine that God created out of nothing not absolutely formless prime matter, apart from all form, but form and matter together, though, if we choose to think of Augustine's statements as a rudimentary expression of the more elaborate scholastic doctrine, we should also remember that the saint is not so concerned with developing a philosophical doctrine for its own sake as with emphasizing the essential dependence of all creatures on God and the perishable nature of all corporeal creatures, even when once constituted in existence. They have their being from God, but their being is bound up with their mutability. 3. A theory which was dear to Augustine himself and to his followers, though it was rejected by St. Thomas, and which was calculated to exalt the divine agency at the expense of the causal activity of creatures, was that of the Rthy seminals or seminal reasons, the germs of those things which were to develop in the course of time. Thus even man, as regards his body at least, to leave the origin of the soul out of account for the moment, was created in the Rthy seminals, invisibly, potentially, causally, in the way that things are made which are to be but have not yet been made. 1 The Rthy seminals are germs of things or invisible powers or potentialities, created by God in the beginning in the humid element and developing into the objects of various species by their temporal unfolding. The idea of these germinal potentialities was to be found, and doubtless was found by Augustine, in the philosophy of Plotinus, and ultimately it goes back to the Rthy seminals or X6 Yoiwarpizanksat of Stoicism, but it is an idea of rather vague content. Indeed, Saint Augustine never supposed that they were the object of experience, that they could be seen or touched. They are invisible, having inchoate form or a potentiality to the development of form according to the divine plan. The seminal reasons are not purely passive, but tend to self-development, though the absence of the requisite conditions and circumstances and of other external agencies may hinder or prevent their development. To Saint Bonaventure, who maintained the theory of Saint Augustine on this point, compared the ratio seminalis to the rosebud, which is not yet actually the rose but will develop into the rose, given the presence of the necessary positive agencies and the absence of negative or preventive agencies. That Saint Augustine asserted a rather vague theory regarding objects which are not the term of direct experience will appear less surprising if one considers why he asserted it. The assertion was the result of an exegetic, not a scientific problem, and the problem arose in this way. According to the book of Ecclesiasticus 8, he that liveth forever created all things together, while on the other hand according to the book of Genesis the fishes and birds, for instance, appeared only on the 5th day of creation, while the cattle and beasts of the earth appeared only on the 6th day. Augustine did not interpret day as our day of 24 hours, since the sun was made only on the 4th day. How then can these two statements be reconciled, that God created all things together and that some things were made after others, that is to say, that not all things were created together? Saint Augustine's way of solving the problem was to say that God did indeed create all things together in the beginning, but that he did not create them all in the same condition. Many things, all plants, fishes, birds, animals, and man himself, he created invisibly, latently, potentially, in germ, in their one seminax. In this way God created in the beginning all the vegetation of the earth before it was actually growing on the earth, one and even man himself. He would thus solve the apparent contradiction between Ecclesiasticus and Genesis by making a distinction. If you are speaking of actual formal completion, then Ecclesiasticus is not referring to this, whereas Genesis is. If you are including germinal or seminal creation, then this is what Ecclesiasticus refers to. Why did not Augustine content himself with seeds in the ordinary sense, the visible seeds of plants, the grain, and so on? Because in the book of Genesis it is implied that the earth brought forth the green herb before its seed, one and the same thing is implied in regard to the other living things which reproduce their kind. He found himself compelled, therefore, to have recourse to a different kind of seed. For example, God created in the beginning the ratio seminalis of wheat, which, according to God's plan and activity, unfolded itself at the appointed time as actual wheat, which then contains seed in the ordinary sense. 8. Moreover, God did not create all seeds or all eggs in act at the beginning, so that they too require a ratio seminalis. Each species, then, with all its future developments and particular members, was created at the beginning in the appropriate seminal reason. From what has been said it should be clear that the saint was not considering primarily a scientific problem but rather an exegetic problem, so that it is really beside the point to adduce him either as a protagonist or as an opponent of evolution in the Lamarckian or Darwinian sense. 4. Saint Augustine made use of the Platonic number theme, which goes back to Pythagoreanism. Naturally his treatment of number sometimes appears to us as fanciful and even fantastic, as when he speaks of perfect and imperfect numbers or interprets references to numbers in the scriptures, but, speaking generally, he looks on number as the principle of order and form, of beauty and perfection, of proportion and law. Thus the ideas are the eternal numbers, while bodies are temporal numbers, which unfold themselves in time. Bodies indeed can be considered as numbers in various ways, as being wholes consisting of a number of ordered and related parts, as unfolding themselves in successive stages. The plant, for example, germinates, breaks into leaf, produces flower and fruit, seminates, or as consisting of a number of parts well disposed in space, in other words, as exemplifying intrinsic number, local or spatial number, and temporal number. The seminal reasons are hidden numbers, whereas bodies are manifest numbers. Again, just as mathematical number begins from 1 and ends in a number which is itself an integer, so the hierarchy of beings begins with the Supreme One, God, which brings into existence and is reflected in more or less perfect unities. This comparison or parallel between mathematical number and metaphysical number was derived, Of course, from Plotinus, and in general Augustine's treatment of number adds nothing of substance to the treatment already accorded it in the Pythagorean Platonic tradition. 5. The peak of the material creation is man, who consists of body and immortal soul. Augustine is quite clear about the fact that man does consist of soul and body, as when he says that a soul in possession of a body does not constitute two persons but one man. 1. Why is it necessary to mention such an obvious point? Because Augustine speaks of the soul as a substance in its own right, substantia quidam rationis perdiceps, region de corpori accommodate, and even defines man as a rational soul using a mortal and earthly body. 3. This Platonic attitude towards the soul has its repercussions, as we have already seen, in Augustine's doctrine of sensation, which he represents as an activity of the soul using the body as an instrument, rather than as an activity of the total psychophysical organism. It is, in fact, a temporary increase of intensity in the action by which the soul animates a certain part of the body. The soul, being superior to the body, cannot be acted on by the body, but it perceives the changes in the body due to an external stimulus. 6. The human soul is an immaterial principle, though, like the souls of brutes, it animates the body. A man may say or even think that his soul is composed of air, for example, but he can never know that it is composed of air. On the other hand, he knows very well that he is intelligent, that he thinks, and he has no reason to suppose that air can think. For moreover, the soul's immateriality and its substantiality assure it of immortality. On this point Augustine uses arguments which go back to Plato. 1. For example, Augustine utilizes the argument of the Phaedo that, as the soul is the principle of life and as two contraries are incompatible, the soul cannot die. Apart from the fact that this argument is not very convincing in any case, it could not be acceptable to Augustine without modification, since it would seem to imply that the soul exists of itself or is a part of God. He adapted the argument, therefore, by saying that the soul participates in life, holding its being and essence from a principle which admits of no contrary, and by arguing that, as the being which the soul receives from this principle, which admits no contrary, is precisely life, it cannot die. The argument, however, might clearly be taken to imply that the animal soul is immortal also, since it too is a principle of life, and so would prove too much. It must, then, be taken in conjunction with another argument, also derived from Plato, to the effect that the soul apprehends indestructible truth, which shows that it is itself indestructible. In the De Quantitate Animi 2, Augustine distinguishes the souls of beasts, which possess the power of sensation but not that of reasoning and knowing, from human souls, which possess both, so that this argument applies only to human souls. Plato had argued that the human soul, as capable of apprehending the ideas, which are eternal and indestructible, shows itself to be akin to them, to be divine, that is to say, indestructible and eternal, and Augustine, without affirming pre-existence, proves the immortality of the soul in an analogous manner. In addition, he argues from the desire of beatitude, the desire for perfect happiness, and this became a favorite argument among Augustinians, with Saint Bonaventure, for example. 7. Augustine clearly held that the soul is created by God. 3. But does not seem to have made up his mind as to the precise time and mode of its origin. He seems to have toyed with some form of the Platonic pre-existence theory while refusing to allow that the soul was put into the body as a punishment for faults committed in a pre-earthly condition, but the chief question for him was whether God creates each individual soul separately or created all other souls in atoms, so that the soul is handed on by the parents, traducianism. This second opinion would appear logically to involve a materialistic view of the soul, whereas in fact Augustine certainly did not hold any such view and insisted that the soul is not present in the body by local diffusion. 1. But it was for theological, not philosophical, reasons that he inclined towards traducianism, as he thought that in this way original sin could be explained as a transmitted stain on the soul. If original sin is looked on as something positive and not as in itself a privation, there is indeed a difficulty, even if not an insuperable difficulty, in affirming individual creation by God of each single human soul, but even apart from that it does not alter the fact that traditionism is inconsistent with a clear affirmation of the soul's spiritual and immaterial character. St. Augustines ethic has this in common with what one might call the typical Greek ethic, that it is eudaimonistic in character, that it proposes an end for human conduct, namely happiness, but this happiness is to be found only in God. The Epicurean who places man's supreme good in the body, places his hope in himself, one but the rational creature has been so made that it cannot itself be the good by which it is made happy. 2. The human being is mutable and insufficient to itself, it can find its happiness only in the possession of what is more than itself, in the possession of an immutable object. Not even virtue itself can be the end, it is not the virtue of thy soul that maketh thee happy, but he who hath given thee the virtue, who hath inspired thee to will, and hath given thee the power to do. 3. It is not the ideal of the Epicurean that can bring happiness to man, nor even that of the Stoic, but God himself. The striving after God is, therefore, the desire of beatitude. The attainment of God is beatitude itself, for that the human being strives after beatitude or happiness, and that beatitude means the attainment of an object. Augustine knew well from his own experience, even if he found confirmation of this fact in philosophy, that this object is God. He learned also from his personal experience, even if he had been helped to realize the fact by the philosophy of Plotinus. But when he said that happiness is to be found in the attainment and possession of the eternal and immutable object, God, he was thinking, not of a purely philosophic and theoretic contemplation of God, but of a loving union with and possession of God, and indeed of the supernatural union with God held up to the Christian as the term of his grace-aided endeavor. One cannot well separate out in Augustine's thought a natural and a supernatural ethic, since he deals with man in the concrete, and man in the concrete has a supernatural vocation. He regarded the Neoplatonists as dist earning something of that which was revealed by Christ, Neoplatonism as an inadequate and partial realization of the truth. The ethic of Augustine is, then, primarily an ethic of love. It is by the will that man reaches out towards God and finally takes possession of and enjoys him. When therefore the will, which is the intermediate good, cleaves to the immutable good, man finds therein the blessed life. 1. For if God is man's supreme good, it clearly follows, since to seek the supreme good is to live well, that to live well is nothing else but to love God with all the heart, with all the soul, with all the mind too. Indeed, after quoting the words of Christ, as recorded by St. Matthew, 3. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart, and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole mind, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Augustine asserts that natural philosophy is here, since all the causes of all natural things are in God the Creator, and that ethics are here, since a good and honest life is not formed otherwise than by loving as they should be loved those things which we ought to love, namely, God and our neighbor. For Augustine's ethic thus centers round the dynamism of the will, which is a dynamism of love, pondus mern, amor meus. 5. Though the attainment of beatitude, participation in the immutable good, is not possible for man unless he be aided by grace, unless he receives the gratuitous mercy of the Creator. 6.2. The will, however, is free, and the free will is subject to moral obligation. The Greek philosophers had a conception of happiness as the end of conduct, and one cannot say that they had no idea of obligation, but owing to his clearer notion of God and of divine creation, Augustine was able to give to moral obligation a firmer metaphysical basis than the Greeks had been able to give it. The necessary basis of obligation is freedom. The will is free to turn y from the immutable good and to attach itself to mutable goods, taking as its object either the goods of the soul, without reference to God, or the goods of the body. The will necessarily seeks happiness, satisfaction, and de facto this happiness can be found only in God, the immutable good, but man has not the vision of God in this life. He can turn his attention to and cling to mutable goods in place of God, and this turning away and this turning to are not forced but voluntary actions. 7. The human will is, then, free to turn to God or away from God, but at the same time the human mind must recognize the truth, not only that what it seeks, happiness, can be found only in the possession of the immutable good, God, but also that the direction of the will to that good is implanted by God and willed by God, who is the Creator. By turning away from God the will runs counter to the divine law, which is expressed in human nature, made by God for himself. All men are conscious to some extent of moral standards and laws, even the ungodly. Rightly blame and rightly praise many things in the conduct of men. How are they enabled to do so, save by seeing the rules according to which men ought to live, even if they do not personally obey these laws in their own conduct? Where do they see these rules? Not in their own minds, since their minds are mutable, whereas the rules of justice are immutable, not in their characters, since they are ex hypothesi unjust. They see the moral rules, says Augustine, using his customary, if obscure, manner of speaking, in the book of that light which is called truth. The eternal laws of morality are impressed in the heart of man, as the impression of a ring passes into the wax, yet does not leave the ring. There are indeed some men who are more or less blind to the law, but even they are sometimes touched by the splendor of the omnipresent truth. One thus, just as the human mind perceives eternal theoretic truths in the light of God, so it perceives, in the same light, practical truths or principles which should direct the free will. Man is by his nature considered in the concrete, set towards God, but he can fulfill the dynamism of that nature only by observing the moral laws which reflect the eternal law of God, and which are not arbitrary rules but follow from the nature of God and the relationship of man to God. The laws are not arbitrary caprices of God, but their observance is willed by God, for he would not have created man without willing that man should be what he meant him to be. The will is free, but it is at the same time subject to moral obligations, and to love God is a duty. 3. The relationship of man to God, however, is the relationship of a finite creature to the infinite being, and the result is that the gulf cannot be bridged without the divine aid. Without grace, grace is necessary even to begin to will to love God. When man tries to live justly by his own strength without the help of the liberating grace of God, he is then conquered by sins, but in free will he has it in his power to believe in the liberator and to receive grace. 1. The law was therefore given that grace might be sought, grace was given that the law might be fulfilled. 2. Our will is by the law shown to be weak, that grace may heal its infirmity. 3. The law of teaching and commanding that which cannot be fulfilled without grace demonstrates to man his weakness, in order that the weakness thus proved may resort to the Savior, by whose healing the will may be able to do what in its feebleness it found impossible. For it would be out of place here to enter on the question of Augustine's doctrine of grace and its relation to the free will, which is in any case a difficult question, but it is necessary to grasp the fact that when Augustine makes the love of God the essence of the moral law, he is referring to that union of the will with God which requires the elevation effected by grace. This is only natural, once given the fact that he is considering and treating man in the concrete, man endowed with a supernatural vocation, and it means that he supplements and completes the wisdom of philosophy with the wisdom of the Scriptures. One can, for purposes of schematism, try to separate Augustine the philosopher and Augustine the theologian, but in his own eyes the true philosopher is a man who surveys reality in the concrete, as it is, and it cannot be seen as it is without taking into account the economy of redemption and of grace. 4. If moral perfection consists in loving God, in directing the will to God and bringing all other powers, e.g. the senses, into harmony with this direction, evil will consist in turning the will away from God. But what is evil in itself, moral evil? Is it something positive? It cannot, first of all, be something positive in the sense of something created by God. The cause of moral evil is not the creator but the created will. The cause of good things is the divine goodness, whereas the cause of evil is the created will which turns away from the immutable good. 8. Evil is a turning away of the created will from the immutable and infinite good. 8. But evil cannot strictly be termed a thing, since this word implies a positive reality, and if moral evil were a positive reality, it would have to be ascribed to the Creator, unless one were willing to attribute to the creature the power of positive creation out of nothing. Evil, then, is that which falls away from essence and tends to non-being. It tends to make that which is cease to be. Everything in which there is order and measure is to be ascribed to God, but in the will which turns away from God there is disorder. The will itself is good, but the absence of right order, or rather the privation of right order, for which the human agent is responsible, is evil. Moral evil is thus a privation of right order in the created will. This doctrine of evil as a privation was the doctrine of Plotinus, and in it Augustine found the answer to the Manichees. For if evil is a privation and not a positive thing, one is no longer faced with the choice of either ascribing moral evil to the good Creator or of inventing an ultimate evil principle responsible for evil. This doctrine was adopted by the scholastics generally from Augustine and finds adherents among several modern philosophers of note, Leibniz, for example. 5. If the principle of morality is love of God and the essence of evil is a falling away from God, it follows that the human race can be divided into two great camps, that of those who love God and prefer God to self and that of those who prefer self to God. It is by the character of their wills, by the character of their dominant love, that men are ultimately marked. Augustine sees the history of the human race as the history of the dialectic of these two principles, the one informing the city of Jerusalem, the other the city of Babylon. Let each one question himself as to what he loveth, and he shall find of which city he is a citizen. 1. There are two kinds of love. These two kinds of love distinguish the two cities established in the human race. In the so to speak commingling of which the ages are past 2 you have heard and know that there are two cities, for the present mingled together in body, but in heart separated. 3. To the Christian history is necessarily of profound importance. It was in history that man fell, in history that he was redeemed, it is in history, progressively, that the body of Christ on earth grows and develops and that God's plan is unfolded. To the Christian, history apart from the data of revelation is shorn of its significance. It is small wonder, then, that Augustine looked on history from the Christian standpoint and that his outlook was primarily spiritual and moral. If we speak of a philosophy of history in Augustine's thought, the word philosophy must be understood in a wide sense as Christian wisdom. The knowledge of the facts of history may be mainly a natural knowledge, for example, knowledge of the existence and development of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires, but the principles by which the facts are interpreted and given meaning and judged are not taken from the facts themselves. The temporal and passing is judged in the light of the eternal. That Augustine's tendency to concentrate on the aspect of Assyria under which it appeared to him as an embodiment of the city of Babylon, in the moral sense, would not commend itself to the modern historian is understandable enough, but Augustine was not concerned to play the part of an historian in the ordinary sense, but rather to give the philosophy of history as he envisaged it, and the philosophy of history, as he understood it, is the discernment of the spiritual and moral significance of historical phenomena and events. Indeed, so far as there can be a philosophy of history at all, the Christian at least will agree with Augustine that only a Christian philosophy of history can ever approach adequacy. To the non-Christian the position of the Jewish people, for example, is radically different from the position it occupies in the eyes of the Christian. If it were objected, as it obviously could be, that this involves a theological interpretation of history, a reading of history in the light of dogma, the objection would not cause Augustine any difficulty, since he never pretended to make that radical dichotomy between theology and philosophy which is implied in the objection. As I have already remarked, Augustine saw in history, as he saw in the individual, the struggle between two principles of conduct, two loves, on the one hand the love of God and submission to his law, on the other hand love of self, of pleasure, of the world. It was only natural, then, that as he saw the embodiment of the heavenly city, Jerusalem, in the Catholic Church, so he should see in the state, particularly in the pagan state, the embodiment of the city of Babylon, and the result of Augustine's attitude in this matter is that one is tempted to assume that for him the city of God can be identified with the church as a visible society and the city of Babylon with the state as such. Does he not ask, without justice, what are kingdoms but great bands of robbers? What is a band of robbers but a little kingdom? And does he not approve the pirate's reply to Alexander the Great, because I do it with a little ship, I am called a robber, and you, because you do it with a great fleet, are called an emperor? 1. Assyria and pagan Rome were founded, increased, and maintained by injustice, violence, rapine, oppression. Is not this to affirm that the state and the city of Babylon are one and the same thing? Undeniably, Augustine thought that the most adequate historical embodiments of the city of Babylon are to be found in the pagan empires of Assyria and Rome, just as he certainly thought that the city of Jerusalem, the city of God, is manifested in the church. Nonetheless, the ideas of the heavenly and earthly cities are moral and spiritual ideas, the contents of which are not exactly coterminous with any actual organization. For instance, a man may be a Christian and belong to the church, but if the principle of his conduct is self-love and not the love of God, he belongs spiritually and morally to the city of Babylon. Again, if an official of the state is governed in his conduct by the love of God, if he pursues justice and charity, he belongs spiritually and morally to the city of Jerusalem. We see now a citizen of Jerusalem, a citizen of the kingdom of heaven, holding some office upon earth, as, for example, wearing the purple, serving as magistrate, as aedile, as proconsul, as emperor, directing the earthly republic, but he hath his heart above if he is a Christian, if he is of the faithful. Let us not therefore despair of the citizens of the kingdom of heaven, when we see them engaged in the affairs of Babylon, doing something terrestrial in a terrestrial republic, nor again let us forthwith congratulate all men whom we see engaged in celestial matters, for even the sons of the pestilence sit sometimes in the seat of Moses. But there will come a time of winnowing when they will be separated, the one from the other, with the greatest care. Even if, then, the city of Babylon in the moral and spiritual sense tends to be identified with the state, particularly the pagan state, and the city of Jerusalem tends to be identified with the church as a visible organization, the identification is not complete. One cannot legitimately conclude that because a man is, for example, a church official, he is necessarily a citizen of the spiritual city of Jerusalem, for as far as his spiritual and moral condition is concerned he may belong to the city of Babylon. Moreover, if the state were necessarily coincident with the city of Babylon, no Christian could legitimately hold office in the state, or even be a citizen, if he could help it, and St. Augustine certainly did not subscribe to any such opinion. 2. But if the state and the city of Babylon cannot simply be identified, St. Augustine certainly did not think that the state as such is founded on justice or that true justice is realized in any actual state, not at any rate in any pagan state. That there is some justice even in a pagan state is sufficiently obvious, but true justice demands that worship should be paid to God which he requires, and pagan Rome did not pay that worship, indeed in Christian times she did her best to prevent its being paid. On the other hand, pagan Rome was obviously a state. How, then, is the conclusion to be avoided that true justice must not be included within the definition of the state? For, if it is, one would be reduced to the impossible position of denying that pagan Rome was a state. Augustine accordingly defines a society as a multitude of rational creatures associated in a common agreement as to the things which it loves. 2. If the things which it loves are good, it will be a good society, while, if the things which it loves are bad, it will be a bad society, but nothing is said in the definition of a people as to whether the objects of its love are good or bad, with the result that the definition will apply even to the pagan state. This does not mean, of course, that in Augustine's eyes the state exists in a non-moral sphere. On the contrary, the same moral law holds good for states as for individuals. The point he wants to make is that the state will not embody true justice, will not be a really moral state, unless it is a Christian state. It is Christianity which makes men good citizens. The state itself, as an instrument of force, has its roots in the consequences of original sin and, given the fact of original sin and its consequences, is a necessary institution, but a just state is out of the question unless it is a Christian state. No state is more perfectly established and preserved than on the foundations, and by the bond of faith and of firm concord, when the highest and truest good, namely God, is loved by all and men love each other in him without dissimulation because they love one another for his sake. The state, in other words, is informed by love of this world, when it is left to itself, but it can be informed by higher principles, principles which it must derive from Christianity. 3. From this there follow two consequences of importance. 1. The Christian Church will try to inform civil society with its own celestial principles of conduct. It has a mission to act as the leaven of the earth. Augustine's conception of the Christian Church and her mission was essentially a dynamic and a social conception. The Church must permeate the state by her principles. 2. The Church is thus the only really perfect society and is definitely superior to the state. 4. If the state must take her principles from the Church, the state cannot be above the Church nor even on a level with the Church. In maintaining this view, St. Augustine stands at the head of the medieval exaltation of the Church vis divus the state, and he was only consistent in invoking the help of the state against the Donatists, since, on his view, the Church is a superior society to which Christ has subjected the kingdoms of the world, and which has the right to make use of the powers of the world. 2. But if Augustine's view of the relation of Church to state was the one which became characteristic of Western Christendom and not of Byzantium, it does not follow that his view necessarily tended to undermine the significance of civic and social life. As Christopher Dawson has pointed out, although Augustine deprived the state of its aura of divinity, he at the same time insisted on the value of the free human personality and of moral responsibility, even against the state, so that in this way he made possible the ideal of a social order resting upon the free personality and a common effort towards moral ends. During the Middle Ages, the writings which were then ascribed to St. Paul's Athenian convert, Dionysius the Areopagite, enjoyed high esteem, not only among mystics and authors of works on mystical theology, but also among professional theologians and philosophers, such as St. Albert the Great and St. Thomas Aquinas. The reverence and respect paid to these writings were, of course, in great part due to the mistaken notion as to their authorship, a mistake which originated in the author's use of a pseudonym. Dionysius the Presbyter, to his fellow presbyter Timothy I in 533, the Patriarch of Antioch, Severus, appealed to the writings of Dionysius, in support of his monophysite doctrine, a fact which can be safely taken to mean that the writings were already regarded as possessed of authority. But, even if Severus appealed to the works in question in support of heretical doctrine, their ascription to Saint Dionysius would free them from any suspicion as to their orthodoxy. In the Eastern Church they were widely circulated, being commented on by Maximus the Confessor in the 7th century and appealed to by the great Eastern doctor, Saint John Damascene, in the 8th century, though Hypatius of Ephesus attacked their authenticity. In the West, Pope Martin I appealed to the writings as authentic at the First Lateran Council in 649, and about the year 858 John Scotus Irae Eugenia, at the request of Charles the Bald, made a translation from the Greek text which had been presented to Louis the Fair in 827 by the Emperor Michael Balbus. John Scotus, besides translating the writings of the pseudo-Dionysius, also commented on them, thus furnishing the first of a series of commentaries in Western Christendom. For example, Hugh of St. Victor, d. 1141, commented on the celestial hierarchy, using Irae Eugenia's translation, while Robert Grosseteste, d. 1253, and Albert the Great, d. 1280, also commented on the writings. Saint Thomas Aquinas composed a commentary on the divine names about 1261. All these authors, as also, for example, Denis the Carthusian, accepted the authenticity of the writings, but in time it was bound to become clear that they embodied important elements taken from developed Neoplatonism and that they constituted in fact an attempt to reconcile Neoplatonism and Christianity, so that they would have to be attributed to an author of a much later date than the historic Dionysius the Areopagite. However, the question of the authenticity of the writings is not the same as the question of their orthodoxy from the Christian standpoint, and though in the 17th century, when critics began to attack the authenticity of the writings, their orthodoxy was also assailed, a recognition of their unauthentic character did not necessarily involve an admission of their incompatibility with Christian doctrine, though it was obviously no longer possible to maintain their orthodoxy on the a priori ground that they were composed by a personal disciple of St. Paul. Personally, I consider that the writings are orthodox in regard to the rejection of monism, but that on the question of the Blessed Trinity it is highly questionable, at least if they can be reconciled with orthodox Christian dogma. Whatever the intentions of the author may have been, his words, besides being obscure, as Aquinas admitted, are scarcely compatible, as they stand, with the Trinitarian teaching of Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. It may be objected that insufficient attention is paid to the dogma of the Incarnation, which is essential to Christianity, but the author clearly maintains this doctrine, and in any case to say little about one particular doctrine, even a central one, is not the same as to deny it. Taking the relevant passages of the Pseudo-Dionysius in the large, it does not seem possible to reject them as definitely unorthodox on this point, unless one is prepared also to reject as unorthodox, for example, the mystical doctrine of Saint John of the Cross, who is a doctor of the Church. But though no one now supposes that the writings are actually the work of Dionysius the Areopagite, it has not proved possible to discover the real author. Most probably they were composed at the end of the 5th century, as they apparently embody ideas of the Neoplatonist Proclus, 418–85, and it has been conjectured that the hierotheos who figures therein was the Syrian mystic Stephen Bar Sadali. If the writings of the Pseudo-Dionysius actually depend to any degree on the philosophy of Proclus, they cannot well have been composed before the closing decades of the 5th century, while as they were appealed to at the Council of 533, they can hardly have been composed much after 500. The ascription of about 500 as the date of their composition is, therefore, doubtless correct, while the supposition that they originated in Syria is reasonable. The author was a theologian, without doubt an ecclesiastic also, but he cannot have been Severus himself, as one or two writers have rashly supposed. In any case, though it would be interesting to know with certainty who the author was, it is probably unlikely that anything more than conjecture will ever be possible, and the chief interest of the writings is due, not to the personality of the author, but to the content and influence of the writings, these writings being the divine names, De Divinis Nominibus, the mystical theology, De Mystica Theologia, the celestial hierarchy, De Coelesti Hierarchia, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy, De Ecclesiastica Hierarchia, as well as 10 letters. The works are printed in Migna's Patrologia Graeca, volumes 3–4, but a critical edition of the text has been begun. 2. There are two ways of approaching God, who is the center of all speculation, a positive way, ex edu an ex and a negative way, dxpawofj. In the former way or method the mind begins with the most universal statements, and then through intermediate terms, proceeds, to particular titles, one thus beginning with the highest category. 2. In the divine names the Pseudo-Dionysius pursues this affirmative method, showing how names such as goodness, life, wisdom, power, are applicable to God in a transcendental manner and how they apply to creatures only in virtue of their derivation from God and their varying degrees of participation in those qualities which are found in God not as inhering qualities but in substantial unity. Thus he begins with the idea or name of goodness, which is the most universal name, inasmuch as all things, existent or possible, share in goodness to some degree, but which at the same time expresses the nature of God. None is good save one, that is, God. 3. God, as the good, is the overflowing source of creation and its final goal, and from the good comes the light, which is an image of goodness, so that the good is described by the name of light, being the archetype of that which is revealed in the image. For here the Neoplatonic light motive is brought in, and the pseudo-Dionysius's dependence on Neoplatonism is particularly manifest in his language when he goes on to speak of the good as beauty, as the superessential beautiful, and uses the phrases of Plato's Symposium, which reappear in the Enneads of Plotinus. Again, when in chapter 13 of the Divine Names 1 the pseudo-Dionysius speaks of one as the most important title of all, he is clearly writing in dependence on the Plotinian doctrine of the ultimate principle as the one. In brief, then, the affirmative method means ascribing to God the perfections found in creatures, that is, the perfections which are compatible with the spiritual nature of God, though not existing in him in the same manner as they exist in creatures, since in God they exist without imperfection and, in the case of the names which are ascribed to the divine nature, without real differentiation. That we start, in the affirmative way, with the highest categories, is, says the author, due to the fact that we should start with what is most akin to God, and it is truer to affirm that he is life and goodness than that he is air or stone. The names life and goodness refer to something which is actually in God, but he is air or stone only in a metaphorical sense or in the sense that he is the cause of these things. Yet the pseudo-Dionysius is careful to insist that, even if certain names describe God better than others, they are very far from representing an adequate knowledge and conception of God on our part, and he expresses this conviction by speaking of God as the superessential essence, the superessential beautiful, and so on. He is not simply repeating phrases from the Platonic tradition, but he is expressing the truth that the objective reference or content of these names as actually found in God infinitely transcends the content of the names as experienced by us. For example, if we ascribe intelligence to God, we do not mean to ascribe to him human intelligence, the only intelligence of which we have immediate experience and from which we draw the name. We mean that God is more, infinitely more, than what we experience as intelligence, and this fact is best expressed by speaking of God as superintelligence or as the superessential intelligence. 3. The affirmative way was mainly pursued by the pseudo-Dionysius in the Divine Names and in his lost, symbolical theology and outlines of divinity, whereas the negative way, that of the exclusion from God of the imperfections of creatures, is characteristic of the mystical theology. The distinction of the two ways was dependent on Proclus, and as developed by the pseudo-Dionysius it passed into Christian philosophy and theology, being accepted by St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, but the palm is given by the pseudo-Dionysius to the negative way in preference to the affirmative way. In this way the mind begins by denying of God those things which are farthest removed from him, e.g. drunkenness or fury, and proceeds upwards progressively denying of God the attributes and qualities of creatures, until it reaches the superessential darkness. 2. As God is utterly transcendent, we praise him best by denying or removing all things that are just as men who, carving a statue out of marble, remove all the impediments that hinder the clear perception of the latent image and by this mere removal display the hidden statue itself in its hidden beauty. 3. The human being is inclined to form anthropomorphic conceptions of the deity, and it is necessary to strip away these human, all too human conceptions by the Viramotiones, but the pseudo-Dionysius does not mean that from this process there results a clear view of what God is in himself. The comparison of the statue must not mislead us. When the mind has stripped away from its idea of God the human modes of thought and inadequate conceptions of the deity, it enters upon the darkness of unknowing, for wherein it renounces all the apprehension of the understanding and is wrapped in that which is wholly intangible and invisible. United to him that is wholly unknowable. 5. This is the province of mysticism. The darkness of unknowing is not due, however, to the unintelligibility of the object considered in itself, but to the finiteness of the human mind, which is blinded by excess of light. This doctrine is doubtless partly influenced by Neoplatonism, but it is also to be found in the writings of Christian mystical theologians, notably Saint Gregory of Nyssa, whose writings in turn, though influenced, as far as language and presentation are concerned, by Neoplatonic treatises, were also the expression of personal experience. 4. The Neoplatonic influence on the pseudo-Dionysius comes out very strongly in his doctrine of the Blessed Trinity, for he seems to be animated by the desire to find a one behind the differentiation of persons. He certainly allows that the differentiation of persons is an eternal differentiation and that the Father, for example, is not the Son, and the Son not the Father, but so far as one can achieve an accurate interpretation of what he says, it appears that, in his opinion, the differentiation of persons exists on the plane of manifestation. The manifestation in question is an eternal manifestation, and the differentiation an eternal differentiation within God, to be distinguished from the external manifestation of God in differentiated creatures, but God in himself, beyond the plane of manifestation, is undifferentiated unity. One can, of course, attempt to justify the language of the pseudo-Dionysius by reference to the nature of God which, according to Orthodox Trinitarianism, is one and undivided and with which each of the divine persons is substantially identical, but it would seem most probable, not to say certain, that the author was influenced, not only by Plotinus's doctrine of the one, but also by Proclus's doctrine of the primary principle which transcends the attributes of unity, goodness, being. The superessential unity would seem to represent Proclus's first principle, and the distinction of three persons in unity of nature would seem to represent the Neoplatonic conception of emanation, being a stage, if an eternal stage, in the self-manifestation or revelation of the ultimate Godhead or Absolute. When we speak of the all-transcendent Godhead as a unity and a trinity, it is not a unity or a trinity such as can be known by us. Though, we apply the titles of Trinity and Unity to that which is beyond all titles, expressing under the form of being that which is beyond being. The transcendent Godhead hath no name, nor can it be grasped by the reason. Even the title of goodness we do not ascribe to it because we think such a name suitable. The Godhead is not unity or goodness, nor a spirit, not sonship nor fatherhood. Nor does it belong to the category of non-existence or to that of existence too. It is true that such phrases could be defended, as regards the intention of the author if not as regards his actual words, by pointing out that it is correct to say that the term Father, for instance, belongs to the first person as person and not to the Son, though the divine substance exists in numerical identity and without intrinsic real differentiation in each of the three divine persons, and also by allowing that the term Father, as applied to the first person, though the best term available in human language for the purpose, is borrowed from a human relationship, and applied to God in an analogical sense, so that the content of the idea of Father in our minds is not adequate to the reality in God. Moreover, the pseudo-Dionysius certainly speaks of a differentiation in the superessential doctrine of God, referring to the trinity of persons and the names applicable to each person in particular, one, and explicitly denies that he is introducing a confusion of all distinctions in the deity, for affirming that, while names such as supervital or superwise belong to the entire Godhead, the differentiated names, the names of Father, Son, and Spirit, cannot be interchanged, nor are they held in common. 3. Again, though there is a mutual abiding and indwelling of the divine persons in an utterly undifferentiated and transcendent unity, this is without any confusion. For nevertheless, though much of what the pseudo-Dionysius has to say on the subject of the Blessed Trinity can be interpreted and defended from the standpoint of theological orthodoxy, it is hardly possible not to discern a strong tendency to go behind, as it were, the distinction of persons to a super-transcendent undifferentiated unity. Probably the truth of the matter is that the pseudo-Dionysius, though an orthodox Trinitarian in intention, was so much influenced by the Neoplatonic philosophy that a tension between the two elements underlies his attempt to reconcile them and makes itself apparent in his statements. 5. In regard to the relation of the world to God, the pseudo-Dionysius speaks of the emanation, Erp 6080, of God into the universe of things. 5. But he tries to combine the Neoplatonic emanation theory with the Christian doctrine of creation and is no pantheist. For example, since God bestows existence on all things that are, he is said to become manifold through bringing forth existent things from himself, yet at the same time God remains one even in the act of self-multiplication and without differentiation even in the process of emanation. Registered Proclus had insisted that the prior principle does not become less through the process of emanation, and the Pseudo-Dion Jesus repeats his teaching on this matter, but the influence of Neoplatonism does seem to have meant that he did not clearly realize the relation of creation to the divine will or the freedom of the act of creation, for he is inclined to speak as though creation were a natural and even a spontaneous effect of the divine goodness, even though God is distinct from the world. God exists indivisibly and without multiplication of himself in all individual, separate, and multiple things, and, though they participate in the goodness which springs from him, and though they may in a certain sense be thought of as an extension of God, God himself is not involved in their multiplication. The world, in short, is an outflowing of the divine goodness, but it is not God himself. On this point of God's transcendence as well as on that of his immanence the Pseudo-Dionysius is clear, but his fondness for depicting the world as the outflowing of the overbrimming goodness of God, as well as for drawing a kind of parallel between the internal divine processions and the external procession in creation, lead him to speak as though creation were a spontaneous activity of God, as if God created by a necessity of nature. That God is the transcendent cause of all things, the Pseudo-Dionysius affirms several times, explaining in addition that God created the world through the exemplary or archetypal ideas, the preordinations, erpipiopiate, which exist in him. 1. In addition, God is the final cause of all things, drawing all things to himself as the good. 2. He is, therefore, the beginning and the end of all things. 8. The beginning as their cause, the end as their final purpose. 4. There is, then, an outgoing from God and a return to God, a process of multiplication and a process of intercommunion and return. This idea became basic in the philosophy of the Areopagites translator, John Scotus Eriugena. 6. As the Pseudo-Dionysius insisted so much on the divine goodness, it was incumbent on him to give some attention to the existence and the consequent problem of evil, and this he gave in the divine names. 6. Relying, partly at least, on Proclus's De Subsistentia Mali. In the first place he insists that, although evil would have to be referred to God as its cause, were it something positive, it is in fact not something positive at all, precisely as evil it has no being. If it is objected that evil must be positive, since it is productive, sometimes even of good, and since debauchery, for example, which is the opposite of temperance, is something evil and positive, he answers that nothing is productive precisely as evil, but only in so far as it is good, or through the action of good. Evil as such tends only to destroy and debase. That evil has no positive being of itself is clear from the fact that good and being are synonymous. Everything which has being proceeds from the good and, as being, is good. Does this mean, then, that evil and non-existence are precisely the same? The Pseudo-Dionysius certainly tends to speak as if that were the case, but his real meaning is given in his statement that all creatures in so far as they have being are good and come from the good, and in so far as they are deprived of the good, neither are they good nor have they being. 1. In other words, evil is a deprivation or privation. It consists, not simply in non-being or in the absence of being, but rather in the absence of a good that ought to be present. The sinner, for instance, is good in so far as he has being, life, existence, will. The evil consists in the deprivation of a good that ought to be there and actually is not, in the wrong relation of his will to the rule of morality, in the absence of this or that virtue, etc. It follows that no creature, considered as an existent being, can be evil. Even the devils are good in so far as they exist, for they hold their existence from the good, and that existence continues to be good. They are evil, not in virtue of their existence, their natural constitution, but only through a lack of angelic virtues. 2. They are called evil through the deprivation and the loss whereby they have lapsed from their proper virtues. The same is true of bad human beings, who are called evil in virtue of the deficiency of good qualities and activities and in virtue of the failure and fall therefrom due to their own weakness. Hence evil inheres not in the devils or in us as evil, but only as a deficiency and lack of the perfection of our proper virtues. 8. Physical, non-moral evil is treated in a similar manner. No natural force is evil, the evil of nature lies in a thing's inability to fulfill its natural functions. For again, ugliness and disease are a deficiency in form and a want of order, and this is not wholly evil, being rather a lesser good. 5. Nor can matter as such be evil, since matter too has a share in order, beauty, and form. 6. Matter cannot be evil in itself, since it is produced by the good and since it is necessary to nature. There is no need to have recourse to two ultimate principles, good and evil respectively. In fine, good comes from the one universal cause, evil from many partial deficiencies. 7. If it be said that some people desire evil, so that evil, as the object of desire, must be something positive, the Pseudo-Dionysius answers that all acts have the good as their object, but that they may be mistaken, since the agent may err as to what is the proper good or object of desire. In the case of sin, the sinner has the power to know the true good and the right, so that his mistake is morally attributable to him. 1. Moreover, the objection that providence should lead men into virtue even against their will is foolish, for it is not worthy of providence to violate nature. Providence provides for free choice and respects it. Registered 7. In conclusion, one may remark that, although Ferdinand Christian Bauer III would seem to have gone too far in saying that the Pseudo-Dionysius reduced the Christian doctrine of the Trinity to a mere formal use of the Christian terms void of the Christian content, and that his system will not allow of a special incarnation, it must be admitted that there was a tension in his thought between the Neoplatonic philosophy which he adopted and the Christian dogmas, in which, we have no real reason to deny, he believed. The Pseudo-Dionysius meant to harmonize the two elements, to express Christian theology and Christian mysticism in a Neoplatonic philosophical framework and scheme, but it can scarcely be gainsaid that, when a clash occurred, the Neoplatonic elements tended to prevail. A specific and peculiar incarnation was one of the major points in Christianity that pagan Neoplatonists, such as Porphyry, objected to, and though, as I have said, we cannot be justified in asserting that the Pseudo-Dionysius denied the incarnation, his acceptance of it does not well adapt itself to his philosophical system, nor does it play much part in his extant writings. One may well doubt whether his writings would have exercised the influence they did on Christian medieval thinkers, had the latter not taken the author's pseudonym at its face value. Boethius's transmission of Aristotelian ideas, natural theology, influence on Middle Ages, Cassiodorus on the seven liberal arts and the spirituality of the soul, Isidore's etymologies and sentences. If one of the channels whereby the philosophy of the ancient world was passed on to the Middle Ages was the writings of the Pseudo-Dionysius, another channel, and in some respects a complementary one, was constituted by the writings of Boethius, c. AD 480-524/5, a Christian who, after studying at Athens and subsequently holding high magisterial office under the king of the Ostrogoths, Theodoric, was finally executed on a charge of high treason. I use the word complementary since, while the Pseudo-Dionysius helped to impregnate early medieval philosophy, especially that of John Scotus Eriugena, with elements drawn from Neoplatonic speculation, Boethius transmitted to the early medievals a knowledge of at least the logic of Aristotle. His works I have listed in my volume on Greek and Roman philosophy, 1, and I shall not repeat them here. Suffice it to recall that he translated into Latin the Organon of Aristotle and commented thereon, besides commenting on the isagogy of Porphyry and composing original treatises on logic. In addition, he wrote several theological opuscula and while in prison his celebrated De Consolatione Philosophiae. It is uncertain whether or not Boethius translated, in accordance with his original plan, other works of Aristotle besides the Organon, but in his extant works mention is made of several salient Aristotelian doctrines. The earlier medieval thinkers were predominantly concerned with the discussion of the problem of universals, taking as their starting point certain texts of Porphyry and Boethius, and they took little notice of the Aristotelian metaphysical doctrines to be found in Boethius's writings. The first great speculative thinker of the Middle Ages, John Scotus Eriugena, was more indebted to the Pseudo-Dionysius and other writers dependent on Neoplatonism than to any Aristotelian influence. And it was not until the Aristotelian corpus had become available to the West at the close of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th centuries that a synthesis on Aristotelian lines was attempted. But that does not alter the fact that Aristotelian doctrines of importance were incorporated in the writings of Boethius. For instance, in his theological work against Eutychs 1, Boethius speaks clearly of matter, the common substrate of bodies, which is the basis for, and renders possible, substantial change in bodies, corporeal substances, while its absence in incorporeal substances renders impossible the change of one immaterial substance into another or the change of a corporeal substance into an incorporeal substance or vice versa. The discussion is carried on in a theological setting and with a theological purpose, for Boethius wishes to show that in Christ the divine nature and the human nature are distinct and both real, against Eutychs who held that the union with Godhead involved the disappearance of the human nature, too. But within that theological setting a philosophical discussion is included and the categories employed are Aristotelian in character. Similarly, in the De Trinitate, 3 Boethius speaks of the correlative principle to matter, namely form. For instance, earth is not earth by reason of unqualified matter, but because it is a distinctive form. For unqualified matter Boethius uses the Greek phrase phenoios exarge, taking it doubtless from Alexander of Aphrodisias. For on the other hand, God, the divine substance, is form without matter and cannot be a substrate. As pure form, he is one. Again, in the De Trinitate, 6 Boethius gives the 10 categories or predicamenta and goes on to explain that when we call God substance, we do not mean that he is substance in the same sense in which a created thing is substance, he is a substance that is supersubstantial. Similarly, if we predicate a quality of God, such as just or great, we do not mean that he has an inhering quality, for with him to be just and to be God are one and the same, and while man is merely great, God is greatness. In the Contra Eudicant occurs Boethius's famous definition of person, naturae rationalis individua substantia, which was accepted by St. Thomas and became classical in the schools. 2. In his doctrine of the Blessed Trinity, Boethius relied largely on St. Augustine, but in the De Consolatione Philosophiae he developed in outline a natural theology on Aristotelian lines, thus implicitly distinguishing between natural theology, the highest part of philosophy, and dogmatic theology which, in distinction from the former, accepts its premises from revelation. In the third book 1 he at least mentions the rational argument for the existence of God as unmoved mover, while in the fifth book 2 he treats of the apparent difficulty in reconciling human freedom with the divine foreknowledge. If God beholdeth all things and cannot be deceived, that must of necessity follow which his providence foreseeth to be to come. Wherefore, if from eternity he doth foreknow not only the deeds of men, but also their counsels and wills, there can be no free will. 3 To answer that it is not that future events will take place because God knows them, but rather that God knows them because they will take place is not a very satisfactory answer, since it implies that temporal events and the temporal acts of creatures are the cause of the eternal foreknowledge of God. Rather should we say that God does not, strictly speaking, foresee anything. God is eternal, eternity being defined in a famous phrase as interminabilis vitae tota sit null et perfecta possessio *, and his knowledge is the knowledge of what is eternally present to him, of a never-fading instant, not a foreknowledge of things which are future to God. Now, knowledge of a present event does not impose necessity on the event, so that God's knowledge of man's free acts, which from the human viewpoint are future, though from the divine viewpoint they are present, does not make those acts determined and necessary, in the sense of not free. The eternity of God's vision, which is always present, concurs with the future quality of an action. Boethius drew not merely on Aristotle, but also on Porphyry and other Neoplatonic writers, as well as on Cicero, for example, and it may be that the division of philosophy or speculative science into physics, mathematics and theology was taken directly from the isagogy of Porphyry, but it must be remembered that Porphyry himself was indebted to Aristotle. In any case, in view of the predominantly Neoplatonic character of foregoing Christian philosophy, the Aristotelian element in the thought of Boethius is more remarkable and significant than the specifically Neoplatonic elements. It is true that he speaks of the divine goodness and its overflowing in a manner reminiscent of Neoplatonism. In the De Consolidate Philosophy B he says that the substance of God consisteth in nothing else but in goodness, and that he sometimes uses such terms as defluere in connection with the procession of creatures from God. 1. But he is quite clear about the distinction between God and the world and about the Christian doctrine of creation. Thus he expressly affirms that God, without any change, by the exercise of a will known only to himself, determined of himself to form the world and brought it into being when it was absolutely nothing, not producing it from his own substance. 2. Denying that the divine substance in externalibator 3 or that all things which are God. 4. 3. Boethius, then, was of very considerable importance, for he transmitted to the earlier Middle Ages a great part of the knowledge of Aristotle then available. In addition, his application of philosophical categories to theology helped towards the development of theological science, while his use of and definition of philosophical terms was of service to both theology and philosophy. Lastly, we may mention the influence exercised by his composition of commentaries, for this type of writing became a favorite method of composition among the medievals. Even if not particularly remarkable as an original and independent philosopher, Boethius is yet of major significance as a transmitter and as a philosopher who attempted to express Christian doctrine in terms drawn, not simply from the Neoplatonists, but also from the philosopher whose thought was to become a predominant influence in the greatest philosophical synthesis of the Middle Ages. 4. Cassiodorus, c. 477-c. 565/70, was a pupil of Boethius and, like his master, worked for a time in the service of Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths. In his De Artibus ac Disciplinis Liberalium Literarum, which is the second book of his Institutions, he treated of the 7 liberal arts, i.e. the 3 scientia sermacinales, grammar, dialectic and rhetoric, and the 4 scientia reales, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. He did not aim at novelty or originality of thought, but rather at giving a synopsis of the learning he had culled from other writers. 5. And his book on the arts, like that of Martianus Capella, was much used as a textbook in the early Middle Ages. In his De Anima Cassiodorus drew on Saint Augustine and on Claudianus Mamertus, died c. 474, in proving the spirituality of the human soul. While the soul cannot be a part of God, since it is changeable and capable of evil, it is not material and cannot be material, since it can have what is spiritual as the object of its knowledge, and only that which is itself spiritual can know the spiritual. As spiritual, the soul is holy in the whole body and holy in each part, being indivisible and unextended, but it operates in a given part of the body, e.g. a sense organ, now with greater, now with less intensity. 1.5. Cassiodorus, then, was much more a transmitter than an original thinker, and the same can be said of Isidore, died c. 636, who became Archbishop of Seville in the Visigothic kingdom and whose encyclopedia, the Originum Seu Etymologiarum Libri XX, was very popular in the early Middle Ages, being included in every monastic library of note. In this work Isidore deals with the 7 liberal arts, as also with a great number of scientific or quasi-scientific facts and theories on subjects from scripture and jurisprudence and medicine to architecture, agriculture, war, navigation, and so on. He shows his conviction about the divine origin of sovereignty and the paramount authority of morality, law, and justice in civil society, even in regard to the conduct and acts of the monarch. In addition to his etymologies, Isidore's Libri Tres Sententiarum, a collection of theological and moral theses taken from St. Augustine and St. Gregory the Great, was also widely used. His treatise on numbers, Liber Numerorum, which treats of the numbers occurring in the sacred scriptures, is often fanciful in the extreme in the mystical meanings which it attaches to numbers. Charlemagne Alcuin and the Palatine School. Other schools, Curriculum, Libraries Rabanus Morus. In AD 771 the death of Carloman left Charles, Charlemagne, sole ruler of the Frankish dominions, and his subsequent destruction of the Lombard kingdom and his general policy made him, by the close of the century, the paramount sovereign in Western Christendom. His coronation as emperor by the Pope on December 25, th. 800, symbolized the success of his imperial policy and the culmination of Frankish power. The Frankish Empire was later to break up and the imperial crown was to pass to Germany, but for the moment Charlemagne was undisputed master in Western Christendom and was enabled to set on foot the work of reorganization and reform which had become a crying need under the Merovingian dynasty. The emperor was by no means simply a soldier nor even simply soldier and political organizer combined, he had also at heart the work of raising the cultural level of his subjects by the extension and improvement of education. For this purpose he needed scholars and educational leaders, and since these were not easily obtainable in the Frankish kingdom itself, he had to introduce them from abroad. Already in the 5th century the old culture of Romanized Gaul was fast on the wane, and in the 6th and 7th centuries it was at a very low point indeed. What schools there were teaching only reading, writing and some rudimentary knowledge of Latin, besides, of course, giving religious instruction. It was to remedy this lamentable state of learning and education that Charlemagne made use of foreign scholars like Peter of Pisa and Paul the Deacon, who were both Italians. The former appears to have been already advanced in age when he taught Latin at the palace school of Charlemagne, while the latter, Paul Warnfrid, the Deacon, who had come to France in 782, in an attempt to obtain the freedom of his brother, a prisoner of war, taught Greek from 782 to 786, when he retired to Monte Cassino, where he composed his History of the Lombards. Another Italian teacher at the Palatine school was Paulinus of Aquileia, who taught from about 777 to 787. In addition to the group of Italian grammarians one may mention two Spaniards who came to France as refugees, Agobard, who became Archbishop of Lyons ir 816, and Theodulf, who became Bishop of Orleans and died in 821. The latter was familiar with the Latin classics and was himself a Latin poet. Incidentally, the oldest known medieval manuscript of Quintilian comes from Theodulf's private library. From the point of view of practical importance in the educational work of Charlemagne, however, the Italians and the Spaniards are overshadowed by the celebrated English scholar, Alcuin of York. 2. Alcuin, c. 730 to 804, received his early education at York. Learning had been making progress in England since the year 669, when Theodore of Tarsus, a Greek monk, arrived in the country as Archbishop of Canterbury and, together with Abbot Hadrian, developed the School of Canterbury and enriched its library. This work was carried on by men like Benedict Biscop, who founded the monasteries of Wearmouth, 674, and Jarrow, 682, and Aldhelm, who, after studying under Theodore and Hadrian, organized the monastery of Malmesbury in Wiltshire, of which he became abbot. A more important figure in Anglo-Saxon scholarship was, however, that of the great exegete and historian Bede 674 to 735, a priest and monk of Jarrow. It was due to the labors of Bede's friend and pupil Egbert, who became Archbishop of York shortly before Bede's death, that the School of York became the leading cultural and educational centre of England and noted for the richness of its library. At York Alcuin was more particularly under the care of Eilbert, in company with whom he travelled to Rome, meeting Charles on the way, and when Eilbert succeeded Egbert as Archbishop of York in 767, the chief work in the school devolved on Alcuin. However, in 781, Alcuin was sent by Eilbert to Rome, and in Parma he met Charles for the second time, the king utilizing the meeting to urge the English scholar to enter his service. After receiving the permission of his own king and his archbishop, Alcuin accepted the invitation and in 782 took over the direction of the Palatine school, which he maintained, save for a short visit to England in 786 and a longer one from 792, 793, until 796, when he accepted the abbacy of Saint Martin at Tours, where he spent the last years of his life. Probably about the year 777 Charlemagne wrote a letter to Bogulf, abbot of Fulda, one in which he exhorts the abbot and community to zeal for learning, and this is merely one of the examples of his constant solicitude in the cause of education. The school which is, however, particularly associated with the name of Charlemagne is the so-called Palace or Palatine school, which, though not a new creation of the emperor, owed its development to him. Before its development under Charlemagne, the school would seem to have existed for the purpose of training the royal princes and children of the higher nobility in the knightly way of life, but the emperor laid emphasis on intellectual training and, as a result of his reform, the pupils appear to have been drawn from a wider circle than the court. French writers have commonly claimed that the Palatine school was the origin of the University of Paris, but it must be remembered that the emperor's court was at Aachen or Aix-la-Chapelle, and not at Paris, though it would seem to have been later removed to Paris by Charles the Bald, d. 877. However, as the University of Paris eventually grew up out of an amalgamation of the Parisian schools, it may be said that the Palatine school was in some sense a remote ancestor of the university, even if the connection was somewhat loose. Charlemagne's main instrument in the organization of the Palatine school was Alcuin, from whose writings we can form some idea of the curriculum. Alcuin was certainly not an original thinker, and his educational works, written in dialogue form, rely for the most part on former authors. For example, the De Rhetorica makes use of Cicero, with additions from other authors, while in other treatises Alcuin draws on Donatus, Precian, Cassiodorus, Boethius, Isidore, Bede. But, though Alcuin was unoriginal and mediocre as a writer and can hardly be held to merit the title of philosopher, he seems to have been eminent and successful as a teacher, and some of the best-known figures of the Carolingian Renaissance, e.g. Rabanus Maurus, were his pupils. When he retired to the Abbey of Saint Martin at Tours, he continued this work of teaching, as is clear from a celebrated letter to the emperor, in which Alcuin describes how he serves to some youths the honey of the Holy Scriptures, while others he tries to intoxicate with the wine of ancient literature. Some are nourished on the apples of grammatical studies, while to others he displays the order of the shining orbs which adorn the azure heavens. Charlemagne had a considerable personal interest in astronomy, and the two men corresponded on this subject. At Tours, Alcuin enriched the library with copies of manuscripts which he brought from York, the best library in Western Europe. He also devoted his attention to improving the method of copying manuscripts. In a letter of 799 he speaks of his daily battle with the rusticity of Tours, from which one may conclude that the path of reform was not always an easy one. It is certain that Alcuin also gave attention to the accurate copying and amending of the manuscripts of the Scriptures, since he speaks explicitly of this in letters to Charlemagne in 802 and 801. 3. But it is not certain exactly what part he took in producing the revision of the Vulgate which was ordered by the emperor, known as the Alcuinian revision. However, in view of the important position occupied by the scholar in the implementation of the emperor's reforms, it would seem only reasonable to suppose that he took a leading part in this important work, which helped to arrest the progress of manuscript corruption. 3. As regards the development of other schools, i.e. other than the Palatine school and that of Tours, one may mention the schools attached to the monasteries of St. Gall, Corbie, and Fulda. In the monasteries, education was provided not only for those pupils who were destined to become members of the religious order, but also for other pupils, though it appears that two separate schools were maintained, the Schola Claustri for the former class of pupil, the Schola Exterior for the latter. Thus at St. Gall the Schola Claustri was within the precincts of the monastery, while the Schola Exterior was among the outer buildings. A Capitulary of Louis the Pious, 817, ordained that the monasteries should only possess schools for the oblates, but it seems that not much notice was taken of this ordinance. If one sets the Palatine school in a class by itself, the other schools fall, then, into two main classes, the episcopal or capitular schools and the monastic schools. As for the curriculum, this consisted, apart from the study of theology and exegesis, especially in the case of those pupils who were preparing for the priesthood, or the religious life, in the study of the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and dialectic, and the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music, comprising the 7 liberal arts. There was, however, little fresh or original work done on these subjects. Thus grammar, which included literature, would be studied in the writings of Precian and Donatus, and in the textbooks of Alcuin, for example, though some commentaries were composed on the works of the ancient grammarians, by Smaragdus, for instance, on Donatus, and a few undistinguished grammatical works were written, such as the Ars Grammaticae of Clemens Scotus, who began teaching at the Palatine school in the later years of Charlemagne. Logic too was studied in the handbooks of Alcuin or, if something more was required, in the works of the authors on whom Alcuin relied, e.g. Boethius. In geometry and astronomy little work was done in the 9th century, though the theory of music was advanced by the Musica Enchiriadiis, attributed to Hoger the abbot of Werden, d. 902. Libraries, e.g. the Library of St. Gall, received a considerable increase in the 9th century, and they included, besides the theological and religious works which composed the bulk of the items listed, legal and grammatical works, as well as a certain number of classical authors, but it is clear that, as far as philosophy is concerned, logic or dialectic, which, according to Aristotle, is a propedeutic to philosophy, not a branch of philosophy itself, was the only subject studied. There was only one real speculative philosopher in the 9th century, and that was John Scotus Eugenia. Charlemagne's Renaissance aimed at a dissemination of existing learning, and what it accomplished was indeed remarkable enough, but it did not lead to original thought and speculation, except in the one instance of John Scotus's system. If the Carolingian Empire and civilization had survived and continued to flourish, a period of original work would doubtless have eventuated at length, but actually it was destined to be submerged in the new Dark Ages, and there would be need of another Renaissance before the medieval period of positive, constructive, and original work could be realized. 4. Because of his importance for education in Germany, one must mention, in connection with the Carolingian Renaissance, the name of Rabanus Maurus, who was born about 776 and who, after having been a pupil of Alcuin, taught at the monastery of Fulda, where he became abbot in 822. In 847 he was appointed Archbishop of Mainz and continued in that post until his death. 2. In 856, Rabanus concerned himself with the education of the clergy, and for this purpose he composed his work De Institutione Clericorum in 3 books. In addition to a treatment of the ecclesiastical grades, the liturgy, the training of the preacher and so on, this work also deals with the 7 liberal arts, but Rabanus showed no more originality in this work than in his De Rerum Naturis, an encyclopedia which was derived very largely from that of Isidore. In general the author depended almost entirely on former writers like Isidore, Bede, and Augustine. In regard to exegesis he favored mystical and allegorical interpretations. In other words, the preceptor Germanii was a faithful product of the Carolingian Renaissance, a scholar with a real enthusiasm for learning and a lively zeal for the intellectual formation of the clergy, but markedly unoriginal in thought. One of the most remarkable phenomena of the 9th century is the philosophical system of John Scotus Eugenia, which stands out like a lofty rock in the midst of a plain. We have seen that there was a lively educational activity in the course of the century and, considering the standard, materials, and opportunities of the time, a growing interest in learning and scholarship, but there was little original speculation. This is a fact which need cause no surprise in regard to a period of conservation and dissemination, but it is all the more remarkable that an isolated case of original speculation on the grand scale should suddenly occur, without warning and indeed without any immediate continuation. If John Scotus had confined himself to speculation on one or two particular points, we might not have been so surprised, but in point of fact he produced a system, the first great system of the Middle Ages. It may, of course, be said that he relied largely on the former speculations of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, for instance, and particularly on the work of the pseudo-Dionysius, and this is quite true, but one can scarcely avoid the impression, when reading his De Divis Ioni Naturae, that one is watching a vigorous, profound, and original mind struggling with the categories and modes of thought and ideas which former writers had bequeathed to him as the material on which and with which he had to work, molding them into a system and impregnating the whole with an atmosphere, a color, and a tone peculiar to himself. It is indeed interesting, if not altogether profitable, to wonder on what lines the thought of John Scotus would have evolved, had he lived at a later and richer period of philosophical development. As it is, one is confronted with a mind of great power, hampered by the limitations of his time and by the poverty of the material at his disposal. Moreover, while it is, of course, a mistake to interpret the system of John Scotus in terms of a much later philosophy, itself conditioned by the previous development of thought and the historical circumstances of the time, for example, the Hegelian system, one is not thereby debarred from endeavoring to discern the peculiar characteristics of John's thought, which, to a certain extent, altered the meaning of the ideas and categories he borrowed from previous writers. Of the life of John Scotus we do not know very much. He was born in Ireland about 810 and studied in an Irish monastery. Iri Eugenia means belonging to the people of Erin, while the term Scotus need not be taken as indicating any near connection with Scotland, since in the 9th century Ireland was known as Scotia Mira and the Irish as Scotai. It was doubtless in an Irish monastery that he acquired his knowledge of the Greek language. In the 9th century the study of Greek was, speaking generally, peculiar to the Irish monasteries. Bede, it is true, attained to a working knowledge of the language, but neither Alcuin nor Rabanus Maurus knew any Greek worth speaking of. The former used Greek phrases in his commentaries but, though he must have known at least the Greek alphabet, these Graeca were taken over from the writings of other authors, and, in general, it has been shown that the occurrence of Greek phrases in a manuscript points to Irish authorship or to some association with or influence from an Irish writer. The attention given to Greek at St. Gall, for instance, was due originally to Irish monks. However, even if the presence of Graeca in a manuscript indicates an Irish influence, direct or indirect, and even if the study of Greek in the 9th century was characteristic of the Irish monasteries, it would be extremely rash to conclude that all Irish writers who used Greek phrases, still less that all Irish monks, studied and knew Greek in any real sense. The use of a Greek phrase is, by itself, no more a proof of a real knowledge of the Greek language than the use of a phrase like fait accompli is, by itself, a proof of a real knowledge of French, and the number of even Irish monks who knew much more than the rudiments of Greek was doubtless small. John Scotus Iri Eugenia at any rate was among their number, as is shown clearly by the fact that he was able, when in France, to translate from the Greek writings of Saint Gregory of Nyssa and the works of the pseudo-Dionysius, and even attempted the composition of Greek verse. It would be absurd to take John's knowledge of the language as typical of the century or even as typical of Irish monasteries. The truth of the matter is that he was, for the 9th century, an outstanding Greek scholar. Sometime in the 40s John Scotus crossed over to France. In any case he was at the court of Charles the Bald by 850 and occupied a prominent position in the Palatine school. There is no sure evidence that he was ever ordained priest, but, whether layman or not, he was induced by Hincmar, Bishop of Reims, to intervene in a theological dispute concerning predestination, and the result was his work De Predestinatione, which pleased neither side and brought its author under suspicion of heresy. John thereupon turned his attention to philosophy, and in 858 he undertook, at the request of Charles the Bald, the translation of the works of the pseudo-Dionysius from Greek into Latin. These works had been presented to Louis the Fair in 827 by the Emperor Michael Balbus, but they had never been adequately translated. John, then, undertook not only to translate them, but also to comment on them, and in fact he published commentaries on the Pseudo-Dionysius's writings, except on the mystical theology, though Pope Nicholas I made it a subject of complaint that the publication had taken place without any reference to him. John Scotus also published translations of the Ambigua of Maximus the Confessor and the De Hominis Epificio of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, and it appears that later he commented on St. John's Gospel and on Boethius's De Consolatione Philosophiae and Theological Opuscula. The work for which John Scotus is celebrated, however, is the De Divis Ioni Naturae, which he composed probably between 862 and 866. This work consists of 5 books and is written in dialogue form, a form of composition which was popular at the time and which was much used by Alcuin and others. It is not a very easy work to interpret, since the authors attempt to express Christian teaching and the philosophical doctrine of Augustine on lines suggested by the Pseudo-Dionysius, and the Neoplatonic philosophy leaves room for dispute whether John Scotus was an Orthodox Christian or very nearly, if not quite, a pantheist. Those scholars who maintain his orthodox intentions can point to such statements as that the authority of the sacred scriptures must be followed in all things, while those who maintain that he regarded philosophy as superior to theology and anticipated the Hegelian rationalism can point, for example, to the statement too that every authority, e.g. that of the fathers, which is not confirmed by true reason seems to be weak, whereas true reason does not need to be supported by any authority. However, one cannot profitably discuss the question of interpretation until the doctrine of the De Divis Ioni Naturae has first been exposed, though it is as well to indicate beforehand the fact that there is a dispute about its correct interpretation. John Scotus seems not to have outlived Charles the Bald, who died in 877. There are indeed various stories about his later life which are given by chroniclers, e.g. that he became abbot of Athelney and was murdered by the monks, but there seems to be little evidence for the truth of such stories, and probably they are either legends or are due to a confusion with some other John. Nature God and creation knowledge of God by affirmative and negative ways, inapplicability of categories to God. How, then, can God be said to have made the world, divine ideas in the word creatures as participations and theophanies, creatures are in God, man's nature, return of all things to God, eternal punishment in light of cosmic return. Interpretation of John Scotus's system. At the beginning of the first book of the De Divis Ioni Naturae, John Scotus explains through the lips of the Master, in a dialogue which takes place between a magister and a discipulus, what he means by nature, namely the totality of the things that are and the things that are not, and he gives various ways of making this general division. For example, things which are perceived by the senses or are penetrable by the intellect are the things that are, while the objects that transcend the power of the intellect are the things that are not. Again, things which lie hid in their semina, which are not actualized, are not, while the things which have developed out of their seeds are. Or again, the objects which are objects of reason alone may be said to be the things which are, while the objects which are material, subject to space and time and to dissolution, may be called the things which are not. Human nature, too, considered as alienated from God by sin, may be said not to be, whereas when it is reconciled with God by grace, it begins to be. The term nature, then, means for John Scotus ira eugenia, not only the natural world, but also God and the supernatural sphere. It denotes all reality. When, therefore, he asserts that nature is divided into 4 species, namely nature which creates and is not created, nature which is created and creates, nature which is created and does not create, and nature which neither creates nor is created, thus apparently making God and creatures species of nature, it might well seem that he is asserting a monistic doctrine, and indeed, if these words be taken in their literal significance, we should have to conclude that he was. Nevertheless, at the beginning of Book 2, in a long and somewhat complicated period, he makes it clear that it is not his intention to assert that creatures are actually a part of God or that God is a genus of which creatures are a species, although he retains the fourfold division of nature and says that God and creatures may be looked at as forming together a universitas, a universe or totality. The conclusion is warranted that John Scotus did not intend to assert a doctrine of pantheistic monism or to deny the distinction between God and creatures, though his philosophic explanation or rationalization of the egress of creatures from God and their return to God may, taken by itself, imply pantheism and a denial of the distinction. 2. Nature which creates and is not created is, of course, God himself, who is the cause of all things but is himself without cause. He is the beginning or first principle, since all creatures proceed from him, the middle, medium, dash, since it is in him and through him that creatures subsist and move, and the end or final cause, since he is the term of the creature's movement of self-development and perfection. 1. He is the first cause, which brought creatures into existence from a state of non-existence, out of nothing, de nihilo. 2. This doctrine of God is in accordance with Christian theology and contains a clear enunciation of the divine transcendence and self-existence, but John Scotus goes on to say that God may be said to be created in creatures, to be made in the things which he makes, to begin to be in the things which begin to be. It would, however, be an anachronism to suppose that he is asserting an evolutionary pantheism, and maintaining that nature, in the ordinary sense, is God in his otherness, for he proceeds to explain 3. That when he says that God is made in creatures, he means that God appears or manifests himself in creatures, that creatures are a theophany. Some of the illustrations he uses are indeed somewhat unfortunate from the orthodox standpoint, as when he says that, just as the human intellect, when it proceeds into actuality in the sense of actually thinking, may be said to be made in its thoughts, so God may be said to be made in the creatures which proceed from him, an illustration which would seem to imply that creatures are an actualization of God, but, whatever illustrations John Scotus may use and however much he is influenced by the philosophical tradition which derived from Neoplatonism, it seems clear that his intention at least was to conserve the real distinction between God and creatures and that God, in relation to creation, is ne requiescat et non creatur. On the truth of this formula he is emphatic. 3. In attaining to some knowledge of the natura qui cret et non creatur one can use the affirmative, zerapaticets caret, and negative, inoipaturi, ways. When using the negative method one denies that the divine essence or substance is any of those things, which are, i.e. which can be understood by us. When using the affirmative method one predicates of God those things which are, in the sense that the cause is manifested in the effect. 1. This twofold method of theology was borrowed by John Scotus from the Pseudo-Dionysius, as he himself plainly affirms. 2. And it was from the same writer that he took the idea that God should not be called, e.g. truth or wisdom or essence, but rather super-truth, super-wisdom, and super-essence, since no names borrowed from creatures can be applied to God in their strict and proper sense, they are applied to God metaphorous or translative. Moreover, in a succeeding passage 3 John Scotus indulges in a most ingenious piece of dialectic in order to show that the use of the affirmative method does not contradict the doctrine of the ineffable and incomprehensible character of the Godhead and that the negative method is the fundamental one. For example, by the affirmative method we say that God is wisdom, while by the negative way we say that God is not wisdom, and this appears at first sight to be a contradiction, but in reality, when we say that God is wisdom, we are using the word wisdom in a metaphorical sense, an analogical sense, the scholastic would say, while when we say that God is not wisdom, we are using the word in its proper and primary sense, i.e. in the sense of human wisdom, the only wisdom of which we have direct experience. The contradiction is, therefore, not real, but only verbal, and it is reconciled by calling God super-wisdom. Now, as far as words go, to predicate super-wisdom of God would seem to be an act of mind pursuing the affirmative way, but if we examine the matter more closely we shall see that, although the phrase belongs formally and verbally to the via affirmativa, the mind has no content, no idea, corresponding to the word super, so that in reality the phrase belongs to the via negativa, and the addition of the word super to the word wisdom is equivalent to a negation. Verbally there is no negation in the predicate super-wisdom, but in regard to the fundamental, and as we do not pretend to define what the super is in itself, the ineffability and incomprehensibility of the Godhead is unimpaired. Of course, if we say that the use of the word super is simply and solely equivalent to a negation, the obvious objection arises, and would be raised by a logical positivist, that there is no meaning in our minds when we use the phrase, that the phrase is non-significant. John Scotus, however, though he does not discuss this real difficulty, provides one answer when he indicates that when we say that God is, for example, super-wisdom, we mean that he is more than wisdom. If this is so, then the addition of super cannot be simply equivalent to a negation, since we can say that a stone is not wise and we certainly mean something different when we say God is not wise and a stone is not wise. We mean that if wise be taken to refer to human wisdom, then God is not wise, in the sense that he is more than human wisdom, whereas a stone is not wise, in the sense that the stone is less than wise. This thought would seem to be indicated by John Scotus's concluding example. God is essence, an affirmation, he is not essence, a negation, he is superessential, an affirmation and negation at the same time. 1. The thesis and the antithesis are thus reconciled dialectically in the synthesis. If, then, God cannot be properly termed wise, for this term is not predicated of purely material things, much less can we predicate of here any of the 10 categories of Aristotle, which are found in purely material objects. For example, quantity can certainly not be predicated of God, as quantity implies dimensions, and God has no dimensions and does not occupy space. 2. Properly speaking, God is not even substance or ukta, for he is infinitely more than substance, though he can be called substance translative, inasmuch as he is the creator of all substances. The categories are founded on and apply to created things and are strictly inapplicable to God, nor is the predicate God a genus or a species or an accident. Thus God transcends the predicamenta and the predicabilia, and on this matter John Scotus is clearly no monist, but he emphasizes the divine transcendence in the way that the pseudo-Dionysius had done. The theology of the Blessed Trinity certainly teaches us that relation is found in God, but it does not follow that the relations in God fall under the category of relation. The word is used metaphoris or translative and, as applied to the divine persons, it is not used in its proper and intelligible sense. The divine relations are more than relations. In fine, though we can learn from creatures tie God is, we cannot learn what he is. We learn that he is more than substance, more than wisdom and so on, but what that more is, what substance or wisdom mean as applied to God, we cannot know, for he transcends every intellect, whether of angels or of men. 4. But though the doctrine of the inapplicability of the categories to God would seem to place the transcendence of God and the clear distinction between him and creatures beyond all doubt, consideration of the categories of Facere and Patti seems to lead John Scotus to a very different conclusion. In a most ingenious discussion he shows, what is obvious enough, that Patti cannot be predicated of God, and at the same time argues that both Facere and Patti involve motion. Is it possible to attribute motion to God? No, it is not. Then neither can making be attributed to God. But, how in this case, are we to explain the scriptural doctrine that God made all things? In the first place, we cannot suppose that God existed before he made the world, for, if that were so, God would not only be in time but also his making would be an accident accruing to him, and both suppositions are impossible. God's making, therefore, must be co-eternal with himself. In the second place, even if the making is eternal and identical with God, and not an accident of God, we cannot attribute motion to God, and motion is involved in the category of making. What does it mean, then, to say that God made all things? When we hear that God makes all things, we should understand nothing else but that God is in all things, i.e. is the essence of all things. For he alone truly is, and everything which is truly said to be in those things which are, is God alone. To such a statement would seem to come very near, to put it mildly, to pantheism, to the doctrine of Spinoza, and it is small wonder that John Scotus prefaces his discussion with some remarks on the relation of reason to authority 3, in which he says that reason is prior to authority and that true authority is simply the truth found by the power of reason and handed on in writing by the fathers for the use of posterity. The conclusion is that the words, expressions, and statements of Scripture, however suited for the uneducated, have to be rationally interpreted by those capable of doing so. In other words, John Scotus does not think of himself as unorthodox or intend to be unorthodox, but his philosophic interpretation of Scripture sometimes seems equivalent to its rationalization and to the setting of reason above authority and faith. However, this point of view should not be overstressed. For example, in spite of the pantheistic passage quoted, he goes on to reaffirm creation out of nothing, and it is clear that when he refuses to say that God makes or made the world, he is not intending to deny creation but rather to deny of God making in the only sense in which we understand making, namely as an accident, as falling under a particular category. God's existence and essence and his act of making are ontologically one and the same, one, and all the predicates we apply to God really signify the one incomprehensible super-essence. 2. The truth of the matter seems to be that John Scotus, while maintaining the distinction between God and creatures, wishes at the same time to maintain the conception of God as the one all-comprehensive reality, at least when God is regarded a priori theoria. Thus he points out 3. That the first and fourth divisions of nature, natura qui cret et non creator and natura qui nec creator, are verified only in God, as first efficient cause and final cause, while the second and third divisions, natura qui et creator and natura qui creator et non cret, are verified in creatures alone. But he goes on to say 4. That inasmuch as every creature is a participation of him who alone exists of himself, all nature may be reduced to the one principle, and creator and creature may be regarded as one. 5. The second main division of nature, natura qui et creator refers to the primordial causes, called by the Greeks en poiderotox, I8 etc. 5. These primordial causes or predestinationes are the exemplary causes of created species and exist in the Word of God. They are in fact the divine ideas, the prototypes of all created essences. How, then, can they be said to be created? John Scotus means that the eternal generation of the Word or Son involves the eternal constitution of the archetypal ideas or exemplary causes in the Word. The generation of the Word is not a temporal but an eternal process, and so is the constitution of the predestinationes. The priority of the Word, considered abstractly, to the archetypes is a logical and not a temporal priority. The emergence of these archetypes is thus part of the eternal procession of the Word by generation, and it is in this sense only that they are said to be created. 8. However, the logical priority of the Word to the archetypes and the dependence of the archetypes on the Word mean that, although there never was a time when the Word was without the archetypes, they are not omno coeterni, causi, with the Word. 1. In what sense, then, can the primordial causes be said to create? If one were to press statements such as this, that the putative is diffused, diffunditur, through all things giving them essence, or again that it penetrates all the things which it has made, 2. One would naturally incline to a pantheistic interpretation, yet John Scotus repeats 3. That the Holy Trinity made out of nothing all things that it made, which would imply that the prototypes are causes only in the sense of exemplary causes. Nothing is created except that which was eternally preordained, and these eternal preordinationes or seta gr are the prototypes. All creatures participate in the archetypes, e.g. human wisdom in the wisdom in itself. 4. He drew copiously on the pseudo-Dionysius and Maximus for his doctrine, and it would seem that he intended to reconcile his philosophic speculation with orthodox Christian theology, but his language rather gives the impression that he is straining at the leash and tie his thought, in spite of his orthodox intentions, tends towards a form of philosophic pantheism. That his intentions were orthodox seems clear enough from the frequent corollary he gives. Is there actually and ontologically a plurality of predestinationes in the Word? John Scotus answers in the negative. 6 numbers proceed from the monas or unit, and in their procession they are multiplied and receive an order, but, considered in their origin, in the monad, they do not form a plurality but are undivided from one another. So the primordial causes, as existing in the word, are one and not really distinct, though in their effects, which are an ordered plurality, they are multiple. The monad does not become less or undergo change through the derivation of numbers, nor does the primordial cause undergo change or diminution through the derivation of its effects, even though, from another point of view, they are contained within it. On this point John Scotus adheres to the Neoplatonic standpoint, according to which the principle undergoes no change or diminution through the emanation of the effect, and it seems that his philosophy suffers from the same tension that is observable in Neoplatonism, i.e. between a theory of emanation and a refusal to allow that emanation or procession impairs the integrity of the principle. 6 Neuriqui creator et non-crete consists of creatures, exterior to God, forming the world of nature in the narrow sense, which was made by God out of nothing. John Scotus calls these creatures participations, and asserts that they participate in the primordial causes, as the latter participate immediately in God. 1. The primordial causes, therefore, look upwards towards the ultimate principle and downwards towards their multiple effects, a doctrine which obviously smacks of the Neoplatonic emanation theory. Participation means, however, derivation from, and, interpreting the Greek, iatox I or isetola as meaning iktatkuo or elitatoixida, post essentia or secunda essentia, he says that participation is nothing else than the derivation of a second essence from a higher essence 8. Just as the water rises in a fountain and is poured out into the river bed, so the divine goodness, essence, life, etc., which are in the fount of all things, flow out first of all into the primordial causes and cause them to be, and then proceed through the primordial causes into their effects. 3. This is clearly an emanation metaphor, and John Scotus concludes that God is everything which truly is, since he makes all things and is made in all things, as Saint Dionysius the Areopagite says. 4. The divine goodness is progressively diffused through the universe of creation, in such a way that it makes all things, and is made in all things, and is all things. 5. This sounds as if it were a purely pantheistic doctrine of the emanation type, but John Scotus equally maintains that the divine goodness created all things out of nothing, and he explains that ex nihilo does not imply the pre-existence of any material, whether formed or unformed, which could be called nihil, rather does nihil mean the negation and absence of all essence or substance, and indeed of all things which have been created. The Creator did not make the world ex aliquo, but rather de omnino nihilo. 6. Here again, then, John Scotus tries to combine the Christian doctrine of creation and of the relation of creatures to God with the Neoplatonic philosophy of emanation, and it is this attempt at combination which is the reason for diversity of interpretation, according as one regards the one or other element in his thought as the more fundamental. This tension became even clearer from the following consideration. Creatures constitute, not only a participation of the divine goodness, but also the divine self-manifestation or theophany. All objects of intellection or sensation are the appearance of the non-appearing, the manifestation of the hidden, the affirmation of the negated, a reference to the via negativa, the comprehension of the incomprehensible, the speaking of the ineffable, the approach of the unapproachable, the understanding of the unintelligible, the body of the incorporeal, the essence of the superessential, the form of the formless, etc. 1. Just as the human mind, itself invisible, becomes visible or manifest in words and writing and gestures, so the invisible and incomprehensible God reveals himself in nature, which is, therefore, a true theophany. Now, if creation is a theophany, a revelation of the divine goodness, which is itself incomprehensible, invisible and hidden, does not this suggest a new interpretation of the nihilum from which creation proceeds? Accordingly, John Scotus explains in a later passage too that nihilum means the ineffable and incomprehensible and inaccessible brightness of the divine goodness, for what is incomprehensible may, per excellentiam, be called nothing, so that when God begins to appear in his theophanies, he may be said to proceed ex nihilo in aliquid. The divine goodness considered in itself may be said to be omino nihil, though in creation it comes to be, since it is the essence of the whole universe. It would indeed be an anachronism to ascribe to John Scotus a doctrine of absolutism and to conclude that he meant that God, considered in himself apart from the theophanies, is a logical abstraction, but it does seem that two distinct lines of thought are present in his teaching about creation, namely the Christian doctrine of free creation in time and the Neoplatonic doctrine of a necessary diffusion of the divine goodness by way of emanation. Probably he intended to maintain the Christian doctrine, but at the same time considered that he was giving a legitimate philosophic explanation of it. Such an attitude would, of course, be facilitated by the fact that there was at the time no clear distinction between theology and philosophy and their respective spheres, with the result that a thinker could, without being what we would nowadays call a rationalist, accept a revealed dogma like the Trinity, and then proceed in all good faith to explain or deduce it in such a way that the explanation practically changed the dogma into something else. If we want to call John Scotus an Hegelian before Hegel, we must remember that it is extremely unlikely that he realized what he was doing. The precise relation of the created nature to God in the philosophy of John Scotus is not an easy matter to determine. That the world is eternal in one sense, namely in its earthy ones, in the primordial causes, in God's will to create, occasions no difficulty, and if the author, when he maintains that the world is both eternal and created, meant simply that as foreseen and willed by God it is eternal, while as made it is temporal and outside God, there would be no cause for surprise, but he maintains that the world is not outside God and that it is both eternal and created within God. 1. As regards the first point, that the world is not extra deum, one must understand it in terms of the theory of participation and assumption est digiter participate divini essentii assumptio, as creatures are derived from God and owe all the reality they possess to God, apart from God they are nothing, so that in this sense it can be said that there is nothing outside God. If the divine activity were withdrawn, creatures would cease to be. But we must go further. 3. God saw from eternity all that he willed to create. Now, if he saw creatures from all eternity, he also made them from all eternity, since vision and operation are one in God. Moreover, as he saw creatures in himself, he made them in himself. We must conclude, therefore, that God and creatures are not distinct, but one and the same, unum et id ipsum, the creature subsisting in God and God being created in the creature in a wonderful and ineffable manner. God, then, contains and comprehends the nature of all sensible things in himself, not in the sense that he contains within himself anything beside himself, but in the sense that he is substantially all that he contains, the substance of all visible things being created in him. For it is at this point that John Scotus gives his interpretation of the nothing out of which creatures proceed as the divine goodness. 5. And he concludes that God is everything, that from the superessentiality of his nature, in qua dicitur non esse, he is created by himself in the primordial causes and then in the effects of the primordial causes, in the theophanies. 8. Finally, at the term of the natural order, God draws all things back into himself, into the divine nature from which they proceeded, thus being first and final cause, omnia in omnibus. The objection may be raised that first of all John Scotus says that God is natura qui crete et non creator and then goes on to identify with God the natura qui creator et non crete. How can the two positions be reconciled? If we regard the divine nature as it is in itself, we see that it is without cause, svapko and avalenosi, one, but at the same time it is the cause of all creatures. It is, then, rightly to be called nature which creates and is not created. From another point of view, looking on God as final cause, as term of the rhythm of the cosmic process, he may be called nature which neither creates nor is created. On the other hand, considered as issuing out from the hidden depths of his nature and beginning to appear, he appears first of all in the primordial causes or earthy ones eterni. These are identical with the Word, which contains them, so that, in creating the primordial causes or principles of essences, God appears to himself, becomes self-conscious, and creates himself, i.e. as generating the word and the writhy ones contained in the word. God is thus nature which both creates and is created. In the second stage of the divine procession or theophany, God comes to be in the effects of the primordial causes, and so is nature which is created, while, since these effects have a term and include together all created effects, so that there are no further effects, he is also nature which does not create. 2.7. John Scotus's allegorical explanation of the biblical account of the 6 days of creation, 3, which he explains in terms of his own philosophy, brings him, in the 4th book, to his doctrine of man. We can say of man that he is an animal, while we can also say that he is not an animal, for since while he shares with the animals the functions of nutrition, sensation, etc., he has also the faculty of reason, which is peculiar to him and which elevates him above all the animals. Yet there are not two souls in man, an animal soul and a rational soul. There is a rational soul which is simple and is wholly present in every part of the body, performing its various functions. John Scotus is therefore willing to accept the definition of man as animal rationale, understanding by animal the genus and by rationale the specific difference. On the other hand, the human soul is made in the image of God, is like to God, and this likeness to God expresses the true substance and essence of man. As it exists in any actual man, it is an effect; as it exists in God, it is a primordial cause, though these are but two ways of looking at the same thing. 5. From this point of view, man can be defined as notio quidam intellectualis in mente divina eternaliter facta. 6. That this substance of man, the likeness to God or participation in God, exists, can be known by the human mind, just as the human mind can know that God exists, but what its substance is the human mind cannot know, just as it cannot know what God is. While, then, from one point of view man is definable, from another point of view he is undefinable, since the mind or reason of man is made in the image of God, and the image, like God himself, exceeds our power of understanding. In this discussion of the definition of man we can discern Aristotelian elements and also Neoplatonic and Christian elements, which give rise to different attitudes and views on the matter. John Scotus emphasizes the fact that man is the microcosm of creation, since he sums up in himself the material world and the spiritual world, sharing with the plants the powers of growth and nutrition, with the animals the powers of sensation and emotional reaction, with the angels the power of understanding. He is in fact what Posidonius called the bond or 8-pound anno, the link between the material and spiritual, the visible and invisible creation. From this point of view one can say that every genus of animal is in man rather than that man is in the genus animal. 1/8. The fourth stage of the process of nature is that of natura qui nec creator, namely of God as the term and end of all things, God all in all. This stage is that of the return to God, the corresponding movement to the procession from God, for there is a rhythm in the life of nature, and, as the world of creatures proceeded forth from the primordial causes, so will it return into those causes. For the end of the whole movement is its beginning, since it is terminated by no other end than by its principle, from which its movement begins and to which it constantly desires to return, that it may attain rest therein. And this is to be understood not only of the parts of the sensible world, but also of the whole world. Its end is its beginning, which it desires, and on finding which it will cease to be, not by the perishing of its substance, but by its return to the ideas, earthy ones, from which it proceeds to. The process is thus a cosmic process and affects all creation, though mutable and unspiritualist matter, which John Scotus, following Saint Gregory of Nyssa, represented as a complex of accidents and as appearance, 3 will perish. Besides the cosmical process of creation as a whole, there is the specifically Christian theme, though John Scotus not infrequently does a little rationalizing, of the return of man to God. Fallen man is led back to God by the incarnate Logos, who has assumed human nature and redeemed all men in that human nature, and John Scotus emphasizes the solidarity of mankind both in Adam's fall and in Christ's resurrection. Christ brings mankind back to God, though not all are united to God in the same degree, For, though he redeemed all human nature, some he restores to the former state of human nature, while others he deifies beyond human nature, yet in no one except himself is human nature substantially united with the Godhead. 1 John Scotus thus affirms the unique character of the Incarnation and of the relation of Christ's human nature to the deity, though, when he gives the stages of the return of human nature to God, another and less orthodox point of view seems to show itself. The (E) stages are, 2. The dissolution of the human body into the four elements of the sensible world, 2. The resurrection of the body, 3. The change of body into spirit, 4. The return of human nature in its totality into the eternal and unchangeable primordial causes, and, 5. The return of nature and the primordial causes to God. For God will be all in all, where nothing will exist but God alone. Yet if at first sight this latter viewpoint seems quite inconsistent with orthodox theology and especially with the unique position of Christ, John Scotus clearly did not mean to assert a real pantheistic absorption in God, since he goes on to state that he does not mean to imply a perishing of individual substance but its elevation. He uses the illustration of the iron made white-hot in the fire and observes that, though the iron may be said to be transmuted into fire, the substance of the iron remains. Thus when, for example, he says that the human body is changed into spirit, what he refers to is the glorification or spiritualization of the human body, not to a kind of transubstantiation. Moreover, it must be remembered that John Scotus expressly states that he is basing his teaching on the doctrine of Saint Gregory of Nyssa and his commentator Maximus, and his teaching must accordingly be understood in the light of that statement. Lest it be thought, he says, that he is entirely neglecting the Latins in favor of the Greeks, he adds the testimony of Saint Ambrose. Though the heavens and the earth will perish and pass away, their perishing being interpreted as a redditus in causes, which means the cessation of the generated material world, that does not mean that the individual souls of men, in their redditus in causes, will cease to exist. Their deificatio no more means their substantial absorption in God than the permeation of the air by light means its destruction or transubstantiation. John Scotus is quite clear on that point. The fact is that in the case of the cosmic return, as elsewhere, John Scotus tries to combine the teaching of the scriptures and the fathers with philosophical speculation of the Neoplatonic tradition, or rather to express the Christian Weltanschauung in terms of such speculation. As the Christian wisdom is looked at as a totality, no clear distinction being made between revealed theology and philosophy, the application of John's speculative method necessarily means a de facto rationalization on occasion, however orthodox his intentions may have been. For instance, though he insists on the fact that the return to God does not spell the annihilation or the complete absorption of the individual human being, and though he expresses himself perfectly clearly on this point, yet his attitude towards matter as the term of the descending divine procession leads him to say 1. That before the fall human beings were not sexually differentiated, and that after the resurrection they will return to the state, in support of which views he appeals to St. Paul, St. Gregory and Maximus. Man, had he not fallen, would have been sexually undifferentiated, and in the primordial cause human nature is sexually undifferentiated. The redditus in causam involves, therefore, a return to the state of human nature in causa and a liberation from the state consequent on the fall. The redditus in causam, however, is a stage in the cosmic process of nature, so that John Scotus has to maintain that the resurrection of the body takes place by nature, natura et non per gratiam, 2. Though he appeals for support in this to Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Maximus, and Saint Epiphanius. On the other hand, it is certain, theologically at least, that something is attributable to grace, and John Scotus accordingly attributes the deificatio, which is not attained by all human beings, to the free gift and disposition of God, to grace. This is an example of his attempt to combine revelation with the exigencies of his speculative system, an attempt for which, of course, he undoubtedly received support from the writings of earlier Christian authors. On the one hand, John Scotus, owing to his Christian intentions, must attribute the resurrection in at least one aspect to God's free grace operating through Christ, while on the other hand, His philosophical doctrine of the return of all things to God means that he must make the resurrection in some degree a natural and necessary process, not only because human nature itself has to return into its cause, but because all creation has to return into its cause and endure eternally, and this it does effectively as being contained in man, the microcosm. 1-9. But if there is to take place a cosmic return to God in and through human nature, so that God, as St. Paul says, will be all in all, how is it possible to maintain the theologically orthodox doctrine of the eternal punishment of the damned? The scriptures teach that the fallen angels and human beings who are finally impenitent will be eternally punished, while on the other hand reason teaches that evil cannot be without end, since God will be all in all and evil is diametrically opposed to God, who is goodness. 2. How can one reconcile these two positions without rejecting either authority or reason? John Scotus's answer 3 is ingenious and affords a good example of his rationalization. Nothing that God has made can be evil, the substances or natures, therefore, of the devils and evil men must be good. On this point he quotes the pseudo-Dionysius. The demons and evil men will never, then, suffer annihilation. All that God has made will return to God and all nature will be contained in God, human nature included, so that it is impossible that human nature should undergo eternal punishment. What, then, of the punishments described in the scriptures? In the first place they cannot be corporeal or material in character, while in the second place they can only affect what God has not made and what, in this sense, is outside nature. Now, God did not make the perverse will of demons or evil men, and it is this which will be punished. But, if all things are to return to God and God will be all in all, how can punishment be contained in God? Moreover, if the malice has disappeared and all impiety, what is there left to punish? The punishment must consist in the eternal prevention by God of the will's tendency to fix itself on the images, conserved in the memory, of the objects desired on earth. God, then, will be all in all, and all evil will have perished, but the wicked will be eternally punished. 11 Is obvious, however, that from the viewpoint of orthodox theology wicked and punished must be placed in inverted commas, since John Scotus has rationalized the scriptural teaching in order to satisfy the exigencies of his philosophical system. For all human nature, all men without exception, will rise with spiritualized bodies and the full possession of natural goods, though only the elect will enjoy deification. 5. The conclusion is, then, that the divine nature is the end and term of all things, which will return into their earthy ones eternally and there abide, ceasing to be called by the name of creature, for God will be all in all, and every creature will be cast into the shade, i.e. changed into God, as the stars at the rising of the sun. 110. Although the De Divus Ioni Naturae did not have the effect that its outstanding quality as a systematic metaphysic deserved, it was utilized by a succession of medieval writers from Remigius of Auxerre to Amalric of Bany, including Berengarius, Anselm of Laon, William of Malmesbury, who praised the work, though he disapproved of John Scotus's predilection for Greek authors, and Honorius of Autun, while the pseudo-Avicenna borrowed from the work in his De Intelligentias, written in the middle or later part of the 12th century. However, the fact that the Albigensians appealed to the book, while Amalric of Bany, end of 12th century, used the doctrine of John Scotus in a pantheistic sense, led to its condemnation in 1225 by Pope Honorius III, who ordered that the work should be burnt, though the order was by no means always fulfilled. This condemnation of the De Divus Ioni Naturae and the interpretation which led to the condemnation naturally raises the question, whether John Scotus was or was not a pantheist. That John Scotus was in intention orthodox has already been given as my opinion, but there are several points that might be mentioned by way of summary argument in support of this statement. First of all, he draws copiously on the writings and ideas of authors whom he certainly regarded as orthodox and with whose ideas he felt his own thought to be in harmony. For example, he makes extensive use of Saint Gregory of Nyssa, of the pseudo-Dionysius, whom he regarded as Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, and, not to appear to neglect the Latins, quotes Saint Augustine and Saint Ambrose in favor of his views. Moreover, John Scotus considered his speculation to be founded on the scriptures themselves. For instance, the theory of the fourth stage of nature, Deus omnia in omnibus, has its foundation in the words of St. Paul, 2 And when all things shall be subdued unto him, then the Son also himself shall be subject unto him that put all things under him, that God may be all in all, while the doctrine of the body becoming spirit at the resurrection is based on the Pauline statement that the body is sown in corruption and raised in incorruption. That the risen body is a spiritual body. Again, John Scotus draws from the first chapter of St. John's Gospel the conception of the Logos by whom all things were made, in his account of creation, while the theme of deificatio was common in the writings of the Fathers. But, even if John Scotus wrote as though his system had a foundation in scripture and tradition, might it not be that he was consciously rationalizing the text of scripture, that he had, to put it crudely, his tongue in his cheek? Does he not say that authority proceeds from true reason and reason in no way from authority, that every authority which is not approved by true reason seems to be weak, that true reason does not need the confirmation of any authority, and that authority is nothing else but the truth found by the power of reason and handed on by the Fathers in their writings for the use of posterity, and does not this indicate that he set no store by authority? It seems to me that, to judge by the context, when John Scotus speaks about authority here, he is not referring to the words of Scripture but to the teaching of the Fathers and to the interpretation they had put on the words of the Scriptures. Of course, although it is true that authority must rest on reason, in the sense that the authority must have good credentials, the statement of John Scotus to the effect that authority is nothing else than the truth found by reason and handed on by the Fathers is, as it stands, unacceptable from the theological standpoint, I mean, if compared with the orthodox doctrine of tradition. But what John Scotus apparently means is, not that the doctrine of the Trinity, for example, is simply a truth found by reason and not revealed, but that the attempted explanation or development of the dogma by this or that Father is simply the result of the Father's rational effort and is not final. He does not mean to suggest that the bare dogma, as found in Scripture and preserved by, for example, Saint Augustine, can legitimately be questioned, but rather that the intellectual development of the dogma given by Saint Augustine, though worthy of respect, is the work of reason and cannot be placed on the same level as the dogma itself. His position is, therefore, this. If Saint Paul says that God will be omnia in omnibus, this is a revealed truth, but when it comes to deciding what Saint Paul meant by the statement and how precisely it is to be understood, reason is the final court of appeal. I am not trying to suggest that this attitude is theologically acceptable. My point is rather that, whether his actual view is acceptable or not, John Scotus is not questioning a dogma as such or claiming a right to deny it, but is claiming the right to interpret it, and that his rationalization consists in this. He has not got his tongue in his cheek when he appeals to Scripture, for he sincerely believed that the data of revelation have to be interpreted rationally and, as we would say, philosophically. This is partly due to the fact that he makes no clear-cut distinction between theology and philosophy. His system presupposes the Christian wisdom, including truths discoverable by reason alone, e.g. God's existence, and truths which are revealed, but not discoverable by reason alone, e.g. the Trinity of persons in the Godhead, and is a speculative attempt to exhibit the Christian wisdom as an organic and interconnected whole, without making any clear distinction between the spheres of philosophy and revelation, and this attempt inevitably involves some rationalization. I repeat that I am not trying to defend John Scotus's rationalization, but to explain his attitude, and my thesis is that it is a mistake to interpret his rationalization as if it postdated the clear division of philosophy and theology. His attitude is not essentially different from that of later medieval theologians who attempted to prove the Trinity rationibus necessarius. If John Scotus had consciously been a philosopher in the narrow sense and nothing more, we would have had to call him a rationalist in the modern sense, but he was both theologian and philosopher in combination, in confusion, if one prefers, and his rationalization was, psychologically, quite compatible with a belief in revelation. Therefore, when he says one that he does not want to seem to resist the apostle or the testimony summi ac sancti auctoritalis, he is quite sincere. Indeed, his true attitude is admirably indicated by his statement too that it is not for us to judge the opinions of the Holy Fathers, but to accept them with piety and reverence, though we are not prohibited from choosing, among their opinions, that which appears to reason to agree better with the divine words. John Scotus accepts, for instance, the doctrine of eternal punishment, because it is revealed, and he accepts it sincerely, but he does not consider that this prevents him from attempting to explain the doctrine in such a way that it will fit in with the rest of his system, a system which he regards as fundamentally based on revelation. The discussion may seem to have strayed from the point at issue, but this is not so in reality. For instance, revelation, Christian dogma, teaches clearly that the world was made by God from nothing and that creatures are not God. Now John Scotus' general system demands that creatures should return to God and that God should be all in all. Regarding both truths as founded on divine teaching, John Scotus has to reconcile them rationally, in such a way that the redditus in Deum does not lead to the conclusion to which it might seem to lead, namely pantheistic absorption, and that the presentation of the distinction between God and creatures does not contradict the Pauline statement that God will be all in all. The process of reconciliation may involve him in what the Thomist theologians would call rationalization, but his cautely, e.g. that creatures return to God and become God, not ita ut non sint but ut melius sint, are not sops thrown to the theologians with the writer's tongue in his cheek, but they are sincere expressions of John Scotus' desire to preserve Christian teaching or what he regards, rightly or wrongly, as Christian teaching. That a tension develops between the Christian and Neoplatonic elements in John Scotus' thought has already been pointed out, but it is as well to emphasize it again, as it has a bearing on the question of his rationalism. In accordance with the Neoplatonic tradition inherited through the Pseudo-Dionysius, John Scotus maintained one that God in himself, natura qui crete et non creator, is impenetrable to himself, unknown to himself, as being infinite and super-essential, and that he becomes luminous to himself only in his theophanies. This is, of course, an echo of the Neoplatonic doctrine that the One, the ultimate Godhead, is beyond thought, beyond self-consciousness, since thought and self-consciousness involve a duality of subject and object. Now, that God in himself is incomprehensible to the created mind is certainly a Christian tenet, but that he is not self-luminous is not the teaching of Christianity. John Scotus, therefore, has to reconcile the two positions somehow, if he wishes to retain them both, and he attempts to do so by making the first theophany the emergence of the Logos containing the primordial causes, so that in and through the Logos God becomes, though not temporally, self-conscious, appearing to himself. The Logos thus corresponds to the Neoplatonic nous, and a rationalization arises out of the desire to preserve both the Christian doctrine and the principles of what John Scotus regards as true philosophy. The desire to preserve Christian doctrine is sincere enough, but a tension between the two elements is inevitable. If one takes a particular set of isolated statements of John Scotus, one would have to say that he was either a pantheist or a theist. For example, the statement that the distinction between the second and third stages of nature is due only to the forms of human reasoning one is in itself clearly pantheistic, while the statement that the substantial distinction between God and creatures is always preserved is clearly theistic. It might seem that we should opt for one or the other set in an unqualified manner, and it is this attitude which has given rise to the notion that John Scotus was a conscious pantheist who made verbal concessions to orthodoxy with his tongue in his cheek. But if one realizes that he was a sincere Christian, who yet attempted to reconcile Christian teaching with a predominantly Neoplatonic philosophy, or rather to express the Christian wisdom in the only framework of thought which was then at hand, which happened to be predominantly Neoplatonic, one should also be able to realize that, in spite of the tension involved and the tendency to rationalize Christian dogma, as far as the subjective standpoint of the philosopher was concerned, a satisfactory reconciliation was effected. This does not, of course, alter the fact that not a few statements, if taken in isolation, affirm a pantheistic doctrine and that other statements are irreconcilable with orthodox theological teaching on such points as eternal punishment, and it was in view of such statements that the De Divus Ioni Naturae was subsequently condemned by ecclesiastical authority. However, whether orthodox or not, the work bears testimony to a powerful and acute mind, the mind of a speculative philosopher who stands head and shoulders above any other thinker of his day. One might have expected that the revival of letters and learning under Charlemagne would lead to a gradual and progressive development of philosophy and, the retention of what was already possessed having been provided for, that thinkers would be able to extend knowledge and pursue a more speculative path, especially as Western Europe had been already supplied with an example of philosophical speculation and systematizing by John Scotus ira Eugenia. In point of fact, however, this was not the case, since historical factors outside the sphere of philosophy plunged the empire of Charlemagne into a new Dark Age, the Dark Ages of the 10th century, and belied the promise of the Carolingian Renaissance. Cultural progress depended to some extent on the maintenance of the tendency to centralization which had been apparent during the reign of Charlemagne, but after his death the empire was divided and the division of the empire among the descendants of Charlemagne was accompanied by the growth of feudalism, that is, by decentralization. As nobles could be rewarded practically only through gifts of land, they tended, through the acquisition of land, to become more and more independent of the monarchy. Their interests diverged or conflicted. Churchmen of the higher grades became feudal lords, monastic life was degraded, for example, through the common practice of the appointment of lay abbots, bishoprics were used as means of honoring or rewarding servants of the king. The papacy, which might have attempted to check and to remedy the worsening conditions in France, was itself at a very low ebb of spiritual and moral prestige, and, since education and learning were mainly in the hands of monks and ecclesiastics, the inevitable result of the breakup of the empire of Charlemagne was the decay of scholarship and educational activity. Reform did not begin until the establishment of Cluny in 910, and the influence of the Cluniac reform made itself felt only gradually, of course. Saint Dunstan, who had been in the Cluniac monastery of Ghent, introduced the ideals of Cluny into England. In addition to the internal factors which prevented the fruit of the Carolingian Renaissance coming to maturity, such as the political disintegration which led in the 10th century to the transference of the imperial crown from France to Germany, the decay of monastic and ecclesiastical life, and the degradation of the papacy, there were also operative such external factors as the attacks of the Norsemen in the 9th and 10th centuries, who destroyed centers of wealth and culture and checked the development of civilization, as also the attacks of the Saracens and the Mongols. Internal decay, combined with external dangers and attacks, rendered cultural progress impossible. To conserve, or to attempt to do so, was the only practicable course. Progress in scholarship and philosophy lay again in the future. Such interest in philosophy as existed, centered largely round dialectical questions, and particularly round the problem of universals, the starting point for the discussion being supplied by certain texts of Porphyry and Boethius. 2. Boethius, in his commentary on the Isagogy of Porphyry, one quotes Porphyry as remarking that at present he refuses to state whether genera and species are subsistent entities or whether they consist in concepts alone, if subsisting, whether they are material or immaterial and, further, whether they are separate from sensible objects or not, on the ground that such exalted matters cannot be treated in an introduction. Boethius himself, however, goes on to treat of the matter, first of all remarking on the difficulty of the question and the need of care in considering it, and then pointing out that there are two ways in which an idea may be so formed that its content is not found in extramental objects precisely as it exists in the idea. For example, one may join together arbitrarily man and horse, to form the idea of a centaur, joining together objects which nature does not suffer to be joined together, and such arbitrarily constructed ideas are false. On the other hand, if we form the idea of a line, i.e. a mere line as considered by the geometer, then, Although it is true that no mere line exists by itself in extramental reality, the idea is not false, since bodies involve lines and all we have done is to isolate the line and consider it in abstraction. Composition, as in the composition of horse and man to form the centaur, produces a false idea, whereas abstraction produces an idea which is true, even though the thing conceived does not exist extramentally in a state of abstraction or separation. Now, the ideas of genera and species are ideas of the latter type, formed by abstraction. The likeness of humanity is abstracted from individual men, and this likeness, considered by the mind, is the idea of the species, while the idea of the genus is formed by considering the likeness of diverse species. Consequently, genera and species are in individuals, but, as thought, are universals. They subsist in sensible things, but are understood without bodies. Extramentally there is only one subject for both genus and species, i.e. the individual, but that no more prevents their being considered separately than the fact that it is the same line which is both convex and concave prevents our having different ideas of the convex and concave and defining them differently. Boethius thus afforded the material for an Aristotelian solution of the problem, though he goes on to say that he has not thought it proper to decide between Plato and Aristotle, but that he has been following out the opinions of Aristotle since his book is concerned with the categories of which Aristotle was the author. But, though Boethius afforded material for a solution of the problem of universals on the lines of moderate realism, and though his quotations from Porphyry and his comments on them started the discussion of the problem in the early Middle Ages, the first solution of the medievals was not on the lines suggested by Boethius but was a rather simplest form of extreme realism. 3. The thoughtless might suppose that in occupying themselves with this problem the early medievals were canvassing a useless topic or indulging in a profitless dialectic juggling, but a short reflection should be sufficient to show the importance of the problem, at least if its implications are considered. Although what we see and touch are particular things, when we think these things we cannot help using general ideas and words, as when we say, this particular object which I see is a tree, an elm to be precise. Such a judgment affirms of a particular object that it is of a certain kind, that it belongs to the genus tree and the species elm, but it is clear that there may be many other objects besides the actual one perceived to which the same terms may be applied, which may be covered by the same ideas. In other words, objects outside the mind are individual, whereas concepts are general, universal in character, in the sense that they apply indifferently to a multitude of individuals. But, if extramental objects are particular and human concepts universal, it is clearly of importance to discover the relation holding between them. If the fact that subsistent objects are individual and concepts general means that universal concepts have no foundation in extramental reality, if the universality of concepts means that they are mere ideas, then a rift between thought and objects is created, and our knowledge, so far as it is expressed in universal concepts and judgments, is of doubtful validity at the very least. The scientist expresses his knowledge in abstract and universal terms. For example, he does not make a statement about this particular electron, but about electrons in general, and if these terms have no foundation in extramental reality, his science is an arbitrary construction, which has no relation to reality. In so far indeed as human judgments are of a universal character or involve universal concepts, as in the statement that this rose is red, the problem would extend to human knowledge in general, and if the question as to the existence of an extramental foundation of a universal concept is answered in the negative, skepticism would result. The problem may be raised in various ways, and, historically speaking, it has taken various forms at various times. It may be raised in this form, for instance. What, if anything, in extramental reality corresponds to the universal concepts in the mind? This may be called the ontological approach, and it was under this form that the early medievals discussed the matter. Or one may ask how our universal concepts are formed. This is the psychological approach, and the emphasis is different from that in the first approach, though the two lines of approach are closely connected and one can scarcely treat the ontological question without answering in some way the psychological question as well. Then again, if one supposes a conceptualist solution, that universal concepts are simply conceptual constructions, one may ask how it is that scientific knowledge, which for all practical purposes is a fact, is possible. But, however the problem be raised and whatever form it takes, it is of fundamental importance. Perhaps one of the factors which may give the impression that the medievals were discussing a comparatively unimportant question is this, that they practically confined their attention to genera and species in the category of substance. Not that the problem, even in this restricted form, is unimportant, but if the problem is raised in regard to the other categories as well, its implications in regard to at least the greater part of human knowledge becomes more evident. It becomes clear that the problem is ultimately the epistemological problem of the relation of thought to reality. 4. The first solution to the problem given by the medievals was that known as exaggerated realism. That it was chronologically the first solution is borne out by the fact that the opponents of this view were for some time known as the Moderni, while Abelard, for instance, refers to it as the Antiqua Doctrina. According to this view, our generic and specific concepts correspond to a reality existing extramentally in objects, a subsistent reality in which individuals share. Thus the concept man or humanity reflects a reality, humanity, or the substance of human nature, which exists extramentally in the same way as it is thought, that is, as a unitary substance in which all men share. If for Plato the concept man reflects the ideal of human nature subsisting apart from and outside individual men, an ideal which individual men embody or imitate to a greater or less extent, the medieval realist believed that the concept reflects a unitary substance existing extramentally, in which men participate or of which they are accidental modifications. Such a view is, of course, extremely naive, and indicates a complete misunderstanding of Boethius's treatment of the question, since it supposes that unless the object reflected by the concept exists extramentally in exactly the same way that it exists intramentally, the concept is purely subjective. In other words, it supposes that the only way of saving the objectivity of our knowledge is to maintain a naive and exact correspondence between thought and things. Realism is already implied in the teaching of e.g. Fredcasus, who succeeded Alcuin as abbot of St. Martin's Abbey at Tours and maintained that every name or term supposes a corresponding positive reality, e.g. darkness or nothing. It is also implied in the teaching of John Scotus Ira Eugenia. We find a statement of the doctrine in the teaching of Remigius of Auxerre, c. 841-908, who held that the species is a partitio substantialis of the genus and that the species, e.g. man, is the substantial unity of many individuals, homo est multorum hominum substantiate unitas. A statement of this kind, if understood as meaning that the plurality of individual men have a common substance which is numerically one, has as its natural consequence the conclusion that individual men differ only accidentally from one another, and Odo of Tournai, d. 1113, of the Cathedral School of Tournai, who is also called Odo of Cambrai, from the fact that he became Bishop of Cambrai, did not hesitate to draw this conclusion, maintaining that when a child comes into being, God produces a new property of an already existing substance, not a new substance. Logically, this ultra-realism should result in sheer monism. For example, we have the concepts of substance and of being, and, on the principles of ultra-realism, it would follow that all objects to which we apply the term substance are modifications of one substance and, more comprehensively, that all beings are modifications of one being. It is probable that this attitude weighed with John Scotus Ira Eugenia, in so far as the latter can justly be called a monist. As Professor Gilson and others have pointed out, those who maintained ultra-realism in the early Middle Ages were philosophizing as logicians, in the sense that they assumed that the logical and real orders are exactly parallel, and that because the meaning of, for example, man in the statements Plato is a man and Aristotle is a man is the same, there is a substantial identity in the real order between Plato and Aristotle. But it would, I think, be a mistake to suppose that the ultra-realists were influenced simply by logical considerations. They were influenced also by theological considerations. This is clear in the case of Odo of Tournai, who used ultra-realism in order to explain the transmission of original sin. If one understands by original sin a positive infection of the human soul, one is at once faced by an apparent dilemma. Either one has to say that God creates out of nothing a new human substance each time a child comes into being, with the consequence that God is responsible for the infection, or one has to deny that God creates the individual soul. What Odo of Tournai maintained was a form of traducianism, i.e. that the human nature or substance of Adam, infected by original sin, is handed on at generation, and that what God creates is simply a new property of an already existing substance. It is not always easy to assess the precise significance to be attached to the words of the early medievals, as we cannot always tell with certainty if a writer fully recognized the implications of his words or if he was making an emphatic point in controversy, perhaps as an argumentum ad hominem, without consciously wishing his statement to be understood according to its literal meaning. Thus when Roscelin said that the three persons of the Blessed Trinity might well be called three gods, if usage permitted, on the ground that every existing being is an individual, Saint Anselm, 1033-1109, asked how he who does not understand how a multitude of men are specifically one man, can understand how several persons, each of whom is perfect God, are one God. On the strength of this statement Saint Anselm has been called an ultra or exaggerated realist, and indeed the natural interpretation of the statement, in the light of the theological dogma involved, is that, just as there is but one substance or nature in the Godhead, so there is but one substance or nature, i.e. numerically one, in all men. Yet it might be that Saint Anselm was arguing ad hominem and that his question, as intended, amounts to asking how a man who does not realize the specific unity of men, supposing, rightly or wrongly, that Roscelin denied all reality to the universal, can possibly grasp the far greater union of the divine persons in the one nature, a nature which is numerically one. Saint Anselm may have been an ultra-realist, but the second interpretation of his question is supported by the fact that he obviously understood Roscelin to hold that universals have no reality but are mere flatus vocis, and by the fact that in the Dialogus de Grammatico II he distinguished between primary and secondary substances, mentioning Aristotle by name. 5. If the implied principle of the ultra-realists was the exact correspondence of thought and extramental reality, the principle of the adversaries of ultra-realism was that only individuals exist. Thus Eric, Hieracus, of Auxerre, 841-76, observed that if anyone tries to maintain that white or black exist absolutely and without a substance in which they adhere, he will be unable to point to any corresponding reality but will have to refer to a white man or a black horse. General names have no general or universal objects corresponding to them, their only objects are individuals. How, then, do universal concepts arise, and what is their function and their relation to reality? Neither the understanding nor the memory can grasp all individuals, and so the mind gathers together, coarctat, the multitude of individuals and forms the idea. 1 de fide trin, 2. * 10. The problem of universals 143 of the species, e.g. man, horse, lion. But the species of animals or plants are themselves too many to be comprehended by the mind at once, and it gathers the species together to form the genus. There are, however, many genera, and the mind takes a further step in the process of chordatio, forming the still wider and more extensive concept of usia, Buddha. Now, at first sight this seems to be a nominalist position and to remind one of the shorthand note theory of J.S. Mill, but, in the absence of more extensive evidence, it would be rash to affirm that this actually was Eric's consciously held view. Probably he merely meant to affirm emphatically that only individuals exist, that is, to deny ultra-realism, and at the same time to give attention to the psychological explanation of our universal concepts. We have not sufficient evidence to warrant an affirmation that he denied any real foundation to the universal concept. A similar difficulty of interpretation arises in regard to the teaching of Roscelin, c. 1050-1120, who, after studying at Soissons and Reims, taught at Compiègne, his birthplace, Laches, Visincarat and Tours. His writings have been lost, except for a letter to Abelard, and we have to rely on the testimony of other writers like Saint Anselm, Abelard, and John of Salisbury. These writers make it perfectly clear indeed that Roscelin was an opponent of ultra-realism and that he maintained that only individuals exist, but his positive teaching is not so clear. According to Saint Anselm, Roscelin held that the universal is a mere word, flatus vocis, and accordingly he is numbered by Saint Anselm among the contemporary heretics in dialectic. Anselm goes on to remark that these people think that color is nothing else but body and the wisdom of man nothing else but the soul, and the chief fault of the dialectical heretics he finds in the fact that their reason is so bound up with their imagination that they cannot free themselves from images and contemplate abstract and purely intelligible objects. 2. Now, that Roscelin said that universals are words, general words, we cannot call in question, since Saint Anselm's testimony is quite clear, but it is difficult to assess precisely what he meant by this. If we interpret Saint Anselm as more or less an Aristotelian, i.e. as no ultra-realist, then we should have to say that he understood Roscelin's teaching as involving a denial of any kind of objectivity to the universal, whereas if we interpret Anselm as an ultra-realist we can then suppose that Roscelin was merely denying ultra-realism in a very emphatic way. It is, of course, undeniable that the statement that the universal is a mere flatus vocis is, taken literally, a denial not only of ultra-realism and moderate realism but even of conceptualism and the presence of universal concepts in the mind, but we have not sufficient evidence to say what Roscelin held about the concept as such. If indeed he gave any attention to the matter, it might be that, in his determination to deny ultra-realism, the formal subsistence of universals, he simply opposed the universale in voce to the subsistent universal, meaning that only individuals exist and that the universal does not, as such, exist extramentally, but without meaning to say anything about the universale in ment, which he may have taken for granted or never have thought about. Thus it is clear from some remarks of Abelard in his letter on Roscelin to the Bishop of Paris I and in his De Divis Ioni et definition that, according to Roscelin, a part is a mere word, in the sense that when we say that a whole substance consists of parts, the idea of a whole consisting of parts is a mere word, since the objective reality is a plurality of individual things or substances, but it would be rash to conclude from this that Roscelin, if called upon to define his position, would have been prepared to maintain that we have no idea of a whole consisting of parts. May he not have meant simply that our idea of a whole consisting of parts is purely subjective and that the only objective reality is a multiplicity of individual substances? Similarly, he appears to have denied the logical unity of the syllogism and to have dissolved it into separate propositions. According to Abelard, Roscelin's assertion that the ideas of whole and part are mere words is on a par with his assertion that species are mere words, and if the above interpretation is tenable in regard to the whole-part relation, we could apply it also to his doctrine of genera and species and say that his identification of them with words is an affirmation of their subjectivity rather than a denial that there is such a thing as a general idea. One has, of course, no axe to grind in interpreting Roscelin. He may indeed have been a nominalist in a naive and complete sense, and I am certainly not prepared to say that he was not a nominalist pure and simple. John of Salisbury seems to have understood him in this sense, for he says that some have the idea that the words themselves are the genera and species, although this view was long ago rejected and has disappeared with its author, an observation which must refer to Roscelin, since the same author says in his Metallogicus II that the view which identifies species and genera with words practically disappeared with Roscelin, but though Roscelin may have been a pure nominalist and though the fragmentary testimony as to his teaching, if taken literally, certainly supports this interpretation, still it does not seem possible to assert without doubt that he paid any attention to the question whether we have ideas of genera or species or not, still less that he denied it, even if his actual words imply this. All we are entitled to say with certainty is that, whether nominalist or conceptualist, Roscelin was an avowed anti-realist. 6. It has been remarked earlier that Roscelin proposed a form of tritheism which excited the enmity of Saint Anselm and which led to his being condemned and having to retract his theory at a council at Soissons in 1092. It was the fact of such incursions into theology on the part of the dialecticians which was largely responsible for the hostility shown towards them by men like Saint Peter Damian. The peripatetic dialecticians or sophists, laymen who came from Italy and travelled from one centre of study to another, men like Anselmus Peripateticus of Parma, who attempted to ridicule the principle of contradiction, naturally put dialectic in a rather poor light through their verbal sophistry and jugglery, but as long as they restricted themselves to verbal disputes, they were probably little more than an irritating nuisance. It was when they applied their dialectic to theology and fell into heresy, that they aroused the enmity of theologians. Thus Berengarius of Tours, c. 1088, maintaining that accidents cannot exist without their supporting substance, denied the doctrine of transubstantiation. Berengarius was a monk and not a peripateticus, but his spirit of disregard of authority seems to have been characteristic of a group of dialecticians in the 11th century, and it was mainly the sort of attitude which led Saint Peter Damian to pronounce dialectics a superfluity or outlaw of Saint Emmeran, c. 1010-70, to say that certain dialecticians put more faith in Boethius than in the scriptures. Saint Peter Damian, 1007-72, had little sympathy with the liberal arts. They are useless, he said, or with dialectics, since they are not concerned with God or the salvation of the soul, though, as theologian and writer, the saint had naturally to make use of dialectic himself. He was, however, convinced that dialectic is a very inferior pursuit and that its use in theology is purely subsidiary and subordinate, not merely because dogmas are revealed truths but also in the sense that even the ultimate principles of reason may fail to apply in theology. For instance, God, according to Saint Peter Damian, is not only arbiter of moral values and the moral law. He would have had some sympathy with Kierkegaard's reflections on Abraham, but can also bring it about that an historical event should be undone, should not have occurred, and if this seems to go counter to the principle of contradiction, then so much the worse for the principle of contradiction. It merely shows the inferiority of logic in comparison with theology. In short, the place of dialectic is that of a handmaid, Velut ancilla domini. 1. The handmaid idea was also employed by Gerard of Zanad, d. 1046, a Venetian who became Bishop of Zanad in Hungary. Gerard emphasized the superiority of the wisdom of the apostles over that of Aristotle and Plato and declared that dialectic should be the ancilla theologia. It is indeed often supposed that this is the Thomist view of the province of philosophy, but, given St. Thomas's delineation of the separate provinces of theology and philosophy, the handmaid idea does not fit in with his professed doctrine on the nature of philosophy. It was rather, as M. de Wulf remarks, the idea of a restricted group of theologians, men who had no use for the newfangled science. However, they could not avoid using dialectic themselves, and Archbishop Lanfranc, who was born about the year 1010 and died as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1089, was only talking common sense when he observed that it is not dialectic itself, but the abuse of it, which should be condemned. 7. The opposition of a saint and a rigorist theologian to dialectic is also one of the motifs in the life of Abelard, whose controversy with William of Champeaux forms the next stage in the story of the discussion on universals, though it affected only Abelard's life, not the ultimate triumph of his fight against ultra-realism. William of Champeaux, 1070-1120, after studying at Paris and Laon, studied under Roscelin at Compiègne. He adopted, however, the very opposite theory to that of Roscelin, and the doctrine he taught at the Cathedral School of Paris was that of ultra-realism. According to Abelard, who attended William's lectures at Paris, and from whom we have to derive our knowledge of William's teaching, the latter maintained the theory that the same essential nature is wholly present at the same time in each of the individual members of the species in question, with the inevitable logical consequence that the individual members of a species differ from one another, not substantially but only accidentally. 1. If this is so, says Abelard. 2. There is the same substance in Plato in one place and in Socrates in another place, being made Plato through one set of accidents and Socrates through another set of accidents. Such a doctrine is, of course, the form of ultra-realism current in the early Middle Ages, and Abelard had no difficulty in showing the absurd consequences it involved. For example, if the human species is substantially, and therefore wholly, present in both Socrates and Plato at the same time, then Socrates must be Plato and he must be present in two places at once. 3. Furthermore, such a doctrine leads ultimately to pantheism, since God is substance and all substances will be identical with the divine substance. Under pressure of criticism of this kind, William of Champeaux changed his theory, abandoning the identity theory for the indifference theory and saying that two members of the same species are the same thing, not essentially, essentiatiter, but indifferently, indifferenter. We have this information from Abelard, for who evidently treated the new theory as a mere subterfuge, as though William were now saying that Socrates and Plato are not the same, but yet are not different. However, fragments from William's Sententiae 5 makes his position clear. He there says that the two words one and same can be understood in two ways, secundum indifferentium et secundum identitatem eistum persis essentiae, and goes on to explain that Peter and Paul are indifferently men or possess humanity secundum indifferentium in that, as Peter is rational, so is Paul, and as Peter is mortal, so is Paul, etc., whereas their humanity is not the same. He means that their essence or nature is not numerically the same, but like, similis, since they are two men. He adds that this mode of unity does not apply to the divine nature, referring, of course, to the fact that the divine nature is identical in each of the three divine persons. This fragment, then, in spite of somewhat obscure language, is clearly opposed to ultra-realism. When William says that Peter and Paul are one and the same in humanity secundum indifferentium, he means that their essences are alike and that this likeness is the foundation of the universal concept of man, which applies indifferently to Peter or Paul or any other man. Whatever Abelard may have thought about this modified theory or under whatever interpretation he may have attacked it, it would seem to be in reality a denial of ultra-realism and not much different from Abelard's own view. It should be mentioned that the above is somewhat of a simplification, in that the exact course of events in the dispute between Abelard and William is not clear. For instance, although it is certain that William, after being defeated by Abelard, retired to the Abbey of Saint Victor and taught there, becoming subsequently Bishop of Chalons-sur-Marne, it is not certain at what point in the controversy he retired. It would seem probable that he changed his theory while teaching at Paris and then, under fresh criticism from Abelard, whether justified or not, retired from the fray to Saint Victor, where he continued teaching and may have laid the foundation for the mystical tradition of the abbey, but, according to M. de Wulf, he retired to Saint Victor and there taught the new form of his theory, the indifference theory. It has also been held that William held three theories, I. The identity theory of ultra-realism, 2. The indifference theory, which was attacked by Abelard as indistinguishable from the first theory, and, 3. An anti-realist theory, in which case he would presumably have retired to Saint Victor after teaching the first and second theories. This may be correct, and possibly it is supported by Abelard's interpretation and criticism of the indifference theory, but it is questionable if Abelard's interpretation was anything more than polemical, and I am inclined to agree with de Wulf that the indifference theory involved a denial of the identity theory, i.e. that it was not a mere verbal subterfuge. In any case, the question is not one of much importance, since all are agreed that William of Champeaux eventually abandoned the ultra-realism with which he had begun. 8. The man who worsted William of Champeaux in debate, Abelard, I 079-1142, was born at Le Palat, or Palais near Nantes, deriving thence his name of Peripateticus Palatinus, and studied dialectic under Rasselin and William, after which he opened a school of his own, first at Melun, then at Corbeil and subsequently at Paris, where he conducted the dispute with his former master. Later he turned his attention to theology, studied under Anselm of Laon and started teaching theology himself at Paris in 1113. As a result of the episode with H61 was Abelard had to withdraw to the Abbey of Saint Denis. In 1121 his book De Unitate et Trinitate Divina was condemned at Soissons, and he then founded the school of Le Paraclet near Nogent-sur-Seine, only to abandon the school in 1125, in order to become abbot of Saint Gildas in Brittany, though he left the monastery in 1129. From 1136 to 1149 at any rate, he was teaching at Ste. Genevieve at Paris, where John of Salisbury was one of his pupils. However, Saint Bernard accused him of heresy, and in 1141 he was condemned at the Council of Sens. His appeal to Pope Innocent II led to his further condemnation and an injunction against lecturing, after which he retired to Cluny and remained there until his death. Abelard was, it is clear, a man of combative disposition and unsparing of his adversaries. He ridiculed his masters in philosophy and theology, William of Champeaux and Anselm of Laon. He was also, though somewhat sentimental, egoistic, and difficult to get on with. It is significant that he left both the Abbey of Saint Denis and that of Saint Gildas because he was unable to live in peace with the other monks. He was, however, a man of great ability, an outstanding dialectician, far superior in this respect to William of Champeaux. He was no mediocrity who could be ignored, and we know that his brilliance and dialectical dexterity, also no doubt his attacks on other teachers, won him great audiences. His incursions into theology, however, especially in the case of a brilliant man of great reputation, made him seem a dangerous thinker in the eyes of those who had little natural sympathy for dialectic and intellectual cleverness, and Abelard was pursued by the unremitting hostility of Saint Bernard in particular, who appears to have looked on the philosopher as an agent of Satan. He certainly did everything he could to secure Abelard's condemnation. Among other charges, he accused Abelard of holding an heretical doctrine of the Blessed Trinity, a charge the truth of which Abelard stoutly denied. Probably the philosopher was no rationalist in the usual sense. So far as intentions were concerned, he did not mean to deny revelation or explain away mystery, but at the same time, in his application of dialectic to theology he does seem to have offended against theological orthodoxy, in fact if not in intention. On the other hand, it was the very application of dialectic to theology which made theological progress possible and facilitated the scholastic systematization of theology in the 13th century. Abelard had no difficulty, as we have seen, in showing the absurdities to which William of Champeaux's ultra-realism logically led, but it was incumbent on him to produce a more satisfactory theory himself. Accepting Aristotle's definition of the universal, as given by Boethius, quod in pluribus natum est predicare, singulare vero quod non, he went on to state that it is not a thing which is predicated but a name, and he concludes that it remains to ascribe universality of this sort to words alone. This sounds like the purely nominalistic view traditionally ascribed to Rasselin, under whom Abelard had studied, but the fact that he was willing to speak of universal and particular words shows that we cannot immediately conclude that Abelard denied any reality corresponding to the universal word, for he certainly did not deny that there is reality corresponding to the particular words, the reality in this case being the individual. Moreover, Abelard proceeded, in the Logica Nostrorum Petitionae Sociorum, to distinguish vox and sermo and to say, not that universale est vox, but that universale est sermo. Why did he make this distinction? Because vox signifies the word as a physical entity, flatus vocis, a thing, and no thing can be predicated of another thing, whereas sermo signifies the word according to its relation to the logical content, and it is this which is predicated. What then is the logical content? What is the intellectus universalis or universal idea, which is expressed by the nomen universale? By universal ideas the mind conceives a common and confused image of many things. When I hear man, a certain figure arises in my mind which is so related to individual men that it is common to all and proper to none. Such language suggests indeed that, according to Abelard, there are really no universal concepts at all, but only confused images, generic or specific according to the degree of confusion and indistinctness, but he goes on to say that universal concepts are formed by abstraction and that through these concepts we conceive what is in the object, though we do not conceive it as it is in the object. For, when I consider this man only in the nature of substance or of body, and not also of animal or of man or of grammarian, obviously I understand nothing except what is in that nature, but I do not consider all that it has. He then explains that when he said that our idea of man is confused, he meant that by means of abstraction the nature is set free, as it were, from all individuality and is considered in such a way that it bears no special relation to any particular individual but can be predicated of all individual men. In fine, that which is conceived in specific and generic ideas is in things, the idea is not void of objective reference, but it is not in them, i.e. in individual things, as it is conceived. Ultrarealism, in other words, is false, but that does not mean that universals are purely subjective constructions, still less that they are mere words. When Abelard says that the universal is a nomen or sermo, what he means is that the logical unity of the universal concept affects only the predicate, that it is a nomen and not a residential or individual thing. If we wish, with John of Salisbury, to call Abelard a nominalist, we must recognize at the same time that his nominalism is simply a denial of ultrarealism and an assertion of the distinction between the logical and real orders, without involving any denial of the objective foundation of the universal concept. The Abelardian doctrine is an adumbration, in spite of some ambiguous language, of the developed theory of moderate realism. In his Theologia Christiana and Theologia Abelard follows Saint Augustine, Macrobius, and Precian in placing in the mind of God formae exemplares or divine ideas, generic and specific, which are identical with God himself, and he commends Plato on this point, understanding him in a Neoplatonic sense, as having placed the ideas in the divine mind, quam grisine non appellant. 9. Abelard's treatment of the problem of universals was really decisive, in the sense that it gave a death blow to ultrarealism by showing how one could deny the latter doctrine without at the same time being obliged to deny all objectivity to genera and species, and, though the school of Chartres in the 12th century, in contradistinction to the school of Saint Victor, inclined to ultrarealism, two of the most notable figures connected with Chartres, namely Gilbert de la Porcixe and John of Salisbury, broke with the old tradition. Gilbert de la Porre or Gilbertus Puritanus was born at Poitiers in 1076, became a pupil of Bernard of Chartres and himself taught at Chartres for more than 12 years. Later he taught at Paris, though he became Bishop of Poitiers in 1142. He died in 1154. On the subject of each man having his own humanity or human nature Gilbert de la Porre was firm, but he had a peculiar view as to the inner constitution of the individual. In the individual we must distinguish the individualist essence or substance, in which the accidents of the thing inhere, and the formae substantiates or formae nativi. These native forms are common in the sense that they are alike in objects of the same species or genus, as the case may be, and they have their exemplars in God. When the mind contemplates the native forms in things, it can abstract them from the matter in which they are embodied or rendered concrete and consider them alone in abstraction. It is then attending to genus or species, which are subsistentiae, but not substantially existing objects. For example, the genus is simply the collection, collectio, of subsistentiae obtained by comparing things which, though differing in species, are alike. He means that the idea of the species is obtained by comparing the similar essential determinations or forms of similar individual objects and gathering them together into one idea, while the idea of the genus is obtained by comparing objects which differ specifically but which yet have some essential determinations or forms in common, as horse and dog have animality in common. The form, as John of Salisbury remarks apropos of Gilbert's doctrine, is sensible in the sensible objects, but is conceived by the mind apart from sense, that is, immaterially, and while individual in each individual, it is yet common, or alike, in all the members of a species or genus. His doctrines of abstraction and of comparison make it clear that Gilbert was a moderate realist and not an ultra-realist, but his curious idea of the distinction between the individual essence or substance and the common essence, common meaning alike in a plurality of individuals, landed him in difficulties when he came to apply it to the doctrine of the Blessed Trinity and distinguished as different things Deus and Divinitas, Pater and Paternitas, just as he would distinguish Socrates from humanity, that is, from the humanity of Socrates. He was accused of impairing the unity of God and teaching heresy, Saint Bernard being one of his attackers. Condemned at the Council of Reims in 1148, he retracted the offending propositions. 2. John of Salisbury, c. 1115-80, went to Paris in 1136 and there attended the lectures of, among others, Abelard, Gilbert de la Poursuisse, Adam Parvapontanus, Smallbridge, and Robert Poulin. He became secretary to the Archbishop of Canterbury, first to one in Boeth. De Trinit, P.L., 64, 1393. Cf. John of Salisbury, Metalogue, 2, 17. Archbishop Theobald and then to St. Thomas I. Becket, being subsequently appointed Bishop of Chartres in 1176. In discussing the problem of universals, says John, the world has grown old, more time has been taken up in this pursuit than was required by the Caesars for conquering and governing the world. 1. But anyone who looks for genera and species outside the things of sense is wasting his time. 2. Ultrarealism is untrue and contradicts the teaching of Aristotle. 3. For whom John had a predilection in dialectical matters, remarking, apropos of the topics, that it is of more use than almost all the books of dialectic which the moderns are accustomed to expound in the schools. 4. Genera and species are not things, but are rather the forms of things which the mind, comparing the likeness of things, abstracts and unifies in the universal concepts. 5. Universal concepts or genera and species abstractly considered are mental constructions, figurata rationis, since they do not exist as universals in extramental reality, but the construction in question is one of comparison of things and abstraction from things. So that universal concepts are not void of objective foundation and reference registered exo. It has been already mentioned that the school of Saint Victor inclined to moderate realism. Thus Hugh of St. Victor, 1096-1141, adopted more or less the position of Abelard and maintained a clear doctrine of abstraction, which he applied to mathematics and to physics. It is the province of mathematics to attend to actus confusos in confuse, one abstracting, in the sense of attending to in isolation, the line or the plane surface, for example, although neither lines nor surfaces exist apart from bodies. In physics, 2. The physicist considers in abstraction the properties of the four elements, although in concrete reality they are found only in varying combinations. Similarly, the dialectician considers the forms of things in isolation or abstraction, in a unified concept, though in actual reality the forms of sensible things exist neither in isolation from matter nor as universals. 11. The foundations of the Thomist doctrine of moderate realism had thus been laid before the 13th century, and indeed we may say that it was Abelard who really killed ultrarealism. When St. Thomas declares that universals are not subsistent things but exist only in singular things, 8. He is re-echoing what Abelard and John of Salisbury had said before him. Humanity. For instance, human nature, has existence only in this or that man, and the universality which attaches to humanity in the concept is a result of abstraction, and so is in a sense a subjective contribution. 1. But this does not involve the falsity of the universal concept. If we were to abstract the specific form of a thing and at the same time think that it actually existed in a state of abstraction, our idea would indeed be false, for a false judgment concerning the thing itself would be involved, but, though in the universal concept the mind conceives something in a manner different to its mode of concrete existence, our judgment about the thing itself is not erroneous, it is simply that the form, which exists in the thing in an individualist state, is abstracted, i.e. is made the object of the exclusive attention of the mind by an immaterial activity. The objective foundation of the universal specific concept is thus the objective and individual essence of the thing, which essence is by the activity of the mind set free from individualizing factors, that is, according to St. Thomas, matter and considered in abstraction. For example, the mind abstracts from the individual man the essence of humanity which is alike, but not numerically the same in the members of the human species, while the foundation of the universal generic concept is an essential determination which several species have in common, as the species of man, horse, dog, etc., have animality in common. St. Thomas thus denied both forms of ultrarealism, that of Plato and that of the early medievals, but, no more than Abelard was he willing to reject Platonism lock, stock and barrel, that is to say, Platonism as developed by St. Augustine. The ideas, exemplar ideas, exist in the divine mind, though not ontologically distinct from God nor really a plurality, and, as far as this truth is concerned, the Platonic theory is justified. 2. St. Thomas thus admits, I, the universale anti-ram, while insisting that it is not a subsistent thing, sither apart from things, Plato, or in things, early medieval ultrarealists, for it is God considered as perceiving his essence as imitable ad extra in a certain type of creature. 2. The universale in re, which is the concrete individual essence alike in the members of the species, and 3. The universale post rem, which is the abstract universal concept. 3. Needless to say, the term universale in re, used in the commentary on the sentences, is to be interpreted in the light of St. Thomas's general doctrine, i.e. as the foundation of the universal concept, the foundation being the concrete essence or quidditas ret1. In the later Middle Ages the problem of universals was to be taken up afresh and a different solution was to be given by William of Ockham and his followers, but the principle that only individuals exist as subsistent things had come to stay. The new current in the 14th century was set not towards realism but away from it. The history of this movement I shall consider in the next volume. Saint Anselm as philosopher. Proofs of God's existence in the Monologium. The proof of God's existence in the Proslogium. Idea of truth and other Augustinian elements in Saint Anselm's thought. Ist. Anselm was born at Aosta in Piedmont in 1033. After preliminary studies in Burgundy, at Avranches and afterwards at B, he entered the Benedictine order and later became prior of B, 1063, and subsequently abbot, 1078. In 1093 he became Archbishop of Canterbury in succession to his former teacher, friend, and religious superior Lanfranc, and in that post he died 1109. In general the thought of Saint Anselm is rightly said to belong to the Augustinian tradition. Like the great African doctor, he devoted his chief intellectual effort to the understanding of the doctrine of the Christian faith, and the statement of his attitude which is contained in the Proslogium 1 bears the unmistakable stamp of the Augustinian spirit. I do not attempt, 0 Lord, to penetrate thy profundity, for I deem my intellect in no way sufficient thereunto, but I desire to understand in some degree thy truth, which my heart believes and loves. For I do not seek to understand, in order that I may believe, but I believe, that I may understand. For I believe this too, that unless I believed, I should not understand. This credo, ut intelligam attitude is common to both Augustine and Anselm is in full accord with Augustine when he remarks in the Cur Deus Homo 1 that it is negligence if we make no attempt to understand what we believe. In practice, of course, this means for Anselm an application of dialectic or reasoning to the dogmas of faith, not in order to strip them of mystery but in order to penetrate them, develop them, and discern their implications, so far as this is possible to the human mind, and the results of this process, for instance his book on the Incarnation and Redemption, Cur Deus Homo, make Anselm of importance in the history of theological development and speculation. Now, the application of dialectic to the data of theology remains. Theology, and Saint Anselm would scarcely earn a place in the history of philosophy through his theological speculation and developments, except indeed as the application of philosophical categories to revealed dogmas necessarily involves some treatment and development of those philosophical categories. In point of fact, however, the use of the credo, utinteo motto was not confined by Anselm, any more than by Augustine, to the understanding of those truths exclusively which have been revealed and not discovered dialectically, but was extended to truths like the existence of God, which are indeed believed but which can be reached by human reasoning. Besides, then, his work as dogmatic theologian, there is also his work as natural theologian or metaphysician to be considered, and on this count alone Saint Anselm deserves a place in the history of philosophy, since he contributed to the development of that branch of philosophy which is known as natural theology. Whether his arguments for the existence of God are considered valid or invalid, the fact that he elaborated these arguments systematically is of importance and gives his work a title to serious consideration by the historian of philosophy. Saint Anselm, like Saint Augustine, made no clear distinction between the provinces of theology and philosophy, and his implied attitude of mind may be illustrated as follows. The Christian should try to understand and to apprehend rationally all that he believes, so far as this is possible to the human mind. Now, we believe in God's existence and in the doctrine of the Blessed Trinity. We should, therefore, apply our understanding to the understanding of both truths. From the point of view of one who, like the Thomist, makes a clear distinction between philosophy and dogmatic theology, the application of reasoning to the first truth, God's existence, will fall within the province of philosophy, while the application of reasoning to the second truth, the Trinity, will fall within the province of theology, and the Thomist will hold that the first truth is demonstrable by human reasoning, while the second truth is not demonstrable by human reasoning, even though the human mind is able to make true statements about the mystery, once revealed, and to refute the objections against it which human reasoning may raise. But, if one puts oneself in the position of Saint Anselm, that is, in a state of mind anterior to the clear distinction between philosophy and theology, it is easy to see how the fact that the first truth is demonstrable, coupled with the desire to understand all that we believe, the attempt to satisfy this desire being regarded as a duty, naturally leads to an attempt to demonstrate the second truth as well, and in point of fact Saint Anselm speaks of demonstrating the Trinity of persons by necessary reasons one, and of showing in the same way that it is impossible for a man to be saved without Christ. 2. If one wishes to call this rationalism, as has been done, one should first of all be quite clear as to what one means by rationalism. If by rationalism one means an attitude of mind which denies revelation and faith, Saint Anselm was certainly no rationalist, since he accepted the primacy of faith and the fact of authority and only then went on to attempt to understand the data of faith. If, however, one is going to extend the term rationalism to cover the attitude of mind which leads to the attempt to prove mysteries, not because the mysteries are not accepted by faith or would be rejected if one could not prove them, but because one desires to understand all that one believes, without having first clearly defined the ways in which different truths are accessible to us, then one might, of course, call the thought of Saint Anselm rationalism or an approximation to rationalism. But it would show an entire misunderstanding of Anselm's attitude, were one to suppose that he was prepared to reject the doctrine of the Trinity. For example, if he was unable to find one's necessary for it, he believed the doctrine first of all, and only then did he attempt to understand it. The dispute about Anselm's rationalism or non-rationalism is quite beside the point, unless one first grasps quite clearly the fact that he had no intention of impairing the integrity of the Christian faith. If we insist on interpreting Saint Anselm as though he lived after Saint Thomas and had clearly distinguished the separate provinces of theology and philosophy, we shall only be guilty of an anachronism and of a misinterpretation. 2. In the Monologium 3 Saint Anselm develops the proof of God's existence from the degrees of perfection which are found in creatures. In the first chapter he applies the argument to goodness, and in the second chapter to greatness, meaning, as he tells us, not quantitative greatness, but a quality like wisdom, the more of which a subject possesses, the better, for greater quantitative size does not prove qualitative superiority. Such qualities are found in varying degrees in the objects of experience, so that the argument proceeds from the empirical observation of degrees of, for example, goodness, and is therefore an a posteriori argument. But judgment about different degrees of perfection, Saint Anselm assumes, of course, that the judgment is objectively grounded, implies a reference to a standard of perfection, while the fact that things participate objectively in goodness in different degrees shows that the standard is itself objective, that there is, for example, an absolute goodness in which all good things participate, to which they approximate more or less nearly, as the case may be. This type of argument is Platonic in character, though Aristotle also argued, in his Platonic phase, that where there is a better, there must be a best, and it reappears in the Via Quarta of St. Thomas Aquinas. It is, as I have said, an a posteriori argument. It does not proceed from the idea of absolute goodness to the existence of absolute goodness, but from observed degrees of goodness to the existence of absolute goodness, and from degrees of wisdom to the existence of absolute wisdom, the absolute goodness and wisdom being then identified as God. The developed form of the argument would necessitate, of course, a demonstration both of the objectivity of the judgment concerning the differing degrees of goodness and also of the principle on which Saint Anselm rests the argument, the principle, namely that if objects possess goodness in a limited degree, they must have their goodness from absolute goodness itself, which is good per se and not per aliud. It is also to be noted that the argument can be applied only to those perfections which do not of themselves involve limitation and finiteness. It could not be applied to quantitative size, for instance. Whether the argument is valid and demonstrative or not, it is scarcely the province of the historian to decide. In the third chapter of the Monologium, Saint Anselm applies the same sort of argument to being. Whatever exists, exists either through something or through nothing. The latter supposition is absurd, so whatever exists, must exist through something. This means that all existing things exist either through one another or through themselves or through one cause of existence. But that X should exist through Y, and Y through X, is unthinkable. The choice lies between a plurality of uncaused causes or one such cause. So far indeed the argument is a simple argument from causality, but Saint Anselm goes on to introduce a Platonic element when he argues that if there is a plurality of existent things which have being of themselves, i.e. are self-dependent and uncaused, there is a form of being of itself in which all participate. And at this point the argument becomes similar to the argument already outlined, the implication being that, when several beings possess the same form, there must be a unitary being external to them which is that form. There can, therefore, be but one self-existent or ultimate being, and this must be the best and highest and greatest of all that is. In chapters 7 and 8 Saint Anselm considers the relation between the caused and the cause and argues that all finite objects are made out of nothing, ex nihilo, not out of a preceding matter nor out of the cause as matter. He explains carefully that to say that a thing is made ex nihilo is not to say that it is made out of nothing as its material. It means that something is created non ex aliquo, that, whereas before it had no existence outside the divine mind, it now has existence. This may seem obvious enough, but it has sometimes been maintained that to say that a creature is made ex nihilo is either to make nothing something or to lay oneself open to the observation that ex nihilo nihil fit, whereas Saint Anselm makes it clear that ex nihilo does not mean ex nihilo tomcum materia but simply non ex aliquo. As to the attributes of the ens esse, we can predicate of it only those qualities, to possess which is absolutely better than not to possess them. One, for example, to be gold is better for gold than to be lead, but it would not be better for a man to be made of gold. To be corporeal is better than to be nothing at all, but it would not be better for a spirit to be corporeal rather than incorporeal. To be gold is better than not to be gold only relatively, and to be corporeal rather than non-corporeal is better only relatively. But it is absolutely better to be wise than not to be wise, living than non-living, just than not just. We must, then, predicate wisdom, life, justice, of the Supreme Being, but we cannot predicate corporeity or gold of the Supreme Being. Moreover, as the Supreme Being does not possess his attributes through participation, but through his own essence, he is wisdom, justice, life, etc., too, and furthermore, since the Supreme Being cannot be composed of elements, which would then be logically anterior, so that he would not be the Supreme Being, these attributes are identical with the divine essence, which is simple. 3. Again, God must necessarily transcend space in virtue of his simplicity and spirituality, and time, in virtue of his eternity. 4. He is wholly present in everything but not locally or determinate, and all things are present to his eternity, which is not to be conceived as endless time but as interminabilis vita simul per / tota existens. 1. We may call him substance, if we refer to the divine essence, but not if we refer to the category of substance, since he is incapable of change or of sustaining accidents. 2. In fine, if we apply to him any name that we also apply to creatures. Vald proculdubio intelligenda est diversa significatio. Saint Anselm proceeds, in the Monologium, to give reasons for the Trinity of persons in one nature, without giving any clear indication that he is conscious of leaving the province of one science to enter that of another, and into this subject, interesting as it may be to the theologian, we cannot follow him. Enough has been said, however, to show that Saint Anselm made a real contribution to natural theology. The Platonic element is conspicuous and, apart from remarks here and there is no considered treatment of analogy, but he gives a posteriori arguments for God's existence which are of a much more systematic character than those of Saint Augustine, and he also deals carefully with the divine attributes, God's immutability, eternity, etc. It is clear, then, how erroneous it is to associate his name with the ontological argument in such a way as to imply that Saint Anselm's only contribution to the development of philosophy was an argument the validity of which is at least questionable. His work may have not exercised any very considerable influence on contemporary thinkers and those who immediately followed him, because of their preoccupation with other matters, dialectical problems, reconciling the opinions of the Fathers, and so on, but looked at in the light of the general development of philosophy in the Middle Ages, he must be acknowledged as one of the main contributors to scholastic philosophy and theology, on account both of his natural theology and of his application of dialectic to dogma. 3. In the Proslogium, Saint Anselm develops the so-called ontological argument, which proceeds from the idea of God to God as a reality, as existent. He tells us that the requests of his brethren and consideration of the complex and various arguments of the Monologium led him to inquire whether he could not find an argument which would be sufficient, by itself alone, to prove all that we believe concerning the divine substance, so that one argument would fulfill the function of the many complementary arguments of his former opusculum. At length he thought that he had discovered such an argument, which for convenience sake may be put into syllogistic form, though St. Anselm himself develops it under the form of an address to God. God is that than which no greater can be thought, but that than which no greater can be thought must exist, not only mentally, in idea, but also extramentally. Therefore God exists, not only in idea, mentally, but also extramentally. The major premise simply gives the idea of God, the idea which a man has of God, even if he denies his existence. The minor premise is clear, since if that than which no greater can be thought existed only in the mind, it would not be that than which no greater can be thought. A greater could be thought, i.e. a being that existed in extramental reality as well as in idea. This proof starts from the idea of God as that than which no greater can be conceived, i.e. as absolutely perfect, that is what is meant by God. Now, if such a being had only ideal reality, existed only in our subjective idea, we could still conceive a greater being, namely a being which did not exist simply in our idea but in objective reality. It follows, then, that the idea of God as absolute perfection is necessarily the idea of an existent being, and Saint Anselm argues that in this case no one can at the same time have the idea of God and yet deny his existence. If a man thought of God as, for instance, a superman, he would be quite right to deny God's existence in that sense, but he would not really be denying the objectivity of the idea of God. If, however, a man had the right idea of God, conceived the meaning of the term God, he could indeed deny his existence with his lips, but if he realizes what the denial involves, i.e. saying that the being which must exist of its essence, the necessary being, does not exist, and yet asserts the denial, he is guilty of a plain contradiction. It is only the fool, the insipiens, who has said in his heart, there is no God. The absolutely perfect being is a being the essence of which is to exist or which necessarily involves existence, since otherwise a more perfect being could be conceived. It is the necessary being, and a necessary being which did not exist would be a contradiction in terms. Saint Anselm wanted his argument to be a demonstration of all that we believe concerning the divine nature, and, since the argument concerns the absolutely perfect being, the attributes of God are contained implicitly in the conclusion of the argument. We have only to ask ourselves what is implied by the idea of a being than which no greater can be thought, in order to see that God must be omnipotent, omniscient, supremely just and so on. Moreover, when deducing these attributes in the Proslogium, Saint Anselm gives some attention to the clarification of the notions in question. For example, God cannot lie. Is not this a sign of lack of omnipotence? No, he answers, to be able to lie should be called impotence rather than power, imperfection rather than perfection. If God could act in a manner inconsistent with his essence, that would be a lack of power on his part. Of course, it might be objected that this presupposes that we already know what God's essence is or involves, whereas what God's essence is precisely the point to be shown. But Saint Anselm would presumably reply that he has already established that God is all-perfect and so that he is both omnipotent and truthful. It is merely a question of showing what the omnipotence of perfection really means and of exposing the falsity of a wrong idea of omnipotence. The argument given by Saint Anselm in the Proslogium was attacked by the monk Gonilo in his Liber pro incipiented versus Anselmi in Proslogio Ratiocinationum, wherein he observed that the idea we have of a thing is no guarantee of its extramental existence and that Saint Anselm was guilty of an illicit transition from the logical to the real order. We might as well say that the most beautiful islands which are possible must exist somewhere, because we can conceive them. The saint, in his Liber Apologeticus contra Gonilanum Respondentum pro incipient, denied the parity, and denied it with justice, since, if the idea of God is the idea of an all-perfect being and if absolute perfection involves existence, this idea is the idea of an existent, and necessarily existent being, whereas the idea of even the most beautiful islands is not the idea of something which must exist. Even in the purely logical order the two ideas are not on a par. If God is possible, i.e. if the idea of the all-perfect and necessary being contains no contradiction, God must exist. Since it would be absurd to speak of a merely possible necessary being, it is a contradiction in terms, whereas there is no contradiction in speaking of merely possible beautiful islands. The main objection to Saint Anselm's proof, which was raised against Descartes and which Leibniz tried to answer, is that we do not know a priori that the idea of God, the idea of infinite and absolute perfection, is the idea of a possible being. We may not see any contradiction in the idea, but, say the objectors, this negative possibility is not the same as positive possibility. It does not show that there really is no contradiction in the idea. That there is no contradiction in the idea is clear only when we have shown a posteriori that God exists. The argument of the Proslogium aroused little immediate interest, but in the 13th century it was employed by Saint Bonaventure, with a less logical and more psychological emphasis, while it was rejected by Saint Thomas. Duns Scotus used it as an incidental aid. In the modern era it has had a distinguished, if checkered career. Descartes adopted and adapted it, Leibniz defended it in a careful and ingenious manner, Kant attacked it. In the schools it is generally rejected, though some individual thinkers have maintained its validity. 4. Among the Augustinian characteristics of Saint Anselm's philosophy one may mention his theory of truth. When he is treating of truth in the judgment, 1. He follows the Aristotelian view in making it consist in this, that the judgment or proposition states what actually exists or denies what does not exist, the thing signified being the cause of the truth itself residing in the judgment, correspondence theory. But when, after treating of truth, rectitude, in the will, 2. He goes on to speak of the truth of being or essence 3. And makes the truth of things to consist in being what they ought to be, that is, in their embodiment of or correspondence to their idea in God, the supreme truth and standard of truth. And when he concludes from the eternal truth of the judgment to the eternity of the cause of truth, God, for he is treading in the footsteps of Augustine. God, therefore, is the eternal and subsistent truth, which is cause of the ontological truth of all creatures. The eternal truth is only cause and the truth of the judgment is only effect / while the ontological truth of things is at once effect, of eternal truth, and cause, of truth in the judgment. This Augustinian conception of ontological truth, with the exemplarism it presupposes, was retained by St. Thomas in the 13th century, though he laid far more emphasis, of course, on the truth of the judgment. Thus, whereas St. Thomas's characteristic definition of truth is adequatio reiet intellectus, that of St. Anselm is rectitudo sola ment perceptibilis. 5. In his general way of speaking of the relation of soul to body and in the absence of a theory of hylomorphic composition of the 2. Anselm follows the Platonic Augustinian tradition, though, like Augustine himself, he was perfectly well aware that soul and body form one man, and he affirms the fact. Again, his words in the Proslogium 1 on the divine light recall the illumination theory of Augustine, quanta namque est lux ilia, de quamicat omne verum, quod rationali menti lucet. In general, perhaps one might say that though the philosophy of Anselm stands in the line of the Augustinian tradition, it is more systematically elaborated than the corresponding elements of Augustine's thought, his natural theology, that is, and that in the methodic application of dialectic it shows the mark of a later age. Universalism of Paris, and systematization of sciences in 12th century regionalism, humanism Platonism of Chartres hylomorphism et Chartres prima facie pantheism John of Salisbury's political theory. One of the greatest contributions made by the Middle Ages to the development of European civilization was the university system, and the greatest of all medieval universities was unquestionably that of Paris. This great center of theological and philosophical studies did not receive its definitive charter as a university in the formal sense until early in the 13th century, but one may speak, in an untechnical sense, of the Parisian schools as already forming a university in the 12th century. Indeed, in some respects the 12th century was more dominated by French learning than was the 13th century, since it was in the 13th century that other universities, such as Oxford, came into prominence and began to display a spirit of their own. This is true of Northern Europe at least. As to the South, the University of Bologna, for instance, received its first charter in 1158, from Frederick I. But, though France was the great center of intellectual activity in the 12th century, a fact which led to the oft-quoted saying that Italy has the papacy, Germany the empire, and France has knowledge, this does not mean, of course, that intellectual activity was pursued simply by Frenchmen. European culture was international, and the intellectual supremacy of France meant that students, scholars, and professors came in large numbers to the French schools. From England came men like Adam Smallbridge and Alexander Neckham, 12th century dialecticians, Adelard of Bath and Robert Poulin, Richard of St. Victor, d. 1173, and John of Salisbury, from Germany, Hugh of St. Victor, d. 1141, theologian, philosopher and mystic, from Italy, Peter Lombard, c. 1100-60, author of the celebrated sentences, which were made the subject of so many commentaries during the Middle Ages, by St. Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus, for example. Thus the University of Paris may be said to have represented the international character of medieval European culture. The papacy represented the international, or rather supranational, character of medieval religion, though the two were, of course, closely bound together, as the one religion gave a common intellectual outlook and the language of learning. The Latin tongue was the language of the Church. These two unities, the religious and the cultural, so closely bound together, were what one might call effective and real unities, whereas the political unity of the Holy Roman Empire was rather theoretical than effective, for, though the absolute monarchies were a development of the future, nationalism was already beginning to increase, even if its growth was checked by feudalism, by the local character of medieval political and economic institutions, and by the common language and intellectual outlook. This growing and expanding university life naturally found an intellectual and academic expression in the attempt to classify and systematize the science, knowledge, and speculation of the time, an attempt which shows itself already in the 12th century. We may give two examples, the systematizations of Hugh of St. Victor and of Peter Lombard. The former, in his Didascalion, one more or less follows the Aristotelian classification. Thus logic is a propedeutic or preamble to science proper and deals with concepts, not with things. It is divided into grammar and into the ratio discernendi, which in turn subdivides into demonstratio, pars probabilis, and pars sophistica, dialectic, rhetoric and sophistic. Science, to which logic is a preamble and for which it is a necessary instrument, is divided under the main headings of theoretical science, practical science, and mechanics. Theoretical science comprises theology, mathematics, arithmetic, dealing with the numerical aspect of things, music, dealing with proportion, geometry, concerned with the extension of things, astronomy, concerned with the movement of things, and physics, which has as its subject matter the inner nature or inner qualities of things, and thus penetrates farther than mathematics. Practical science is subdivided into ethics, economics, and politics, while mechanics comprises the 7 illiberal arts or scientia adulterini, since the craftsman borrows his form from nature. These illiberal arts are wool-making, etc., armory and carpentry, navigation, or commerce, which, according to Hugh, reconciles peoples, quiets wars, strengthens peace, and makes private goods to be for the common use of all, agriculture, hunting, including cookery, medicine and theatricals. It is clear that Hugh's classification depended, not only on Aristotle, through Boethius, but also on the encyclopedic work of writers like Isidore of Seville. Peter Lombard, who was educated at the school of St. Victor, taught at the Cathedral School of Paris, and ultimately became bishop of that city between 1150 and 1152, composed his Libri Quatuor Scientiarum, a work which, although unoriginal in respect of content, exercised a tremendous influence, in that it stimulated other writers to the work of systematic and comprehensive exposition of dogma and became itself the subject of compendia and many commentaries, up to the end of the 16th century. The sentences of the Lombard are admittedly a textbook one and were designed to gather the opinions or sinincii of the Fathers on theological doctrines, the first book being devoted to God, the second to creatures, the third to the Incarnation and Redemption and to the virtues, the fourth to the 7 sacraments and to the last things. The greatest number of quotations and the bulk of the doctrine are taken from St. Augustine, though other Latin fathers are quoted, and even St. John Damascene makes an appearance, though it has been shown that the Lombard had seen only a small part of Burgundius of Pisa's Latin translation of the Fons Scientia. Obviously enough, the sentences are predominantly a theological work, but the Lombard speaks of those things which are understood by the natural reason and can be so understood before they are believed, i.e. by faith. 8 Such are the existence of God, the creation of the world by God and the immortality of the soul. 2. We have seen that the developing and expanding intellectual life of the 12th century showed itself in the growing predominance of the University of Paris and in the first attempts at classification and systematization of knowledge, but the position of Paris did not mean that regional schools were not flourishing. Indeed, vigor of local life and interests was a complementary feature in the medieval period to the international character of religious and intellectual life. For example, though some of the scholars who came to Paris to study remained there to teach, others returned to their own lands or provinces or became attached to local educational institutions. Indeed, there was a tendency to specialization, Bologna, for instance, being noted for its school of law and Montpellier for medicine, while mystical theology was a prominent feature of the school of Saint Victor, outside Paris. One of the most flourishing and interesting of the local schools of the 12th century was that of Chartres, in which certain Aristotelian doctrines, to be noted presently, began to come into prominence, associated, however, with a very strong admixture of Platonism. This school was also associated with humanistic studies. Thus Theodoric of Chartres, Thierry, who, after being in charge of the school in 1121, taught at Paris, only to return to Chartres in 1141, where he became chancellor in succession to Gilbert de la Pourpoundie, was described by John of Salisbury, himself a humanist, as artium studiosissimus investigator. His heptateuchon was concerned with the 7 liberal arts, and he vigorously combated the anti-humanists, the Cornificians, who decried study and literary form. Similarly, William of Conches, c. 1080–1154, who studied under Bernard of Chartres, taught at Paris and became tutor to Henry Plantagenet, attacked the Cornificians and himself paid attention to grammatical studies, thereby drawing from John of Salisbury the assertion that he was the most gifted grammarian after Bernard of Chartres. But it was John of Salisbury, 1115–20–1180, who was the most gifted of the humanist philosophers associated with Chartres. Though not educated at Chartres, he became, as we have seen earlier, Bishop of Chartres in 1176. A champion of the liberal arts and acquainted with the Latin classics, with Cicero in particular, he had a detestation for barbarity in style, dubbing those persons who opposed style and rhetoric on principle Cornifician star. Careful of his own literary style, he represents what was best in 12th century philosophic humanism, as Saint Bernard, though not perhaps with full intention, represents humanism by his hymns and spiritual writings. In the next century, the 13th, one would certainly not go to the works of the philosophers as such for Latinity, most of them being far more concerned with content than with form. 3. The school of Chartres, though its laureate fell in the 12th century, had a long history, having been founded in 990 by Fulbert, a pupil of Gerbert of Aurillac. The latter was a very distinguished figure of the 10th century, humanist and scholar, who taught at Reims and Paris, paid several visits to the court of the German emperor, became in turn abbot of Bobbio, Archbishop of Reims and Archbishop of Ravenna, and ascended the papal throne as Sylvester II, dying in 1003. Founded in the 10th century, the school of Chartres preserved, even in the 12th century, a certain conservative spirit and flavor, which shewed itself in its Platonist tradition, especially in its devotion to the Timaeus of Plato and also to the more platonically inclined writings of Boethius. Thus Bernard of Chartres, who was head of the school from 1114 to 1119 and chancellor from 1119 to 1124, maintained that matter existed in a chaotic state before its information, before order was brought out of disorder. Called by John of Salisbury the most perfect among the Platonists of our time, Bernard also represented nature as an organism and maintained the Platonic theory of the world soul. In this he was followed by Bernard of Tours, Silvestris, who was chancellor at Chartres about 1156 and composed a poem de mttn teamed vemta/e. Using Chalcidius's commentary on the Timaeus and depicting the world soul as animating nature and forming natural beings out of the chaos of prime matter according to the ideas existing in God or nous. William of Conches went even further by identifying the world soul with the Holy Spirit, a doctrine which led to his being attacked by William of St. Theodoric. Retracting, he explained that he was a Christian and not a member of the Academy. In conjunction with these speculations in the spirit of the Timaeus, one may mention the inclination of the school of Chartres to ultra-realism, though, as we have seen, two of the most outstanding figures associated with Chartres, Gilbert de la Pourpoundie and John of Salisbury, were not ultra-realists. Thus Clerembald of Arras, a pupil of Theodoric of Chartres, who became provost of Arras in 1152 and archdeacon of Arras in 1160, maintained, in his commentary on the De Trinitate of Boethius, as against Gilbert de la Poursuisse, that there is but one and the same humanity in all men and that individual men differ only proter accidentium varietatem. 2-4. In spite, however, of their fondness for the Timaeus of Plato, the members of the school of Chartres showed also an esteem for Aristotle. Not only did they follow Aristotle in logic, but they also introduced his hylomorphic theory. Indeed, it was at Chartres that this theory made its first appearance in the 12th century. Thus, according to Bernard of Chartres, naturel objects are constituted by form and matter. These forms he called formae nativi, and he represented them as copeers of the ideas in God. This information we have from John of Salisbury, who tells us that Bernard and his disciples tried to mediate between or reconcile Plato and Aristotle. 1 For Bernard of Tours 2 The forms of things are copies of the ideas in God, as we have already seen, while Clarembald of Arras represented matter as being always in a state of flux and as being the mutability or vertibilitas of things, the form being the perfection and integrity of the thing. 2 He thus interpreted the matter of Aristotle in the light of Plato's teaching about the mutability and evanescent character of material things. William of Conches indeed struck out on a line of his own by maintaining the atomic theory of Democritus. 8 But in general we may say that the members of the school of Chartres adopted the hylomorphic theory of Aristotle, though they interpreted it in the light of the Timaeus. 4-5. The doctrine that natural objects are composed of matter and form, the form being a copy of the exemplar, the idea in God, clearly makes a distinction between God and creatures and is non-pantheistic in character, but certain members of this school use terminology which, if taken literally and without qualification, would naturally be understood to imply pantheism. Thus Theodoric of Chartres, who was the younger brother of Bernard, maintained that all forms are one form, the divine form is all forms, and that the divinity is the forma essendi of each thing, while creation is depicted as the production of the many out of the one. 5 Again, Clarembald of Arras argued that God is the forma essendi of things, and that, since the forma essendi must be present wherever a thing is, God is always and everywhere essentially present. 8 But, though these texts, taken literally and in isolation, are pantheistic or monistic in character, it does not appear that either Theodoric of Chartres or Clarembald of Arras meant to teach a monistic doctrine. For instance, immediately after saying that the divine form is all forms, Theodoric observes that, though the divine form is all forms by the fact that it is the perfection and integrity of all things, one may not conclude that the divine form is humanity. It would seem that Theodoric's doctrine must be understood in the light of exemplarism, since he says expressly that the divine form cannot be embodied, and cannot, therefore, be the actual concrete form of man or horse or stone. Similarly, Clarembald of Arras's general doctrine of exemplarism and his insistence that the forms of material things are copies, imagines, is incompatible with full pantheism. The phrases which seem to teach a doctrine of emanation are borrowed from Boethius, and it is probable that they no more express a literal understanding of emanation in Theodoric or Clarembald than they do in Boethius. In a sense they are stock phrases, canonized, as it were, by their antiquity, and they should not be pressed unduly. 6. Although John of Salisbury was not educated at Chartres, it is convenient to say something here of his philosophy of the state, as given in his Polycraticus. The quarrels between the Holy See and the Empire and the investiture controversies had naturally led to those writers who took part in the disputes having to express some view, even if only by the way, on the function of the state and its ruler. One or two writers went beyond mere asides, as it were, and gave a rude sketch of political theory. Thus Maingold of Lautenbach, 11th century, even referred the power of the ruler to a pact with the people, 1, and declared 2 that if the king forsakes rule by law and becomes a tyrant, he is to be considered to have broken the pact to which he owes his power and may be deposed by the people. Such ideas concerning the reign of law and justice as essential to the state and concerning the natural law, of which the civil law should be an expression, were based on texts of Cicero, the Stoics, and the Roman jurists, and they reappear in the thought of John of Salisbury, who also made use of St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei and the De Officiis of St. Ambrose. Although John of Salisbury did not put forward any compact theory after the fashion of Mayngold of Lautenbach, he was insistent that the prince is not above law and declared that whatever the whitewashers of rulers might trumpet abroad to the contrary, he would never allow that the prince is free from all restrictions and all law. But what did he mean when he said that the prince is subject to law? Partly at least he had in mind, and this was indeed his main consideration, the natural law, in accordance with the Stoic doctrine that there is a natural law, to which all positive law does, or ought to, approximate. The prince, then, is not free to enact positive laws which go counter to, or are irreconcilable with, both the natural law and that equitas which is rerum convenientia, tribuens unicuc quod suum est. The positive law defines and applies natural law and natural justice, and the attitude of the ruler on this matter shows whether he is prince or tyrant. If his enactments define, apply, or supplement natural law and natural justice, he is a prince. If they infringe natural law and natural justice, he is a tyrant, acting according to caprice and not fulfilling the function of his office. Did John of Salisbury understand anything else by law, when he maintained that the prince is subject to the law? Did he maintain that the prince is in any way subject to defined law? It was certainly the common opinion that the prince was subject in some way to the customs of the land and the enactments of his ancestors, to the local systems of law or tradition which had grown up in the course of time, and, although John of Salisbury's political writing shows little concern with feudalism, since he relied so largely on writers of the Roman period, it is only reasonable to suppose that he shared the common outlook on this matter. His actual judgments on the power and office of the prince express the common outlook, though his formal approach to the subject is through the medium of Roman law, and he would certainly not have envisaged the application in an absolutist sense to the feudal monarch of the Roman jurist's maxim, quod principi placuit legis habeat vigorum. Now, since John of Salisbury praised Roman law and regarded it as one of the great civilizing factors of Europe, he was faced with the necessity of interpreting the maxim quoted above, without at the same time sacrificing his convictions about the restricted power of the prince. First of all, how did Ulpian himself understand his maxim? He was a lawyer and it was his aim to justify, to explain the legality of the emperor's enactments and constitutions. According to republican lawyers the law governed the magistrate, but it was obvious that in the time of the empire the emperor was himself one of the sources of positive law, and the lawyers had to explain the legality of this position. Ulpian accordingly said that, though the emperor's legislative authority is derived from the Roman people, the people, by the lex regia, transfers to him and vests in him all its own power and authority, so that, once invested with his authority, the will of the emperor has the force of law. In other words, Ulpian was simply explaining the legality of the Roman emperor's enactments. He was not concerned to establish a political theory by maintaining that the emperor was entitled to disregard all natural justice and the principles of morality. When John of Salisbury observed, with express reference to Ulpian's dictum, that when the prince is said sense that he may do what is unjust, but in the sense that he ought to follow equity or natural justice out of a real love of justice and not from fear of punishment, which does not apply to him, he was expressing the general tradition of feudal lawyers and at the same time was not contradicting Ulpian's maxim. When in the late Middle Ages some political theorists detached Ulpian's maxim from the person of the emperor, and transferring it to the national monarch interpreted it in an absolutist sense, they were forsaking the general medieval outlook and were at the same time changing the legal maxim of Ulpian into an abstract statement of absolutist political theory. In conclusion, it may be remarked that John of Salisbury accepted the supremacy of the ecclesiastical power, hunc ergo gladium de manu ecclesiae accipit princeps, while he carried his distinction between prince and tyrant to its logical conclusion by admitting tyrannicide as legitimate. Indeed, since the tyrant is opposed to the common good, tyrannicide may sometimes be obligatory, too, though he made the curious stipulation that poison should not be employed for this purpose. Hugh of St. Victor, Proofs of God's Existence, Faith, Mysticism Richard of St. Victor, Proofs of God's Existence Godfrey of St. Victor and Walter of St. Victor. The Abbey of St. Victor outside the walls of Paris belonged to the Augustinian canons. We have seen that William of Champeaux was associated with the abbey, retiring there after being worsted by Abelard, but the school is of note principally owing to the work of two men, one a German, Hugh of St. Victor, the other a Scotsman, Richard of St. Victor. Hugh of St. Victor was born in Saxony in 1096 of noble parentage, and made his early studies in the monastery of Hamersleben near Halberstadt. After taking the habit he went to Paris in 1115 to continue his studies in the Abbey of St. Victor. In 1125 he started lecturing, and from 1133 until his death in 1141 he was in charge of the school. One of the foremost theologians, dogmatic and mystical, of his time, he was yet no enemy to the cultivation of the arts, considering not only that the study of the arts, if rightly pursued, conduces to progress in theology, but also that all knowledge is of utility. Learn everything, you will see afterwards that nothing is superfluous. His chief work, from the philosophical viewpoint, is the Didascalion in 7 books, in which he treats of the liberal arts, 3 books, theology, 3 books, and religious meditation, 1 book, but his writings on the theology of the sacraments are also important to the theologian. He also compared exegetic and mystical works and a commentary on the celestial hierarchy of the Pseudo-Dionysius, using the Latin translation of John Scotus' Ira Eugenia. Of Hugh's classification and systematization of the sciences mention has already been made, in connection with the systematizing tendency already discernible in the 12th century and due partly to the application of dialectic in theology, as also of his theory of abstraction, in connection with the discussion on universals. 2. These 2 points bring out the Aristotelian aspects of his thought, whereas his psychology is distinctly Augustinian in character. No one is really wise who does not see that he exists, and yet, if a man begins truly to consider what he is, he sees that he is none of all those things which are either seen in him or can be seen. For that in us which is capable of reasoning, although it is, so to speak, infused into and mingled with the flesh, is yet distinguishable by reason from the substance of the flesh and is seen to be different therefrom. In other words, consciousness and introspection bear witness, not only to the existence of the soul, but also to its spirituality and immateriality. Moreover, the soul is of itself a person, having, as a rational spirit, personality of itself and through itself, the body forming an element in human personality only in virtue of its union with the rational spirit. 2. The mode of union is one of apposition rather than of composition. 3. Hugh contributed to the systematic advance of natural theology by giving a posteriori arguments both from internal and external experience. As regards the first line of proof, it rests upon the experiential fact of self-consciousness, the consciousness of a self which is seen in a purely rational way and cannot be material. Regarding self-consciousness as necessary to the existence of a rational being, Hugh maintains that, as the soul has not always been conscious of its existence, there was a time when it did not exist. But it could not have given itself existence, it must, then, owe its existence to another being, and this being must be a necessary and self-existent being, God. For this proof is somewhat compressed, involving the premises that the cause of a rational principle must itself be rational and that an infinite regress is impossible. Its inferiority certainly reminds one of Augustine, but it is not Augustine's proof from the soul's knowledge of eternal truths, nor does it presuppose religious, still less mystical, experience, since it rests on the natural experience of the soul's self-consciousness, and it is this reliance on experience which characterizes Hugh's proofs of God's existence. The second proof, that from external experience, 5 rests on the experienced fact of change. Things are constantly coming into being and passing away, and the totality, which is composed of such changing things, must itself have had a beginning. It requires, therefore, a cause. Nothing which lacks stability, which ceases to be, can have come into being without a cause external to itself. The idea of such a proof is contained in the De Fide Orthodoxa of 1. Saint John Damascene, 1. But Hugh of Saint Victor attempts to supply the deficiencies in Saint John Damascene's procedure. In addition to the proof from change, Hugh gives a teleological proof in several parts. 2. In the world of animals we see that the senses and appetites find their satisfaction in objects. In the world in general we see a great variety of movements. The reference is to local motion, which, however, are ordered in harmony. Again, growth is a fact of experience, and growth, since it means the addition of something new, cannot be accomplished solely by the thing which grows. Hugh concludes that these three considerations exclude chance and postulate a providence which is responsible for growth and guides all things according to law. 3. The proof is clearly somewhat unconvincing in the form given, but it is based on facts of experience, as the starting point. Antithesis characteristic of Hugh's proofs in general. Hugh adopted the theory of William of Conches concerning the atomic structure of matter. These atoms are simple bodies, which are capable of increase and growth. 4. Hugh was thus quite clear about the possibility of a natural knowledge of God's existence, but he was equally insistent on the necessity of faith. This faith is necessary, not only because the oculus contemplationis, whereby the soul apprehends God within herself ete qui in Deo errant, has been completely darkened by sin, but also because mysteries which exceed the power of the human reason are proposed to man's beliefs. These mysteries are super rationum, in that revelation and faith are required to apprehend them, but they are secundum rationum, not contra rationum. In themselves they are reasonable and can be the object of knowledge, but they cannot be the object of knowledge in the strict sense in this life, as man's mind is too weak, especially in its sin-darkened state. Knowledge, then, considered in itself, stands higher than faith, which is a certitude of the mind concerning absent things, superior to opinion but inferior to science or knowledge, since those who comprehend the object as immediately present, the science, are superior to those who believe on authority. We may say, therefore, that Hugh of St. Victor made a clear distinction between faith and knowledge, and that, though he recognized the superiority of the latter, he did not thereby impugn the necessity of the former. His doctrine of the superiority of knowledge to faith is by no means equivalent to the Hegelian doctrine, since Hugh certainly did not consider that knowledge can, naturally at least, be substituted for faith in this life. But, though the oculus contemplationis has been darkened by sin, the mind, under the supernatural influence of grace, can ascend by degrees to contemplation of God in himself. Thus supernatural mysticism crowns the ascent of knowledge in this life as the beatific vision of God crowns it in heaven. To enter upon a discussion of Hugh's mystical teaching would scarcely be in place here, but it is worth pointing out that the mystical tradition of Saint Victor was not simply a spiritual luxury. Their mystical theology formed an integral part of their theologico-philosophical synthesis. In philosophy God's existence is proved by the natural use of reason, while in theology the mind learns about the nature of God and applies dialectic to the data of revelation accepted on faith. But philosophical knowledge and theological, dialectical, knowledge are knowledge about God. Higher still is the experience of God, the direct knowledge of God, which is attained in mystical experience, a loving knowledge or a knowing love of God. On the other hand, mystical knowledge is not full vision, and God's presence to the soul in mystical experience blinds by excess of light, so that above both knowledge about God by faith and direct mystical knowledge of God there stands the beatific vision of heaven. 2. Richard of St. Victor was born in Scotland but went to Paris early in life and entered the Abbey of St. Victor, where he became sub-prior about 1157 and prior in 1162. He died in 1173. The abbey passed through a difficult period during these years, as the abbot, an Englishman named Ervisius, wasted its goods and ruined its discipline, behaving in such an independent manner that Pope Alexander III called him another Caesar. With some difficulty he was induced to resign in 1172, a year before the death of Richard. However, even if his abbot was a somewhat independent and high-handed individual, the prior, We are told by the Abbey necrology, left behind him the memory of a good example, a holy life and beautiful writings. Richard is an important figure in medieval theology, his chief work being the De Trinitate in 6 books, but he was also a philosopher, as well as being a mystical theologian who published 2 works on contemplation, the Benjamin Minor, on the preparation of the soul for contemplation, and the Benjamin Major, on the grace of contemplation. In other words, he was a worthy successor of Hugh of St. Victor, and like him he insisted on the necessity of using the reason in the pursuit and investigation of truth. I have frequently read that there is only one God, that he is eternal, uncreated, immense, omnipotent and Lord of all. I have read concerning my God that he is one and three, one in substance, 3 in persons, all this I have read, but I do not remember that I have read how all these things are proved one again. In all these matters authorities abound, but not arguments. In all these matters experimenta decent, proofs are becoming rare, so I think that I shall have done something, if I am able to help the minds of the studious a little, even if I cannot satisfy them. The general attitude of Saint Anselm is evident in the above quotations, Credo, ut intelligam. The data of the Christian religion presupposed, Richard of St. Victor sets out to understand them and to prove them. Just as Saint Anselm had declared his intention of trying to prove the Blessed Trinity by necessary reasons, so Richard declares at the beginning of his De Trinitate 1 that it will be his intention in that work, so far as God grants, to adduce not only probable, but also necessary reasons for the things which we believe. He points out that there must be necessary reasons for what necessarily exists, so that, as God is necessarily 3 in 1, there must be a necessary reason for this fact. Of course, it by no means follows from the fact that God is necessarily triune, God is the necessary being, that we can discern this necessity, and Richard admits indeed that we cannot fully comprehend the mysteries of faith, particularly that of the Blessed Trinity, 3, but that does not prevent his attempting to show that a plurality of persons in the Godhead necessarily follows from the fact that God is love and to demonstrate the trinity of persons in one nature. Richard's speculation on the Trinity had a considerable influence on later scholastic theology, but from the philosophical viewpoint his proofs for the existence of God are of greater import. Such proofs, he insists, must rest on experience. We ought to begin from that class of things, of which we can have no manner of doubt, and by means of those things which we know by experience to conclude rationally what we must think concerning the objects which transcend experience, for these objects of experience are contingent objects, things which begin to be and can cease to be. Such things we can come to know only through experience, since what comes into being and can perish cannot be necessary, so that its existence cannot be demonstrated a priori, but can be known only by experience. 1. The starting point of the argument is thus provided by the contingent objects of experience, but, in order that our reasoning on this basis may be successful, it is necessary to start from a clearly solid and, as it were, immovable foundation of truth. 2. That is, the argument needs a sure and certain principle on which it may rest. This principle is that everything which exists or can exist has being either of itself or from another than itself, and that everything which exists or can exist either has being from eternity or begins to be in time. This application of the principle of contradiction allows us to form a division of being. Any existent thing must be either, I, from eternity and from itself, and so self-existent, or, 2, neither from eternity nor from itself, or, 3, from eternity, but not from itself, or, 4, not from eternity but yet from itself. This logical division into 4 admits immediately of a reduction to a threefold division, since a thing which is not from eternity but is a se, is impossible, for a thing which began to be obviously cannot either have given itself being or be a necessary existent. 8. A beginning in time and aseity are thus incompatible, and it remains to refer back to the things of experience and apply the general principle. The things of experience, as we observe them in the human, animal, and vegetable kingdoms, and in nature in general, are perishable and contingent. They begin to be. If, then, they begin to be, they are not from eternity. But what is not from eternity cannot be from itself, as already said. Therefore it must be from another. But ultimately there must exist a being which exists of itself, i.e. necessarily, since, if there is no such being, there would be no sufficient reason for the existence of anything, nothing would exist, whereas in point of fact something does exist, as we know by experience. If it be objected that there must indeed be an ens se but that this may very well be the world itself, Richard would retort that he has already excluded this possibility by pointing out that we experience the contingent character of the things of which the world is composed. If in this first proof Richard's procedure shows a marked change from that of Saint Anselm, in his next proof he adopts a familiar Anselmian position. 1. It is a fact of experience that there are different and varying degrees of goodness or perfection, the rational, for example, being higher than the irrational. From this experiential fact Richard proceeds to argue that there must be a highest, than which there is no greater or better. As the rational is superior to the irrational, this supreme substance must be intellectual, and as the higher cannot receive what it possesses from the lower, from the subordinate, it must have its being and existence from itself. This necessarily means that it is eternal. Something must be eternal and esse, as has been already shown, since otherwise nothing would exist, and experience teaches us that something does exist, and, if the higher cannot receive what it possesses from the lower, it must be the highest, the supreme substance, which is the eternal and necessary being. In the third place Richard attempts to prove the existence of God from the idea of possibility. 2. In the whole universe nothing can exist, unless it has the possibility of being, the potentiality or power to be, from itself or receives it from another. A thing which lacks the possibility of being, which is completely impossible, is nothing at all, and in order that anything should exist, it must receive the ability to exist, posse esse, from the ground of possibility. That the objects in the universe cannot receive their possibility from themselves, cannot be self-grounded, Richard here takes for granted. In his first proof he has already shown the incompatibility of aseity and temporality or beginning to be. This ground of possibility, then, which is the source of the possibility and the existence of all things, must be self-dependent, ultimate. Every essence, every power, every wisdom, must depend on this ground, so that the latter must itself be the supreme essence as the ground of all essences, the supreme power as source of all power, and supreme wisdom as source of all wisdom, since it is impossible that a source should confer a gift greater than itself. But there can be no wisdom apart from a rational substance in which it is immanent, so there must be a rational and supreme substance, in which supreme wisdom is immanent. The ground of all possibility is, therefore, the supreme substance. These arguments are, of course, exercises of the rational, discursive intelligence, of the oculus rationis, superior to the oculus imaginationis, which views the corporeal world, but inferior to the oculus intelligentiae, by which God is contemplated in himself. 1. On the inferior level the objects of sense are viewed immediately as present, on the middle level the mind thinks discursively about things not immediately visible, arguing, for example, from effect to cause or vice versa. On the superior level the mind views an invisible object, God, as immediately present. 2. The level of contemplation is thus, as it were, the spiritual analogue of sense perception, being like to it in immediacy and concreteness in contrast with discursive thought, though it differs in that it is a purely spiritual activity, directed to a purely spiritual object. Richard's division of the 6 stages of knowledge, from the perception of God's beauty in the beauty of creation to the mentis alienatio, under the action of grace, influenced Saint Bonaventure in the composition of his Itinerarium Mentis in Deum. 3. Godfrey of St. Victor, d. 1194, wrote a Fons Philosophiae, in which he classifies the sciences and treats of such philosophers and transmitters as Plato, Aristotle, Boethius, and Macrobius, devoting a special chapter to the problem of universals and the professed solutions of the problem. Walter of St. Victor, died after 1180, was the author of the celebrated diatribe Contra Quatuor Labyrinthos Francii, Abelard, Peter Lombard, Peter of Poitiers and Gilbert de la Poursuix, the representatives of dialectical theology, who, according to Walter, were puffed up with the spirit of Aristotle, treated with scholastic levity of the ineffable things of the Blessed Trinity and the Incarnation, vomited out many heresies and bristled with errors. In other words, Walter of St. Victor was a reactionary who does not represent the genuine spirit of St. Victor, of Hugh the German and Richard the Scotsman, with its reasoned combination of philosophy, dialectical theology, and mysticism. In any case, the hands of the clock could not be put back, for dialectical theology had come to stay, and in the following century it attained its triumph in the great systematic syntheses. In the 13th century Saint Dominic preached against the Albigensians. This sect, as well as that of the Cathari, was already widespread in southern France and in Italy during the 12th century. The principal tenet of these sects was a dualism of the Manichaean type, which came into Western Europe by way of Byzantium. There exist two ultimate principles, the one good and the other bad, of which the former caused the soul, the latter the body and matter in general. From this hypothesis they drew the conclusion that the body is evil and has to be overcome by asceticism, and also that it is wrong to marry and propagate the human race. It may seem strange that a sect whose members held such doctrines should flourish, but it must be remembered that it was considered sufficient if the comparatively few perfecti led this ascetic existence, while their less exalted followers could safely lead a more ordinary life, if they received the blessing of one of the perfect before death. It must also be remembered, when one is considering the attention which the Albigensians and Cathari received from the ecclesiastical and civil powers, that the condemnation of procreation and of marriage as evil leads naturally to the conclusion that concubinage and marriage are on much the same footing. Moreover, the Cathari denied the legitimacy of oaths and of all war. It was, then, only natural that the sects were looked on as constituting a danger to Christian civilization. The sect of the Waldenses, which still exists, goes back to the Catharist movement and was originally a sect of dualists, though it was absorbed by the Reformation and adopted anti-Romanism and anti-sacerdotalism as its chief tenets. 1-2. Amalric of Baigny was born near Chartres and died as a professor of theology at Paris about 1206/7. Saint Thomas Aquinas 8 observes that others said that God is the formal principle of all things, and this is said to have been the opinion of the Amalricians, while Martin of Poland says of Amalric that he held God to be the one. The sources for our knowledge of the doctrine of the Albigensians are not rich. Essence of all creatures and the existence of all creatures. Apparently he interpreted in a pantheistic sense the teaching of John Scotus Irae Eugenia, as well as the phrases used by Theodoric of Chartres and Clarembald of Arras, even going so far as to say that the persons of the Trinity are creatures, that all three became incarnate, and that every single man is as much God as was Christ. From this doctrine some of his followers seem to have drawn the conclusion that sin is an unreal concept, on the ground that, if every man is divine, there can be no question of his sinning. Whether Amalric consciously upheld real pantheism or not, he was in any case accused of heresy and had to retract, his doctrines being condemned in 1210, after his death, along with those of John Scotus Irae Eugenia. 3. If for Amalric of Baigny God is the form of all things, for David, of Dinant he was identified with prime matter, in the sense of the potentiality of all things. Very little is known of the life of David of Dinant, or of the sources from which he derived his doctrines, or of the doctrines themselves, since his writings, condemned in 1210 and forbidden at Paris in 1215, have perished. Saint Albert the Great one ascribes to him a ditamis, hoc est de divisionibus, while the documents of the Council of Paris, 1210, ascribe to him a quaterni or quaternuli, though Geyer, for example, supposes that these two titles refer to the same work, which consisted of a number of sections or paragraphs, quaterni. In any case we have to rely for our knowledge of his doctrine on quotations and reports by Saint Albert the Great, Saint Thomas, and Nicholas of Cusa. In the Summa Theological, St. Thomas states that David of Dinant very foolishly affirmed that God is prime matter. Elsewhere 3 he says that David divided things into 3 classes, bodies, souls, and eternal substances, bodies being constituted of hyle, souls of nous or mind, and the eternal substances of God. These 3 constituent sources are the 3 indivisibles, and the 3 indivisibles are one and the same. Thus all bodies would be modes of one indivisible being, hyle, and all souls would be modes of one indivisible being, nous, but these 2 indivisible beings are one, and were identified by David with God, who is the one substance. It is manifest, according to David, that there is only one substance not only of all bodies, but also of all souls, and that this substance is nothing else but God himself. It is clear, then, that God is the substance of all bodies and all souls, and that God and Kyle and mens are one substance. 1 David of Dinant tried to prove this position dialectically. For 2 kinds of substances to differ from one another, they must differ in virtue of a difference, and the presence of a difference implies the presence of a common element. Now, if matter differed from mind, there would have to be a differentia in prime matter, i.e. a form and a matter, and in this case we should go on to infinity. For St. Thomas puts the argument this way. 8 When things in no way differ from one another, they are the same. Now, whatever things differ from one another, differ in virtue of differentia, and in this case they must be composite. But God and prime matter are altogether simple, not composite things. Therefore they cannot differ in any way from one another, and must consequently be the same. To this argument St. Thomas replies that composite things such as, for example, man and horse, do indeed differ from one another in virtue of differentia, but that simple things do not. Simple things should be said, strictly speaking, to be diverse esse, not to be different, differ. In other words, he accuses David of playing with terms, of choosing, to express the diversity of God and matter, a term which implies composition in God and matter. Why did St. Albert and St. Thomas think it worthwhile giving such attention to a pantheistic system, the theoretical support of which was more or less a dialectical quibble? Probably the reason was not so much that David of Dinant exercised an extensive influence as that they feared that the heresy of David might compromise Aristotle. The sources from which David drew his theories constitute a disputed point, but it is generally agreed that he drew on the exposition of ancient materialism given in the Physics and Metaphysics, and it is clear that he utilizes the Aristotelian ideas of prime matter and form. In 1210 the same Council of Paris which condemned David's writings forbade also the public and private teaching of the natural philosophy of Aristotle in the university. Most probably, then, St. Thomas wished to show that David of Dinant's monism by no means followed from the teaching of Aristotle, and in his reply to the objection already cited he expressly refers to the metaphysics. Reasons for discussing Islamic philosophy. Origins of Islamic philosophy. Al-Farabi, Avicenna, Averroes, Dante and the Arabian philosophers. To come upon a chapter on the philosophy of the Arabs in a work devoted to medieval thought, in the sense of the thought of medieval Christendom, might astonish a reader who was making his first acquaintance with the philosophy of the Middle Ages, but the influence, positive and negative, of Islamic philosophy on that of Christendom is now a matter of common knowledge among historians, and one can scarcely avoid saying something on the subject. The Arabian philosophy was one of the principal channels whereby the complete Aristotle was introduced to the West, but the great philosophers of medieval Islam, men like Avicenna and Averroes, were more than mere transmitters or even commentators. They changed and developed the philosophy of Aristotle, more or less according to the spirit of Neoplatonism, and several of them interpreted Aristotle on important points in a sense which, whether exegetically correct or not, was incompatible with the Christian theology and faith. 1 Aristotle, therefore, when he appeared to medieval Christian thinkers in the shape given him by Averroes, for example, naturally appeared as an enemy of Christian wisdom, Christian philosophy in the wide sense. This fact explains to a large extent the opposition offered to Aristotelianism in the 13th century by many upholders of the Christian tradition who looked on the pagan philosopher as the foe of Augustine, Anselm and the great philosophers of Christianity. The opposition varied in degree, from a rather crude dislike and fear of novelty, to the reasoned opposition of a thinker like Saint Bonaventure, but it becomes easier to understand the opposition if one remembers that a Muslim philosopher such as Averroes claimed to give the right interpretation of Aristotle and that this interpretation was, on important questions, at variance with Christian belief. It explains too the attention paid to the Islamic philosophers by those, particularly, of course, Saint Thomas Aquinas, who saw in the Aristotelian system not only a valuable instrument for the dialectical expression of Christian theology but also the true philosophy, for such thinkers had to show that Aristotelianism did not necessarily involve the interpretation given to it by the Muslims. They had to dissociate themselves from Averroes and to distinguish their Aristotelianism from his. In order, then, fully to understand the polemics of Saint Thomas Aquinas and others, it is necessary to know something of medieval Islamic philosophy, but it is also necessary for a connected reason, namely that there arose in Paris a school of philosophers who claimed to represent integral Aristotelianism, the chief figure of this school being the celebrated opponent of Saint Thomas, Siger of Brabant. These integral Aristotelians, the genuine Aristotelians as they thought themselves to be, meant by genuine Aristotelianism the system of Aristotle as interpreted by Averroes, the commentator par excellence. In order, therefore, to understand this school and an important phase of the controversies at Paris, it is obviously necessary to be acquainted with the place of Averroes in the history of philosophy and with his doctrine. But, though some treatment of medieval Islamic philosophy must be given, it does not come within the scope of this book to discuss the Islamic philosophy for its own sake. It has indeed its own peculiar interest, for example, its relations to Islamic theology, their attempted reconciliation and the tension between them, as well as the relation of Islamic thought to mysticism in the Islamic world, and of Islamic philosophy to Islamic culture in general, have their own intrinsic interest, but the reader must expect here no more than a brief sketch of Islamic philosophy in the medieval period, a treatment of it less for its own sake than in function of its influence on the thought of medieval Christendom. This perhaps rather one-sided treatment is not designed to belittle the achievements of Muslim philosophers, nor does it involve a denial of the intrinsic interest of Islamic philosophy for its own sake. It is simply dictated by the general purpose and scope of this book, as well as, of course, by considerations of space. 2. If Islamic philosophy was connected with the philosophy of Christendom in the way just mentioned, it was also connected with Christianity in its origins, owing to the fact that it was Christian Syrians who first translated Aristotle and other ancient philosophers into Arabic. The first stage consisted of the translation of Greek works into Syriac at the school of Edessa in Mesopotamia, which was founded by Saint Ephrem of Nisibis in 363 and was closed by the Emperor Zeno in 489 because of the Nestorianism which prevailed there. At Edessa some of the works of Aristotle, principally the logical works, as well as Porphyry's Isagogy, were translated into Syriac, and this work was continued in Persia, at Nisibis and Gandhasapura, whither the scholars betook themselves on the closure of the school. Thus works of Aristotle and Plato were translated into Persian. In the 6th century works of Aristotle and Porphyry and the writings of the Pseudo-Dionysius were translated into Syriac at the Monophysite schools of Syria. The second stage consisted in the translation of the Syriac translations into Arabic. Even before the time of Mohammed, 569 to 632, there had been a number of Nestorian Christians who worked among the Arabs, mainly as physicians, and when the Abbaside dynasty replaced that of the Umayyads in 750, Syrian scholars were invited to the Arab court at Baghdad. Medical works were translated first of all, but after a time philosophical works were also translated, and in 832 a school of translators was established at Baghdad, an institution which produced Arabic versions of Aristotle, Alexander of Aphrodisias, Themistius, Porphyry, and Ammonius. Plato's Republic and Laws were also translated, as well as, in the first half of the 9th century, the so-called Theology of Aristotle, which consisted of a compilation of the Enneads, 4-6, of Plotinus, erroneously attributed to Aristotle. To this must be added the fact that the Liber de Causes, really the Institutio Theologica of Proclus, was also attributed to Aristotle. These false attributions, as well as the translation into Arabic of Neoplatonic commentators on Aristotle, helped to popularize among the Arabs a Neoplatonic interpretation of the Aristotelian system, though other influences, as well as Aristotle and the Neoplatonists, contributed to the formation of Islamic philosophy, e.g. the Islamic religion itself and the influence of Oriental religious thought, such as that of Persia. 3. The Muslim philosophers may be divided into two groups, the Eastern group and the Western group. In this section I shall treat briefly of three thinkers belonging to the Eastern group. Al-Farabi, who belonged to the school of Baghdad and died about 950, is a good example of a thinker upon whom the influences mentioned above made themselves felt. Thus he helped to introduce the Islamic cultured world to the logic of Aristotle, while by his classification of the departments of philosophy and theology he made philosophy self-conscious, as it were, marking it off from theology. Logic is a propedeutic and preparation for philosophy proper, which Al-Farabi divided into physics, comprising the particular sciences, psychology being included and the theory of knowledge being treated of in psychology, and metaphysics, physics and metaphysics being the two branches of theoretical philosophy, and ethics or practical philosophy. His scheme for theology included as sections, 1. Omnipotence and justice of God, 2. The unity and other attributes of God, 3. The doctrine of sanctions in the next life, 4, and 5. The individual's rights and the social relations of the Muslim. By making philosophy a separate province, then, Al-Farabi did not mean to supplant or undermine the Islamic theology, rather did he place schematization and logical form at the service of theology. In addition, Al-Farabi utilized Aristotelian arguments in proving the existence of God. Thus, on the supposition that the things of the world are passively moved, an idea which fitted in well with Islamic theology, he argued that they must receive their movement from a first mover, God. Again, the things of this world are contingent, they do not exist of necessity, their essence does not involve their existence, as is shown by the fact that they come into being and pass away. From this it follows that they have received their existence, and ultimately one must admit a being which exists essentially, necessarily, and is the cause of the existence of all contingent beings. On the other hand, when it comes to the general system of Al-Farabi, the Neoplatonic influence is manifest. Thus the theme of emanation is employed to show how from the ultimate deity or one there proceed the intelligence and the world soul, from the thoughts or ideas of which proceeds the cosmos, from the higher or outer spheres to the lower or inner spheres. Bodies are composed of matter and form. The intelligence of man is illuminated by the cosmic intelligence, which is the active intellect of man, the vu, Torlx Ttitoc of Alexander of Aphrodisias. Moreover, the illumination of the human intellect is the explanation of the fact that our concepts fit things, since the ideas in God are at once the exemplar and source of the concepts in the human mind and of the forms in things. This doctrine of illumination is connected, not only with Neoplatonism, but also with Oriental mysticism. Al-Farabi himself became attached to the mystical school or sect of the Sufis, and his philosophy had a religious orientation. The highest task of man is to know God, and, just as the general process of the universe is a flowing out from God and a return to God, so should man, who proceeds from God in the inanitive process and who is enlightened by God, strive after the return to and likeness with God. 2. The greatest Muslim philosopher of the Eastern group is without a doubt Avicenna or Ibn Sina, 980-1037, the real creator of a scholastic system in the Islamic world. 1. A Persian by birth, born near Bukhara, he received his education in the Arab tongue, and most of his works, which were extremely numerous, were written in Arabic. A precocious boy, he learned in succession the Quran, Arabic literature, geometry, jurisprudence, logic. Outstripping his instructors, he studied by himself theology, physics, mathematics, and medicine, and at 16 years of age he was already practicing as a doctor. He then devoted a year and a half to the study of philosophy and logic, but it was only when he chanced upon a commentary by Al-Farabi that he was able to understand to his satisfaction the metaphysics of Aristotle, which he had read, he tells us, 40 times without being able to understand it. The rest of his life was a busy and adventurous one, as he acted as vizier to several sultans and practiced medicine, experiencing in his travels the ups and downs of life and the favor and disfavor of princes, but being always the philosopher, pursuing his studies and writings wherever he was, even in prison and on horseback. He died at Hamadan at the age of 57, after performing his ablutions, repenting of his sins, distributing abundant alms and freeing his slaves. His principal philosophical work is the Es-Safa, known in the Middle Ages as the Sufficientia, which comprised logic, physics, including the natural sciences, mathematics, psychology, and metaphysics. The Najat was a collection of texts, taken from the first work and arranged in a different order. Avicenna's division of philosophy in the wide sense into logic. The Propedeutic to philosophy, speculative philosophy, physics, mathematics, and theology, and practical philosophy, ethics, economics, and politics, offers no remarkable features, save that theology is divided into first theology, equivalent to ontology and natural theology, and second theology, involving Islamic themes, and this marks off Islamic theology from the Greek. But his metaphysic, in spite of its borrowing both from Aristotle and from Neoplatonism, shows features of its own, which make it plain that, however much he borrowed from former philosophers, Avicenna had thought out his system carefully and independently and had welded it into a system of a peculiar stamp. For instance, although he is at one with Aristotle in assigning the study of being as being to metaphysics, Avicenna employs an un-Aristotelian illustration to show that the mind necessarily apprehends the idea of being, though it is acquired normally through experience. Imagine a man suddenly created, who cannot see or hear, who is floating in space and whose members are so disposed that they cannot touch one another. On the supposition that he cannot exercise the senses and acquire the notion of being through sight or touch, will he thereby be unable to form the notion? No, because he will be conscious of and affirm his own existence, so that, even if he cannot acquire the notion of being through external experience, he will at least acquire it through self-consciousness. One in Avicenna's eyes the notion of necessity is also a primary notion, for to him all beings are necessary. It is necessary, however, to distinguish two kinds of necessity. A particular object in the world is not necessary of itself, its essence does not involve existence necessarily, as is shown by the fact that it comes into being and passes away, but it is necessary in the sense that its existence is determined by the necessary action of an external cause. Accordingly, a contingent being means, for Avicenna, a being the existence of which is due, not to the essence of the being itself, but to the necessary action of an external cause. Such beings are indeed caused and so contingent, but nonetheless the action of the cause is determined. This leads him on to argue that the chain of causes cannot be infinite, since then there would be no reason for the existence of anything, but that there must be a first cause which is itself uncaused. This uncaused being, the necessary being, cannot receive its essence from another, nor can its existence form part of its essence, since composition of parts would involve an anterior uniting cause. Essence and existence must therefore be identical in the necessary being. This ultimate being is necessary of itself, whereas contingent beings are not necessary of themselves but necessary through another, so that the concept being, as applied to necessary and contingent being, has not the same sense. They are not, then, species of one genus, but rather does being belong par excellence, properly and primarily, to the necessary being and is predicated of contingent being only secondarily and analogically. Closely allied with the distinction between the possible and the necessary is the distinction between potentiality and act. Potentiality, as Aristotle said, is the principle of change into another as other, and this principle may exist either in the agent, active potency, or in the patient, passive potency. Moreover, there are degrees of potency and act, ranging between the lower limit, pure potentiality, prime matter, and the upper limit, pure act, the necessary being, though Avicenna does not use the phrase pure act quod verbum. From this position Avicenna proceeds to show that God is truth, goodness, love, and life. For example, the being which is always in act, without potentiality or privation, must be absolute goodness, and since the divine attributes are ontologically indistinguishable, the divine goodness must be identical with absolute love. As God is absolute goodness, he necessarily tends to diffuse his goodness, to radiate it, and this means that he creates necessarily. As God is the necessary being, all his attributes must be necessary, he is, therefore, necessarily creator. This in turn involves the conclusion that creation is from eternity, for, if God is necessarily creator and God is eternal, creation must be eternal. Moreover, if God creates by the necessity of his nature, it follows also that there is no free choice in creation, that God could not create otherwise or create other things than he actually creates. But God can produce immediately only by a being like himself. It is impossible for God to create material things directly. The logically first being to proceed from God is, therefore, the first intelligence. This intelligence is created, in the sense that it proceeds from God, it receives, then, its existence, and in this way duality begins. Whereas in the one there is no duality, in the primary intelligence there is a duality of essence and existence, in that existence is received, while there is also a duality of knowledge, in that the Islamic philosophy 193 primary intelligence knows the one or God as necessary and itself as possible. In this way Avicenna deduces the 10 intelligences which exhibit a growing multiplicity and so bridges the gap between the unity of God and the multiplicity of creation. The 10th intelligence is the giver of forms, which are received in prime matter, pure potentiality, or rather potentiality deprived of form, and so, in a sense, evil, and so rendered capable of multiplication within the species. The separate intelligences can differ from one another only specifically, in virtue of their greater or less proximity to the one and the decreasing simplicity in the process of emanation, but, as matter is the principle of individuation, the same specific form can be multiplied in a plurality of individual concrete objects, though prime matter has first to be taken out of its state of intermination and disposed for the reception of specific form, first through the forma corporitatis and then through the action of external causes which predispose matter for the reception of one particular specific form. The 10th intelligence has another function to perform besides that of datur formarum, for it also exercises the function of the active intellect in man. In his analysis of abstraction Avicenna will not credit the human intellect as such with the final act of abstraction, the apprehension of the universal in a state of pure intelligibility, as this would mean that the intellect passes from a state of potentiality to act entirely by its own power, whereas no agent can proceed from passive potency to act except under the influence of an agent external to itself but like itself. He distinguished, therefore, the active and passive intellects, but made the active intellect a separate and unitary intelligence which illumines the human intellect or confers on it its intellectual and abstract grasp of essences, the essence or universal post-rem, to be distinguished from the essence ante-rem and in re. Avicenna's idea of necessary creation and his denial that the one has direct knowledge of the multiplicity of concrete objects set him at variance with the theology of the Quran, but he tried, so far as he could, to reconcile his Aristotelian Neoplatonist system with Orthodox Islam. For example, he did not deny the immortality of the human soul, in spite of his doctrine concerning the separateness of the active intellect, and he maintained a doctrine of sanctions in the afterlife, though he interpreted this in an intellectualist manner, reward consisting in the knowledge of purely intelligible objects, punishment in the deprivation of such. 194 Islamic and Jewish philosophy knowledge. 1 Again, though his analysis and explanation of creation and the relation of the world to God necessarily involved a theory of emanation and, in this respect, tended towards pantheism, he tried to safeguard himself from pantheism by affirming the distinction between essence and existence in all beings which proceed, immediately or mediately, from God. Possibly the Islamic doctrine of the divine omnipotence, when interpreted speculatively, tends to pantheism, and it may well be that some fundamental principles of Avicenna's system would favor pantheism, but he was certainly no pantheist by intention. When portions of the writings of Avicenna were translated into Latin in the 12th century, the Christian world found itself faced for the first time with a closely knit system which was bound to exercise a strong attraction on certain minds. Thus Gundusolinus, d. 1151, translated into Latin the Spanish translation made by Jonas Hispanus, Avon Death, and utilized the thought of Avicenna in his De Anima, following the Avicennian psychology, and citing the latter's allegory of the flying man, though he left Avicenna for Augustine by making the active intellect, as source of illumination, identical with God. Moreover, in his De Processione Mundi he attempted to reconcile the cosmogony of Avicenna with Christian doctrine, though his example in this matter was not followed. Before the entire metaphysics of Aristotle became available, uncertainty reigned as to which doctrines were to be attributed to Avicenna and which to Aristotle. Thus Roger Bacon thought that Avicenna must have followed Aristotle throughout, though he, Bacon, had not got books M and N of the metaphysics and so could not check the truth or untruth of this supposition. The result was that William of Auvergne, died c. 1249, the first vigorous opponent of Avicenna, attributed the cosmogony of Avicenna to Aristotle himself. This cosmogony, said William, was erroneous, in that it admitted intermediaries in the process of creation, thus allowing to creatures a divine power, denied the divine freedom, asserted the eternity of the world, made matter the principle of individuation and regarded the separate active one. It should be noted that it was the Averroistic doctrine of the unicity of the intellect as the efficient cause of human souls. Nonetheless, William himself followed Avicenna by introducing into Latin scholasticism the distinction between essence and existence. Moreover, denying Avicenna's doctrine of the active intellect, he pretty well identified it with God. Other thinkers, such as Alexander of Hales, John of La Rochelle and Saint Albert, while denying the doctrine of a separate active intellect, made use of Avicenna's theory of abstraction and of the necessity of illumination, whereas Roger Bacon and Roger Marston found Avicenna's error to consist only in not identifying the separate and illuminating active intellect with God. Without going any further into the question of Avicenna's influence, which would require a distinct monograph, one can say that he influenced Latin scholasticism in regard to at least three themes: that of knowledge and illumination, that of the relation of essence and existence, and that of matter as the principle of individuation. One criticism of Avicenna by a Latin scholastic does not mean, of course, that the scholastic learnt nothing from Avicenna. For instance, St. Thomas found it necessary to criticize the Moslem philosopher's treatment of possibility, 8. But that does not mean that St. Thomas did not develop his own position partly through a consideration of Avicenna's doctrine, even if it is difficult to assess the precise degree of influence exercised by the latter's writings on the greatest of the scholastics. Scotus, however, was much more influenced by Avicenna than was St. Thomas, though he certainly could not be called with propriety a disciple of Avicenna. 3. Al-Ghazal, 1058–1111, who lectured for a time at Baghdad, opposed the views of Al-Farabi and Avicenna from the viewpoint of Mohammedan orthodoxy. In his Makasei or Intentiones Philosophorum he summed up the views of these two philosophers, and this exposition, translated into Latin by Gundusolinus, gave the impression, when taken by itself, that Al-Ghazal agreed with the opinions expressed. Thus William of Auvergne coupled together as objects of attack the followers of Aristotle, Al-Farabi, Al-Ghazal, and Avicenna, being unaware of the fact that Algazel had proceeded to criticize the systems of the philosophers in his Destructio Philosophorum, 8, which tried to show how the philosophers contradicted themselves. This book elicited later from Averroes a Destructio Destructionis Philosophorum. In his revivification of the religious sciences he gave his positive views, defending the orthodox doctrine of the creation of the world in time and out of nothing against Avicenna's ideas of emanation and of the eternity of the world. He defended also the doctrine of God's universal causality, making the connection between cause and effect to depend on the divine power, not on any causal activity on the part of creatures. The philosopher sees consequence or constant conjunction and concludes to the relation of cause and effect, whereas in truth the following of one event on another is simply due to the power and action of God. In other words, he maintained an occasionalistic doctrine. Algazel was very far from being simply a philosopher who wished to counteract the unorthodox tendencies of his Helchnizing predecessors. He was also an eminent Sufi, a mystic and spiritual writer. Leaving his work at Baghdad, he retired into Syria, where he lived a life of asceticism and contemplation. Sometimes indeed he emerged from his retirement, and in any case he had disciples. He even founded a kind of theological college and a school of Sufism at his place of retirement, Tus, but the major interest of his life was the revival of religion, in the sense of mysticism. Drawing not only on previous Islamic sources, but utilizing Neoplatonic ideas, and even ideas from Judaism and Christianity, he built up a system of spirituality which was personalist, i.e. non-pantheistic, in character. Some of Algazel's expressions would seem at first sight to imply or involve pantheism, but his Neoplatonism was put at the service of religious mysticism rather than of speculation. It is not that he tends to identify the world with God, but rather that his fusion of the Islamic doctrines of predestination and divine omnicausality with strongly emphasized religious mysticism leads him into a kind of panentheism. The Semitic monotheism, when seen in the light of Neoplatonism and fused with mysticism, could lead him probably in no other direction. In the field of purely philosophical speculation he shows a somewhat skeptical attitude, and he represents the protest of religious mysticism against rationalism as well as that of Islamic theology against Aristotelian philosophy. 4. The background of the Muslim philosophers of the West was provided by the brilliant Islamic civilization which grew up in Spain in the 10th century and which, at that period, was so greatly superior to what Western Christendom had to offer. The first philosopher of the Western group was Ibn Masara, d. 931, who adopted ideas from the Pseudo-Empedocles, while of Empais, or Ibn Bajjah, d. 1138, and Abu Bishar or Ibn Tufail, d. 1185, represented mystical tendencies, but the greatest figure of this group is undoubtedly Averroes, who occupies that prominent position in the Western group which Avicenna represents in the Eastern group. Averroes or Ibn Rusd, the commentator of the Latin scholastics, was born at Cordoba in 1126, the son of a judge. After studying theology, jurisprudence, medicine, mathematics, and philosophy, he occupied judicial posts, first at Seville and afterwards at Cordoba, becoming physician to the caliph in 1182. Subsequently he fell into disfavor with the caliph Al-Mansur and was banished from court. He later crossed to Morocco, dying there in 1198. Being convinced that the genius of Aristotle was the final culmination of the human intellect, Averroes naturally devoted a great deal of energy to the composition of commentaries. These fall into three classes: I, the lesser or middle commentaries, in which Averroes gives the content of Aristotle's doctrine, adding his own explanations and developments in such a way that it is not always easy to distinguish what comes from Aristotle and what from Averroes. 2. The greater commentaries, in which Averroes gives first a portion of the actual text of Aristotle and then adds his own commentary, and 3. The little commentaries, paraphrases or compendia, in which he gives the conclusions arrived at by Aristotle, omitting proofs and historical references, and which were designed for students unable to go to the sources or larger commentaries. Apparently he composed the middle commentaries and the compendia before the greater commentaries. The entire organon of Aristotle, in the lesser commentary and in the compendium, is extant, as also Latin translations of all three classes of commentary for the posterior analytics, the physics, the de Scielo, the de Anima and the metaphysics. In addition to these and other commentaries in Latin translations, the Christian scholastics possessed Averroes's answer to Algazel, I.E.The Destructio Destructionis Philosophorum, * several logical works, a letter on the connection between the abstract intelligence and man, a work on the beatitude of the soul, etc. The metaphysical scale reaches from pure matter as the lowest limit to pure act, God, as the highest limit, between these limits being the objects composed of potency and act, which form natura. Naturita. The phrases of the Latin translation, natura naturans and natura naturita, reappear eventually in the system of Spinoza. Prime matter, as equivalent to non-being, as pure potentiality and the absence of all determination, cannot be the term of the creative act, it is, therefore, co-eternal with God. God, however, draws or educes the forms of material things from the potency of pure matter, and creates the intelligences, 10 in number, connected extrinsically with the spheres, so that the Avicennian emanation theory is avoided and real pantheism is excluded. The order of the creation or generation of things is, however, determined. Nevertheless, even if Averroes's rejection of emanation makes him in a sense more orthodox than Avicenna, he did not follow Avicenna in accepting personal immortality. Averroes did indeed follow Themistius and other commentators in holding that the intellectus materialis is the same substance as the intellectus agens and that both survive death, but he followed Alexander of Aphrodisias in holding that this substance is a separate and unitary intelligence. It is the intelligence of the moon, the lowest sphere. The individual passive intellect in the individual man becomes, under the action of the active intellect, the acquired intellect, which is absorbed by the active intellect in such a way that, although it survives bodily death, it does so not as a personal, individual existent, but as a moment in the universal and common intelligence of the human species. There is, therefore, immortality, but there is no personal immortality. This view was earnestly combated by St. Thomas Aquinas and other scholastics, though it was maintained by the Latin Averroists as a philosophical truth. More interesting, however, than Averroes's particular philosophical doctrine is his notion of the general relation of philosophy to theology. Holding, as he did, that Aristotle was the completer of human science, one the model of human perfection and the author of a system which is the supreme truth, interpreting Aristotle as holding the unicity of the active intellect and accepting the doctrine of the eternity of matter, Averroes had necessarily to attempt a reconciliation of his philosophical ideas with orthodox Islamic theology, especially as those were not wanting who were ready to accuse him of heresy because of his devotion to a pagan thinker. He accordingly attempted this reconciliation by means of the so-called double truth theory. This does not mean that, according to Averroes, a proposition can be true in philosophy and false in theology or vice versa. His theory is that one and the same truth is understood clearly in philosophy and expressed allegorically in theology. The scientific formulation of truth is achieved only in philosophy, but the same truth is expressed in theology, only in a different manner. The picture teaching of the Quran expresses the truth in a manner intelligible to the ordinary man, to the unlettered, whereas the philosopher strips away the allegorical husk and attains the truth unvarnished, free from the trappings of Vorstellion. Averroes's idea of the relation of philosophy to theology resembles somewhat that of Hegel, and it would be unacceptable, and was unacceptable, to the orthodox Islamic theologian, but it was not the absurd idea that one proposition can be true in philosophy and the diametrically opposite proposition true in theology. What Averroes did was to make theology subordinate to philosophy, to make the latter the judge of the former, so that it belongs to the philosopher to decide what theological doctrines need to be allegorically interpreted and in what way they should be interpreted. This view was accepted by the Latin Averroists, and it was this view, moreover, which drew upon Averroes, and upon philosophy generally, the hostility of the Islamic theologians. In regard to statements attributed to Averroes which taken literally imply that one proposition, for example, that the active intellect is numerically single, is true in philosophy and false in theology, it has been suggested that this was simply a sarcastic way of saying that the theological doctrine is nonsense. When Averroes says that some proposition is true in the fideistic theology of the conservatives, who rejected philosophy, he means that it is true in the school of the enemies of science, i.e. that it is simply false. He had no use for the traditionalists as the traditionalists had no use for him, and his attitude in this matter led to the prohibition in Islamic Spain of the study of Greek philosophy and to the burning of philosophic works. 5. Of the influence of Averroes in Latin Christendom I shall speak later, but it may be of interest to add a word here on the attitude of Dante, 1265–1321, towards the Arabian philosophers. 1. The question of Dante's attitude to the Arab philosophers arose when scholars began to ask themselves seriously and without prejudice why Dante, who in the Divina Commedia places Mohammed in hell, not only placed Averroes and Avicenna in limbo, but also placed the Latin Averroist Siger of Brabant in heaven and even went so far as to put his eulogium into the mouth of Saint Thomas Aquinas, who was a doughty opponent of Siger. Obviously Dante was treating these men as philosophers, and it was because of this fact that he placed the two Islamic thinkers as high in the scale as he could. As they were not Christians, he did not consider that he could release them from inferno altogether, and so he placed them in limbo. Siger on the other hand was a Christian, and so Dante placed him in heaven. That he made Saint Thomas speak his praises and that he put him on the left of Saint Thomas, while Saint Albert the Great was on Aquinas's right, is explicable if we remember that the Thomist system presupposes a philosophy which is built up by natural reason alone, and that to build up a philosophy by reason alone was precisely what Siger of Brabant professed to do. It is not necessary to suppose that Dante approved all Sigur's notions, but he takes him as the symbol of pure philosophy. However, why did Dante single out Avicenna, Averroes, and Siger of Brabant? Was it simply because they were philosophers, or did Dante owe something himself to the Muslims? It has been shown by Bruno Nardi, 1, and the theme has been resumed by Isan Palacios, 2, that Dante owed to the systems of Al-Farabi, Avicenna, Al-Ghazal, and Averroes important points in his philosophy, for example, the light doctrine of God, the theory of the intelligences, the influence of the celestial spheres, the idea that only the intellectual part of the soul is directly and properly created, the need of illumination for intellection, etc. Some of these ideas were found in the Augustinian tradition, it is true, but it has been shown that Dante, far from being a Thomist pure and simple, owed a considerable debt to the Muslims and to Averroes in particular. This will explain why he singles out for special treatment the most eminent of the Islamic philosophers, and why he places in heaven the greatest of the Latin Averroists. Philosophy among the Jews really owes its origin to intercourse with other nations and cultures. Thus in the first volume of this history I have already treated of Philo, the Alexandrian Jew, c. 25b.cc AD 40, who attempted a reconciliation of the Jewish scriptural theology and Greek philosophy, producing a system in which elements of the Platonic tradition, the theory of ideas, of Stoicism, doctrine of the Logos, and of Oriental thought, intermediary beings, were combined. In the philosophy of Philo the transcendence of God was strongly emphasized, and this insistence on the divine transcendence was characteristic of the doctrine of the Kabbalah, as modified by Greek, particularly by Platonic, theories. The Kabbalah consisted of two works, the Jezira, creation, which was probably composed after the middle of the 9th century AD, and the Sahar, brightness, which was built up from the beginning of the 13th century and committed to writing by a Spanish Jew about the year 1300. Additions and commentaries were subsequently made. The Kabbalistic philosophy shows the influence of Neoplatonism in its doctrine of emanation and intermediary beings between God and the world, and one of the channels by which Neoplatonism influenced the construction of the emanationist philosophy of the Sahar was the thought of the Spanish Jew who was known to the Latin scholastics as Avis Braun. 2. Salomon ibn Gabaral or Abbas Braun, so called by the Latin scholastics, who thought that he was an Arab, was born at Malaga about 1021, was educated at Saragossa and died in 1069/70. He was naturally influenced by the Arabian philosophy, and his chief work, the Fons Vitae, was originally composed in Arabic. The Arabic original is, however, no longer extant, though we possess the work in the Latin translation of Jonas Hispanus, Avon Death, and Dominicus Gundusalinus. The work consists of 5 books and had a considerable influence on the Christian scholastics. The Neoplatonic influence shows itself in the emanationist scheme of Avispran's philosophy. The summit of the hierarchy of being and the source of all limited being is, of course, God, who is one and unknowable by the discursive reason, apprehensible only in the intuition of ecstasy. To this Abbas Braun added a peculiar doctrine concerning the divine will by which are created, or from which emanate, all lesser beings. The divine will, like God himself, transcends the composition of matter and form and can be apprehended only in mystical experience, but the exact relation of the divine will to God is not easy to determine. The distinction drawn between the divine essence and the divine will would appear to make of the latter a distinct hypostasis, though on the other hand the divine will is depicted as being God himself as active ad extra, as God in his appearance. In any case there is a substitution of will for logos. From God, via the divine will, whether God under one aspect or a distinct hypostasis, proceeds the cosmic spirit or world soul, which is inferior to God and is composed of matter and form, materia universalis and forma universalis. From the world soul in turn proceed pure spirits and corporeal things. The interesting point about Avispran's system is, however, not his emanationist scheme, but rather his doctrine of universal hylomorphic composition in all beings inferior to God, a doctrine which was derived, at least indirectly, from Plotinus and which influenced one tradition of Christian scholasticism. Just as from the world soul proceed the individual forms, so from the world soul proceed also spiritual matter, which is present in the intelligence and in the rational soul, and corporeal matter. Matter, then, which does not of itself involve corporeality, is the principle of limitation and finiteness in all creatures. It is the hylomorphic composition in creatures which marks them off from God, for in God there is no composition. This doctrine of universal hylomorphic composition in creatures was maintained by Saint Bonaventure, for example, the great Franciscan contemporary of Saint Thomas Aquinas. Moreover, there is a plurality of forms in every being which possesses in itself a plurality of grades of perfection, as the human being, for example, the microcosm, possesses the perfections of corporeality, vegetative life, sensitive life, and intellectual life. Every corporeal being possesses the forma corporitatis, but it has further to be given its determinate place in the hierarchy of being, and this is accomplished by the reception of the form or forms by which it becomes, e.g. living thing, animal, dog. It has been maintained that the doctrine of Abbas Braun was the real origin of the Augustinian school's theory of the plurality of forms, but, even granting this, it must also be remembered that the doctrine fitted well into the scheme of the Augustinians' philosophy, since Augustine had himself taught that the function of the lower forms is to lead on to the higher forms, and that this is true also of these forms as represented in human knowledge, i.e. that contemplation of the lower stages of being should lead the mind to higher stages. 3. The most interesting of the Jewish medieval philosophers is, however, Moses Maimonides, who was born at Córdoba in 1135 and died in Cairo in 1204, having had to abandon Moorish Spain, which was no longer favorable to philosophers. In his Guide of the Doubting he attempted to give to theology its rational basis in philosophy, which for him meant the philosophy of Aristotle, whom he reverenced as the greatest example of human intellectual power apart from the prophets. We must hold fast to what is given us in sense perception and what can be strictly demonstrated by the intellect. If statements contained in the Old Testament plainly contradict what is plainly established by reason, then such statements must be interpreted allegorically. This view, however, did not mean that Maimonides discarded the teaching of theology whenever Aristotle held something different to that which the scripture taught. For example, theology teaches the creation of the world in time out of nothing, and this means both that God must be the author of matter as well as of form and that the world cannot be eternal. If the eternity of the world could be demonstrated by reason in such a way that the opposite was clearly seen to be an impossibility, then we should have to interpret the scriptural teaching accordingly, but, as a matter of fact, the scriptural teaching is clear and the philosophical arguments adduced to prove the eternity of the world are inconclusive. We must, then, reject Aristotle's teaching on this point. Plato came nearer to the truth than Aristotle, but even he accepted an uncreated matter. The creation out of nothing of both matter and form is also necessary, according to Maimonides, if the fact of miracles, plainly taught in the Old Testament, is to be allowed, since, if God is able to suspend the operation of natural laws, he must be the absolute sovereign of nature, and he would not be that unless he were creator in the full sense of the word. To the fanatics, Maimonides' allegorical interpretation of some of the scriptural pictures of God seemed to be a selling of the Holy Scripture to the Greeks, and some Jews in France even went so far as to try to enlist the aid of the Inquisition against this heresy, but in point of fact he was merely saying that there can be a fountain of certain truth besides theology. In other words, he gave a charter to philosophy, and he thus influenced the growth of philosophical interest among the Jews in Spain, even if his chief influence lay in the province of theology. That he was no blind worshipper of Aristotle has been shown already. Aristotle, thought Maimonides, went wrong in teaching the eternity of the world, and even if philosophy cannot demonstrate creation in time, it can at least show that the arguments brought up in favor of the Aristotelian position are inconclusive and unsound. Relying partly on the natural theology of Alfarabi and Avicenna, Maimonides proved the existence of God in various ways, arguing from creatures to God as first mover, as necessary being and as first cause. These arguments he supported from statements of Aristotle in the Physics and Metaphysics. But if Maimonides anticipated most of the types of proof given later by St. Thomas, he was more insistent than the latter on the inapplicability of positive predicates to God. God is pure act, without matter and without potency, infinitely removed from creatures, and, in regard to qualities, we can say what God is not, rather than what he is. He is one and transcendent. Between God and the world there is a hierarchy of intelligences or pure spirits, but we cannot form any adequate positive idea of God. St. Thomas, of course, would admit this, but Maimonides was rather more insistent on the via negativa. We can, however, ascribe to God activities, the activities of creation and providence, for example, provided that we realize that the difference of names does not correspond to any difference in God himself and that God himself is unchangeable. Unlike Augustine, Maimonides admitted a special providence on God's part in regard to particular creatures, though this is true only of men, so far as the material world is concerned. The active intellect is the 10th intelligence, the intelligences are without matter, but the passive intellects of the just are immortal. Immortality, then, he admitted only in a limited extension, for the just, but he maintained the freedom of the will, whereby men become just, and he denied the determining influence of the celestial bodies and spheres in regard to human conduct. In fine, Moses Maimonides made a better business of reconciling Greek philosophy with Jewish orthodoxy than Augustine had made of it, and it is noteworthy that the influence of the Aristotelian system is more in evidence in the former's philosophy than in the latter's. The translated works, translations from Greek and from Arabic, effects of translations and opposition to Aristotelianism. IBEFORE, the 12th century part of the Organon of Aristotle, the categories and the de interpretation, had been available to medieval philosophers in the Latin version by Boethius, Logica Vetus, but the entire Organon became available fairly early in the 12th century. Thus about 1128 James of Venice translated the Analytics, the Topics, and the Sophistical Arguments from Greek into Latin, the newly translated books of the Organon being known as the Logica Nova. It appears that portions at least of other books of the Organon besides the Categories and the De Interpretalione had survived into the 12th century in the translation of Boethius, but in any case a complete translation of the Organon into Latin had been effected by the middle of the century. It is to be noted that the translation by James of Spain was made from the Greek, as was also the translation of the fourth book of the Meteorologica made by Henricus Aristippus before 1162. Henricus Aristippus was Archdeacon of Catania in Sicily, an island which was an important center in the work of translation. Thus it was in 12th century Sicily that Ptolemy's Naics of ta I, and the Optics, some of the works of Euclid and Proclus's Elementatio Physica were translated from Greek into Latin. Sicily was one center of the work of translation, Spain was another, the most famous school of translators being that of Toledo. Thus under Archbishop Raymond, 1126-51, Jonas Hispanus, Avon Death, translated from the Arabic into Latin, via Spanish, the Logic of Avicenna, while Dominicus Gundisalinus translated, with help from other scholars, the Metaphysics of Avicenna, parts of his Physics, his De Sufficientia, De Cielo et Mundo and De Mundo, the Metaphysics of Algazel and the De Sciences of Alfarabi. Dominicus Gundisalinus and John of Spain also translated from Arabic into Latin the Fons Vitae of Avice Braun. A distinguished member of this group of scholars was Gerard of Cremona, who took up work at Toledo in 1134 and died in 1187. He translated from Arabic into Latin Aristotle's Posterior Analytics 20j. Together with the commentary of Themistius, Physics, De Cielo et Mundo, De Generatione et Corruptione, Meteorologica, first three books, Alcindes de Intellectu, De Somno et Vision, De Quinque Essentiis, the Liber de Causas and some other works. The Toledo school of translators was still of importance in the 13th century. Thus Michael Scott, Michael Scotus, died c. 1235, translated at Toledo the De Cielo et Mundo, the De Anima, the zoological writings and also, probably, the Physics of Aristotle, as well as Averroes's commentaries on the De Cielo et Mundo and the De Anima, Avicenna's compendium of the De Animalibus, while Hermann the German, who died in 1272, as Bishop of Astorga, translated Averroes's middle commentary on the Nicomachean Ethics and also his compendium of the same work and his commentaries on the Rhetoric and the Poetics, too. It will be seen from what has already been said that it is a mistake to imagine that the Latin scholastics were entirely dependent on translations from Arabic or even that translation from the Arabic always preceded translation from the Greek. Thus Henricus Aristippus's translation of the fourth book of the Meteorologica from the Greek preceded Gerard of Cremona's translation of the first three books of the same work from the Arabic. Moreover, some of the metaphysics had been translated from the Greek before the Arabic translation was made. The translation from the Greek, one which did not comprise simply the first three books and a small part of Book 4, as was formerly supposed, was in use at Paris by 1210 and was known as the Metaphysica Vetus, in distinction from the translation from the Arabic, which was made by Gerard of Cremona or Michael Scott and was known, in the first half of the 13th century, as the Metaphysica Nova. Books K, M, N, as well as smaller passages, were missing in this translation. In the second half of the century the title Metaphysica Nova or Translatio Nova was given to the translation from the Greek by William of Moerbeke, after 1260, upon which translation St. Thomas based his commentary. It has also been shown that there was a Translatio Media from the Greek, on which St. Albert the Great based his commentary and which was known to St. Thomas. As regards the ethical writings of Aristotle, a translation of books 2 and 3 of the Nicomachean Ethics was available by the end of the 12th century. This translation had been made from the Greek, possibly it was the work of Boethius himself, and was known as the Ethica Vetus, while a later translation, of Book 1, was known as the Ethica Nova. A full translation, generally ascribed to Robert Grosseteste, d. 1253, was then made from the Greek, the first 3 books being a recension of the Ethica Vetus and the Ethica Nova. The Magna Moralia were translated by Bartholomew of Messina in the reign of King Manfred, 1258–66, but only the 7th book of the Eudemian Ethics was known in the 13th century. The De Anima was translated from the Greek before 1215, the translation from the Arabic by Michael Scott being somewhat later. William of Moerbeke produced a further version from the Greek or a corrected edition of the first translation from the Greek. Similarly, there was a translation of the Physics from the Greek before the 2 translations from the Arabic by Gerard of Cremona and Michael Scott, while a translation of the De Generatione et Corruption from the Greek preceded the translation from the Arabic by Gerard of Cremona. The Politics were translated from the Greek about 1260 by William of Moerbeke. There was no translation from the Arabic, who probably also translated the Economics about 1267. This eminent man, who was born about 1215 and died in 1286, as Archbishop of Corinth, not only translated Aristotle's works from the Greek and re-edited earlier translations, thus enabling his friend, St. Thomas Aquinas, to write his commentaries, but also translated from the Greek some commentaries by Alexander of Aphrodisias, Simplicius, Jonas Philoponus, and Themistius, as also some works of Proclus and the latter's exposition of the Timaeus of Plato. 1. His translation of Proclus's Elementatio Theologica brought to St. Thomas the realization that the Liber de Causes was not the work of Aristotle, as it was previously supposed to be, but was based on the work of Proclus. It was also William of Moerbeke who translated the Rhetoric of Aristotle. As to the Poetics, the medievals possessed only Hermann the German's translation of Averroes's commentary. 2. As modern investigation has shown that translations from the Greek generally preceded translations from the Arabic, and that, even when the original translation from the Greek was incomplete, the Arabic Latin version soon had to give place to a new and better translation from the Greek. It can no longer be said that the medievals had no real knowledge of Aristotle, but only a caricature of his doctrine, a picture distorted by the hand of Arabian philosophers. What can, however, be said is that they were not always able to distinguish what was to be ascribed to Aristotle from what was not to be ascribed to Aristotle. A great step forward was taken when St. Thomas came to realize that the Liber de Causes was not the work of Aristotle. He was already quite conscious of the fact that Averroes's commentaries were not to be taken as the unquestionable interpretation of Aristotle's philosophy, but even he seems to have thought, at least for a time, that the pseudo-Dionysius was not far from being a follower of Aristotle. The fact of the matter is, not that the medievals had no reliable texts of Aristotle, but that they were deficient in historical knowledge. They did not, for example, adequately realize the relation of Aristotle to Plato or of Neoplatonism to Plato and Aristotle. That St. Thomas was an able commentator on Aristotle can be denied only by those unacquainted with his commentaries, but it would be foolish to claim even for St. Thomas a knowledge of the history and development of Greek philosophy such as is open to the modern scholar. He made good use of the information available to him, but that information was rather limited. 3. The translation of works of Aristotle and his commentators, as well as of the Arabian thinkers, provided the Latin scholastics with a great wealth of intellectual material. In particular, they were provided with the knowledge of philosophical systems which were methodologically independent of theology and which were presented as the human mind's reflection on the universe. The systems of Aristotle, of Avicenna, of Averroes, opened up a wide vista of the scope of the human reason, and it was clear to the medievals that the truth attained in them must have been independent of Christian revelation, since it had been attained by a Greek philosopher and his Greek and Islamic commentators. In this way the new translations helped to clarify in the minds of the medievals the relation between philosophy and theology and contributed very largely to the delimitation of the provinces of the two sciences. It is, of course, true that Aristotle's system not unnaturally took the limelight in preference to those of his commentators, and his philosophy tended to appear in the eyes of those Latins who were favorably impressed as the ne plus ultra of human intellectual endeavor, since it constituted the most sustained and extensive effort of the human mind with which they were acquainted, but they were quite well aware that it was the work of reason, not a set of revealed dogmas. To us, looking back from a long way off, it may seem that some of the medievals exaggerated the genius of Aristotle. We also know that they did not realize the existence of different strata or periods in Aristotle's thought, but we should put ourselves for a moment in their place and try to imagine the impression which would be made on a medieval philosopher by the sight of what in any case is one of the supreme achievements of the human mind, a system which, in regard to both completeness and close reasoning, was unparalleled in the thought of the early Middle Ages. However, the system of Aristotle did not meet with universal welcome and approbation, though it could not be ignored. Largely because the liber de causes, until St. Thomas discovered the truth, the so-called Theologia Aristotelis, extracts from the Enneads of Plotinus, and the De Secretis Secretorum, composed by an Arab philosopher in the 11th or beginning of the 12th century, were wrongly attributed to Aristotle. The latter's philosophy tended to appear in a false light. Moreover, the attribution of these books to Aristotle naturally made it appear that the Arab commentators were justified in their Neoplatonic interpretation. Hence it came about that in 1210 the Provincial Council of Paris, meeting under the presidency of Peter of Corbeil, Archbishop of Sens, forbade the public or private teaching of Aristotle's natural philosophy or of the commentaries on them. This prohibition was imposed under pain of excommunication and applied to the University of Paris. In all probability natural philosophy included the metaphysics of Aristotle, since when the statutes of the university were sanctioned by Robert de Coupon, papal legate, in 1215 Aristotle's works on metaphysics and natural philosophy, as well as compendia of these works and the doctrines of David of Dinant, Amalric of Baini and Maurice of Spain, probably Averroes, the Moor or Morus, were prohibited, though the study of Aristotle's logic was ordered. The study of the ethics was not forbidden. The reason for the prohibition was, as already indicated, largely due to the ascription to Aristotle of works which were not by him. Amalric of Baini, whose writings were included in the prohibition of 1215, maintained doctrines which were at variance with Christian teaching and which would naturally appear to find some 210 Islamic and Jewish philosophy support in the philosophy of Aristotle, if the latter were interpreted in the light of all the books attributed to him, while David of Dinant, the other heretical philosopher whose writings were prohibited, had actually appealed to the metaphysics, which had been translated into Latin from the Greek version brought from Byzantium before 1210. To these considerations must be added the undoubted fact that Aristotle maintained the eternity of the world. It was, therefore, not unnatural that the Aristotelian system, especially when coupled with the philosophies of David of Dinant, Amalric of Baini and Averroes, should appear as a danger to orthodoxy in the eyes of the traditionalists. The logic of Aristotle had long been in use, even if the full organon had come into circulation only comparatively recently, but the complete metaphysical and cosmological teaching of Aristotle was a novelty rendered all the more dangerous through association with heretical philosophies. However, in 1231 Pope Gregory IX, while maintaining the prohibition, appointed a commission of theologians, William of Auxerre, Stephen of Provins and Simon of Authie, to correct the prohibited books of Aristotle, and as this measure obviously implied that the books were not fundamentally unsound, the prohibition tended to be neglected. It was extended to Toulouse in 1245 by Innocent IV, but by that date it was no longer possible to check the spread of Aristotelianism, and from 1255 all the known works of Aristotle were officially lectured on in the University of Paris. The Holy See made no move against the university, though in 1263 Urban IV renewed the prohibition of 1210, probably out of a fear of Averroism, the renewed prohibition remaining a dead letter. The Pope must have known perfectly well that William of Moerbeke was translating the prohibited works of Aristotle at his own court, and the prohibition of 1263 must have been designed as a check to Averroism, not as a seriously meant attempt to put an end to all study of the Aristotelian philosophy. In any case the prohibition was of no effect, and finally in 1366 the legates of Urban V required from all candidates for the licentiate of arts at Paris a knowledge of all the known works of Aristotle. It had by then long been clear to the medievals that a work like the Liber de Causes was not Aristotelian and that the philosophy of Aristotle was not, except, of course, in the eyes of the Latin Averroists, bound up with the interpretation given it by Averroes but could be harmonized with the Christian faith. Indeed the translation's 211 dogmas of faith themselves had by then been expressed by theologians in terms taken from the Aristotelian system. This brief summary of the official attitude to Aristotle on the part of ecclesiastical and academic authority shows that Aristotelianism triumphed in the end. This does not mean, however, that all medieval philosophers of the 13th and 14th centuries extended an equal welcome to Aristotle or that they all understood him in the same way. The vigor and variety of medieval thought will be made clear in succeeding chapters. There is truth in the statement that the shadow of Aristotle hung over and dominated the philosophic thought of the Middle Ages, but it is not the whole truth, and we would have a very inadequate idea of medieval philosophy in the 13th and 14th centuries if we imagined that it was inspired and characterized by a slavish acceptance of every word of the great Greek philosopher. The University of Paris Universities closed and privileged corporations curriculum religious orders at Paris currents of thought in the 13th century. The leading philosophers and theologians of the 13th century were all associated, at some period, with the University of Paris, which arose out of the body of professors and students attached to the Cathedral School of Notre Dame and the other schools of Paris, the statutes of the university being sanctioned by Robert de Coupon, papal legate, in 1215. Alexander of Hales, Saint Bonaventure, Saint Albert the Great, Saint Thomas Aquinas, Matthew of Aquasparta, Roger Marston, Richard of Middleton, Roger Bacon, Giles of Rome, Siger of Brabant, Henry of Ghent, Raymond Lull, Duns Scotus, d. 1308, all either studied or taught, or both, at Paris. Other centers of higher education were, however, growing in importance and acquiring a tradition of their own. Thus with the University of Oxford were associated the names of men like Robert Grosseteste, Roger Bacon, and Duns Scotus, and whereas Paris was the scene of the triumph of Aristotelianism, the name of Oxford recalls a characteristic mingling of the Augustinian tradition with empiricism, as in the philosophy of Roger Bacon. Yet in spite of the importance of Oxford, Bologna and, at times, the Papal Court, the University of Paris was easily the most important center of higher studies in the Christendom of the 13th century. Scholars might come to Paris for their studies and then return to Oxford or Bologna to teach, thus carrying with them the spirit and ideals of the great university, and even those scholars who never themselves set foot in Paris were subject to Parisian influence. Robert of Grosseteste, for instance, who possibly never studied at Paris, was certainly influenced by professors of Paris. Consequent importance in the intellectual expression and defense of Christianity, naturally made the maintenance of religious orthodoxy within its precincts one of the interests of the Holy See. Thus the Averroistic controversy must be seen in the light of the university's international standing. It represented in itself the intellectual culture of the Middle Ages, as far as philosophy and theology were concerned, and the spread within its walls of a system of thought which was irreconcilable with Christianity could not be a matter of indifference to Rome. On the other hand, it would be a mistake to suppose that there was any rigid imposition of one particular tradition. Saint Thomas Aquinas met with difficulties, it is true, in his acceptance and propagation of Aristotelianism, but such difficulties did not last, and even if the philosophy of Aristotle came in the end to dominate the intellectual life of the university, in the 13th and 14th centuries there was still plenty of room for different philosophical outlooks. 2. The universities, to be constituted as such, had to receive a formal charter, either from Pope or Emperor. The University of Naples received its charter from Frederick II, or, later, from kings. These charters conferred considerable privileges on professors and students, privileges which were jealously guarded. The two most important privileges were those of internal jurisdiction, which still survives at Oxford, for example, and of power to give the degree, which carried with it license to teach. The students were exempt from military service, except in special circumstances, and the university was generally exempt from a great deal of taxation, particularly local taxation. In Northern Europe the professors controlled the university, the rector being elected, whereas the universities of Southern Europe were often distinctly democratic in their governmental arrangements, but in either case the university was a largely independent and closed corporation, which maintained its privileges against church and state. In this respect the universities of Oxford and Cambridge represent more faithfully the medieval tradition and practice than do those continental universities where rectors and professors are appointed by the state. 3. In medieval times, and the same is true of a much later period as well, students entered the university at a much earlier age than they do at present. Thus boys of 13 or 14 might begin attending the university, and if one remembers this fact, the number of years required in order to obtain the doctorate will not appear so surprising. The course in arts lasted some 4.5 to 6 years, according to the university, though at Oxford some 7 years were required, and for a time at least the student had to qualify in the Faculty of Arts before he could proceed to theology. In the theological course he had to spend 4 years in attending lectures on the Bible and then 2 more years in attending lectures on the sentences, after which, if by then 26 years of age, he became a baccalaureate and lectured for the 2 following years on 2 books of the Bible. He could then lecture on the sentences and finally, after several years spent in study and disputations, he could take the doctorate and teach theology, the minimum age for this being 34. For teaching the arts the minimum age required was 20. At Paris the tendency was to increase the number of years required for obtaining the doctorate, though at Oxford the arts course was longer and the theological course shorter than at Paris. Those students who took the doctorate and left the university were known as magistri non-regents, whereas those who remained to teach were known as magistri regents, but, however many students there may have been who fell into the first class, it is clear that the long university course was designed to produce professors and teachers by career. As for the curriculum, the general practice in the university of the 13th century was to lecture or listen to lectures on certain texts. Thus, apart from the writings of the grammarians like Precian and Donatus and certain other classical texts, the writings of Aristotle came to dominate the art school altogether in the course of time, and it is significant that Latin Averroism was represented principally by professors in that faculty. In theology the Bible and the sentences of Peter Lombard dominated the scene, and the professor gave his own views by way of commentary. Besides the lectures there was another essential feature of the curriculum, namely the disputation, which took the form either of an ordinary disputation, disputatio ordinaria, or the general disputation, de quilibet. The disputationes de quilibet, in which a choice was made from a great variety of topics, were held at solemn feasts, and after the disputation in the strict sense, that is, between a defendant or respondents and the objectors, opponents, the professor summed up the whole matter, arguments, objections, and replies, and finished by giving his considered solution, determinatio, of the point at issue, in which he began with the words Respondio dicendum. The final result, arranged by the professor, was then published as a quodlibet. St. Thomas left some 11 or 12 quodlibets. The Disputatio Ordinaria was also followed by a Determinatio and was published as a Quaestio Disputata. There were other forms of disputation as well, but these two, the Disputatio Ordinaria and the Disputatio de quilibet, were the most important. They were designed to increase the student's understanding of a particular theme, and his power of argument and of refuting objections. In fact, generally speaking, medieval university education aimed rather at imparting a certain body of knowledge and dexterity in dealing with it than at increasing factual knowledge as in a modern research institute. Of course, scholars certainly aimed at increasing knowledge speculatively, but the increase of scientific knowledge, for example, had little place in medieval education, though in the 14th century science made some progress at Paris and at Vienna. 4. Of considerable importance in the life of Paris and Oxford were the religious orders, particularly the two mendicant orders founded in the 13th century, the Dominicans and the Franciscans. The former order established itself in Paris in 1217, the latter a few years later, and both orders then proceeded to claim chairs of theology in the university, i.e. they claimed that their chairs of theology should be incorporated in the university and that their professors and students should enjoy the university privileges. There was considerable opposition to this claim from the teaching body of the university, but in 1229 the Dominicans received one chair and in 1231 a second. In the same year that the Franciscans obtained their first chair, they did not receive a second. Roland of Cremona and John of St. Giles were the first Dominican professors, Alexander of Hales the first Franciscan professor. In 1248 the general chapter of the Dominican order decreed the erection of studia generalia, houses of study for the whole order, distinct from the houses of study of particular provinces, at Cologne, Bologna, Montpellier, and Oxford, while the Franciscans meanwhile erected studia generalia at Oxford and Toulouse. In 1260 the Augustinians opened a house at Paris, the first official doctor being Giles of Rome, while the Carmelites opened houses at Oxford in 1253 and at Paris in 1259. Other orders also followed suit. The religious orders, particularly the Dominicans and Franciscans, accomplished a great work in the intellectual field and produced men of outstanding eminence. We have only to think of Saint Albert the Great and Saint Thomas Aquinas in the Dominican, of Alexander of Hales and Saint Bonaventure in the Franciscan order, but they had to put up with a good deal of opposition, doubtless inspired in part by jealousy. Not only did their opponents demand that no religious order should occupy more than one chair at one time, but they even set about attacking the religious state itself. Thus in 1255 William of St. Amour published a pamphlet, De Perictis Novisitnorum Temporum, which drew from St. Thomas's pen the Contra Impunantes Dei Cultum. William of St. Amour's pamphlet was condemned and in 1257 the seculars were forbidden to publish writings against the regulars, but in spite of this prohibition Gerard of Abbeville restarted the opposition with his Contra Adversarium Perfectionis Christiani. Saint Bonaventure and Saint Thomas, however much they might disagree on matters philosophical, were united in a determination to defend the religious orders, and both published replies to Gerard's work, and these in their turn evoked a counterblast from Nicholas of Lisieux, writing on behalf of the seculars. The quarrel between regulars and seculars broke out again on various later occasions, but, as far as the main point was concerned, the incorporation into the university of the regular chairs, judgment had been given in favor of the regulars and it was not revoked. One result followed, however, which is worthy of mention, and that is the founding of the College of the Sorbonne in 1253 by Robert de Sorbonne, chaplain to Louis IX, for the education of students in theology, secular students being admitted. If I call the founding of the College of the Sorbonne and similar colleges a result of the controversy between seculars and regulars, all I mean is that such colleges were founded partly perhaps to counterbalance the influence and position of the regulars and certainly in order to extend to a wider field the benefits of the type of education and training provided by the religious. 5. In the 13th century one can distinguish various currents of thought which tended eventually, in the religious orders, to become more or less fixed in traditional schools. First of all there is the Augustinian current of thought, conservative in character and generally reserved in its attitude towards Aristotelianism, its attitude varying from marked hostility to partial acceptance. This current is characteristic of the Franciscan thinkers, and indeed of the first Dominicans, represented by Grosseteste, Alexander of Hales and Saint Bonaventure. Secondly there is the Aristotelian current of thought, which became characteristic of the Dominicans, represented by Saint Albert the Great, in part, and, fully, by Saint Thomas Aquinas. Thirdly there are the Averroists, represented by Siger of Brabant. Fourthly one has to take into consideration the independent and eclectic thinkers like Giles of Rome and Henry of Ghent. Fifthly, at the turn of the century, there is the great figure of Duns Scotus who revised the Franciscan tradition in the light of Aristotelianism and who, rather than Saint Bonaventure, became the accepted doctor of his order. I cannot enter in detail into the thought of all the philosophers of the 13th century, but I shall endeavor to put in clear relief their salient characteristics, show the variety of thought within a more or less common framework, and indicate the formation and development of the different traditions. William of Auvergne, or William of Paris, author of a De Trinitate or De Primo Principio, c. 1225, a De Anima, 1230, a De Universo Creaturarum, c. 1231, and other smaller treatises, was Bishop of Paris from 1228 to 1249, the year in which he died. He is not, it is true, one of the best-known thinkers of the Middle Ages, but he claims our attention as a philosopher and theologian who was Bishop of Paris at the time when Gregory IX appointed the Commission of Theologians to amend the works of Aristotle and thus tacitly modified the Church's attitude towards the pagan philosopher. Indeed, William of Auvergne represents the attitude adopted by Gregory IX when he, William, says in his De Anima that although Aristotle often contradicts the truth and so must be rejected, his teaching should be accepted when it conforms to the truth, that is, when it is compatible with Christian doctrine. In his fundamental line of thought, William continues the tradition of Augustine, Boethius and Anselm, but he knew not only the works of Aristotle, but also the writings of the Arabian and Jewish philosophers, and he did not hesitate to utilize their ideas extensively. In general, therefore, one may say that in William of Auvergne we see an intelligent and open-minded adherent of the old tradition who was willing to utilize the new currents of thought, but who was perfectly conscious of the points in which the Arabians and Aristotle himself were at variance with Christian doctrine. He is, then, an embodiment of the meeting of the 12th and 13th centuries, and has a title to be considered when one is treating of the earlier thinkers of the latter century. Moreover, he was a secular priest who occupied the episcopal see of Paris at the time when the mendicant orders obtained their first chairs, and on this count too there is justification for discussing his philosophical ideas before proceeding to deal with the thinkers of the Franciscan and Dominican orders. Nor is he himself a negligible figure, on the contrary, his thought is vigorous, original, and systematic. 2. From Avicenna, William of Auvergne adopted the distinction between essence and existence and made it the explanation of the creature's finitude and dependence. Esse, existence, does not belong to the ratio or essence of any object save that one object, God, in which it is identical with the essence. Of all other objects, existence is predicated only accidentally, i.e. it belongs to them by participation, per participationem. If we consider any finite object, we realize that there is a distinction between its ratio or essential nature and its existence. It is not necessary that it should exist, but if we consider the necessary being, we realize that its essence cannot be conceived without existence. In fine, in everything, other than God, ens is one thing, esse, or entitas another. 1. This means that God alone is pure existence, existence being his essence, whereas objects do not exist essentially, because they must, but because their existence is acquired, received. The relation, then, of objects other than God to God must be one of creature to creator, from which it follows that the theory of emanation is false. 2. God is absolutely simple. Things did not pre-exist in God as parts of God, as they would have had to do if they flowed from God as the waters from a fountain, but only in the formae exemplares, which are identical with God. God sees himself as the exemplary cause of all creatures. 3. If William of Auvergne rejects the Neoplatonist Arabian theory of emanation, he rejects also the notion of creation by way of intermediaries. The hierarchy of intelligences posited by Aristotle and his followers has no foundation in reality, for God created the world directly. From this it follows that he exercises providence in regard to individual things, and William appeals at length to the instinctive activities of the brutes as an illustration of the operation of divine providence. 5. Again, the Aristotelian doctrine of the eternity of the world is rejected. Whatsoever people may say and however much they may try to excuse Aristotle, it is a certain fact that he held that the world is eternal and that it did not begin to be, and Avicenna followed him in this opinion. 8. Accordingly, William not only gives the reasons why Aristotle and Avicenna held this opinion, but he even tries to put them in the best light by improving on their arguments, after 1. which he refutes the arguments. For example, the idea that if God preceded the creation of the world, an infinite duration would have to be passed through before creation, and the idea that there would be empty time before creation both rest on a confusion of time with eternity. The idea of infinite duration elapsing before creation would have significance only if eternity were the same as time, i.e. if it were not eternity, if God were in time, and the idea of empty time before creation is also meaningless, since before creation there can be no time. We have to speak of God preceding creation, of existing before the world, it is true, but at the same time we must remember that such phrases are borrowed from temporal duration and that when applied to what is eternal, they are used in an analogical, not in a univocal sense. However, as William of Auvergne remarks, 1. It is not sufficient to contradict one's opponents and to show the insufficiency of their arguments unless one goes on to prove one's own position positively. He, therefore, gives various arguments for the creation of the world in time, some of which appear again in Saint Bonaventure and are declared inconclusive by Saint Thomas. For example, William argues, taking the words out of his adversary's mouth, as it were, that if the world had been eternally in existence, an infinite time would have been passed through before the present moment. But it is impossible to pass through an infinite time. Therefore the world cannot have existed from eternity. Therefore it was created in time, that is, a first moment of time is assignable. Again, supposing that the revolutions of Saturn stand to the revolutions of the Sun in a proportion of 1 to 30, the Sun will have made 30 times as many revolutions since creation as Saturn. But if the world exists from eternity, both Saturn and the Sun will have made an infinite number of revolutions. Now, how can an infinity be 30 times greater than another infinity? From what has been already said, it is clear that William of Auvergne did not simply deny the Neoplatonic conception of emanation and the Aristotelian idea of an eternal world, while maintaining the Augustinian doctrine of direct and free creation by God in time. On the contrary, he vigorously and exactly detailed and refuted the arguments of his opponents and elaborated systematic proofs of his own thesis. That he was able to do this was largely due to the fact that he was acquainted at first hand with the writings of Aristotle and the Arabians and did not hesitate to utilize not only the Aristotelian logic and the Aristotelian categories but also the ideas of Aristotle, Avicenna, and others, when they were acceptable. His utilization of Avicenna's distinction between essence and existence, for instance, has been already mentioned, and indeed he was the first medieval scholastic to make this distinction an explicit and fundamental point in his philosophy. To this distinction, which enabled him to develop clearly the relation of creature to creator, William added the doctrine of analogy. Apropos of the statement that finite things possess esse by participation, he observes that the reader is not to be upset or troubled by the fact that the same word or concept is applied to both God and creatures, since it is not applied in the same sense, univus, or equally, it is applied primarily to God, who is esse, and only secondarily to creatures who have esse, who participate, that is, in existence in virtue of receiving it through God's creative act. Health, he comments, is predicated of man, of urine, of medicine, and of food, but it is not predicated in the same sense or in the same way. 1. The illustration of health is somewhat hackneyed, but it shows that William of Auvergne had apprehended the doctrine of analogy, which is essential to a theistic philosophy. 4. In regard to proofs of God's existence, it is a curious fact that William of Auvergne made little use of the proofs used by Aristotle or even by Maimonides. The Aristotelian proof of God as first unmoved mover is not given, and although William certainly looks on God as the first efficient cause, his characteristic proof is one that recalls at least the line of argument adopted by Saint Anselm, even though Anselm's argument is not reproduced. The argument in question is from the being which exists by participation to the being which exists essentially, per essentiam. This immediately suggests the proof from contingency, which appears in the Arabian and Jewish philosophy, but William prefers to argue from the one concept to the other. For example, the concept esse adunitum has as its correlative concept esse non causium, esse causatum involves esse non causatum, esse secundarium, esse primum, and so on. 2. William speaks of the analogia oppositorum and points out how the one concept or word necessarily involves its correlative concept or word, so that Grunwald III can say that William prefers a purely logical or even grammatical mode of proof, in that from one word he concludes to another word which is contained in or presupposed by the first word. That the argument does tend to give this impression is true, and, if it were a purely verbal argument, it would be open to the retort that the words or concepts esse participatum or esse causatum certainly involve the words or concepts esse per essentium or esse non causatum, but this is no proof that esse per essentium or esse non causatum actually exists, unless it has first been shown that there is an esse participatum or an esse causatum. Otherwise the proof would be no more a demonstration of God's existence than is Saint Anselm's a priori argument. However, although William does not sufficiently develop the experiential character of the proof in regard to its starting point, his argument is by no means purely verbal, since he shows that the object which comes into being cannot be self-dependent or self-caused. Esse indigentiae demands esse sufficientia as the reason for its existence, just as esse potential requires being in act to bring it into a state of actuality. The whole universe requires necessary being as its cause and reason. In other words, though one may often get the impression that William is simply analyzing concepts and hypostasising them, he gives a proof which is not merely logical or verbal but also metaphysical. 5. William of Auvergne accepted the Aristotelian doctrine of hylomorphic composition, but he refused to admit Avesprand's notion that the intelligences or angels are hylomorphically composed. 1. It is clear that Aristotle did not think that the rational soul contains materia prima, since he clearly asserts that it is an immaterial form, and the account of prime matter given by Averroes, according to which prime matter is the potentiality of sensible substance and sensible substance the final act of prime matter, clearly implies the same, that is, that prime matter is the matter of sensible substance only. Moreover, what could be the use of prime matter in the angels? What function could it serve? Matter in itself is something dead, it cannot contribute in any way to intellectual and spiritual operations or even receive them. As he had already utilized the distinction between essence and existence to explain the finitude of creatures and their radical difference from God, William did not require universal hylomorphic composition for this purpose, and as he considered that to postulate the presence of prime matter in the angels would hinder rather than facilitate the explanation of their purely spiritual operations, he restricted prime matter to the sensible world, as St. Thomas did after him. 6. In his psychology, as set forth in the De Anima, William of Auvergne combines Aristotelian and Augustinian themes. Thus he expressly adopts the Aristotelian definition of the soul as perfectio corporis physici organici potentia vitam habentis, one though he warns the reader that he is not quoting Aristotle as an unquestionable authority, but proposes to show the truth of the definition. That he has a soul should be clear to every man, since he is conscious that he understands and judges, too, but the soul is not the whole of man's nature. If it were, then a human soul joined to an aerial body, for example, would still be a man, whereas in point of fact it would not be. Aristotle, then, was correct in saying that the soul is to the body, as form is to matter. 3. However, that does not prevent him from saying that the soul is a substance on the ground that it must be either substance or accident and cannot be an accident, and he uses the Augustinian comparison of the soul with the harpist, the body being the harp. It might appear that in man there are 3 souls, one being the principle of life, vegetative soul, the second being the principle of sensation, animal or sensitive soul, and the third being the principle of intellection, rational soul, but a little reflection will show that this cannot be so. If there was an animal soul in man, distinct from the rational or human soul, then humanity, human nature, would not involve animality, whereas in point of fact a man is an animal because he is man, animality belonging to human nature. For there is, then, one soul in man, which exercises various functions. It is created and infused by God alone, neither generated by the parents nor educed from the potentiality of matter. 5. And it is, moreover, immortal, as William proceeds to show by arguments, some of which are of Platonic origin. For example, if the malice of an evil soul does not injure or destroy its esse, how can bodily death destroy it? 6. Again, since the body receives life from the soul and the soul's power is such that it vivifies a body which, considered in itself, is dead, that is, lacking life, the fact that the body ceases to live cannot destroy the vital power inherent in the soul. 7. Further, the soul can communicate with substantia separati and is thus like to them, immortal, but as the human soul is indivisible and one, it follows that the whole human soul is immortal, not simply a rational part. 1. But though he accepts the peripatetic doctrine of the soul as form of the body, one must make the reservation that he sometimes uses Platonic Augustinian expressions in regard to the soul's union with the body. William of Auvergne follows Saint Augustine in refusing to recognize a real distinction between the soul and its faculties. 2. Only a substance can understand or will, an accident could not do so. Therefore it is the soul itself which understands or wills, though it exercises itself in regard to different objects, or to the same objects, in different ways, now by apprehending them, now by desiring them. From this it would naturally follow that the Aristotelian distinction between the active and the passive intellects must be rejected, and indeed William of Auvergne rejects the doctrines of the active intellect and of the species intelligibilis altogether. The followers of Aristotle and of his commentators swallow the theory of the active intellect without any real reflection, whereas not only are the arguments adduced to prove the theory insufficient, but also very good arguments can be adduced to prove the contrary. The argument from the simplicity of the soul, for example. The active intellect is, then, to be rejected as a useless fiction. 3. A fortiori, of course, William rejects the Arabian idea of a separate active intellect, an idea which, following Averroes, he ascribed, and probably rightly, to Aristotle himself. 7. In regard to the active intellect, then, William of Auvergne parts company with Aristotle and the Arabians in favor of Augustine, and the Augustinian influence is observable also in his theory of knowledge. Like Augustine, he emphasizes the soul's knowledge of itself, its direct self-consciousness, and, again like Augustine, he minimizes the importance of the senses. It is true that man is inclined to concentrate on bodily things, the objects of the senses. That is why a man may neglect the data of self-consciousness and even be so foolish as to deny the very existence of the immaterial soul. It is also true that for sense perception the senses are necessary, obviously enough, and that corporeal objects produce a physical impression on the organs of sense. But the intelligible forms, abstract and universal, by which we know the objects of the corporeal world, cannot arise either from the objects themselves or from the phantasms of such objects, since both the objects and the images are particular. How, then, are our abstract and universal ideas of sensible objects produced? They are produced by the understanding itself, which is not purely passive, but active, affectrix erum, scientiarum qui apart sensibilium et advenire videnter, apud semitipsum et in semitipsa. 1. This activity is an activity of the soul itself, though it is exercised on the occasion of sense impressions. What guarantee is there, then, of the objective character of abstract and universal ideas? The guarantee is the fact that the intellect is not merely active but also passive, though it is in regard to God that it is passive, not in regard to the things of sense. God impresses on the intellect not only the first principles, but also our abstract ideas of the sensible world. In the De Anima 1 William teaches explicitly that it is not only the first principles, reguli primi et per se noti, and the laws of morality, reguli honestatis, which are known in this way, but also the intelligible forms of sensible objects. The human soul occupies a position on the bounds of two worlds, volui in horizontiorum mundorum naturaliter esse constituum et ordinatam, the one being the world of sensible objects, to which it is joined by the body, the other being, not Plato's universal ideas or Aristotle's separate intelligence, but God himself, creator ipsi, who is the exemplar, the speculum, the liber vivens, so present to the human intellect that the latter reads off, as it were, in God, absci ullo alio medio, the principles and rules and intelligible forms. In this way William of Auvergne makes the active intellect of Aristotle and the Arabians to be God himself, combining this theory with the Augustinian theory of illumination, interpreted idiogenetically. 8. It may cause surprise that a special chapter has been dedicated to a man whose name is not among the most famous of medieval thinkers, but William of Auvergne is of interest not only as a vigorous and systematic philosopher, but also as an illustration of the way in which the metaphysical, cosmological, and psychological ideas of Aristotle and the Arabians could affect an open-minded man who stood, generally speaking, in the line of the older tradition. William of Auvergne was quite ready to accept ideas from the Aristotelians, adopted Aristotle's definition of the soul, for instance, and utilized Avicenna's distinction between essence and existence, but he was first and foremost a Christian philosophy and, apart from any personal predilection. For Augustine, he was not the type of man to adopt Aristotelian or supposedly Aristotelian doctrines when these seemed to him to be incompatible with the Christian faith. Thus the Aristotelian doctrine of the eternity of the world, the Neoplatonic Arabian notions of emanation and of creation by intermediaries, the theory of a separate, unitary, and infradivine active intellect, he unhesitatingly rejected. It would, however, be a mistake to suppose that he rejected these ideas as incompatible with Christianity and left it at that, for he was clearly satisfied in his own mind that the arguments for the offending positions were inconclusive and insufficient, while the arguments for his own tenets were conclusive. In other words, he was a philosopher and wrote as a philosopher, even though in his works we find theological and philosophical themes treated together in the same book, a feature common to most other medieval thinkers. One may say, then, that William of Auvergne was a transition thinker. He helped, through his intimate acquaintance with the writings of Aristotle and of the Arabian and Jewish philosophers, and through his limited acceptance of their theories, to pave the way for the completer Aristotelianism of St. Albert and St. Thomas, while, on the other hand, his clear rejection of some leading notions of Aristotle and his followers paved the way for the explicitly anti-Aristotelian attitude of an Augustinian like St. Bonaventure. He is, as I have said earlier, the embodiment of the meeting of the 12th and 13th centuries. He is, one might say, the 12th century meeting the 13th century sympathetically, yet by no means with uncritical admiration or acceptance. But though we are entitled to regard William of Auvergne as a transition thinker in respect of the rising influence and growing acceptance of Aristotelianism, i.e. as a stage in the development of thought from the older Augustinianism to the Christian Aristotelianism of St. Thomas, we are also entitled to look upon his philosophy as a stage in the development of Augustinianism itself. Saint Anselm had made comparatively little use of Aristotelianism, of which he had but a very restricted knowledge, but later Augustinians were forced to take account of Aristotle, and we find Duns Scotus in the 13th century attempting the construction of a synthesis in which Augustinianism would be expounded and defended with the help of Aristotle. Of course, whether one should regard these thinkers as Augustinians who modified and enriched Augustinianism under the influence of Aristotle or as incomplete Aristotelians, is disputable, and one's estimate of William's philos phy will differ, according as one adopts the one or the other point of view, but unless one is determined to view medieval philosophy simply in function of Thomism, one should be prepared to admit that William of Auvergne could be regarded as preparing the way for Duns Scotus just as well as preparing the way for St. Thomas. Probably both judgments are true, though from different viewpoints. In a sense, any pre-Thomistic medieval philosopher who made some use of Aristotle was preparing the way for a more complete adoption of Aristotelianism, and there can be no difficulty in admitting it, Yet it is also legitimate to ask whether Aristotelian elements were employed in the service of the Augustinian tradition, so that the resulting philosophy was one in which characteristic Augustinian themes predominated, or whether they were employed in the construction of a philosophy which was definitely orientated towards Aristotelianism as a system. If one asks this question, there can be little doubt about the answer so far as William of Auvergne is concerned, so that M. Gilson can affirm that the complex Augustinian of the 13th century is almost completely represented by the doctrine of William of Auvergne, and that while nothing could stop the invasion of the schools by Aristotle, the influence of William certainly did much to retard and limit its progress. 1. When one is treating of medieval philosophy, it is not easy to decide in what way one will group the various thinkers. Thus one might very well treat Oxford and Paris separately. At Oxford the general tendency in metaphysics and psychology was conservative, Augustinian, while at the same time an interest was developed in empirical studies, and the combination of these two factors would afford some reason for tracing the course of philosophy at Oxford from Robert Grosseteste to Roger Bacon in a continuous line, while as regards Paris the Augustinianism of Alexander of Hales and Saint Bonaventure on the one hand and the Aristotelianism of Saint Albert and Saint Thomas on the other hand, together with the relation between the two schools, might make it desirable to treat them in close proximity. However, such a method has its disadvantages. For example, Roger Bacon died, c. 1292, long after Alexander of Hales, 1245, in regard to whose writings he made some slighting remarks, and also after Saint Albert the Great, 1280, towards whom he seems to have felt a special hostility, so that it would seem desirable to consider Roger Bacon after considering these two thinkers. One might, even then, leave over Robert Grosseteste for consideration with Roger Bacon, but the fact remains that Grosseteste died, 1253, well before the Oxford condemnation of series of theses, among which figured some of those maintained by St. Thomas 1277 and 1284, whereas Roger Bacon was alive at the time of the condemnations and criticized that of 1277, insofar as he felt that it concerned him personally. While admitting, then, that there would be a great deal to say in favor of another mode of grouping, in which more attention would be paid to spiritual affinities than to chronology, I decided to treat first of Robert Grosseteste at Oxford and Alexander of Hales at Paris, then of Alexander's disciple Saint Bonaventure, the greatest representative of the Augustinian tradition in the 13th. Robert Grosseteste was born in Suffolk about 1170 and became Chancellor of Oxford University about 1221. From 1229 to 1232 he was Archdeacon of Leicester, and in 1235 he became Bishop of Lincoln, a post which he occupied until his death in 1253. Besides translations, it has already been mentioned that he probably translated the Ethics directly from the Greek. Robert Grosseteste composed commentaries on the Posterior Analytics, the Sophistical Arguments, the Physics, though the commentary on the Physics was rather a compendium than a commentary, and on the writings of the Pseudo-Dionysius. The statement by Roger Bacon to the effect that Grosseteste neglexit omnino libros Aristotelis et vias eorum one cannot, therefore, be taken as meaning that he was ignorant of the writings of Aristotle, but must be understood in the sense that, though acquainted with the thought of Aristotle, Grosseteste approached philosophical problems in a different manner. Bacon's further words make this clear, as he says that Grosseteste was dependent on other authors than Aristotle and that he also relied on his own experience. Of original works Robert Grosseteste published books, De Unica Forma Omnium, De Intio Agentius, De Statu Causarum, De Potentia et Actu, De Veritate Propositions, De Scientia Dei, De Ordine and Eminenti Causatorum Deo and De Libero Arbitrio, the authenticity of the De Anima not being certain. In works such as those just named it is quite clear that Grosseteste stood in the Augustinian tradition, although he knew the philosophy of Aristotle and utilized some of his themes. but with his Augustinianism he combined an interest in empirical science which influenced Roger Bacon and excited his admiration, so that Bacon was led to say of his master that he knew the sciences better than other men too and was able to explain causes by the aid of mathematics. 8. Thus Grosseteste wrote De Utilitate Artium, De Generatione Sonorum, De Sphera, De Computo, De Generatione Stellarum, De Commodus, De Impressione Aeris, De Luz, De Linis, Angulis et Figuris, De Natura Locrum, De Iride, De Color Solis, De Differentiis Localibus, De Impressionibus Elementorum, De Motu Corporali, De Motu Supercelestium, De Finitate Motus et Temporis and Quod Homo Sit Minor Mundus. 2. The philosophy of Robert Grosseteste centers round the idea of light, so dear to the mind of the Augustinian. In the De Luz 1 Grosseteste remarks that the first corporeal form, which some call corpority, is in his judgment light. Light unites with matter, that is, with Aristotelian prime matter, to form a simple substance without dimensions. Why does Grosseteste make light the first corporeal form? Because it is the nature of light to diffuse itself, and he uses this property of light to explain how a substance composed of non-dimensional form and non-dimensional matter acquires tridimensionality. If we suppose that the function of light is to multiply itself and to diffuse itself and so to be responsible for actual extension, we must conclude that light is the first corporeal form, since it would not be possible for the first corporeal form to produce extension through a secondary or consequent form. Moreover, light is the noblest of all forms and bears the greatest resemblance to the separate intelligences, so that on this title also it is the first corporeal form. Light, lux, diffuses itself in all directions, spherically, forming the outermost sphere, the firmament, at the farthest point of its diffusion, and this sphere consists simply of light and prime matter. From every part of the firmament light, lumen, is diffused towards the center of the sphere, this light, the light of experience, being corpus spiritual, submavis diceris spiritus corporalis. 2. This diffusion takes place by means of a self-multiplication and generation of light, so that at intervals, so to speak, there arises a new sphere, until the 9 celestial and concentric spheres are complete, the innermost being the sphere of the moon. This sphere in turn produces light, but the rarefaction or diffusion is less as the light approaches the center, and the 4 infralunar spheres, of fire, air, water, and earth are produced. There are, then, 13 spheres in all in the sensible world, the 9 celestial spheres, which are incorruptible and changeless, and the 4 infracelestial spheres, which are corruptible and capable of change. The degree of light possessed by each kind of body determines its place in the corporeal hierarchy, light being the species et per/eclio corporum omnium. 3. Grosseteste also explains color in terms of light, declaring that it is lux incorporata perspicuo. 4. Abundance of light in perspicuo puro is whiteness, while lux pauca in perspicuo impuro nigridu est, and he explains in this sense the statement of Aristotle 1 and averroes that blackness is a privation. Light again is the principle of motion, motion being nothing else but the vis multiplicativa lucis. 2-3. So far light has been considered as something corporeal, as a component of the corporeal, but Grosseteste extends the conception of light to embrace the spiritual world as well. Thus God is pure light, the eternal light, not in the corporeal sense, of course, and the angels are also incorporeal lights, participating in the eternal light. God is also the form of all things, but Grosseteste is careful to explain that God is not the form of all things as entering into their substance, uniting with their matter, but as their exemplary form. 3. God precedes all creatures, but precedes must be understood as meaning that God is eternal, the creature temporal. If it is understood as meaning that there is a common duration in which both God and creatures exist, the statement will be incorrect, since the Creator and the creature do not share any common measure. For we naturally imagine a time in which God existed before creation, just as we naturally imagine space outside the universe, but reliance on the imagination in such matters is a source of error. 4. In the De Veritate Propositionis 5 Grossa Test says that veritas sermonis vel opinionis est adequatio sermonis vel opinionis etrei, but he concentrates more on ontological truth, on the Augustinian view of truth. He is willing to accept the Aristotelian view of the truth of enunciation as adequatio sermonis etrei or adequatio rei ad intellectum, but truth really means the conformity of things to the eternal word quo decuntur and consists in their conformity to the divine word. 9. A thing is true, in so far as it is what it ought to be, and it is what it ought to be when it is conformed to the word, that is, to its exemplar. This conformity can be perceived only by the mind, so that truth may also be defined with Saint Anselm as rectitudo solamente perceptibilis. 1. From this it follows that no created truth can be perceived except in the light of the supreme truth, God. Augustine bore witness to the fact that a created truth is visible only in so far as the light of its ratio eterna is present to the mind. 8. How is it, then, that the wicked and impure can attain truth? They cannot be supposed to see God, who is seen only by the pure of heart. The answer is that the mind does not perceive the word or the ratio eterna directly, but perceives truth in the light of the word. Just as the bodily eye sees corporeal objects in the light of the sun without looking directly at the sun or even perhaps adverting to it at all, so the mind perceives truth in the light of the divine illumination without thereby perceiving God, the veritas sumpta, directly or even without necessarily realizing at all that it is only in the divine light that it sees truth. 1. Thus Grossa Test follows the Augustinian doctrine of divine illumination, but explicitly rejects any interpretation of the doctrine which would involve a vision of God. Into Grossa Test's views on mathematics, perspective, etc., I cannot enter. Enough has been said to show how Grossa Test's philosophy was built upon Augustinian lines by a man who yet knew and was willing to utilize Aristotelian ideas. 5. There was within the Franciscan order a party of zealots who adopted a hostile attitude towards learning and other accommodations to the needs of life, which they regarded as treason to the simple idealism of the seraphic Father, but these spirituals were frowned upon by the Holy See, and in point of fact the Franciscan order produced a long line of distinguished theologians and philosophers, the first eminent figure being that of the Englishman, Alexander of Hales, who was born in Gloucestershire between 1170 and 1180, entered the Franciscan order about 1231 and died in 1245. He was the first Franciscan professor of theology at Paris and occupied the chair until within a few years of his death, having as his successor John of La Rochelle. It is difficult to ascertain exactly what contributions to philosophy are to be ascribed to Alexander of Hales in person, since the Summa Theologica which passes under his name, and which drew caustic comments from Roger Bacon, comprises elements, particularly in the latter portion, taken from the writings of other thinkers and seems to have attained its final form some 10 years or more after Alexander's death. 2. In any case, however, the work represents a stage in the development of Western philosophy and a tendency in that development. It represents a stage, since the Aristotelian philosophy as a whole is clearly known and utilized. It represents a tendency, since the attitude adopted towards Aristotle is critical, in the sense that Alexander not only attacks certain doctrines of Aristotle and the Aristotelians but also considers that the pagan philosophers were unable to formulate a satisfactory philosophy, in the wide sense, owing to the fact that they did not possess the Christian revelation. A man on a hill can see more, even of the valley, than the man at the foot of the hill can see. He followed, therefore, his Christian predecessors, the Fathers, especially Saint Augustine, Boethius, the Pseudo-Dionysius, Saint Anselm, the Victonus, rather than Aristotle. 6. The doctrine of the Blessed Trinity cannot be attained by man's unaided reason, owing to the weakness of the human intellect. 1. But God's existence can be known by all men, whether they are good or bad. 2. Distinguishing God's existence, quia est, from his nature, quid est, Alexander teaches that all can know God's existence by means of creatures, recognizing God as efficient and final cause. 3. Moreover, though the natural light of reason is insufficient to attain to a knowledge of the divine nature as it is in itself, That does not mean that all knowledge of God's nature is barred to the natural intellect, since it can come to know something of God, for example, His power and wisdom, by considering His operation in creatures, a degree of knowledge open to those who are not in a state of grace. For this type of knowledge is not univocal but analogical registered. For example, goodness is predicated of God and of creatures, but while it is predicated of God per naturam, as being identical with His nature and as the self-existent source of all goodness, it is predicated of creatures per participationem, inasmuch as creatures depend on God, are God's effects, and receive a limited degree of goodness from Him. In proving God's existence, Alexander makes use of a variety of arguments. Thus he uses Richard of St. Victor's proof from contingency, St. John Damascene's argument from causality, and Hugh of St. Victor's argument from the soul's knowledge that it had a beginning, but he also employs St. Augustine's and St. Anselm's proof from the eternity of truth and accepts the latter's proof from the idea of the perfect, as given in the Proslogium. 8. In addition, he maintains that it is impossible to be ignorant of God's existence. 1. This is a startling proposition, but it is necessary to bear in mind certain distinctions. For instance, we must distinguish habitual knowledge and actual knowledge, cognitio habitu, cognitio actu. The former, says Alexander, is a habit naturally impressed on the intellect, enabling the intellect to know God, and would seem to be little more than implicit knowledge, if implicit knowledge can be called knowledge at all. Saint Albert the Great comments, rather sarcastically, that this distinction is a solutio mirabilis. 2. Actual knowledge itself must also be distinguished, since it may comprise the soul's recognition that it is not a se, or it may mean a concentration on creatures. In so far as actual knowledge of the first sort is concerned, the soul cannot fail to know God's existence, though it would appear that the actual recognition of God may even here be implicit, but in so far as the soul is turned away from God by sin and error and rivets its attention on creatures, it may fail to realize God's existence. In this latter case, however, a further distinction must be introduced between knowledge of God in ratione cognomuni and knowledge of God in ratione propria. For example, the man who places his happiness in riches or sensual pleasures knows God in a sense, since God is beatitude, but he does not have a true notion of God, in ratione propria. Similarly, the idolater recognizes God in cognomuni, for example, as something, but not as he really is, in ratione propria. Such distinctions may indeed appear somewhat far-fetched, but Alexander is taking into account such facts as St. Paul's 3 saying that the heathen know God but have not glorified him as God, or St. John Damascene's declaration that the knowledge of God is naturally impressed on the mind. 4. The view that the human mind cannot be without any knowledge of God is characteristic of the Augustinian school, but, in view of the fact that idolaters and, at least, professed atheists exist, any writer who wishes to maintain such a view is bound to introduce the distinction between implicit and explicit knowledge, or between knowledge of God in ratione communi and knowledge of God in ratione propria. 7. Alexander treats of the divine attributes of immutability, simplicity, infinity, incomprehensibility, immensity, eternity, unity, truth, goodness, power, and wisdom, giving objections, his own reply to the general question and answers to the objections. Appeals to former writers and quotations from authorities like Augustine and Anselm are frequent, nor is the doctrine developed in a particularly original fashion, but the arrangement is systematic and careful, and a considerable amount of general philosophical reflection is included. For instance, when treating of the unity of the divine nature, Alexander begins by considering unity in general, defining unitas as indivisio intus and unum as ens indivisum in esse, divisum autem ab aliis, 1, and goes on to consider the relation of unity to being, truth and goodness. 2. As regards the divine knowledge, Alexander maintains, following Augustine and Anselm, that God knows all things in and through himself. The exemplar or eternal ideas of creatures are in God, though, considered in themselves, they do not form a plurality but are identical with the one divine essence, so that it is by knowing himself that God knows all things. How, then, does he know evil and sin? only as defect, i.e. a defect from goodness. If light, says Alexander, following the pseudo-Dionysius, were gifted with the power of knowing, it would know that this or that object was unreceptive of its action, it would not know darkness in itself without any relation to light. This involves, of course, the view that evil is nothing positive but rather a privation. 3-4, if evil were something positive, it would be necessary either to maintain dualism or to say that evil has an exemplar in God. In treating of the divine will, Alexander raises the question whether or not God can order actions which are against the natural law. The immediate origin of the question is a problem of scriptural exegesis, how, for example, to explain God's order to the Israelites to despoil the Egyptians, but the question has, of course, a much wider significance. God, he answers, cannot order an action which would be formally contrary to the natural law, since this would be to contradict himself. He cannot, for instance, will that man should have any other end but God, since God is essentially the final end. Nor could God order the Israelites to steal in the proper sense of the word, as implying an act directed against God himself, a sin. God can, however, deprive the Egyptians of their property and so order the Israelites to take it. He can also order the Israelites to take something that belongs to another, since this affects only the ordo ad creaturum, but cannot order them to take it ex cupiditate, since this affects the ordo ad deum and would involve self-contradiction on God's part. 4. Similarly, God could order the prophet Asi to have intercourse with a woman who was not his wife, in so far as this act involved the ordo ad creaturum, but he could not order Asi to do this ex libidine, since this would involve the ordo ad deum. Alexander's distinctions on this matter are somewhat obscure and not always satisfactory, but it is in any case clear that he did not believe that the moral law depends on God's arbitrary fiat, as Occam was later to maintain. 8. God is the immediate creator of the world, in regard both to matter and form, and the non-eternity of the world can be proved. 1. Thus Alexander rejects the Aristotelian notion of the eternity of the world, but he accepts the doctrine of hylomorphic composition. This composition is found in every creature, since matter equals potentiality, but a more fundamental composition, also found in every creature, is that between the quo est and the quod est. It may appear that this is the distinction between essence and existence, but it seems rather that the quod est refers to the concrete being, a man, for instance, and the quo est to the abstract essence, humanity, for example. In any case the distinction is a rational distinction, since we can predicate the quo est of the quod est, in a certain sense at least, as when we say that this being is a man. There is no real distinction between a man and his humanity, yet the humanity is received. In God there is no dependence, no reception, and so no composition between the quod est, Deus, and the quo est, Deitas. 9. In accordance with his general spirit of reliance on tradition, Alexander of Hales gives and defends 7 definitions or descriptions of the human soul. 3. For example, the soul may be defined as diagerum spiraculum vitae * or as substantia quidam rationis perdiceps, regenta corpori accommodata 5 or as substantia spiritualis a deo creata, propria sui corporis vivificatrix. 6 other definitions are taken from Saint Augustine, Saint John Damascene and Seneca. The soul, insists Alexander, is not a substance simply in the sense that it is a substantial form, but it is an ens in esse, a substance simpliciter, composed of intellectual matter and form. If in this respect he follows the Platonic Augustinian tradition, even suggesting that the soul must be a substance since it stands to the body as the sailor to the ship, he also insists that the soul vivifies the body. An angel is also spiraculum vitae, but an angel is not spiraculum vitae corporis, whereas the soul is the principle of the body's life. Each human soul is created by God out of nothing. 1. The human soul is not an emanation of God, part of the divine substance. 2. Nor is it propagated in the manner postulated by the traditionists. Original sin can be explained without recourse to a traditionist theory. 3. The soul is united with the body after the manner of the union of form with matter, ad magem formi cum materia, but this must be interpreted in an Augustinian sense, since the rational soul is joined to its body ui motor mobili et ut perfectio formale suo perfectibili. 6. The soul has the three powers of the vis vegetativa, the vis sensitiva and the vis intellectiva, and though these powers are not to be called parts of the soul, in the strict sense of the word part, 6. They are yet distinct from one another and from the essence of the soul. Alexander, therefore, explains Augustine's assertion of the identity of the soul and its powers by saying that this identity is to be referred to the substance, not to the essence of the soul. 7. The soul cannot subsist without its powers, nor are the powers intelligible apart from the soul, but just as esse and operare are not identical, so are essentia and potentia not identical. The active and passive intellects are due differentia of the rational soul, the former referring to the spiritual form of the soul, the latter to its spiritual matter, and the active intellect is not separate from the soul but belongs to it. 8. But together with the Aristotelian classification of the rational powers of the soul, Alexander gives also the classifications of Saint Augustine and Saint John Damascene and attempts to reconcile them. For example, intellect in the Aristotelian philosophy refers to our power of acquiring knowledge of intelligible forms by means of abstraction. 9. And it corresponds, therefore, to the Augustinian ratio, not to the Augustinian inte iuctus or inte agentia, which has to do with spiritual objects. Intellect in the Aristotelian sense has to do with embodied forms and abstracts them from the phantasmata, but intellect in the Augustinian sense has to do with non-embodied, spiritual forms, and when there is question of knowing those forms which are superior to the human soul, the intellect is powerless unless it is illuminated by God. 10. Alexander provides no clear explanation of what this illumination precisely is, but he at least makes it clear that he accepts the Aristotelian doctrine of abstraction in regard to the corporeal world, though in regard to the spiritual world the doctrine of Aristotle has to be supplemented by that of Augustine. One may also remark that Alexander was quite right in seeing in the peripatetic classification a psychological analysis and in the Augustinian classification a division according to the objects of knowledge. Alexander gives three definitions of free will, that of Saint Anselm, potestas servandi rectitudinem proter esse, that of Saint Augustine, facultas rationis et voluntatis, qua bonum elegitur gratia assistent et malum idem desistent, and that of Saint Bernard, consensus obi voluntatis inamissibilum libertatem et rationis indeclinabile iudicium, and attempts to reconcile them. 1. Liberum arbitrium is common to God and the soul, but it is predicated neither universally nor equivocally, but analogically, primarily of God, secondarily of the creature. 2. In man it is one faculty or function of reason and will in union, and it is in this sense only that it may be termed distinct from reason and will, it is not in reality a separate power of the soul. Moreover, inasmuch as it is bound up with the possession of reason and will, it is inseparable from the soul, that is, as far as natural liberty is concerned. Following Saint Bernard, Alexander distinguishes libertas arbitrii and libertas concilii et complicity and declares that, while the latter may be lost, the former cannot. 10. Alexander of Hales is of interest, since his main work is a sustained effort of systematic thought, being a scholastic presentation of the Christian theology and philosophy. In regard to form it belongs to the medieval period of the Summas, sharing in the merits and defects of that type of compilation, in their succinctness and orderly arrangement as in their aridity and absence of developments which, from our point of view, might be desirable. As regards content, on the one hand Alexander's Summa stands in close connection with the past, as the author is determined to be faithful to tradition and very frequently quotes Augustine or Anselm, Bernard, or John Damascene, instead of developing his own arguments. This does not mean that he appeals simply to authority, in the sense of merely citing famous names, since he often quotes the arguments of his predecessors, but it does mean that the developed arguments which would have been desirable even at the time he wrote, are absent. However, his work is, of course, a summa, and a summa is admittedly a summary. On the other hand, the work shows a knowledge of Aristotle, though he is not often explicitly mentioned, and it makes some use of the peripatetic doctrine. There is always present, however, the desire to harmonize the elements taken from Aristotle with the teaching of Augustine and Anselm, and the general tendency is towards a contrast between the God-enlightened Christian thinkers on the one hand and the philosophers on the other hand. It is not that Alexander gives the impression of being a polemical writer, nor that he confuses philosophy and theology, but he is chiefly concerned with the knowledge of God and of Christ. To say that, is simply to say that he was faithful to the tradition of the Augustinian school. Ist. Bonaventure, Giovanni Fidenza, was born at Bagnaria in Tuscany in the year 1221. Healed of a sickness while a child, through his mother's invocation of Saint Francis of Assisi, he entered the Franciscan order at a date which cannot be exactly determined. It may have been shortly before or after 1240, but in any case Bonaventure must have become a Franciscan in time to study under Alexander of Hales at Paris before the latter's death in 1245. The teaching of Alexander evidently made a great impression on his pupil, for in his Predocutio Prumio in Secundum Librum Sententiarum Primissa Bonaventure declares that just as in the first book of the sentences he has adhered to the common opinions of the masters, and especially to those of our master and father of happy memory brother Alexander, so in the following books he will not stray from their footsteps. 1. In other words, Bonaventure imbibed the Franciscan, i.e. the Augustinian, tradition, and he was determined to keep to it. It might perhaps be thought that this determination indicated simply a pious conservatism and that Bonaventure was ignorant of, or at least ignored and adopted no definite and positive attitude towards the new philosophical tendencies at Paris, but the commentary on the sentences dates from 1250 to 1. He started lecturing in 1248, on St. Luke's Gospel, and at that date Bonaventure cannot have made his studies at Paris and yet have been ignorant of the Aristotelian philosophy. Moreover, we shall see later that he adopted a very definite attitude towards that philosophy, an attitude which was not simply the fruit of ignorance but proceeded from reflection and reasoned conviction. Saint Bonaventure was involved in the same difficulties between regulars and seculars in which Saint Thomas Aquinas was involved, and in 1255 he was excluded from the university, that is, he was refused recognition as a doctor and professor of the university staff. He may have been readmitted in 1256, but in any case he was accepted, along with Aquinas, in October 1257, as a result of papal intervention. He was then a professor of theology at the university, as far as acceptance was concerned, and would doubtless have proceeded to exercise that office had he not been elected Minister General of his order on February 2, 1257. The fulfillment of the normal functions of his office would by itself have prevented his living the settled life of a university professor, but in addition there were differences of opinion as the time within the order itself in regard to its spirit, practice, and function, and Bonaventure was faced with the difficult task of maintaining or restoring peace. However, in 1259 he wrote the Itinerarium Mentis in Deum, in 1261 his two Lives of Saint Francis, in 1267 or 1268 the Collations de Discerne Preceptus, Lenten Sermons, the De Discerne Dona Spirita Sancti, about 1270, the Collations in Hexameron in 1273. The Breviloquium was written before 1257. The commentaries on the Scriptures, short mystical treatises, sermons, and letters on points connected with the Franciscan order make up his other writings at various periods of his life. Although in 1265 Bonaventure had succeeded in inducing the Pope to rescind his appointment to the Archbishopric of York, he was appointed Bishop of Albano and Cardinal in 1273. In 1274 he was present at the Council of Lyons, where he preached on the reunion of the Eastern Church with Rome, but on the conclusion of the council he died, July 15, 1274, and was buried at Lyons in the presence of Pope Gregory XII. Saint Bonaventure was not only himself a man of learning, but he also encouraged the development of studies within the Franciscan order, and this may appear strange in the case of a Franciscan saint, when it can hardly be said that the founder had envisaged his friars devoting themselves to erudition. But it is, of course, perfectly clear to us, as it was to Bonaventure, that an order consisting largely of priests, with a vocation which involved preaching, could not possibly fulfill its vocation unless its members, at least those who were destined for the priesthood, studied the scriptures and theology. But it was impossible to study scholastic theology without acquiring a knowledge of philosophy, so that philosophical and theological studies were both necessary. And once this general principle was admitted, as admitted it must be, it was hardly practicable to set a limit to the degree of study. If the students were to be trained in philosophy and theology, they had to have professors, and the professors had not only to be competent themselves but to educate their successors. Moreover, if apostolic work might involve contact with learned men, perhaps also with heretics, one could not set on a priori grounds a limit to the study which might be advisable. One might indeed multiply such practical considerations, which justified the development of studies within the Franciscan order, but, as far as Bonaventure is concerned, there is an equally important consideration to be mentioned. Saint Bonaventure was perfectly faithful to the spirit of Saint Francis in regarding union with God as the most important aim in life, but he saw very well that this would scarcely be attained without knowledge of God and the things of God, or at least that such knowledge, so far from being a hindrance to union with God, should predispose the soul to closer union. After all, it was the study of the scriptures and of theology which he recommended and himself pursued, not the study of questions which had no connection with God, and this was one of the reasons why he disliked and mistrusted the metaphysical philosophy of Aristotle, which had no place for personal communion with the Godhead and no place for Christ. There is, as M. Gilson has pointed out, a certain parallel between the life of Saint Francis and the teaching of Saint Bonaventure. For just as the former's personal life culminated in mystical communion with God, so the latter's teaching culminated in his mystical doctrine, and just as Francis had approached God through Christ and had seen, concretely, all things in the light of the divine word, so Bonaventure insisted that the Christian philosopher must see the world in its relation to the creative word. Christ, as he expressly says, is the medium or center of all sciences, and so he could not accept the Aristotelian metaphysic, which, so far from knowing anything of Christ, had rejected even the exemplarism of Plato. In the end the Franciscan order accepted Duns Scotus as its doctor par excellence but though it was doubtless right in so doing, and though Scotus was undoubtedly a man of genius, a thinker of great speculative and analytic ability, one may perhaps say that it was Saint Bonaventure who stood nearer in thought, as in time, to the spirit of the Seraphic Father. Indeed, it is not without reason that he was accorded the title of the Seraphic Doctor. 3. Saint Bonaventure's view of the purpose and value of study, determined as much by his own inclinations and spiritual tendencies as by his intellectual training under Alexander of Hales, and his membership of the Franciscan order, naturally placed him in the Augustinian tradition. Saint Augustine's thought centered round God and the soul's relation to God, and, since the man who is related to God is the concrete and actual man of history, who has fallen from grace and who has been redeemed by grace, Augustine dealt with man in the concrete and not with the natural man, not, that is, with man considered apart from his supernatural vocation and in abstraction from the operation of supernatural grace. This meant that Saint Augustine could make no very rigid distinction between philosophy and theology, even though he distinguished between the natural light of reason and supernatural faith. There is, of course, adequate justification for treating in philosophy of man in the state of nature, since the order of grace is supernatural and one can distinguish between the order of grace and the order of nature, but the point I want to make is simply this, that if one is principally interested in the soul's advance to God, as Augustine and Bonaventure were, then one's thought will center round man in the concrete, and man in the concrete is man with a supernatural vocation. Man considered in the state of nature, is a legitimate abstraction, but this legitimate abstraction will not appeal to one whose thought centers round the actual historical order. It is largely a question of approach and method. Neither Augustine nor Bonaventure would deny the distinction between the natural and the supernatural, but since they were both primarily interested in the actual historical man, who, be it repeated, is man with a supernatural vocation, they naturally tended to mingle theological and philosophical themes in one Christian wisdom rather than to make a rigid, methodological distinction between philosophy and theology. It may be objected that in this case Saint Bonaventure is simply a theologian and not a philosopher at all, but one can give a similar answer in the case of Bonaventure as in that of Augustine. If one were to define a philosopher as one who pursues the study of being or the ultimate causes, or whatever other object one is pleased to assign to the philosopher, without any reference to revelation and prescinding completely from dogmatic theology, the Christian dispensation and the supernatural order, then of course neither Augustine nor Bonaventure could be termed a philosopher, but if one is willing to admit into the ranks of the philosophers all those who pursue what are generally recognized as philosophical themes, then both men must be reckoned philosophers. Bonaventure may sometimes treat, for instance, of the stages of the soul's ascent from knowledge of God through creatures to immediate and interior experience of God, and he may speak of the stages without any clear demarcation of what is proper to theology and what is proper to philosophy, but that does not alter the fact that in treating of knowledge of God through creatures, he develops proofs of God's existence and that these proofs are reasoned arguments and so can be termed philosophical arguments. Again, Bonaventure's interest in the material world may be principally an interest in that world as the manifestation of God, and he may delight to see therein vestigia of the triune God, but that does not alter the fact that he holds certain opinions about the nature of the world and its constitution which are cosmological, philosophical, in character. It is true that to isolate Bonaventure's philosophical doctrines is in a sense to impair the integrity of his system, but there are philosophical doctrines in his system and this fact entitles him to a place in the history of philosophy. Moreover, as I shall mention shortly, he adopted a very definite attitude towards philosophy in general and the Aristotelian system in particular, and on this count alone he merits a place in the history of philosophy. One could hardly exclude Kierkegaard from the history of philosophy, although his attitude towards philosophy, in his understanding of the term, was hostile, for he philosophized about philosophy. Still less can one exclude Bonaventure, whose attitude was less hostile than that of Kierkegaard and who represents a particular standpoint in regard to philosophy, the standpoint of those who maintain not only that there is such a thing as Christian philosophy, but also that every independent philosophy is bound to be deficient and even partly erroneous as philosophy. Whether this standpoint is right or wrong, justified or unjustified, it deserves consideration in a history of philosophy. Bonaventure was, then, of the Augustinian tradition, but it must be remembered that a great deal of water had flowed under the bridge since the time of Augustine. Since that time scholasticism had developed, thought had been systematist, the Aristotelian metaphysic had been fully made known to the Western Christian world. Bonaventure commented on the sentences of Peter Lombard and he was acquainted with the thought of Aristotle. We would only expect, then, to find in his writings not only far more elements of scholasticism and of the scholastic method than in Augustine but also an adoption of not a few Aristotelian ideas, for Bonaventure by no means rejected Aristotle lock, stock and barrel. On the contrary, he respected him as a natural philosopher, even if he had no high opinion of his metaphysics, of his theology at least. Thus from the point of view of the 13th century the Bonaventurian system was a modern Augustinianism, an Augustinianism developed through the centuries and rethought in relation to Aristotelianism. 4. What then was Bonaventure's view of the general relation of philosophy to theology and what was his view of Aristotelianism? The two questions can be taken together, since the answer to the first determines the answer to the second. As has already been remarked, Augustine distinguished faith and reason, and Bonaventure naturally followed him, quoting Augustine's words to the effect that what we believe we owe to authority, what we understand to reason. It follows from this, one might think, that philosophy and theology are two separate sciences and that an independent philosophy of a satisfactory character is, at least theoretically, possible. Indeed, Bonaventure actually makes an explicit and clear distinction between dogmatic theology and philosophy. For example, in the Breviloquium 2 he says that theology begins with God, the supreme cause, with whom philosophy ends. In other words, theology takes its data from revelation and proceeds from God himself to his effects, whereas philosophy starts with the visible effects and argues to God as cause. Again, in the De Reductio Artium ad Theologiaton 3 he divides natural philosophy into physics, mathematics, and metaphysics, while in the In Hexameron 4 he divides philosophy into physics, logic, and ethics. In view of the above, how can it be maintained that Saint Bonaventure did not admit of any rigid distinction between philosophy and theology? The answer is that he admitted a methodological distinction between the sciences and also a distinction of subject matter, but insisted that no satisfactory metaphysic or philosophical system can be worked out unless the philosopher is guided by the light of faith and philosophizes in the light of faith. For instance, he was well aware that a philosopher can arrive at the existence of God without the aid of revelation. Even if he had not been convinced of this by his own reason and by the testimony of the Scriptures, the philosophy of Aristotle would have been sufficient to persuade him of the fact. But he was not content to say that the knowledge of God so attained is incomplete and stands in need of the completion provided by revelation. He went further and stated that such purely rational knowledge is, and must be, in important points erroneous. This point he proved empirically. For example, the most noble Plotinus of the sect of Plato and Tully of the academic sect, in spite of the fact that their views on God and the soul were preferable to those of Aristotle, fell into error since they were unaware of the supernatural end of man, of the true resurrection of the body and of eternal felicity. They could not know these things without the light of faith, and they fell into error precisely because they had not got the light of faith. Similarly, a mere metaphysician may come to the knowledge of the supreme cause, but if he is a mere metaphysician he will stop there, and if he stops there he is in error, since he thinks of God otherwise than he is, not knowing that God is both one and three. Philosophical science is the way to other sciences, but he who wishes to stop there, falls into darkness too. In other words, Bonaventure is not denying the power of the philosopher to attain truth, but he maintains that the man who is satisfied with philosophy, who is a mere philosopher, necessarily falls into error. It is one thing if a man comes by reason to know that there exists one God and then goes on to recognize, in the light of faith, that this unity is a unity of nature in trinity of persons, and quite another thing if a man stops short at the unity of God. In the latter case the man affirms the unity of nature to the exclusion of the trinity of persons, and to do this is to fall into error. If it is objected that it is not necessary to exclude the Trinity, since a philosopher may prescind from revelation altogether, so that his philosophical knowledge, though incomplete, remains valid and true, Bonaventure would doubtless answer that if the man is simply a philosopher and rests in philosophy, he will be convinced that God is one in nature and not three in persons. In order to make due allowance for the completion, he must already possess the light of faith. The light of faith does not supply the rational arguments for God's existence. There is such a thing as philosophy, but it ensures that the philosophy remains open and that it does not close in on itself in such a way that error results. Bonaventure's view of Aristotelianism follows easily enough from these premises. That Aristotle was eminent as a natural philosopher, that is, in regard to sensible objects, Bonaventure admits. What he will not admit is that Aristotle was a true metaphysician, that is, that the metaphysics of Aristotle are satisfactory. Some people, seeing that Aristotle was so eminent in other sciences, have imagined that he must also have attained truth in metaphysics, but this does not follow, since the light of faith is necessary in order to form a satisfactory metaphysical system. Moreover, Aristotle was so competent in other sciences precisely because his mind and interests were of such a kind that he was not inclined to form a philosophy which should point beyond itself. Thus he refused to find the principle of the world outside the world. He rejected the ideas of Plato and made the world eternal. From his denial of the Platonic theory of ideas there followed not only the denial of creationism, but also the denial of God's knowledge of particulars, and of divine foreknowledge and providence. 3. Again, the doctrine of the unicity of the intellect is at least attributed to Aristotle by Averroes, and from this there follows the denial of individual beatitude or punishment after death. 4. In short, though all pagan philosophers have fallen into error, Aristotle was more involved in error than Plato or Plotinus. Possibly one may obtain a clearer view of Bonaventure's notion of the relation of philosophy to theology if one bears in mind the attitude of the Catholic philosopher in practice. The latter works out arguments for the existence of God, for example, but he does not make himself an atheist for the time being, nor does he deny his faith in the dogma of the Trinity. He philosophizes in the light of what he already believes, and he will not conclude to a unity in God of such a kind that it will exclude the Trinity of persons. On the other hand, his arguments for God's existence are rational arguments. In them he makes no reference to dogma, and the value of the proofs as such rests on their philosophical merits or demerits. The philosopher pursues his arguments, psychologically speaking, in the light of the faith which he already possesses and which he does not discard during his philosophical studies, and his faith helps him to ask the right questions and to avoid untrue conclusions, though he does not make any formal use of the faith in his philosophic arguments. The Thomist would, of course, say that the faith is to the philosopher an extrinsic norm, that the philosopher prescinds from his faith, even though he does not deny it. And that a pagan could, theoretically at least, reach the same conclusions in philosophy. Saint Bonaventure, however, would reply that, even though the philosopher may make no formal use of dogma in this or that metaphysical argument, he certainly philosophizes in the light of faith, and that this is something positive. The action of faith is a positive influence on the mind of the philosopher, and without it he will inevitably fall into error. One cannot exactly say that Saint Bonaventure believed only in a total Christian wisdom comprising indifferently philosophical and theological truths, since he admitted a classification of the sciences in which philosophy figures, but, this latter point once admitted, one can say that his ideal was the ideal of a Christian wisdom in which the light of the Word is shed not only on theological but also on philosophical truths, and without which those truths would not be attained. I have argued that since Saint Bonaventure certainly treated of philosophical questions, he has a claim to be included in a history of philosophy, and I do not see how this contention can be seriously disputed, but it remains true that he was a theologian, that he wrote as a theologian, and that he did not really consider philosophical questions and problems for their own sake. Saint Thomas Aquinas was also primarily a theologian, and he wrote primarily as a theologian, but he did consider philosophical problems at length and even composed some philosophical works, which Saint Bonaventure did not do. The commentary on the sentences was not what we would today call a philosophical work. It seems, therefore, to constitute something of an exaggeration when M. Gilson maintains, in his magnificent study of Saint Bonaventure's philosophical thought, that there is a Bonaventurian philosophical system, the spirit and content of which can be sharply defined. We have seen that Saint Bonaventure recognized philosophy as a definite science, separate from theology, but as far as he himself is concerned, he might be called a philosopher per accidens. In a sense the same is true, of course, of any medieval thinker who was primarily a theologian, even of Saint Thomas, but it is most relevant in the case of a thinker who was chiefly concerned with the soul's approach to God. Moreover, M. Gilson probably tends to exaggerate Saint Bonaventure's hostility to pagan philosophy and to Aristotle in particular. I have indeed admitted that Saint Bonaventure attacked the Aristotelian metaphysic, this is a fact which cannot be denied, and that he considered that any philosopher who is merely a philosopher will inevitably fall into error, but it is desirable in this connection to call to mind the fact that Saint Thomas himself insisted on the moral necessity of revelation. On that point Saint Bonaventure and Saint Thomas were in agreement. They both rejected pagan philosophy where it was incompatible with Christianity, though they differed as to what precise points were to be rejected and how far one could go in following Aristotle. However, though I think that M. Gilson's genius for capturing the peculiar spirit of the individual thinker and for setting it in clear relief leads him to exaggerate the systematic aspect of Saint Bonaventure's philosophy and to find a greater opposition between the views of Bonaventure and Thomas in regard to the pagan philosophers than probably exists in actual fact. I cannot subscribe to the judgment of M. Fernand van Steenbergen 1 that the philosophy of Saint Bonaventure is an eclectic and Neoplatonising Aristotelianism, put at the service of an Augustinian theology. That Bonaventure made considerable use of Aristotelianism is perfectly true, but the inspiration of his philosophy is, in my opinion, what for want of a better word we call Augustinian. As I remarked in regard to William of Auvergne, it depends to a large extent on one's point of view whether one calls those Augustinian theologians who adopted selected Aristotelian doctrines in philosophy incomplete Aristotelians or modified Augustinians, but in the case of a man whose whole interest centered round the soul's ascent to God, who laid such stress on the illuminative action of God and who, as M. van Steenbergen himself states when criticizing M. Gilson, never worked out a philosophy for its own sake, it seems to me that Augustinian is the only fit word for describing his thought, if for no better reason than the principle that mire pars trahit minorum and that the spirit must take precedence of the letter. Spirit of Bonaventure's proofs of God's existence, proofs from sensible world a priori knowledge of God, the Anselmian argument from truth. We have seen that Saint Bonaventure, like Saint Augustine, was principally interested in the soul's relation to God. This interest had an effect on his treatment of the proofs for God's existence. He was chiefly concerned to exhibit the proofs as stages in the soul's ascent to God, or rather to treat them in function of the soul's ascent to God. It must be realized that the God to whom the proofs conclude is not, then, simply an abstract principle of intelligibility, but is rather the God of the Christian consciousness, the God to whom men pray. I do not, of course, mean to suggest that there is, ontologically, any discrepancy or any irreconcilable tension between the God of the philosophers and the God of experience, but since Bonaventure is primarily interested in God as object of worship and prayer and as goal of the human soul, he tends to make the proof so many acts of drawing attention to the self-manifestation of God, whether in the material world or within the soul itself. Indeed, as one would expect, he lays more emphasis on proofs from within than on proofs from the material world, from without. He certainly does prove God's existence from the external sensible world. Saint Augustine had done this, and he shows how from the knowledge of finite, imperfect, composite, moving and contingent beings man can rise to the apprehension of the infinite, perfect, simple, unchanging, and necessary being, but the proofs are not systematically elaborated, the reason for this being, not any inability on Bonaventure's part to develop the proofs dialectically, but rather his conviction that the existence of God is so evident to the soul through reflection on itself that extramental creation serves mainly to remind us of it. His attitude is that of the psalmist, when he says, Celi inerant gloriam Dei, et opera manuum eius annunciat firmamentum. Thus it is quite true that the imperfection of finite and contingent things demands and proves the existence of absolute perfection, God, but, asks Saint Bonaventure in a truly Platonic manner, how could the intellect know that this being is defective and incomplete, if it had no knowledge of being without any defect? In other words, the idea of imperfection presupposes the idea of perfection, so that the idea of perfection or the perfect cannot be obtained simply by way of negation and abstraction, and consideration of creatures in their finiteness and imperfection and dependence serves simply to remind the soul or to bring the soul to a clearer awareness of what is in some sense already evident to it, already known to it. 2. Saint Bonaventure does not deny for a moment that God's existence can be proved from creatures, on the contrary he affirms it. In the commentary on the sentences 8 he declares that God can be known through creatures as cause through effect, and he goes on to say that this mode of cognition is natural to man inasmuch as for us sensible things are the means by which we arrive at the knowledge of intelligibilia, that is, objects transcending sense. The Blessed Trinity cannot be proved in the same way, however, by the natural light of reason, since we cannot conclude to the Trinity of persons either by denying certain properties or limitations of creatures or by the positive way of attributing to God certain qualities of creatures. 8. Saint Bonaventure thus teaches clearly enough the possibility of a natural and philosophic knowledge of God, and his remark on the psychological naturalness of this approach to God through sensible objects is Aristotelian in character. Again, in the In Hexameron * he argues that if there exists being which is produced, there must be a first being, since there must be a cause; if there is being ab alio, there must be being a esse; if there is a composite being, there must be simple being; if there is changeable being, there must be unchanged being, qui immobile reducitur ad immobile. The last statement is obviously a reference to the Aristotelian proof of the existence of the unmoved mover, though Bonaventure mentions Aristotle only to say that he argued on these lines to the eternity of the world and that on this point the philosopher was wrong. Similarly, in the De Mysterio Trinitatis 8, Bonaventure gives a series of brief arguments to show how clearly creatures proclaim the existence of God. For instance, if there is ens ab alio, there must exist ens non ab alio, because nothing can bring itself out of a state of non-being into a state of being, and finally there must be a first being which is self-existent. Again, if there is ens possibile, being which can exist and cannot exist, there must be ens necessarium, being which has no possibility of non-existence, since this is necessary in order to explain the adduction of possible being into a state of existence, and if there is ens in potentia, there must be ens in actu, since no potency is reducible to act save through the agency of what is itself in act, and ultimately there must be actus purus, a being which is pure act, without any potentiality, God. Again, if there is ens mutabile, there must be ens immutabile because, as the philosopher proves, motion has as its principle an unmoved being and exists for the sake of unmoved being, which is its final cause. It might indeed appear from such passages, where Bonaventure employs Aristotelian arguments, that the statements to the effect that Bonaventure regarded the witness of creatures to God's existence in function of the soul's assent to God and that he regarded the existence of God as a self-evident truth, cannot stand. But he makes it quite clear in various places: 1. That he regards the sensible world as the mirror of God and sense knowledge or knowledge obtained through sense and reflection on sensible objects as, formally, the first step in the stages of the soul's spiritual ascent, the highest stage of which in this life is the experimental knowledge of God by means of the apex mentis or synderesis scintilla. On this point he shows himself faithful to the tradition of Augustine and the Victorines, while in the very article of the De Mysterio Trinitatis where he gives the proof cited he affirms emphatically that God's existence is indubitably a truth naturally implanted in the human mind, quod deum esse sit menti humani indubitabile, tanquam sibi natura liter incertum. He goes on to declare that, in addition to what he has already said on this matter, there is a second way of showing that the existence of God is an indubitable truth. This second way consists in showing that what every creature proclaims is an indubitable truth, and it is at this point that he gives his succession of proofs, or rather of indications, that every creature really does proclaim God's existence. Subsequently he adds that there is a third way of showing that God's existence cannot be doubted, and proceeds to give his version of Saint Anselm's proof in the Proslogium. There can, then, be no doubt at all that Bonaventure affirmed that God's existence is self-evident and cannot be doubted. The question is rather what exactly he meant by this, and we will consider this in the next section. 3. In the first place, Saint Bonaventure did not suppose that everyone has an explicit and clear knowledge of God, still less that he has such a knowledge from birth or from the first use of reason. He was well aware of the existence of idolaters and of the incipiens, the fool who said in his heart that there is no God. The existence of idolaters does not, of course, cause much difficulty, since idolaters and pagans do not so much deny the existence of God as possess a wrong idea of God. But what of the incipiens? The latter sees, for example, that the impious are not always punished in this world, or at least that they sometimes appear to be better off in this world than many good people, and he concludes from this that there is no divine providence, no divine ruler of the world. 1. Moreover, he explicitly affirms, 2. In answer to the objection that it is useless to prove the existence of that which is self-evident, Of that concerning which no one doubts, that though the existence of God is indubitable so far as objective evidence is concerned, it can be doubted proter defectum considerations ex parte nostra because of want of due consideration and reflection on our part. Does not this look as if Bonaventure is saying no more than that objectively speaking, the existence of God is indubitable, i.e. the evidence, when considered, is indubitable and conclusive, but that subjectively speaking it may be doubted, i.e. because this or that human being does not give sufficient attention to the objective evidence, and if this is what he means when he says that God's existence is indubitable and self-evident, how does his position differ from that of St. Thomas? The answer seems to be this. Although St. Bonaventure did not postulate an explicit and clear idea of God in every human being, still less any immediate vision or experience of God, he certainly postulated a dim awareness of God in every human being, an implicit knowledge which cannot be fully denied and which can become an explicit and clear awareness through interior reflection alone, even if it may sometimes need to be supported by reflection on the sensible world. The universal knowledge of God is, therefore, implicit, not explicit, but it is implicit in the sense that it can at least be rendered explicit through interior reflection alone. St. Thomas admitted an implicit knowledge of God, but by this he meant that the mind has the power of attaining to the knowledge of God's existence through reflection on the things of sense and by arguing from effect to cause, whereas St. Bonaventure meant something more by implicit knowledge, that is, virtual knowledge of God, a dim awareness which can be rendered explicit without recourse to the sensible world. Application of this view to Bonaventure's concrete instances may make the understanding of it easier. For instance, every human being has a natural desire for happiness, aptitus beatitudinus. But happiness consists in the possession of the supreme good, which is God. Therefore every human being desires God. But there can be no desire without some knowledge of the object, sine aliquali notitia. Therefore the knowledge that God or the supreme good exists is naturally implanted in the soul. Similarly, the rational soul has a natural knowledge of itself, because it is present to itself and is knowable by itself. But God is most present to the soul and is knowable. Therefore a knowledge of its God is implanted in the soul. If it be objected that while the soul is an object proportionate to its own power of knowing, God is not, the reply can be made that, if that were true, the soul could never come to the knowledge of God, which is obviously false. 2. According to the above line of argument, then, the human will is naturally orientated towards the supreme good, which is God, and not only is this orientation of the will inexplicable unless the supreme good, God, really exists, but it also postulates an a priori knowledge of God. 3. This knowledge is not necessarily explicit or clear, since if it were there could be no atheists, but it is implicit and vague. If it is objected that an implicit and vague knowledge of this kind is not knowledge at all, it may be answered that an unprejudiced man who reflects on the orientation of his will towards happiness can come to realize that the direction of his will implies the existence of an adequate object and that this object, the complete good, must exist and is what we call God. He will realize not only that in seeking happiness he is seeking God, but that this search implies an inkling, as it were, of God, since there can be no search for what is entirely unknown. Therefore, by reflecting on itself, on its own dependence and on its own desires for wisdom, peace, or felicity, the soul can recognize God's existence and even God's presence, God's activity within it. It is not necessary for it to seek without, it has only to follow Augustine's advice and enter within itself, when it will see that it was never without some inkling, some dim awareness, a virtual knowledge of God. To seek for happiness, and every human being must seek for happiness, and to deny God's existence is really to be guilty of a contradiction, to deny with the lips what one affirms with the will and, in the case of wisdom at least, with the intellect. Whether this line of argument is valid or not, I do not propose to discuss here. It is obviously open to the objection, cogent or otherwise, that if there were no God, then the desire for happiness might be frustrate or might have some other cause than the existence of God. but it is at least clear that Saint Bonaventure did not postulate an innate idea of God in the crude form under which Locke later attacked innate ideas. Again, when Saint Bonaventure declares that the soul knows God as most present to it, he is not affirming ontologism or saying that the soul sees God immediately. He means that the soul, recognizing its dependence, recognizes, if it reflects, that it is the image of God, it sees God in his image. As it necessarily knows itself, is conscious of itself, it necessarily knows God in at least an implicit manner. By contemplating itself it can make this implicit awareness explicit, without reference to the external world. Whether the absence of reference to the external world is more than formal, in the sense that the external world is not explicitly mentioned, is perhaps disputable. 4. We have seen that for Saint Bonaventure the very arguments from the external world presuppose some awareness of God, for he asks how the mind can know that sensible things are defective and imperfect if it has no previous awareness of perfection, in comparison with which it recognizes the imperfections of creatures. This point of view must be borne in mind when considering his statement of Saint Anselm's proof, which he adopted from the Proslogium. In the commentary on the sentences 1 Saint Bonaventure resumes the Anselmian argument. God is that than which no greater can be thought. But that which cannot be thought not to exist is greater than that which can be thought not to exist. Therefore, since God is that than which no greater can be thought, God cannot be thought not to exist. In the De Mysterio Trinitatis 2 he quotes and states the argument at somewhat greater length and points out 3 that doubt may arise if someone has an erroneous notion of God and does not realize that he is that than which no greater can be thought. Once the mind realizes what the idea of God is, then it must also realize not only that the existence of God cannot be doubted, but also that his non-existence cannot even be thought. As regards Gonello's objection about the best of all possible islands, Saint Bonaventure answers 1 that there is no parity, for while there is no contradiction involved in the concept of a being than which no greater can be thought, the idea of an island than which no better can be thought is a contradiction in terms, I oppositio in edicto, since island denotes an imperfect being whereas than which no better can be thought denotes a perfect being. This method of argument may appear to be purely dialectical, but, as already mentioned, Bonaventure did not regard the idea of the perfect as obtained simply through a negation of the imperfection of creatures, but as something presupposed by our recognition of the imperfection of creatures, at least in the sense that man's desire of the perfect implies a previous awareness. In accordance with the Platonic Augustinian tradition, Bonaventure presupposed, then, a virtual innate idea of the perfect, which can be nothing else but God's imprint on the soul, not in the sense that the soul is perfect but in the sense that the soul receives the idea of the perfect or forms the idea of the perfect in the light of God, through the divine illumination. The idea is not something negative, the realization of which in concrete existence can be denied, for the presence of the idea itself necessarily implies God's existence. On this point we may note the resemblance at least between Saint Bonaventure's doctrine and that of Descartes*. 5. Saint Augustine's favorite argument for the existence of God had been that from truth and the existence of eternal truths, Saint Bonaventure utilized this argument as well. For example, every affirmative proposition affirms something as true, but the affirmation of any truth affirms also the cause of all truth. 3. Even if someone says that a man is an ass, this statement, whether correct or not, affirms the existence of the primal truth, and even if a man declares that there is no truth, he affirms this negation as true and so implies the existence of the foundation and cause of truth. For no truth can be seen save through the first truth, and the truth through which every other truth is seen, is an indubitable truth. Therefore, since the first truth is God, God's existence is indubitable. 1. But here again Saint Bonaventure is not pursuing a merely verbal and dialectical argument. In a passage of the In Hexameron where he points out that the man who says there is no truth contradicts himself, since he affirms it as true that there is no truth, he remarks that the light of the soul is truth, which so enlightens the soul that it cannot deny truth's existence without contradicting itself, and in the Itinerarium Mentis in Deum * he maintains that the mind can apprehend eternal truths and draw certain and necessary conclusions only in the divine light. The intellect can apprehend no truth with certainty save under the guidance of truth itself. To deny God's existence, then, is not simply to be guilty of a dialectical contradiction, it is also to deny the existence of the source of that light which is necessary for the mind's attainment of certitude, the light qui illuminat omnem hominum venientem in hunc mundum. It is to deny the source in the name of that which proceeds from the source. Exemplarism, the divine knowledge impossibility of creation from eternity, errors which follow from denial of exemplarism and creation likeness of creatures to God. Analogy, is this world the best possible world? We have seen that the lines of proof adopted by Saint Bonaventure lead, not to the transcendent and self-enclosed unmoved mover of Aristotle, though he does not hesitate to utilize the philosopher's thought and to cite him when he considers it apposite, but to the God, at once transcendent and immanent, who is the good which draws the will, the truth which is not only foundation of all particular truths but also the light which through its radiation within the soul makes the apprehension of certain truth possible, the original which is mirrored in the human soul and in nature, and the perfect which is responsible for the idea of the perfect within the human soul. In this way the arguments for God's existence stand in close relation to the spiritual life of the soul, revealing to it the God whom it has always sought, if only in a semi-conscious fashion, and the God who has always operated within it. The further knowledge of God which is given by revelation crowns the philosophic knowledge and opens up to the soul higher levels of spiritual life and the possibility of a closer union with God. Philosophy and theology are thus integrated together, the former leading on to the latter shedding light on the deeper meaning of the former. A similar integration of philosophy and theology is seen in Bonaventure's doctrine of exemplarism, which in his eyes was a matter of the greatest importance. In the In Hexameron 1 he makes exemplarism the central point of metaphysics. The metaphysician, he says, proceeds from the consideration of created, particular substance to the uncreated and universal substance, not in the pantheistic sense, of course, and so, in so far as he deals in general with the originating principle of all things, he is akin to the natural philosopher who also considers the origins of things, while in so far as he considers God as final end he shares his subject matter to some degree with the moral philosopher, who also considers the supreme good as the last end, giving his attention to happiness in the practical or speculative order. But in so far as the metaphysician considers God, the supreme being, as exemplary cause of all things, he shares his subject matter with no one else, cum tolo communicat et verus est metaphysicus. The metaphysician, however, if he will attain the truth concerning exemplarism, cannot stop at the mere fact that God is the exemplary cause of all things, for the medium of creation, the express image of the Father and the exemplar of all creatures, is the divine Word. Precisely as a philosopher he cannot come to a certain knowledge of the Word, it is true, but then if he is content to be a mere philosopher, he will fall into error. He must, enlightened by faith, proceed beyond mere philosophy and realize that the divine Word is the exemplary cause of all things. The purely philosophic doctrine of exemplarism thus prepares the way for the theology of the Word and, conversely, the theology of the Word sheds light on the truth attained by philosophy, and in this sense Christ is the medium not only of theology, but also of philosophy. An obvious conclusion in regard to Aristotle follows from this position. Plato had maintained a doctrine of archetypal ideas or essences and, whatever Plato himself may or may not have thought, the Neoplatonists at least located these ideas in the divine mind, so that Saint Augustine was enabled to praise Plato and Plotinus on this account, but Aristotle rejected the ideas of Plato and attacked his theory with bitterness, in Principio Metaphysici et in fine et in multis aliis locis accelerator ideas Platonus. In the Ethics 2 he attacks the doctrine, though the reasons he gives are worthless, nihil valentrathi one sui. 3. Why did he attack Plato? Because he was simply a natural philosopher, interested in the things of the world for their own sake, and gifted with the sermo scientia but not with the sermo sapientiae. In refusing to despise the sensible world and in refusing to restrict certainty to knowledge of the transcendent, Aristotle was right as against Plato, who, in his enthusiasm for the via sapientiae, destroyed the via scientia, and he rightly censured Plato on this point, but he himself went to the opposite extreme and destroyed the sermo sapientiae*. Indeed, by denying the doctrine of exemplarism. Aristotle necessarily involved himself also in a denial of divine creation and divine providence, so that his error was worse than that of Plato. Now, exemplarism, on which Plato insisted, is, as we have seen, the key to and center of metaphysics, so that Aristotle, by rejecting exemplarism, excluded himself from the rank of metaphysicians, in Bonaventure's understanding of the term. But we have to go beyond Plato and learn from Augustine, to whom was given both the Sermo Sapientiae and the Sermo Scientia. 1. For Augustine knew that the ideas are contained in the divine word, that the word is the archetype of creation. The Father knows himself perfectly, and this act of knowledge is the image and expression of himself, it is his word, his similitudo expressiva. 2. As proceeding from the Father the word is divine, the divine Son. Filius denotes the similitudo hypostatica, the similitudo connaturalis. 3. And as representing the Father, as imago, as similitudo expressa, the word expresses also, represents, all that the Father can effect, quid pater potest, *. If anyone could know the word, he would know all knowable objects, esigitur intelligis verbum, intelligis omnia sibilia. In the Son or Word the Father expressed all that he could make, i.e. all possible beings are ideally or archetypally represented in the Word, and all that he would make. 8. The ideas of all creatures, therefore, possible and actual, are contained in the Word, and these ideas extend not only to universals, genera and species, but also to singular or individual things. 7. They are infinite in number, as representing all possibles. As representing the infinite power of God. 9. But when it is said that there is an infinity of ideas in the Word, it is not meant that the ideas are really distinct in God, for there is no distinction in God save the distinctions of persons, considered as existent in God. They are not distinct from the divine essence or from one another, idea sunt unum secundum rem. 9. It follows that, not being distinct from one another, they cannot form a real hierarchy. 10. However, although the ideas are ontologically one and there is no real distinction between them, there is a distinction of reason, so that they are plures secundum rationum intelligendi. 11. The foundation of the distinction cannot be any real distinction in the divine essence, since not only are the ideas ontologically identical with the simple divine essence, but also there is no real relation on the part of God to creatures, for he is in no way dependent on creatures. Though there is a real relation on the part of creatures to God and creatures are not the same, so that from the point of view of the things signified or connoted the ideas are distinct secundum rationum inteo agendi. In God the ideas are one, but from our point of view they stand midway, as it were, between God the knower and the thing known, the distinction between them being, not a distinction in what they are, i.e. not a real distinction, but a distinction in what they connote, and the foundation of the distinction being the real multiplicity of the things connoted, i.e. creatures, not any real distinction in the divine essence or in the divine knowledge. Plato was working towards this theory of ideas, but as he lacked the light of faith, he could not ascend to the true doctrine but necessarily stopped short. In order to possess the true doctrine of ideas, it is necessary to have knowledge of the Word. Moreover, just as creatures were produced through the medium of the Word and could not have been produced save through the Word, so they cannot be truly known save in the light of their relation to the Word. Aristotle may have been, indeed was, an eminent natural philosopher, but he could not know truly even the selected objects of his studies, since he did not see them in their relation to the Word, as reflections of the divine image. 2. God, then, in knowing himself knows also all ways in which his divine essence can be mirrored externally. He knows all the finite good things which will be realized in time, and this knowledge Bonaventure calls the cognitio approbationis, the knowledge of those things to which his beneplacitum voluntatis extends. He knows too, not only all the good things which have been, are, and will be in the course of time, but also all the evil things, and this knowledge Bonaventure calls the cognitio visionis. Needless to say, Saint Bonaventure does not mean to imply that evil has its exemplary idea in God. Evil is rather the privation in the creature of that which it ought to have according to its idea in God. God knows too all possible things, and this knowledge Bonaventure terms cognitio intelligenia. Its objects, the possibles, are infinite in number, whereas the objects of the two former types of knowledge are finite. The three types of knowledge are, however, not accidents in God, distinct from one another, considered ontologically, as in God, they are one act of knowledge, identical with the divine essence. God's act of knowledge is infinite and eternal, so that all things are present to him, even future events. There is no succession in the divine knowledge, and if we speak of God's foreknowledge we must understand the futurity as concerning the objects themselves, in the sense that they succeed one another in time and are known by God to succeed one another in time, not as concerning the divine knowledge itself. God knows all things by one eternal act, and there is no temporal succession in that act, no before and after, but God knows eternally, through that one act, things as succeeding one another in time. Bonaventure therefore makes a distinction in regard to the statement that God knows all things pre-center, pointing out that this presentialitas must be understood in reference to God, apart cognoscentes, not in reference to the objects known apart cognitorum. If it were understood in the latter sense, the implication would be that all things are present to one another, which is false, for they are not all present to one another, though they are all present to God. Imagine, he says, an eye fixed and motionless on a wall and observing the successive movements of all persons and things down below with a single act of vision. The eye is not changed, nor its act of vision, but the things under the wall are changed. This illustration, remarks Bonaventure, is really in no way like what it illustrates, for the divine knowledge cannot be pictured in this way, but it may help towards an understanding of what is meant. 3. If there were no divine ideas, if God had no knowledge of himself and of what he can effect and will effect, there could be no creation, since creation demands knowledge on the Creator's part, knowledge and will. It is not a matter for surprise, then, that Aristotle, who rejected the ideas, rejected also creation and taught the eternity of the world, a world uncreated by God. At least he is judged to have held this by all the Greek doctors, like Gregory of Nyssa, Gregory Nazianzen, Damascene, and Basil, and by all the Arabian commentators, while you will never find Aristotle himself saying that the world had a beginning. Indeed, he censures Plato, the only Greek philosopher who seems to have declared that time had a beginning. 3. Saint Bonaventure need not have spoken so cautiously, since Aristotle certainly did not believe in a divine creation of the world out of nothing. Saint Thomas saw no incompatibility, from the philosophical standpoint, between the idea of creation on the one hand and of the world's eternity on the other, so that for him the world might have had no beginning in time and yet have been created, that is, God might have created the world from eternity, but Saint Bonaventure considered that the eternity of the world is impossible and that God could not have created it from eternity. If it is created, then time necessarily had a beginning. It follows that to deny that time had a beginning is to deny that the world was created, and to prove that eternal motion or time without a beginning is impossible is to prove that the world was created. Saint Bonaventure, therefore, regarded the Aristotelian idea of the world's eternity as necessarily bound up with a denial of creation, and this opinion, which Aquinas did not share, sharpened his opposition to Aristotle. Both Bonaventure and Aquinas naturally accepted the fact of the world having had a beginning in time, since this is taught by theology, but they differed on the question of the abstract possibility of creation from eternity, and Bonaventure's conviction of its impossibility naturally made him resolutely hostile to Aristotle, since the latter's assertion of it as a fact, and not merely as a possibility, necessarily seemed to him an assertion of the independence of the world in relation to God. An assertion which he thought was primarily due to the philosopher's rejection of exemplarism. For what reasons did Bonaventure hold eternal motion or time without a beginning to be impossible? His arguments are more or less those which St. Thomas treats as objections to his own position. I give some examples. If the world had existed from eternity, it would follow that it is possible to add to the infinite. For instance, there would have been already an infinite number of solar revolutions, yet every day another revolution is added. But it is impossible to add to the infinite. Therefore the world cannot have always existed. 1 St. Thomas answers to that if time is supposed eternal, it is infinite ex parte ante, but not ex parte post, and there is no cogent objection to an addition being made to the infinity at the end at which it is finite, that is, terminates in the present. To this St. Bonaventure retorts that, if one considers simply the past, then one would have to admit an infinite number of lunar revolutions. But there are 12 lunar revolutions to one solar revolution. Therefore we are faced with two infinite numbers, of which the one is 12 times greater than the other, and this is an impossibility. It is impossible to pass through an infinite series, so that if time were eternal, that is, had no beginning, the world would never have arrived at the present day. But it is clear that it has. 1. To this St. Thomas answers 8 that every passing through or transitus requires a beginning term and a final term. But if time is of infinite duration, there was no first term and consequently no transitus, so that the objection cannot arise. St. Bonaventure retorts, however, that there is either a revolution of the sun which is infinitely distant, in the past, from today's revolution, or there is not. If there is not, then the distance is finite and the series must have had a beginning. If there is, then what of the revolution immediately following that which is infinitely distant from today's? Is this revolution also infinitely distant from today's or not? If not, then the hypothetically infinitely distant revolution cannot be infinitely distant either, since the interval between the first and second revolution is finite. If it is, then what of the third and fourth revolutions, and so on? Are they also infinitely distant from today's revolution? If they are, then today's revolution is no less distant from them than from the first. In this case there is no succession and they are all synchronous, which is absurd. 3. It is impossible for there to be in existence at the same time an infinity of concrete objects. But, if the world existed from eternity, there would be in existence now an infinity of rational souls. Therefore the world cannot have existed from eternity. 3. To this Aquinas answers 4 that some say that human souls do not exist after the death of the body, while others maintain that only a common intellect remains. Others again hold a doctrine of reincarnation, while certain writers maintain that an infinite number in act is possible in the case of things which are not ordered, in his Qui Ordinem non habent. St. Thomas naturally held none of the first 3 positions himself. As to the 4th position his own final attitude seems to be doubtful, so that Bonaventure was able to remark rather caustically that the theory of reincarnation is an error in philosophy and is contrary to the psychology of Aristotle, while the doctrine that a common intellect alone survives is an even worse error. As to the possibility of an infinite number in act he believed that it was an erroneous notion, on the ground that an infinite multitude could not be ordered and 1. So could not be subject to divine providence, whereas in fact all that God has created is subject to his providence. Bonaventure was thus convinced that it can be philosophically proved, as against Aristotle, that the world had a beginning and that the idea of creation from eternity involves a manifest contradiction, since, if the world was created from nothing, it has being after not being, esse post non esse, 1 and so cannot possibly have existed from eternity. St. Thomas answers that those who assert creation from eternity do not say that the world was made post nihilum, but that it was made out of nothing, the opposite of which is out of something. The idea of time, that is to say, is in no way implicated. In Bonaventure's eyes it is bad enough to say that the world is eternal and is uncreated, that is an error which can be philosophically disproved, but to say that it was created eternally out of nothing is to be guilty of a glaring contradiction, so contrary to reason that I should not have believed that any philosopher, of however little understanding, could have asserted it. *4. If the doctrine of exemplarism is denied, and if God did not create the world, it is only natural to conclude that God knows only himself, that he moves only as final cause, as object of desire and love, ut desideratum et amatum, and that he knows no particular thing outside himself. 8. In this case God can exercise no providence, not having in himself the ones rerum, the ideas of things, by which he may know them. 4. The doctrine of Saint Bonaventure is, of course, that God knows things other than himself, but that he knows them in and through himself, through the exemplary ideas. If he did not hold this, he would have to say that the divine knowledge receives a complement or perfection from things outside of God, depends in some way on creatures. In reality it is God who is completely independent, creatures are dependent on him and cannot confer on his being any perfection. 15. But if God is wrapped up in himself, in the sense of having no knowledge of creatures and exercising no providence, it follows that the changes or movements of the world proceed either from chance, which is impossible, or from necessity, as the Arabian philosophers held, the heavenly bodies determining the movements of things in this world. But if this be so, then all doctrine of reward or punishment in this life disappears, and in point of fact you will never find Aristotle speaking of a beatitude after the present life. 1. All these erroneous conclusions follow, then, from a denial of exemplarism, and it is more than ever clear that exemplarism is the key to a true metaphysic, and that without it a philosopher will inevitably fall into errors if he discusses metaphysical themes. 5. From the doctrine of exemplarism it follows that there is some resemblance between creatures and God, but we have to distinguish various kinds of resemblance, similitudo, in order to attain to a correct idea of the relation of creatures to God, in order to avoid pantheism on the one hand and an independent world on the other hand. In the commentary on the sentences 4, Bonaventure says that similitudo may mean the agreement of two things in a third, and this he calls similitudo secundum unificationum, or it may mean the likeness of one thing to another without any agreement in a third thing being implied, and it is in this sense that the creature is said to be a likeness of God. In the same conclusio, ad 2, he distinguishes similitudo unificationis sub participations and similitudo imitationis, et expressiones, going on to remark that the former does not hold good of the relation between creatures and God, because there is no common term, quia nihil est commune, because there is nothing common to God and the creature, that is. What he means is that God and the creature do not participate in being, for example, univocally, precisely in the same sense, for if they did, the creature would be God and pantheism would result. The creature is, however, an imitation of God, of the idea of it in God, and God expresses the idea externally in the finite creature. Therefore, when Bonaventure rejects similitudo participationis, we must understand participation as referring here to participation in something common to both God and creatures in a univocal sense, in a tertium commune as he puts it. It may be objected that if there is nothing common between God and creatures, there can be no likeness, but the community which Saint Bonaventure wishes to exclude is univocal community, to which he opposes analogy. The likeness of the creature to God or of God to the creature, exemplaris ad exemplatum, is one kind of analogy, the other being that of proportionalitas, habitudo duorum ad duo, which exists between sets of things belonging to different genera, though in the case of the relation between creatures and God it is only the creature which is a member of a generic class. Thus a teacher is to his school what a pilot is to his ship, since both direct. 1. In the latter place Bonaventure distinguishes proportion in a wide sense, which includes proportionality, from proportion in a strict sense, which exists between members of the same class, arithmetical numbers, for example. Proportion in this strict sense cannot, of course, exist between God and creatures. But though Bonaventure speaks of analogy of proportionality, the analogies to which he gives most attention are those of likeness, for he loved ever to find expressions, manifestations, images, and vestigia of God in the world of creatures. Thus in the commentary on the sentences, 1. After excluding similitudo per convenientiam omnimodum in natura, which holds good between the three divine persons, each of whom is identical with the divine nature, and similitudo per participationem aliquis naturae universalis, which holds good between man and ass, in virtue of their common sharing in the genus animal, he admits proportionality, similitudo secundum proportionalitatem, giving here the example of the pilot and the charioteer in relation to the objects they direct, and similitudo per convenientiam ordinus, sicut exemplatum assimilator exemplary, and proceeds to discuss these latter types of analogy, both of which, as already mentioned, hold good between the creature and God. Every creature, says Bonaventure, is a vestigium of God, and the two types of analogy, that of the exemplatum to the exemplar and that of proportionality, apply to every creature, the first inasmuch as every creature is the effect of God and is conformed to God through the divine idea, the second inasmuch as the creature also produces an effect, although not in the same way as God produces his effect, sicut enim Deus producit suum effectum, sic et agens credum, licit non omino, for the creature is not the total cause of its effect. But though every creature is a vestigium Dei, this general conformity of the creature to God is comparatively remote. Magis de longínquo, there is another type of likeness which is closer, de proximo, and more express, and which applies only to certain creatures. All creatures are ordered to God, but only rational creatures are directed immediate, to God, the irrational creatures being directed to God mediately, mediante creatura rationally. The rational creature alone can know God, can praise God and serve God consciously, and so has a greater conformity to God, a greater convenientia ordinus than the irrational creature. Now, the greater the convenientia ordinus, the greater and closer and more express is the resemblance or similitudo. This closer resemblance is called by Bonaventure imago. Every creature is, then, a vestigium Dei, but only the rational creature is an imago Dei, for it resembles God in the possession of spiritual powers through which it can become ever more and more conformed to God. A similar difference between the rational creature and the irrational creature can be observed if we consider the analogy of proportionality. We can say, if we make the due allowances and reservations, that as God is to the creature, as cause, that is, to his effect, so is the creature to its effect, and this holds good of all creatures in so far as they are active agents, but the effect considered is extrinsic to the agent, whereas in the case of rational creatures, and of them alone, there is an intrinsic proportion. In God there is a unity of nature in a trinity of persons, and in man there is a unity of essence with a trinity of powers which are ordered to one another, the relation between them resembling in some way the relations in God, quasi consimili modo esse habentium, sicut esse habent personi in divinis. Bonaventure does not mean that we can prove the doctrine of the Trinity by the natural light of reason from a consideration of human nature, for he denies the possibility of any strict philosophical proof of the mystery, but rather that, guided by the light of faith, we can find an analogy to the Trinity in human rational nature. As the divine nature is to the three divine persons, so, quasi consimili modo, is the human nature or essence to its three powers. This is an express resemblance of proportion, and on this count, too, man is to be called the image of God. The word express means that the Blessed Trinity has expressed itself, manifested itself to some degree in the constitution of human nature, and it is clear that for Bonaventure the analogy of resemblance, i.e. exemplati ad exemplar, is more fundamental than the analogy of proportionality, the latter being really treated in function of the former and having no concrete value or meaning apart from it. In this way Bonaventure is enabled to order the hierarchy of being according to the closeness or remoteness of the likeness of the creature to God. The world of purely sensible things is the vestigium or umbra Dei, though here too he finds analogies of the Trinity, it is the liber scriptus forensicus. When considered by the natural philosopher, who is nothing else but a natural philosopher, it is simply natura. Such a man cannot read the book of nature, which is to him no vestigium Dei but something considered for its own sake and without reference to God. 1. The rational creation stands above the purely sensible creation and is imago Dei, God's image in a special sense. But the phrase image of God is itself of wide application, for it covers not only the natural substance of men and angels, but also that supernatural likeness which is the result of the possession of grace. The soul in grace is the image of God in a higher sense than is the purely natural essence of man, and the soul in heaven, enjoying the beatific vision, is God's image in a yet deeper sense. Thus there are many grades of analogy, of likeness to God, and every grade must be seen in the light of the Word, who is the consubstantial image of the Father and the exemplar of all creation, reflected in creatures according to various degrees of expression. We may note not only the constant integration of theology and philosophy, but also the fact that the various degrees of likeness stand in close relation to the intellectual and spiritual life of man. The ascent to God on the part of the individual involves a turning from the umbra or pure vestigium, contemplated by the senses, from the liber scriptus forensicus, to the interior reflection of God, the imago Dei, the liber scriptus intrinsicus, in obedience to the command of Augustine to go within oneself, and so ultimately to the contemplation of God in himself, the exemplatum. The fact that Saint Bonaventure does not treat theology and philosophy in watertight compartments of their own enables him to link up his vision of the universe with the ascetical and mystical life and so to deserve the name of a specifically Christian thinker. 6. Is this world, which reflects so admirably the divine Creator, the best of all possible worlds? We must first of all distinguish two questions. Could God make a better world than this world? Could God have made this world better than it is? Bonaventure answers to the first question that God could have made a better world than this one, by creating nobler essences, and that this cannot be denied without thereby limiting the divine power. As to the second question, it all depends on what you mean by world and by better. If you refer to the substances which go to make up the world, are you asking if God could make these substances better in the sense of making them nobler essences or substances, that is, of a higher kind, or are you asking if God could make these substances accidentally better, that is, while remaining within their own class? If the former, then the answer is that God could indeed change the substances into nobler ones, but it would not be the same world and God would not be making this world better. If the latter, then God could make this world better. To take an example, if God changed a man into an angel, the man would no longer be a man and God would not be making the man better, but God could make a man better by increasing his intellectual power or his moral qualities. 1. Again, while God could make this man or this horse a better man or horse, we must make another distinction if it is asked whether or not God could make man as such better, in the sense of placing him in better conditions. Absolutely speaking he could, but if one takes into consideration the purpose for which he has placed man in these conditions or allowed him to be in these conditions, it may very well be that he could not make man better. For instance, if God brought it about that all men served him well, he would be making man better, from the abstract viewpoint, but if you consider the purpose for which God has permitted man to serve him well or ill, he would not be making man better by practically overriding his free will. Finally, if anyone asks why, if God could have made or could make the world better, he has not done so or does not do so, no answer can be given save this, that he so willed and that he himself knows the reason. Solutio non potest dari nisi hec, quia valut, et rationem ipsinavit. 2. Ist. Bonaventure accepted from his master, Alexander of Hales, the doctrine of the hylomorphic composition of all creatures, the doctrine, that is, that all creatures are composed of matter and form. By matter he naturally meant in this connection the principle of potentiality in the widest sense, not matter in the sense in which matter is opposed to spirit. Matter considered in itself is neither spiritual nor corporeal, and so in itself it is indifferent to the reception either of a spiritual or of a corporeal form, but as matter never exists on its own, apart from a definite form, and as, once united with a corporeal or a spiritual form, it always remains corporeal or spiritual as the case may be, it follows that the matter actually present in a corporeal substance is different in kind from that in a spiritual substance. One matter may be regarded in more than one way. If one considers it from the point of view of privation, per privationem, abstracting from all forms, whether substantial or accidental, one must admit that it is essentially the same in all creatures, for if either kind of matter is separated from all forms and all accidents, no difference at all will be seen. But if matter is looked at analogically, secundum analogam, that is, as potentiality, as a foundation for form, one must make a distinction. In so far as matter is looked on as providing a foundation for form in regard simply to being, in ratione intus, it is essentially the same in both spiritual and material creatures, since both spiritual and material creatures exist and subsist, and one can consider their existence by itself, without going on to consider the precise way in which they exist or the kind of things they are. This is the way in which the metaphysician considers matter, and so in the eyes of the metaphysician matter is similar in the spiritual and in the material creation. If, however, matter is simply looked on in its relation to motion in the wide sense, understood, that is, as change, then it is not the same in creatures which cannot undergo substantial change or receive corporeal forms and in creatures which can undergo substantial change and receive corporeal forms, though it can be considered as analogically similar, inasmuch as angels are susceptible of, for example, divine influence. It is the natural philosopher or physicus who considers matter in this light. Without going into the further distinctions made by Bonaventure and without attempting a judgment on his doctrine, one can say, then, that his teaching on the hylomorphic composition of all creatures is this, that matter is the principle of potentiality as such. Both spiritual creatures and material creatures are dependent beings, not self-existent beings, so that if one considers potentiality in abstraction from all form, looking on it as a co-principle of being, one can say with the metaphysician that it is essentially the same in both. If, however, one considers it as actually existent, as standing in relation to a concrete form, spiritual or material, it is not the same in both. The natural philosopher considers bodies and is concerned with matter, not its abstract essence but as existent in a particular type of being, as standing in a concrete relation to a certain kind of form, material form, and matter considered in this light is not to be found in spiritual beings. One might, of course, object that if matter as concretely existing, as united with form, is of different kinds and remains different, there must be something in the matter itself which makes it of different kinds so that its similarity in the spiritual and material created orders cannot be more than analogical, but Bonaventure admits that matter never actually exists apart from form and only states that if it is considered, as it can be considered, in abstraction from all form, as mere potentiality, then it can justly be said to be essentially the same. If the angels have an element of possibility, of potency in them, as they have, they must possess matter, for matter, considered in itself, is simply possibility or potency. It is only in the being who is pure act, without any potency or possibility, that there is no matter. 2. Is matter the principle of individuation? Some thinkers, says Saint Bonaventure, have held this, relying on the words of Aristotle, but it is very difficult to see how that which is common to all can be the principal cause of distinction, of individuality. On the other hand, to say that form is the principle of individuation and to postulate an individual form, following on that of the species, is to go to the opposite extreme and forget that every created form is capable of having another like it. It is better to hold that individuation arises from the actual union of matter and form, which appropriate one another, as it were, through their union. Seals are made by different impressions in wax, and without the wax there would be no plurality of seals, but without the different impressions the wax would not become many. Similarly, matter is necessary if there is to be distinction and multiplicity, number, but form is also necessary, for distinction and multiplication presuppose the constitution of a substance through the elements composing it. That an individual substance is something definite, of a definite kind, it owes to the form, that it is this something, it owes principally to matter, by which the form acquires position in place and time. Individuation denotes principally something substantial, a substance composed of matter and form, but it also denotes something which can be considered an accident, namely number. Individuality, discretio individualis, denotes two things: individuation, which arises from the union of the two principles, matter and form, and secondly distinction from other things, which is the origin of number, but the former, individuation, is the more fundamental. Personality, discretio personalis, arises when the form united with matter is a rational form, and it thus adds to individuality the dignity of rational nature, which holds the highest place among created natures and is not in potency to a higher substantial form. But there is something more needed to constitute personality, namely that within the suppositum there should be no other nature of a greater eminence and dignity, that within the suppositum rational nature should possess actualum eminentium. In Christ the human nature, though perfect and complete, does not possess actualum eminentium and so is not a person. We must say, then, that just as individuality arises from the existence of a natural form in matter, so personality arises from the existence of a noble and supereminent nature in the substance one, as Saint Bonaventure attributes matter, that is, a spiritual matter, to the angels. He is able to admit a plurality of individual angels within the same species without being compelled like St. Thomas to postulate as many angelic species as there are angels. The scriptures show us some angels as exercising similar functions, and this argues similarity of being, while the love of charity also demands the multiplicity of angels within the same species. 8. 3. In the corporeal creation there is one substantial form which all bodies possess, and that is the form of light. One light was created on the first day, 3 days before the production of the sun, and it is corporeal in Bonaventure's opinion, although St. Augustine interpreted it as meaning the angelic creation. It is not, properly speaking, a body but the form of a body, the first substantial form, common to all bodies and the principle of their activity, and the different kinds of body form a graded hierarchy according as they participate more or less in the form of light. Thus the empyrean stands at one end of the scale, while the earth stands at the other, the lower end. In this way the light theme, so dear to the Augustinian school and going back to Plotinus and to Plato's comparison of the idea of the good with the sun, finds a prominent place in the philosophy of Saint Bonaventure. For obviously if Bonaventure holds that light is a substantial form, possessed by all bodies, he must also hold that there can be a plurality of substantial forms in one substance. For him there was no difficulty in holding this, since he looked on form as that which prepares the body for the reception of other and higher perfections. While for St. Thomas substantial form was limitative and definitive, so that there could not be more than one substantial form in a body, for St. Bonaventure form looked forward and upward, so to speak, not so much rounding off the body and confining it as preparing it for fresh possibilities and perfections. In the In Hexameron too he went so far as to say that it is mad, insanum, to say that the final form is added to prime matter without there being something which is a disposition for it or in potency to it, without there being any intermediate form, and he loved to trace a parallel between the order of grace and that of nature. Just as the gift of knowledge disposes for the gift of wisdom and is not itself annulled by the gift of wisdom, and as the gifts do not annul the theological virtues, so one form predisposes for a higher form and the latter, when received, does not expel the former but crowns it. 5. It is only to be expected that Saint Bonaventure, who avowedly walked in the path of the Augustinian tradition, would accept the doctrine of Rethewun Seminals, especially as this doctrine lays emphasis on the work of the Creator and diminishes the independence of the natural agent, though it was no more a scientific doctrine in the modern sense of the word with Saint Bonaventure than it was with Saint Augustine. For both men it was required by true scriptural exegesis, or rather by a philosophy which took account of the data of revelation, with the added reason in the case of Bonaventure that it was held by his great predecessor, the Christian philosopher par excellence, who was endowed with both the Sermo Sapientiae and the Sermo Scientia. I believe that this position should be held, not only because reason inclines us to it, but also because the authority of Augustine, in his literal commentary on Genesis, confirms it. 1 Bonaventure thus maintained a certain latitatio formarum of things in matter, but he refused to accept the view that the forms of things which appear in time were originally in matter in an actual state, like a picture covered with a cloth, so that the particular agent only uncovers them, like the man who takes away the cloth from the picture and lets the painting appear. On this view, contrary forms, which exclude one another, would have been together at the same time in the same subject, which is impossible. Nor will he accept the view that God is the only efficient cause in the adduction of forms, for this would mean that God creates all forms in the way in which he creates the rational human soul, and that the secondary agent really does nothing at all, whereas it is clear that its activity really does contribute something to the effect. The second of these two views would reduce or do away altogether with the activity of the created agent, while the first would reduce it to a minimum, and Bonaventure is unwilling to accept either of them. He prefers the view which seems to have been that of Aristotle, and which is now commonly held by the doctors of philosophy and theology, that almost all the natural forms, corporeal forms at least, such as the forms of the elements and the forms of mixtures, are contained in the potency of matter and are reduced to act, educantur in actum, through the action of a particular agent. But this may be understood in two ways. It may mean that matter has both the potency to receive the form and the inclination to cooperate in the production of the form, and that the form to be produced is in the particular agent as in its effective and original principle, so that the adduction of the form takes place by the multiplication of the form of the agent, as one burning candle may light a multitude of candles. Or it may mean that matter contains the form to be adduced not only as that in which and, to a certain extent, by which the form is produced, but also as that from which it is produced, though in the sense that it is concreated with matter and in matter, not as an actual, but as a virtual form. On the first hypothesis, the forms are not indeed said to be created by the agent, since they do not come out of nothing, though all the same a new essence would seem to be produced in some way, whereas on the second hypothesis no new essence or quid deity is produced, but the form which existed in potency, virtually, is reduced to act, is given a new dispositio. The second hypothesis, therefore, attributes less to the created agent than does the first, since the created agent simply brings it about that what formerly existed in one way now exists in another way, whereas on the first hypothesis the created agent would produce something positively new, even if not by way of creation out of nothing. If a gardener tends the rose tree so that the rosebuds can blossom into roses, he does something, it is true, but less than he would do, were he to produce a rose tree from some other form of tree. Bonaventure, then, anxious to avoid attributing even the semblance of creative powers to a created agent, chooses the hypothesis which attributes less to the work of the created agent and more to the work of the creator. The forms which are adduced were, therefore, originally in matter in a virtual state. These virtual forms are the Ratio seminals. A ratio seminalis is an active power, existing in matter, the active power being the essence of the form to be adduced, standing to the latter in the relation of esse incompletum to esse completum, or of esse in potentia to esse in actu. One matter is thus a seminarium or seed bed in which God created in a virtual state corporeal forms which would be successively adduced therefrom. This applies not only to the forms of inorganic things, but also to the souls of brutes and vegetables. Needless to say, Bonaventure is aware that the activity of particular agents is necessary for the birth of an animal, but he will not admit the traducianist theory, according to which the soul of a new animal is produced by multiplication of the soul of the parent, yet without any diminution on the latter's part, as this theory implies that a created form can produce a similar form out of nothing. What happens is that the parent animals act upon what they have themselves received, the seminal principle being an active power or potency containing the new soul in germ, though the activity of the parents is necessary in order that the virtual should become actual. Bonaventure thus steers a middle course between attributing too little or nothing to the created agent and attributing what seemed to him too much, his general principle being that while God produces things out of nothing, a created agent can only produce something which already existed in potency, by which he means in a virtual state. 1. It is, however, useless to look for an exact description and explanation of the concrete working of his theory of earthy one seminals, since it is founded partly on authority and partly on a priori philosophic reasoning, not on empirical observation or scientific experiment. Unity of human soul, relation of soul to body, immortality of the human soul, falsity of Averroistic monopsychism, knowledge of sensible objects and of first logical principles, knowledge of spiritual realities, illumination, the soul's ascent to God. Bonaventure as philosopher of the Christian life. We have seen that, according to Saint Bonaventure, the souls of animals are produced seminaliter, but this does not, of course, apply to the human soul, which is produced immediately by God, created by him out of nothing. The human soul is the image of God, called to union with God, and on this count proter dignitatem, its production was fittingly reserved by God to himself. This reasoning involves theology, but Bonaventure also argues that since the human soul is immortal, incorruptible, its production can be effected only by that principle which has life and perpetuity of itself. The immortality of the human soul implies a matter in the soul which is incapable of being an element in substantial change, but the activity of created agents is confined to working on transmutable matter, and the production of a substance with unchangeable matter transcends the power of such agents. It follows that the traditionist view must be rejected, even if Augustine inclined to it on occasion because he thought that thereby he could explain the transmission of original sin. 1. What is it that God creates? It is the entire human soul, not the rationed faculty alone. There is one soul in man, endowed with rational and sensitive faculties, and it is the soul which God creates. The body was contained seminaliter in the body of Adam, the first man, and it is transmitted by means of the seed, but this does not mean that the body has a sensitive soul, adduced from the potency of matter and distinct from the created and infused rationed soul. The seed contains, it is true, not only the superfluity of the Father's nourishment, but also something of his humiditas radicalis, so that there is in the embryo, before the infusion of the soul, an active disposition towards the act of sensation, a kind of inchoate sensibility, but this disposition is a disposition to accomplishing the act of sensation through the power of the soul. Once it has been infused, at the complete animation of the embryo by the infusion of the soul, this inchoate sensibility ceases, or rather it is subsumed under the activity of the soul, which is the principle of sensation as well as of intellection. In other words, Saint Bonaventure is careful to maintain the continuity of life and the reality of parentage while avoiding any splitting of the human soul into two. 1. 2. The human soul is the form of the body. Saint Bonaventure uses the Aristotelian doctrine against those who hold that the souls of all men are one substance. The rational soul is the act and entelecheia of the human body, therefore since human bodies are distinct, the rational souls which perfect those bodies will also be distinct. 2. The soul is an existent, living, intelligent form, endowed with liberty. 3. It is present wholly in every part of the body, according to the judgment of Saint Augustine, which Bonaventure approves as preferable to the theory that the soul is primarily present in a determinate part of the body, the heart for instance. Because it is the form of the whole body, it is present in the whole body. Because it is simple, it is not present partly here and partly there. Because it is the sufficient moving principle, motor sufficiens, of the body, it has no particular situation, is not present at one point or in a determinate part. 4. But though Bonaventure accepts the Aristotelian definition of the soul as the form of the body, his general tendency is Platonic and Augustinian in character, inasmuch as he insists that the human soul is a spiritual substance, composed of spiritual form and spiritual matter. It is not enough to say that there is in the soul composition of ex quo est and quod est, since the soul can act and be acted upon, move and be moved, and this argues the presence of matter, the principle of passivity and mutability, though this matter transcends extension and corruptibility, being spiritual and not corporeal matter. 5. This doctrine may seem to contradict the admitted simplicity of the human soul, but Bonaventure points out 8 that simplicity has various meanings and degrees. Thus simplicity may refer to absence of quantitative parts, and this the soul enjoys, being simple in comparison with corporeal things, or it may refer to absence of constitutive parts, and this the soul does not enjoy. The main point, however, is that the soul, though form of the body and moving principle of the body, is also much more than this, and can subsist by itself, being hoc alicid, though as a hoc alicid which is partly passive and mutable it must have in its spiritual matter. The doctrine of the hylomorphic composition of the human soul is thus calculated to ensure its dignity and its power of subsistence apart from the body. If the soul is composed of form and spiritual matter, it follows that it is individuated by its own principles. 1. If this is so, however, why is it united with the body, for it is an individual spiritual substance in its own right? The answer is that the soul, even though a spiritual substance, is so constituted that it not only can inform a body but also has a natural inclination to do so. Conversely, the body, though also composed of matter and form, has an aptitude for being informed by the soul. The union of the two is thus for the perfection of each and is not to the detriment of either soul or body. 2. The soul does not exist simply, or even primarily, to move the body. 3. But to enjoy God, yet it exercises its powers and potentialities fully only in informing the body, and it will one day, at the resurrection, be reunited with the body. Aristotle was ignorant of this, and it is not to be wondered at that he was ignorant of it, for a philosopher necessarily falls into some error, unless he is aided by the light of faith. 4.3. The doctrine of the hylomorphic composition of the human soul naturally facilitates the proof of its immortality, since Bonaventure does not link the soul so closely to the body as does the Aristotelian doctrine, but his favorite proof is the one drawn from the consideration of the ultimate purpose of the soul, ex consideratione finis. The soul seeks for perfect happiness, a fact which no one doubts, unless his reason is entirely perverted. But no one can be perfectly happy if he is afraid of losing what he possesses. On the contrary, it is this very fear which makes him miserable. Therefore, as the soul has a natural desire for perfect happiness, it must be naturally immortal. This proof presupposes the existence of God, of course, and the possibility of attaining perfect happiness, as also the existence of a natural desire for human happiness, but it was Bonaventure's favorite proof because of its spiritual character, because of its connection with the movement of the soul towards God. It is for him the ratio principalus, the principal argument. 1. In a rather similar way he argues too from consideration of the formal cause, from the nature of the soul as the image of God. Because the soul has been made for the attainment of happiness, which consists in the possession of the supreme good, God, it must be capable of possessing God, capax Dei, and so must be made in his image and likeness. But it would not be made in the likeness of God if it were mortal. Therefore it must be immortal. Again, arguing ex parte materii, Bonaventure declares that the form of the rational soul is of such dignity that it makes the soul like to God, with the result that the matter which is united to this form, i.e. the spiritual matter, finds its satisfaction and completion in union with this form alone, so that it must be likewise immortal. Bonaventure gives other arguments, such as that from the necessity of sanctions in an afterlife. 3. And from the impossibility of God's bringing the good to frustration. In the latter proof he argues that it would be against divine justice for that which has been well done to tend towards evil and frustration. Now, according to all moral teaching a man ought to die rather than commit injustice. But if the soul were mortal, then its adhesion to justice, lauded by all moral philosophers, would come to nothing, and this is contrary to divine justice. More Aristotelian in character are the arguments drawn from the soul's power of reflection on itself and from its intellectual activity, which has no intrinsic dependence on the body, to prove its superiority to corporeal matter and its incorruptibility. 4. But though these Aristotelian proofs are probably more acceptable to us, as presupposing less and as involving no theology, in Bonaventure's eyes it was the proofs borrowed from Augustine or dependent on his line of thought which were more telling, especially that from the desire of beatitude. The Augustinian proof from the soul's apprehension of and assimilation to abiding truth is given by Bonaventure, 6. But it does not appear as a potissimus modus of proving the soul's immortality. This qualification is reserved for the proofs drawn from the desire for beatitude. If it were objected against Bonaventure that this form of proof presupposes the desire for union with God, for beatitude in the full sense, and that this desire is elicited only under the action of grace, and so belongs to the supernatural order and not to the order of nature, which is the object of the philosopher's study, the saint would doubtless answer that he had not the slightest intention of denying the work of grace or its supernatural character, but that, on the other hand, the true philosopher considers the world and human life as they are, and that one of the data is precisely the desire for complete happiness. Even though the desire may imply the operation of grace, it is a datum of experience and so can be taken into account by the philosopher. If the philosophy cannot explain it without recourse to theology, that is only another proof of Bonaventure's principle that no philosophy can be satisfactory unless it is illumined by the light of faith. In other words, whereas the Thomist systematically eliminates from the data of experience all he knows to be supernatural and then, as philosopher, considers the resulting nature, the Bonaventurian philosopher starts from nature in the sense of the given. It is perfectly true that grace is not something given in the sense of visible or apprehensible with certainty by unaided reason, but some of its effects are given in experience, and these the philosopher will take into account, though he cannot explain them without reference to theology. The Thomist approach and the Bonaventurian approach are therefore different, and one cannot force them into the same mold without thereby distorting one or the other. 4. All that has been said on the human soul implies the individuality of the soul, but Bonaventure was quite aware of the Averroistic interpretation of Aristotle and argued explicitly against it. Averroes maintained that both the active and passive intellects survive death, and, whatever Aristotle himself may have taught, his commentator, Averroes, certainly held that these intellects are not individual to each man, are not parts or faculties of individual men, but rather unitary substances, cosmic intelligences. Such a position, however, is not only heretical and contrary to the Christian religion, but also against reason and experience. 1. It is against reason, since it is clear that the intellectual soul is a perfection of man as man, and men differ from one another, are individual persons as men and not merely as animals, which would be the case if the rational soul were numerically one in all men. It is against experience, since it is a matter of experience that different men have different thoughts. And it is no good saying that this difference of thoughts comes simply from the diversity of species. In the imaginations of different men, that is, that it is only the perishable imagination, fed by the senses, which is different in different individuals, since men differ in ideas, for example, of the virtues, which are not founded on sense perception and which are not abstracted from imaginative species. Nor, from the point of view of Bonaventure, is it a good argument to say that the intellectual soul is independent of the body and cannot therefore be individuated by it, for the soul is not individuated by the body but by the union of its two constitutive principles, spiritual matter and spiritual form. 5. In regard to the content of the soul's knowledge of sensible objects, this is dependent on sense perception, and Saint Bonaventure agrees with Aristotle that the soul does not of itself have either knowledge or species of sensible objects. The human intellect is created in a state of nudity and is dependent on the senses and imagination. 1. The sensible object acts upon the sense organ and produces therein a sensible species, which in turn acts upon the faculty of sensation, and then perception takes place. It will be noted that Saint Bonaventure, in admitting a passive element in sensation, departs from the teaching of Saint Augustine, but at the same time he holds that the faculty of sensation or sensitive power of the soul judges the content of sensation, for example, that this is white, the passive reception of the species being attributed primarily to the organ, the activity of the judgment to the faculty. 2. This judgment is not, of course, a reflective judgment, it is rather a spontaneous awareness, but it is possible because the faculty of sensation is the sensitive faculty of a rational soul, for it is the soul which communicates to the body the act of sensation. 3. The separate sensations, for example, of color and touch, are unified by the common sense and preserved in the imagination, which is not the same as memory if the latter is taken as meaning recordatio or recalling at will. 4. Finally, the active and passive intellects, working in cooperation, abstract the species from the imagination. The active and passive intellects are not two powers, one of which can work without the other, but are two differences of the same intellectual faculty of the soul. We can indeed say that the active intellect abstracts and the passive intellect receives, but Bonaventure qualifies this statement by affirming that the passive intellect has the power of abstracting the species and judging it, though only with the help of the active intellect, while the active intellect is dependent for its activity of knowing on the information of the passive intellect by the species. There is, in fact, only one complete act of intellection, and the active and passive intellects cooperate inseparably in that act. 1. Clearly, then, apart from various Augustinianisms, such as the refusal to make a real distinction between the faculties of the soul, Bonaventure's view of the way in which we acquire our knowledge of sensible objects approximates more or less closely to the Aristotelian theory. He admits that the soul, in regard to knowledge of such objects, is originally a tabula rasa, too, and he has no place for innate ideas. Moreover, this rejection of innate ideas applies also to our knowledge of first principles. Some people have said that these principles are innate in the active intellect, though acquired as far as the possible intellect is concerned, but such a theory agrees neither with the words of Aristotle nor with the truth. For if these principles were innate in the active intellect, why could it not communicate them to the possible intellect without the help of the senses, and why does it not know these principles from the very beginning? A modified version of innatism is that the principles are innate in their most general form while the conclusions or particular applications are acquired, but it would be difficult on such a view to show why a child does not know the first principles in their general form. Moreover, even this modified innatism contradicts both Aristotle and Augustine. Bonaventure doubtless considered that a theory which united against it both Aristotle and Augustine could not possibly be true. It remains then to say that the principles are innate only in the sense that the intellect is endowed with a natural light which enables it to apprehend the principles in their universality when it has acquired knowledge of the relevant species or ideas. For example, no one knows what a whole is or a part until he has acquired the species or idea in dependence on sense perception, but once he has acquired the idea, the light of the intellect enables him to apprehend the principle that the whole is greater than the part. 3. On this matter, therefore, Saint Bonaventure is at one with Saint Thomas. 6. But though we have no innate knowledge of sensible objects or of their essences or of the first principles, logical or mathematical, it does not follow that our knowledge of purely spiritual realities is acquired through sense perception. God is not known by means of a likeness drawn from sense, but rather by the soul's reflection on itself. It has no intuitive vision of God, of the divine essence, in this life, but it is made in the image of God and is orientated towards God in desire and will, so that reflection on its own nature and on the direction of the will enables the soul to form the idea of God without recourse to the external sensible world. In this sense the idea of God is innate, though not in the sense that every man has from the beginning a clear, explicit, and accurate knowledge of God. The direction of the will, its desire for complete happiness, is the effect of the divine action itself, and reflection on this desire manifests to the soul the existence of the object of the desire, which indeed it already knows in a kind of vague awareness, though not necessarily in an explicit idea. The knowledge of this truth, God's existence, is innate in the rational mind, inasmuch as the mind is an image of God, by reason of which it has a natural appetite and knowledge and memory of him in whose image it has been made and towards whom it naturally tends, that it may find its beatitude in him too. The knowledge of God is of various kinds. God has a comprehensive knowledge of himself, the blessed know him clearly, clair et perspicuo, we know him partly and in a hidden way, ex parte et. In enigmat, this last knowledge being contained implicitly in or implied by the knowledge which each soul has that it did not always exist and must have had a beginning. 8. The knowledge of the virtues too must be innate in the sense that it is not derived from sense perception. An unjust man can know what justice is, but obviously he cannot know justice through its presence in his soul, since he does not possess it, nor can he know it through